Good Wednesday morning to everyone, especially Giselle Bundchen. You are watching The Sweat. I am Emerson Latzia, hanging with you for the next 60 minutes. A ton of MLB, NBA, NHL, PGA, sports betting, and DFS knowledge about to be dropped on you. Then it's a 6-game Madden slate on the always interesting and fun Weather Wednesday. But batting leadoff this morning, our baseball panel. Hello to DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Mr. Garion Thorne. Gentlemen, we are price checking. So which players do you like at the following price ranges for tonight's 7-game main slate that locks at 6:10 Eastern time? Pitcher over 8K. Hook me up, Kenny.
I like Ian Anderson here at $8,400. Garion's going to be so surprised that I am actually picking someone facing the Yankees. But the Yankees have been so bad. They're 23rd in WRC plus against righties. Look at their finally won last night. And what happened in that win? How did they win? Well, it was a wild pitch and a walk. They haven't really been putting the bat on the ball. It's been pretty embarrassing. And Ian Anderson should be a really good matchup in theory against the Yankees. He's a high strikeout pitcher, a 4.9% career barrel rate. So I think that he gets a lot of swings and misses here with the swing and miss stuff. And the Yankees will continue to struggle to put the bat on the ball. Simply put, they're not hitting home runs right now. They're down in the bottom third of the league in home runs. Ian Anderson isn't an extreme home run pitcher, and I don't see any reason to believe that the Yankees will just suddenly start hitting home runs again, given the fact that their hard hit rate is so poor.
You like that, Garion?
I don't hate it. And it's not that you're picking against the Yankees. It's that you find a way to always talk about the Yankees or talk about the Knicks. So this still falls within that Venn diagram.
The Knicks are worth talking about now.
Sure, of course. We can debate that another time, although I'm not on the NBA segment as far as I know. All right. Pitchers above 8K on this gross slate. Gross pitching, gross weather all over baseball tonight. I'm going to go with Aaron Savale at the top, but I really want to preface this by saying you don't need to pay up for pitching tonight. Like, there is no ceiling. There's barely any floor on this slate when it comes to pitching. Savale probably has the highest floor, which I guess is why he has the highest price tag at $10,100. Got a low career barrel rate. He keeps average exit velocity down. He's got a high ground ball rate. He's not like a crazy strikeout pitcher, but we saw last season he can average around a strikeout per inning. And he's got a career FIP of 3.83. So again, I'm not like blown away by this spot, but if I had to pick someone who was most likely to score 20 DraftKings points, it's Savale's number one on that list. It's not an impressive list, again, but he is at the top.
Yes, he is at 10-1. How about under 8K, though, Garion?
I'm going to go with Michael Wacha. I can't believe it only took 3 weeks for me to believe in Rays Michael Wacha, but that was the narrative, that he was going to go to the Rays and they were going to fix this guy. And it didn't look like it through his first 2 appearances of the season, but he's coming off that great start against the Yankees. There you go, Kenny. And the stuff looks good. And there's tangible differences between the 2020 version of Michael Wacha and the 2021 version of Michael Wacha. He's throwing his cutter almost 37% of the time. That is by far a career high. And so far, that's led to 20 strikeouts in 15 innings. It's led to a 15.9% swinging strike rate. You go back across the last 2 weeks, the Royals are one of the most underwhelming offenses in all of baseball. And the big thing to know about the Royals is they thrive against left-handed pitching. They are awful against right-handed pitching. Their strikeout rate basically goes from 18% against lefties to 26% against righties. And it's the reason we saw Rich Hill get beat up so quickly in Tuesday's game. So I like the fact that Wacha has strikeout stuff. I like the fact that he is right-handed, and it's $7,200. There's a lot of upside here for not a lot of price.
Okay, you like that Wacha pick, Kenny?
I do. As weird as it is, I don't think that he's like good, but in the early going, I think what we have to do is trust what we've seen, right? And that's what I did yesterday with Luis Castillo. You trust that he hasn't been good. I think you can trust that Michael Wacha maybe figured something out. Another guy that I think figured something out, and Garion mentioned this is a gross pitching slate. So gross would be the word I would associate with this next guy. I don't like it. Jacob Junis, I have some interest at $6,400. You want to talk about a guy that's just getting 20 DKFP a game? That's what he's done in his 2 starts. And look, this is really weird. If you look at his pitch arsenal, his fastball is up to, he's like almost eliminated every pitch except for his fastball. He's throwing his cutter less, his slider less. He's throwing his fastball 62.7% of the time. The spin rate is up, and hitters are just 185 off this fastball. So he's had some success just kind of changing up how he goes about his at-bats. He's limited some hard contact. He's a 60th in xWOBA, his 60th percentile. The thing about it, though, is the Rays, for me, aren't really a scary offense. They have I think a 105 WRC plus against righties. They've been in the top half of the league. They've been above average, but they haven't really been a devastating lineup to go against. And when you're talking about a guy that is under 8K, that has had some strikeout upside with the whiff rate here and a pretty good strikeout rate, I think Jacob Junis could be like a sneaky value play here, and you could just catch the Rays on an off night and catch Jacob Junis, who is striking out a lot of hitters right now. I think that his floor should be pretty high because of those Ks. And at 28 years old, I mean, he is who he is. The Royals are going to let him go deep into a game if he can. So I think you'll get innings here as well. I really don't hate it at $6,400. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think Jacob Junis might be figuring something out. He's trying to pitch himself into the Royals rotation, and so far it's been working.
How about a hitter over 4K, Kenny?
I love KB here. Chris Bryant, $4,500. Gary and I think every time we're together, some way or another, whether it's the Knicks or the Yankees with me, we seem to talk about David Peterson every time we're on the air because he's not good. He's a soft tossing lefty, which is what we can talk about, because he doesn't have high velocity on his fastball. And Chris Bryant has been absolutely crushing lefties this year. 308 with three homers off of southpaws. David Peterson, we know he's not good, and we know that he doesn't throw fast, and we know that Chris Bryant is the only thing that's been working about this Cubs offense. Him and the occasional pop from Wilson Contreras. I think Chris Bryant here is in a really good spot, and he is at a great price. You would expect a guy like this to be a little more expensive, just given the consistency that he's shown at the plate. But against the lefty, against the bad lefty at that, I think that Chris Bryant has a very high potential for at least one home run on this slate.
Gary, and who's your hitter over 4K tonight?
I'm going to go with Eugenio Suarez, but I should note one of the reasons that I've kind of zeroed in on Suarez is most of the expensive hitters on the board for the late slate are either Blue Jays or Red Sox. And Emerson, you can do a live weather report for me if you want, but there's like a 90% chance of rain in Boston today. It's very up in
right
the
now.
air
It's beautiful.
Going.
Yeah, right now it's beautiful. There is some precipitation anticipated later on this evening. Not quite sure yet if it's going to be a washout tonight or not, but my blinds are flying all over the place. It's quite windy right now.
And look, the Red Sox so far this season have been pretty conservative when it comes to rain. They've postponed games quickly. So we'll probably know by mid-afternoon whether or not this game is actually happening. And that kind of leaves you with, I think, the Reds is the best stack on the slate going up against Merrill Kelly, who has been absolutely awful so far this season. Not only does he have a 450 expected WOBA to opponents through 3 starts, he's got an 89% zone contact rate, so he can't get swings and misses inside the strike zone. And right-handed batters have a 436 WOBA off of this guy right now. And Suarez, not the best start to the season, but we know he has tons of power. And if you've got a pitcher who's contact-oriented like Merrill Kelly, I think that's the best situation for Suarez to be in. So maybe he hits a home run tonight.
Okay, so how about we go under 4K here, Gary, and so save the people a little bit of money.
Let's go back to the Yankees-Braves game. One of the great things about last night's game was because the Braves got the DH and because they're down a couple of offensive players, Pablo Sandoval hit 6th and was the DH in that lineup. So far this season, the sample size is incredibly small. He's only got 12 at-bats, but he's hit 3 home runs. And his numbers from 2019 also aren't terrible. I think he's still a decent major league bat. He just can't do anything else. So getting to play by American League rules works out great. And he is just $2,200. So if you're getting someone with that kind of power, hitting in a relatively good lineup spot for the Braves against Corey Kluber, who's just been awful so far this season, I think you really have to take a look at that. Maybe you don't need to save that much money if you're going the cheap route with both pitchers, but if you're someone who's going to play Savale, you might need that $2,200 value option.
All right, Kenny, hook me up with a bat under 4K, please.
Yeah, you can scold me and mock me all you want. I will take all of the jokes here, but I am actually looking at a 7-inning game. I'm looking at Colin Moran at $3,800. He's on this slate. This game is going to be a 7-inning game. It's the second game, a doubleheader. But here's the thing about Colin Moran. We have to start talking about the fact that he is good. He's buried on this Pittsburgh Pirates team, so no one talks about him. But this guy's a really good hitter, especially against righties. Now, the concern here is that there's rumblings that Tariq Skubal is going to be coming in behind Spencer Turnbull, who's going to start this game. That's like unconfirmed. AJ Hinch said that that's not even necessarily true to reporters. So we have him listed as the probable, long relief guy, but that's not confirmed. So I think what we go off of here is that Colin Moran's going to get at least one at bat against the righty, if not two, because Spencer Turnbull is a starter. He'll probably go 2 times through the order. And I think this guy hitting where he is in the lineup should manage to get 4 at bats. And the thing about it is he's got a 538 xWOBA on contact this year, a 16% barrel rate. He's walking at a 12% rate. He's got 2 home runs in the last 3 games. For me, if you're going under 4K, I don't think you can find a hitter as good as this right now. He is red hot. He's hitting, in a very premium lineup spot. And he's got a great matchup against the Tigers and Spencer Turnbull, who's bad. He's a can. So I like Colin Moran here. I'm willing to bite the bullet on a 7-inning game and take him.
Slate approved pick time, but I need your favorite bets on the DK Sportsbook, gentlemen. Kenny, lead us off.
Clearly, I'm in love with this doubleheader. I'm going to go with Pirates Tigers game 1 under 6. Detroit is dead last with a 42 WRC plus against lefties. We know that Tyler Anderson is good. He's been pitching very well this year. And I'm also buying in to the Michael Fulmer renaissance. I think that he's been absolutely incredible this year. He's been the only guy with an arm that throws the baseball for the Tigers that's looked relatively good this year, maybe except in Casey Mize. And Gregory Soto, shout out to you. He's got great hair and he's really good out of the bullpen. But Michael Fulmer has been pitching really well. And again, the Pirates, while they do have Colin Moran in that lineup, a lot of times the game 1, they're not going to play, and game 2, they will. I think that Michael Fulmer here faces a pretty bad lineup, and he's been a pretty good pitcher this year. I think the stars align for an under.
Gare Bear, bring us home, dude.
Yeah, there's a couple games I like in the afternoon slate, so go check out the DK playbook. I wrote those up. But if we want a bet for the late slate, Kenny mentioned this game already, briefly, Mets, Cubs. Generally, when we're talking about the Cubs, we're talking about how they can't hit, and they can't. They're dead last in batting average so far this season. The Mets are dead last in isolated power by a wide margin. So in theory, I understand why this game total is set at 7, but the more and more I look at it, the more and more insane it is. I mean, I had to double check this wasn't game 2 of a doubleheader. I had to double check that Jacob deGrom wasn't starting this game for the Mets. You've got Zach Davies going up against David Peterson, and the over-under is 7. Davies has allowed 13 earned runs in his 11.1 innings so far this season. Peterson has a 5.25 expected ERA. I know both these teams are bad, but they at least have the potential to be good. They have players who have been good in the past. It's going to be a dreary day in Chicago, but I think these 2 bad offenses can combine for 8 runs against 2 very bad pitchers.
Love that, Garion.
That worries
me. I love both of you. I appreciate both of you, baseball pros. Good stuff. We're going to chase and fade some NBA Sportsbook and DFS plays right after AJ Andrews catches up with Diamondbacks outfielder Nick Heath, who just impressed in his Arizona debut following a trade from Kansas City.
When you were picked up by Arizona, and I know you talk about leaving Kansas City was something that, it brought out a lot of emotions for you. What were your initial thoughts knowing that this is the team that you're now not going to be a part of?
So I guess I'll just explain the process to you. So what's today? Monday?
Yeah.
Tuesday? I don't even know what my days are. Anyways, so Wednesday, I got a call from our front office, and they said they was going to take me off the roster. Kind of out of the blue for me. I was eating breakfast at Waffle House, my favorite spot in the world. And they called and they said they was going to take me off the roster. So I didn't really know how to feel at that moment. I was like, what the hell just happened? And so I called my agent and I was like, hey man, they just took me off the roster. And he was like, well, damn. And I was like, yeah, I know. So we didn't really have too much to say on the phone. He was like, that's all right. He was like, that's all right. Call your mom, talk to your mom, tell her what happened. He was like, I'll call you either later tonight or I'll call you tomorrow. So I called my mom, and my mom was like, well, what the hell is going on? And I'm like, Mom, I don't know. So I told some of my teammates to ask when I come to the field. I informed some of my teammates. And instead of them being like, oh, damn, they was like, you know what, bro? Something going to happen for you. And I feel like every single person that found out about that gave me that same message. They was like, hey, man, don't even worry about it. Something gonna happen for you. Something gonna happen for you. So, when stuff happens that don't go your way, you kind of wonder, like, damn, did I do something wrong? Like, am I not good enough no more? You know what I'm saying? So on and so forth. And after that, 2 days go by, and they call me at like 10 o'clock that night. They're like, hey, man, excuse me, we just want to let you know we traded you to the Diamondbacks. And I was like, huh? It was like, yeah, we traded you to the Diamondbacks. I was like, okay, so now what? What's going on? It was like somebody from their team going to call you, give you your travel plans, tell you where you got to go, so on and so forth. And I was like, it happened that quick? And he was like, yeah, man. He was like, we love you over here. Best of luck. We know you'll go out there and succeed. We know you'll go over there and have a good time. You're around a bunch of guys who are going to have a really good time, and they got a really, really good front office with a really good manager. So I was like, all right, cool. So I kind of said my goodbyes. I got a couple phone calls from teammates and coaches the next day. But I got a call that night, and they was like, hey, man, your flight leaves tomorrow at 7 o'clock. So we'll need you to pack your bags. And I thought I was going to go back to Arizona at the alternate site, which where a AAA team was, because that's where I was for us in Kansas City. And he was like, pack your bags. Your flight gets to D.C. tomorrow. And I'm like, what's in D.C.? Is that where alternate site is? He was like, nah, dog, this where the team is. They playing the Nationals right now. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, man, welcome back to it. He was like, pack your bags, dog. You got somewhere to be. And I was like, oh, snap. So I called my mom. I was like, Mom, I'm about to go to D.C. I'm about to go to D.C. She was like, here we go. You know what I mean? So I got to see my teammates again that night. As soon as I found out, they came by the room, just sat down and talked to them about the process and what was going on. And all I ever heard from them was, all right, dog, like, we hope we see you on TV. We know what you're about to do. We know you work for it. So I get to D.C. On Saturday, and I'm just hanging out in my hotel room. And they was like, hey, Nick, we need you to come to the field, and you got to do your COVID test. So I had to go do a rapid test. And then I stayed back so I can meet the manager. And they was like, hey, man, hope you're ready to play. Somebody went down today, so you might be in the lineup tomorrow. And I was like, huh? He was like, yeah, bro, get ready. So I get back to the hotel, and they shoot me a text that night at a lineup the next day. He was like, go get him tomorrow. And sure enough, I'm starting in center field. And boy, I called my mom. I was like, Mom, won't God do it? Won't he do it, bro? Won't he give you the opportunity when you just didn't think you was going to get it? And I've been telling myself all I needed, or all I ever wanted was the opportunity. And they gave it to me on Sunday. And I went and made the most of it. So here I am. And now we in Cincinnati. It's crazy hot. Boy, it's crazy. Because on Wednesday, I was like, dang, bro, am I going to keep playing baseball? What's going to happen? Am I going to get traded? Am I going to get sent home? Da-da-da-da-da. And I'm with a whole new team, and I'm in the big league. So I just met a whole new 35, 40-something people. And they was like, hey, dog, we trust you with the start today. Let's get into it. And I ain't never been so welcomed by a group of people so quick. It was unbelievable. As soon as I walked in, it was like, hey, dog, good luck today. It's your time to shine. Show them boys what you made of. And after I got my first one and came back into the dugout, and like I said, it's a group of random people. I know like a face here or there just playing against them or playing with them in the past. But it's a whole group of random people. And they walked up and they was like, dog, welcome to the club. Congratulations on your first move with the squad. And, hopefully there's many more to come. And they made that transition so easy for me. So from Wednesday to Sunday, boy, I was in the dumps on top of the world. So it's like I said, it's been a whirlwind of emotions. It's been a crazy couple of days, but I'm thankful nonetheless.
All right, back here live on the Sweat, a DraftKings program. We bring you weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and we are turning our attention now to the NBA. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and Ryan Mogjosh, host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life. Dudes, chase or fade the following DFS or sportsbook plays on tonight's 12-game slate. Looking at the top of the salary list, Nikola Jokic is the most expensive player on the slate at $11K. Are you chasing the Joker tonight or fading him in favor of another high-price play, Kenny?
I like Karl Anthony Towns here at 10.4K, so I am more than happy to take the $600 discount. He took this team to the woodshed last night, the Sacramento Kings in the paint, 66 DKFB. With no Rashawn Holmes, there is clearly a really big difference between this team, which we thought that they had a bad defense without this guy, or with this guy, and without it is really bad. They are really struggling to defend. So I think that there should be a bunch of points on the board for Minnesota, who looks like a different team with D'Angelo Russell in the lineup. And Karl-Anthony Towns here has a clear advantage over Hassan Whiteside or whoever else they try to throw at him in the post. I like him to have another big game here as long as he plays. He played 36 minutes last night. The minutes have been there for Cat, and he produced 6x value last night. I think that he could give you 6x again at a cheaper price. He was 10-6 last night. He's 10-4 tonight. This is just a really bad Sacramento defense. We can't talk about it enough, and I love this spot for a lot of the Timberwolves, particularly Cat.
All right, you want Joker, Ryan, or someone else?
Yeah, I want Joker. And don't get me wrong, I love the T-Wolves Kings matchup and how many points are going to be scored there. But it's going to be really close to impossible for me to fade Jokic in the upcoming games. Just the other day, 139 to 137 win versus Memphis. He played 45 minutes in that game, 47, 15, and 8. They do everything through Jokic right now. And they play Portland tonight, which I think is going to be another two good teams in the West going at it, and it's going to get into a late game crunch. But if you're not willing to go with Jokic like I am, I have my eye also on that Russ versus Steph matchup, which could be pretty nice.
Ryan, how about some value here, though, dude? If everyone's going to be paying up for these high-priced players, looking at a guy like D'Angelo Russell, who is coming off a 42 DK point performance against the Kings just last night. So same matchup tonight. It's going to cost you 6-1. You like chasing him as a guy who will return the most value, or you fading him for someone else?
D'Lo is a little risky to me. I don't like the thought of playing him consistently. So I'm going to fade here, and I'm going to go with a young man with the name of Jakar Sampson for $3,000, league minimum. Sabonis is out. Turner is out. We know that already. Goga, I guess, tweaked his ankle a little bit last game, and he is questionable. So there's going to be no center on that roster besides Jakar Sampson. They're playing OKC, who stinks. That both teams right now play no defense. The Pacers have given up 109, 129, 119, 124, 126 in the last 5 games in a row. So it's just going to be a bunch of run and gun, chucking up shots, and Jakar Sampson, I think, is going to get a lot of those minutes.
All right, what do you think, Kenny?
Well, there is a world where we can coexist, Ryan and I, with our picks, because I do like Goga Bitadze at $4,200. I do think that he's going to play. It seemed like a minor injury last time out. The x-rays came back negative. Of course, whenever I'm recommending someone on the injury report, definitely check it out if you're listening to this later on in the day, if he's actually going to play. But for me, it is impossible to pass up. As Ryan laid out, the matchup is great here against OKC. They don't have anybody down low, the Pacers, and Bitadze should be locked in to like 30 minutes as long as he plays and he's healthy enough to play 30 minutes. He had 28 DK fantasy points in just 22 minutes last time out because his night was cut short after 22 minutes. He still managed to have 28 DKFB. This guy has shown you what he can do in limited action. And again, I just think that given the salary here, like you're pretty much guaranteed to get 5 times what you paid for Goga as long as he's on the floor. And just OKC's sleepwalking on defense right now. So for me, he's my favorite value player of the night. But of course, I'm going to make sure that he's actually going to play and he's not too limited.
Kenny, take us over to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Which spread are you chasing?
So this is a little bit of a shock because the line, I believe, opened up at 4.5. It's down to 1.5. I like the Clippers here to win against the Grizzlies. They're only now 1.5 point favorites. Everyone's going to be chasing the narrative here with Memphis. They need this win. They're in that 7th spot out west. They want to get out of the play-in tournament. They're battling with the Mavericks right now. And also, they're really in danger of falling down to 10. I think they're only a game and a half clear of that. So Memphis needs a win here. But the Clippers have shown us time and time again, they're on the second night of a back-to-back. They are 9-1-1 against the spread on a second night of a back-to-back. They have shown us that they are deep enough. Rajon Rondo led the team to victory last night with Paul George. Like, they just have a million guys here who can score the basketball, who can get it done on defense. This defense has been legit, with or without Kawhi, Serge Ibaka, and Patrick Beverley. And the other thing is the Grizzlies have not been playing good defense. This is a top 10 defense this year, but over the last 10 games, they're down in 23rd in defensive efficiency. This defense has really kind of fallen back. It's gotten lazy. Maybe it's just getting a little tired at this point in the season, but we've seen them give in losses to, when Luka Doncic killed them on that 3-pointer from beyond the arc when he leaned in. There's a bunch of games you can point to down the stretch here of late where they haven't played good enough defense. They let up a bunch of points in that game. So I think that the Clippers defense is strong here and the Grizzlies defense is kind of wilting. And for that reason, and they're against the spread prowess when it comes to the second night of back-to-backs, I like the Clippers here to win this game.
Ryan, which spread stands out to you? Which one you chasing?
I like the Timberwolves plus 4.5. They played last night and the T-Wolves won by 14. D'Angelo Russell's back, and that didn't seem to hinder Cat or Anthony Edwards at all. Like Kenny already touched on, there's not a lot of defense being played this decade by the Kings, let alone this year. And De'Aaron Fox is questionable all of a sudden. So the Kings, without De'Aaron Fox, who is their best player by far now that Rashawn Holmes is out, I am surprised that this spread isn't bigger.
All right, let's go to a game total. Which one you chasing, Ryan?
I think the 229 for the Nuggets and Blazers is a little too low. So I'm going over. The Nuggets, all they do is score points now. 139, 128, and 123 in their last 3 games. Blazers also like to score points. It's been kind of low since Dame has been injured, but the reports say Dame is coming back tonight, which is another reason I like the over here. 229 seems a bit low, so I think this is pretty safe to bet the over.
What about you, Kenny?
I'm looking at this over 220 for the Suns Sixers game. I think it's really too low. I think that we're giving the Suns defense too much credit. And look, it's a good defense. Okay. The Suns, I'm not saying they don't play defense, but if you look at the last 10 games, their defense is all the way down in 109.9 points per 100 possessions. They're outside the top 10. Their offense is 5th in the NBA in that span. They've been playing more offense to defense. The other thing, this team is 24th in pace for the season. They are 12th in pace over the last 10 games. So they're playing different basketball right now. They're pushing the tempo. We're used to seeing Chris Paul grind these games to a halt at the point and them playing lockdown defense and just getting some timely threes. That's not how the Suns have played lately. For better or for worse. I mean, it's worked out for them. I mean, they're right on the tail of the Jazz. They're probably going to finish as the top team in the West, in my opinion. But it's not behind really good lockdown defense. So the Sixers do play really good defense. They do play slow basketball. But I think here that the Suns are actually going to try to push the tempo in this game. And I think that their offense is good enough to score on the Sixers. Ultimately, 220 is a very low total. And I think it's giving the Suns a little too much credit for what they've done all season. And not enough really attention is being paid to what they've done over the last 10 games.
Kenny, Slate approved pick time, my dude. Favorite DFS or sportsbook play tonight?
I like the Sixers money line here. I do. I'm going to stick in this game. I think Joel Embiid has a clear edge here in the paint. The Sixers are a top 5 rebounding team in rebounding rate. The Suns are outside the top 10 in that rate. I think 13th. So it's not a huge discrepancy, right? But that's one discrepancy. The other one is they're allowing almost a point per play on post-ups. We know the Sixers love to post up, whether it's with Embiid, Simmons, or Harris. Of course, the status of Simmons and Harris, I should mention, is up in the air. So you're going to want to make sure they're playing before playing Sixers money line. But they love to post up. They run 10% of their plays are post-ups. And the Suns have not shown a great ability to defend the post-up this year. So I think they have an edge on the glass. They've got an edge in the post. And ultimately, the Sixers are just playing better defense of late. So I'm going to side with the better defense, the better rebounding team. And I think that there's a discrepancy here in the matchup with what the Sixers love to do, and the Suns aren't really good at defending it. I think they win this game. And also, they've been great at home. Their best place to back them has been at home.
All right, Ryan, your NBA Slate approved pick for tonight.
I think I have a pretty solid one. I like Bradley Beal over 1.5 threes made. I had to double take that to make sure it said 1.5. It seems pretty easy. They play Golden State, and threes are contagious. And Golden State is a run and gun team, and they make other teams kind of fit their format of 3 heavy. In the last 9 games Bradley Beal has played, only 2 have been under 1.5 threes. We know he likes to chuck up shots. He has more than 20 attempts in his last handful of games. I think this over 1.5 threes made for Bradley Beal is a good one.
All right, appreciate you two. We're going to do that hockey thing right after Adam Kaufman catches up with Jason Sobel, breaking down betting angles for the Zurich Classic.
With Jason Sobel from the Action Network, I'm Adam Kaufman. We are here to, do things a little bit differently than we normally do, Jason. You know, we're talking about the Masters and other tournaments like that. We understand how those work. This in New Orleans is a little bit different. It's the Zurich Classic. It's, you know, an unusual kind of event. I think there's a lot that bettors need to know before making any wagers. Educate us.
The only 2-man event on the PGA Tour, Adam. Most weeks you and I would be going against each other if we were a little bit better at golf. This week we could be teammates. We could be on the same team playing together. It's 2 rounds. The first and the third are best ball. The second and the fourth round are alternate shot. What we've seen over the years is that the alternate shot players, the guys who play best in that format, usually tend to win this thing. They've been doing it for 3 years. There was no event last year, but 2017, 18, and 19 have all been team events in the past. And yes, it is as wild as you would think. It is really tough to pick this week, although only 80 teams, so we can eliminate some players right off the bat. So we'll try to do that, Adam.
So you've turned me around on this now. If we get to be teammates as opposed to going head to head, I'm good. Let's do this every week.
If I pick you.
Well, it's a great point, and I wouldn't if I were you. All right, let's talk about the guys that are participating in this, and you have the defending champs, John Rahm as well as Ryan Palmer. They come in favorites on the DK Sportsbook at plus 650. Is this the duo that you think deserves to be favorites, or is there someone else? Or
I thought Xander
else,
Schauffele I thought Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay were probably up there, probably as co-favorites. It's very close, I think, near the top. John Rahm and Ryan Palmer, though, have proven they can win this golf tournament together. 2 guys who make a lot of birdies, 2 guys who obviously play well together. They've done it in the past, just winning 2 years ago. And so, yeah, I like Schauffele and Cantlay a lot. I like Palmer and Rahm a lot as well. Really tough to go with which one is the favorite here. They should both be in the mix this week.
So we also have Colin Morikawa and Matthew Wolff teaming up now, plus 1,400 odds to win this thing. But it is impossible to not acknowledge these guys on very different opposite sides of the spectrum in terms of their recent golf success. So does the pairing even make sense to you? And obviously, what should we expect from them?
It certainly makes sense. These guys grew up playing together, playing against each other in Southern California. They're about the same age. Morikawa just a little bit older, but you're right. Morikawa has played fantastic golf. He's a major champion already. He contended for the RBC Heritage last week, playing in the final pairing alongside eventual winner Stuart Sink. Meanwhile, Matthew Wolff's got a whole lot of alphabet numbers going on and letters going on. He's got some WDs, he's got some MCs, he's got an even DQ at the Masters just a few weeks ago for signing an incorrect scorecard. So we'll see if maybe Morikawa can lift Wolff more than Wolff brings down Morikawa, but not my favorite duo in this thing whatsoever.
Is there a long shot pairing this week that you do like?
Yeah, there are a handful of them. Depends how long you want to go with your long shots. I think Jason Kokrak and Pat Perez is a nice pairing. I think that Brendan Steele and Keegan Bradley, who aren't too far down the list, but these are guys who play a lot of golf together. That's a nice one. Kevin Kisner and Scott Brown nearly won this a few years ago, getting into a playoff. They play a ton of golf together as well. And then if you want to go really far down the list, I'll give you Richie Werenski, who's played surprisingly well so far this year on the PGA Tour. 3 straight missed cuts coming into this one. Before that, though, had a handful of top 25 finishes. He is alongside Peter Uihlein, who happened to win on the Korn Ferry Tour in Las Vegas last week. So he is literally on a heater.
Any teams that you are staying away from that you're just out on this weekend?
There's not much. I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach to a lot of this, but I will probably not be on much Morikawa and Wolff. We talked about them earlier, but like you said, different wavelengths for these two players going in opposite directions. With Morikawa on the 3rd of 3 weeks and having contended last week, I've got to think he's, even as a 20-something, he's even as a young guy on the PGA Tour, I've got to think there's a little emptiness in that tank right now. And Matthew Wolff, like we said, just hasn't played great golf lately, so I am probably fading them this week.
Jason, my teammate, I'd pick you. Who's going to win the Zurich Classic?
Well, I'm going to pick Bubba Watson and Scotty Scheffler. They're not too far down the odds board either, but as soon as the pairings were released, this is one that stuck out to me as a team that can make a lot of birdies and bunches. Bubba Watson has a nice record in partnered matches in both the Ryder and President's Cup, a winning record in those. Scotty Scheffler has done so much already in his young career. He's 21st in the world ranking right now without having won yet. That win, it won't count towards the world ranking this week, but could come very, very soon alongside Bubba Watson.
They make birdies. We just make noise. Couple of talking heads here. For Jason, I'm Adam. Thanks for being with us. Enjoy the Zurich Classic.
All right, only a 4-game slate around the NHL tonight. Wow. And DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich is here to talk about it. Wow. Need you to tell me which of the following DFS plays or bets you like tonight, okay? Starting at the top of the price list. So you got McDavid, Draisaitl, Pacioretty, Kane. A few examples here. Who are you going to pay up for?
All those guys are playing tonight. It's just a little 4-game slate, but we got a lot of big names. Obviously, the last time we talked about Montreal and Edmonton, we suggested, Connor McDavid hasn't done that good against them, that well against them. The teams tend to play lower scoring games. We did hit the under in that game, but McDavid, went off for 3 points. He kind of proved us wrong. I'm interested on this slate. I think most people are going to try and avoid the Oilers' big stars because you do have Vegas, you have Patrick Kane. I think pairing McDavid and Draisaitl together tonight might actually be a pretty viable strategy. Now, it's probably not something you're going to do in like a core cash game lineup, but for GPPs, Edmonton really dominated the last half of that game, especially the final period. And you got to kind of think here, Edmonton can really shut the door on the Canadiens here for a playoff spot. They're at home. I like trying to pair both McDavid and Draisaitl. They're playing on the same line in regular strength. Obviously, they play together in the power play. So if I had to choose between two, I'd just go with Connor. But I like trying to target the Oilers' big studs tonight, looking for those extreme value plays in other spots to save you money.
Yeah. I mean, save us money now, please. Your top value play.
I'm just basically doing the show by myself at this point. I know, leading right into the next segment. So
you are a king. The king of segues.
Pretty, pal. Okay, you just sit there and look good. That's easy. You do the best, anyways. Calle Yarncroc of the Nashville Predators, 3,700. I love targeting forwards against the Chicago Blackhawks. Blackhawks allow the second most shots on goal per game in the league. It's just a good matchup. They allow a ton of scoring chances. So Yarncroc, obviously, Nashville, not like a prolific offense. He's getting first-line power play minutes. He's coming off a pretty solid game as well. He's averaging well over 2 shots on goal per game. Again, he's not an offensive stud, but at 3,700, this guy's getting plenty of opportunity in a great matchup. Also, you can also even think about rostering Rocco Grimaldi, getting some first-line minutes as well. He's a little bit cheaper. Alex Tuch is the other value play that I would really throw out tonight. Again, Vegas has a really good matchup, 4,400. Tuch's getting some minutes on the second line now with Jonathan Marchessault, with Riley Smith out. So, Jarncroc, really nice cheap play, but Alex Tuch as well. Lots of upside there.
Goaltenders are not confirmed just yet, but which matchup would you be looking to roster a goalie from?
So, got some big favorites on the slate. I don't think it's a bad thing to like pay up for maybe a Marc-Andre Fleury or Robin Lehner, maybe a Cam Talbot of the Minnesota Wild. But like these teams don't allow a ton of shots on goal, so there's not a lot of upside there. I think the best play on the slate is going to be the juice, UC Saros. I mean, 7,800, he's far cheaper than the other big plays. He's not as big a favorite status, obviously. I think Nashville right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook, just a small favorite in terms of the money line. So, he doesn't have as good a chance of getting you the win perhaps, but realistically, like you look at what Saros has done over his last 10 games, he's 7-3. This guy's got a 9.28 save percentage now on the year. And it's not like the Blackhawks are a prolific offense. So I like taking the savings here with Saros a lot. That's easily my favorite target. I think if you're going cheap and you want to take a chance on one of these big long shots, looking at whoever starts for the Arizona Coyotes tonight, it's probably going to be Darcy Kemper. Is going to be an interesting GPP move. Big game for the Coyotes tonight. They're in a playoff race. They're probably not going to catch Minnesota, but Minnesota might be. This could be a game where they let off the gas a little bit. So Arizona goalies kind of in play for big tournaments as well.
Hey, Jeff, you're doing such a wonderful job right now talking fantasy. And since you're here, I would love to take a look at these games on the DK Sportsbook now, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. Well, they figure to be pretty tightly contested and these games, and even the Sharks taking the Knights, right, to OT in their game on Monday. Any team you'd be willing to it's crazy, right? Yeah. Any team you'd be willing to take the plus money on?
I mean, I just happened to mention the Arizona Coyotes, and I think we need to mention them again here. I mean, again, we've got a very, very tight playoff race here with, with Arizona and Minnesota. And I know Minnesota's, I don't really like to bet against the Wild. I think they're kind of an underrated team, but the Coyotes have got their top two goalies back. They're healthy. Both guys have had a couple starts now. Again, I expect Darcy Kemper to get the start here. This could be a really tight game. Both teams can sort of limit the shots on goal here. And realistically, we're just looking at the odds tonight. I don't want to take the Sharks at all. The Canadians haven't played well at all either. I think the Arizona Coyotes at home make for the most live underdog on the slate, or the plus 138 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Like, for a home team, I mean, let's not forget, like, Arizona's not that bad a team. They're in the playoff hunt here. I think you're getting pretty terrific odds. They seem to be getting underrated a bit. So for the plus money, I like that. I like the Coyotes here as home underdogs.
Okay, hook me up with a game total you have your eye on.
Yeah, it's got to be the Preds and the Blackhawks here. Again, this is all predicated on Juicy Saros getting the start tonight, but I'm pretty sure the juice is going to be loose in Chicago today. This guy, 7 of his last 10 starts, you've seen Nashville games score 5 or less goals, and a lot of that's predicated on just how well Saros is playing. So the Blackhawks have scored a little bit over their last few contests, but you look at those games, they've been against teams like the Blue Jackets, a couple other weaker teams there. So I'm not too scared of the Blackhawks offense. I really like the under in this game. It's my favorite total to target. Again, assuming Saros gets the start, take the under.
Slate approved pick time, Mr. Moose. Your favorite bet on the sports book?
Yeah, look, I really do like the Coyotes as an underdog play on the money line. I love that total with Nashville and Chicago. But let's give the players, the people, I should say, what they want. Let's give them one more player prop to target if they want a player prop. Again, we smashed the Joe Pavelski over shots on goal total last night. I think he hit it in the first period. Let's go with another over shots on goal total. This time, Kirill Kaprizov of the Minnesota Wild. The Coyotes actually allow quite a few shots on goal. They're top 10 or bottom 10, I should say, in terms of shots allowed. So they do allow a lot of shots. Kaprizov is plus 100 on the DraftKings Sportsbook to go over 2.5 shots on goal. He's averaging 2.8 shots on goal over his last 10 games. He's playing a ton of minutes. These are good odds for a guy who's hit over this in 6 of his last 10 games here. So give me Kaprizov to go over his shot total tonight.
All right. Thanks, Professor. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too, my friend. Have a great one.
All right. Senior golf writer for RotoWire, Len Hochberg, will join us from a historic location after our final break of the show. All right, we are wrapping up the sweat with some PGA talk, and a man on location right now, senior golf writer for RotoWire, Len Hochberg, coming to us live from this week's LPGA event at Wilshire Country Club in Los Angeles, where it's apparently a little cool, a little windy. But before we get into this week's PGA event, dude, you are hanging out with the women at Wilshire, where they will just have teed off in round 1. So I think a few players are off. I saw you posting on Twitter. World number 1 is already off. Can you give us a little breakdown of their tournament this week?
Yeah, and Emerson, good to see you. And yeah, the LPGA is on DraftKings. The game is already underway. The tournament is underway, but the LPGA is back in Los Angeles for the third straight year. It was a long absence where it wasn't here. It's been in Southern California forever. The ANA inspiration, the old Dinah Shore. So that's been around, but it is a big presence to have the LPGA in Los Angeles. And this is a big deal. All the top golfers, 15 of the top 20 in the world are here. Lydia Ko, she went off at 11,000 as number one on the DraftKings board. Jin Young Ko, a world number one. Minjee Lee, the defending champion. Inbee Park has gone off. You saw a picture of Laura Davies. The Korda sisters are here, Lexi Thompson. But you know who the big star of the week is this week? It's none of them, none of the top players in the world by the rankings. It's a golfer priced at $6,500 on DraftKings. Michelle Wee West is back. She's not going to tee up till about a little before 1 o'clock local time, but she took off most of 2019, most of 2020. She got married. She had a little daughter, but she's back now. This is actually her third event back. She has not made a cut in the first two, but she is the big star and the big headliner this week at Wilshire Country Club, where supposedly like Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell and others are members. Haven't seen any of them as yet, but it's a great vibe out here, and it's a big deal for the LPGA to be in Los Angeles and on DraftKings. So very cool.
Yeah, it's a big deal. They have RotoWire's Len Hochberg out there. You know, who needs like Will Ferrell and all those other dudes when Hochberg's roaming the course?
Really, Mark Wahlberg, Will Ferrell, Len Hochberg. One of these is not like the other.
Yeah, right. I think Will Ferrell's pretty tall. Okay, so focusing now on the Zurich Classic, a team stroke play event. How will this impact your DFS strategy this week?
Yeah, it's really an anomaly. It's great. This is the first year that DraftKings has the Zurich. And yeah, we have seen golfers who aren't what we would consider good golfers, at least on the professional level, do very well here. Like David Hearn and Seamus Power have teamed in the past 2 years to finish top 10 together. Unfortunately, Power just had to withdraw the other day, COVID. Troy Merritt and Robert Streb have finished top 25 together 2 of the 3 years. You know, when John Rahm and Ryan Palmer got together and they won the tournament last year, obviously 2 good golfers, but I was wondering what the chemistry was there. We have a young guy, an old guy. We have a guy from Texas, a guy from Spain, but obviously it worked. You know, you're also going to have to find, you can only pick one of the 2 guys in the team. And if you're going to pick a team, you better pick a team that has a putter. 26 under won last year with Rahm and Palmer, and 27 under is the record. Chemistry is the key, just like you and me display every week, Emerson.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to say the same exact thing. I mean, you and I make a great team, but who's your favorite team above 8K for the Zurich?
Wow, 8K, you're giving me a lot of latitude here.
Have fun with it.
You know, well, Rahm and Palmer, obviously they are 2 good golfers. Rahm 3 in the world, Palmer right around 25th in the world, and we've seen them win, and we've seen them have great camaraderie and great fun together on the course. So they are really one of the top teams out here today. You know, Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay, 2 top 10 players. That shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be allowed to put 2 top 10 players. What is it? It's like the Brooklyn Nets. Everybody, yeah, come on, you want to play on this team? You know, come on over here. So, but they're going to be fun to watch as well. And I don't know if they are going to be able to have the chemistry that we saw from Rahm and Palmer, but yeah, I do. You know, it's sort of chalk, but Rahm and Palmer certainly are the team to beat this year. I think this week. Yeah,
there are 5 players in this week's field that currently rank inside the world top 10, and 2 of them make up that pairing of Cantlay and Schauffele. It does seem like unfair, like on paper.
Yeah, I mean, if I can date myself here, when Bob Dylan and George Harrison and Tom Petty formed the Traveling Wilburys, you know, to form some super group, you know, that's okay. But I think in golf, you shouldn't be able to load up on the top 10s in one group. But we'll see.
What about a favorite team to use for some value here? Because I think people are going to get distracted with a lot of big names, a lot of pairings around the top. Can you take us down the leaderboard here?
Yeah, Doug Gim, who's having a very good season, really a breakthrough season for him. He's playing with Justin Suh, who came out of the draft class, the college class with Morikawa and Wolf and Hovland. He has not had the success. Gim is a great ball striker, great strokes gained approach numbers. Justin Suh is second on tour in strokes gained putting. You really need a putter this week. Like I said, it's 26 under was the winning score last year. Somebody's going to have to make birdies and eagles. So that could be a quietly good team. Those two guys, I like at 8,100.
What do you think about a team to maybe stay away from? Is there one that kind of spooks you a little bit?
Well, sadly, Colin Morikawa, talk about a super group. So Colin Morikawa is playing with Matthew Wolff, and Matthew Wolff has not had a great season. He has had some bad finishes. He's withdrawn. He had an injury. He was DQ'd from the Masters for signing an incorrect scorecard. He was going to miss the cut anyway. He's been having some troubles, and maybe this is just what he needs. Maybe playing with a buddy, Colin Morikawa, will help him, and he will be great. But it's really been a tough season for him. So I'm going to hold off on Matthew Wolff. There's another team out there that has been getting a lot of love on Twitter. Keegan Bradley and Brendan Steele. And I'm not quite seeing it. I mean, they are two elite world-class ball strikers, but I don't know who's going to make a putt in that group. I mean, Brendan Steele is the better putter in your group, and he certainly is. I'd be very surprised if they do well. They could make the cut and all because of the just elite ball striking, but to stay up in a track meet where you're going to have to make a lot of birdies, I don't see it happening with those guys.
Yeah, I think people just see that Steele hasn't missed a single cut and owns a pair of top 5 finishes. So people look at that and think, okay, great. But these team events can be so different. How much emphasis do you put on a player's history in team events like this? Like Bubba Watson's not super great. I think he's 9-8-1 in partner matches or something like that.
Yeah, and and if we could say that Bubba Watson, he's not your kind of a weird dude on occasion here and there. That could be a problem because these guys have got to get along. And if somebody hits a bad shot and somebody gets pissed off or, and you're setting up your teammate and all. So, I think that, they really have to, if not be friends, but at least get along with one pretty well. And I think there is an advantage if, I don't know, Bubba Watson's playing with Scotty Scheffler, or Bubba Watson and Scotty Scheffler going to have dinner every night after the round. I don't know. But some of these other guys are going to, they're probably going to spend the whole week together.
All right. Give us your pick to win, dude. This is it. Don't get scared now.
There's a team who these two guys played in college together, Victor Hovland and Chris Ventura. I think they're $9,700. Chris Ventura was actually at Oklahoma State. He's 3 years older than Hovland. So he was the veteran in that group. He was the mentor of sorts to Victor Hovland. But now that they're in the pros, Victor Hovland, of course, has gone on to greatness. He's about 14th, 15th in the world, something like that. Chris Ventura is still trying to make his mark. He's 26. Hovland is 23. But they were buddies and they are playing together this week. And so I like to see that. What I also like to see is that Hovland is really elite, tee to green, not the greatest putter. Well, Chris Ventura is 6th on tour in strokes gained putting. I think these guys can have a blast playing with each other all week. I think they complement each other's games. And this could be a real boon to Chris Ventura to get his PGA Tour really kicked into high gear. I think they can be there right in the mix come late Sunday.
All right, Len Hochberg, we can follow you all week on Twitter. You're going to be covering the LA Open out there?
Yep. I'll be out here for rest of today, the weather permitting. It's a chilly, who knows? I shouldn't say it because you're in the Northeast, but
yeah, true, buddy.
But it's it's a great experience out here, and I'm right behind. The 18th green is right behind me. The players haven't gotten there yet, but we're kicking into high gear this week.
All right, love it, man. Good having you. Maybe we can make this a new segment, like Len on location. So I guess we'll just be sending you to different tournaments every week.
I'm ready. Hawaii, wherever you want to do it, I'm there.
All right, have fun, dude. And thanks for watching The Sweat, everyone. A 6-game wild weather Wednesday slate kicks off here on the Dream Stream with the Lions and the Steelers in the snow. Adam Kaufman and Zach Thompson on the call. Hope you all have a great day. The Sweat will return tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock Eastern time. Adios.
What's up, everybody? It's the Dream Stream. You know where to find us, and you always do. We appreciate it. Welcome to the nooner, the Zach's Back free roll. After Zach Thompson, the man on the other side of the screen, unfortunately was not with us yesterday, but here we celebrate his return. I am Adam Kaufman, and we have a, well, I don't know how interesting a free roll it is in paid contest, obviously, for other people. A sim, if you will, Zach, this morning, because we have... well, Detroit and Pittsburgh, two teams that I feel like I've just seen way too much of in Simland. And it is morning West Coast, it's morning Mountain Time, it's morning Central Time. But here on the East Coast, we flipped to noon, and I'm hungry just thinking about it. How are you?
I'm doing much better, thank you. Had a migraine yesterday, and I don't think I could have spelled Roethlisberger. So I decided it was probably best to just sit out yesterday, but doing a lot better today and ready to get back into this. Glad we've got some snow in this one. That should keep things interesting. Make sure to figure that into your lineups here as you get them ready for lock. I do have the Steelers defense, but I do not have them as my captain, which I do sometimes do on Weather Wednesdays, but not today.
In fairness, I don't think Glash can spell Roethlisberger on a good day, so I wouldn't totally beat yourself up. Lineups have locked, obviously, so let's tell you a little bit about what we've got. You outlined some of your lineup. What's the full build?
Yeah, so I went with Hawkinson in the captain spot because he does get a lot of work, and especially in the snow, the tight ends tend to get more involved. It's also why I have Eric Ebron on the other side. Then I have Stafford for the Lions and DeAndre Swift, their RB3, or the third down running back, and then on the Pittsburgh side, I've got Juju along with Ebron and the Steelers defense. So 3-3, even split right down the middle, and my Steelers defense getting a sack on the first play from scrimmage.
It's a good start for your boys right there. 12-yard loss on the sack, all the way back to the 13 for the new Rams quarterback, Matt Stafford, of course, still with the Lions here in Simland, and that's going to be the case for a little while. So I have, I decided, and I wasn't thinking about Wild Weather Wednesday when I made this lineup. I just, a rare move for me, although I feel like it happens from time to time when I'm with you. I ignored the QBs. I faded both quarterbacks. Okay. Roethlisberger, I really didn't have any trouble fading. Stafford, I tend to like to get in there, but I faded both QBs. I've got Kenny Golladay at captain, Juju Smith-Schuster, Marvin Jones Jr., TJ Hawkinson, who at one point in time was in the captain slot for me, but I flexed him instead. Danny Amendola, and I didn't have a lot of cash left over. I didn't like my options. I went with James Conner. I don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about that either. Another sack. My goodness gracious. 4th and 29 on the way.
4th and 29. So on their opening possessions, the Lions went almost 20 yards in the wrong direction. Not a great start for them. Good start for that Steelers defense, though. You did not have a defense in your lineup, even on the Wednesday, right?
I do not. No D. It is all about the receivers and James Conner, basically.
All right.
Or pass catchers and James Conner, because Hawkinson's obviously a tight end.
Right. And who's your captain again?
Kenny Golladay.
That's right.
Yeah, it's sort of a an unintentional tribute to the man I'm working with in the next sim, Kenny Ducey. It's all about the Kenny love here. 1st and 10 from the 44 pick. Great field position to start things off in this scoreless game. And outscored midfield, just a few yard pickup right there for Big Ben and company. Actually picked up 9. 2nd and 1 on the way after James Washington grabbed. Considered him. I was really between Washington and Connor, and I leaned Connor. And I wasn't going to feel good no matter which option I went with.
Yeah, neither option great, but I think I would have with you gone with Connor and hoped he ran more in the snow, especially short yardage situations, as we see Ebron with a catch there.
Brian C. in the Chat Kings conference room. Cough. Zachary T. Let's go.
That's
great
right.
to have everybody with us. Hopefully you enjoyed the sweat this morning, folks. If you missed it, you'll get a replay in between sims. Obviously, a lot of great knowledge to acquire for tonight's robust 12-game NBA slate. You got the NHL, you got MLB. You obviously have some golf knowledge coming your way with the Zurich Classic this week that begins tomorrow. Tandems, so it's a little bit different.
Team format, yeah. First time DraftKings has had DFS scoring for a tandem event like this, team event.
2nd and 8 from the 37, almost 3 minutes gone by. Oh, love this from Alana Kilgore in the chat. Mike, what day is it? Hump day! 2nd and 8. That ball is completed. A little shy of the first. Out to the 33. If anyone missed it, by the way.
Yes.
Some big news this morning that I want to shout out.
All right, let's do it.
A new coworker here at DraftKings.
It's true. Yeah.
I don't know if this individual will show up on the Dream Stream at all. But if anyone is qualified to help commentate a Madden Simulation, I don't know who it would be other than this person, because we have heard her talk about her husband not being able to throw the ball or catch the ball at the same time. Can't do both. Can't do both. She is involved. Gisele Bündchen.
Hashtag analysis.
Tom Brady's wife has joined DraftKings as a special advisor for environmental and social initiatives, which is obviously, I tease the commentary, but very, very cool story. Really, really awesome.
Yeah.
Welcome to the fam, Gisele. You're probably out there listening. Thank you for being with us. We look forward to having you on a sim. If you could maybe convince your husband to join in from time to time as well. I mean, his Buccaneers, the Sim Bucks, just represented. They went to the bracket final. We celebrate them. We celebrate Tom Brady around here a lot as New Englanders often on the call. So we welcome you, and we invite both of you to be on the Dream Stream at some point.
Brady and the Bucks in action tonight as they host the Saints in a rain game. Primetime divisional matchup. So make sure you check that out as you build your lineups for the rest of the day.
That ball to the 5, 1st and goal on the way for Pitt. Jalen Samuels, not James Conner, the other running back. Jalen Samuels with the game, but this may set up nicely for my guy
This
Conner.
is,
We'll find out.
I mean, he's back there. We'll see if they give it to him.
3 minutes
I see
to
a lot
go.
of
It's a
fullback
pitch around to
dives
the
with
outside.
this
Can he
team.
force his way in? Ball in there.
He got it.
Touchdown! Yes, sir. James Conner. Get to the chopper.
He did, or the end zone, one or the other.
Get to the
Steelers
end
up.
zone.
7-0. Well, soon to be 7-0.
Good start for those who rostered James Conner like this guy. He was only in a quarter of lineups in our smaller, the nooner, the Zach's back free roll. And in the larger contest, about 14% owned.
Even less ownership. So
speaks to the hashtag team always here, the DK Sim fam, the people that are here all the time, every day, the 42-7, the 6 simulations a day, 7 days a week. Now that the bracket final's over and we're getting back to a little more normalcy, obviously. And just, the people know. The people know what to expect. They 13%. Get out of here with that. We know what James Conner's capable of.
I mean, he is the RB1.
On YouTube, Blash's guy Noah Moon says, told you he's going to feast. Well, good start.
Good
start.
start.
Playing from behind. Also, on the subject of Glash, I want to shout out Edward Pride in the chat here. Edward writes, Kaufman, where's the NBA contest? Glash tricked me into joining his Troll Kaufman contest. So I didn't realize, Zach, until just before we came on, when I happened to look at our league to create my daily staple, my annual or daily annuals. Let's just call it daily. Annual.
Let's go back to daily.
Yeah, let's go back to daily. I was trying to twist it, make it work. It didn't. Let's go back to daily. My daily NBA last minute contest, even though it's not remotely last minute, I'm just sticking with the branding. Apparently Glash created, same deal, 75 entries, $1 to get in, payout to the top 15. He followed the structure to a T, but a troll contest. Apparently he got it in there a little bit earlier than me. Mo does celebrate that I put mine out. Listen, guys, if you really want to show Glash, and I'm not saying don't fill his up so that it doesn't run or something ridiculous like that, like getting both. I mean, let's, obviously throw your buck in, and I root for all of you. I jumped in Glash's. I'm looking to try and take his if I can. But I encourage you, if you do want to make a statement, as Matt Stafford, very nearly sacked again, decides to throw it away. If you do want to make a statement, all you have to do is fill mine first. That's all. He got a little bit of a little bit of a head start in his plenty of time NBA just to troll cough contest. There are 40 of 75. Well, I created mine about 5 minutes ago. The last minute NBA coughs and ATM this week contest. which I am. I've been terrible. And they're already 21 of 75. So all I'm saying is fill mine before his. That's all. I don't think that's petty. I think that's the right thing to do. As Reed Tees Did You Know says, jump into here, crust, belittling Glash again.
But Phil, both
no such thing. I didn't. Do you feel I belittled him right there?
No, I don't think so. He created a contest to troll you, so yeah. I don't think so.
Who's the victim here? Me.
I think you're both okay. I think you're both doing okay. 8 yards on the run there for Big Ben. Not something we typically see him do a lot, but able to scramble there for an 8-yard pickup on the first play. Another big sack by that Steelers defense derailed the last Lions possession. Again, Lions and Big Ben just going to run himself today, apparently. Kind of weird.
I just realized, by the way, that I'm on my wrong microphone. I'm on my crummy mic. I'm going to switch it.
Cool.
And hopefully this one sounds better. Hopefully this one sounds better. Does this one sound better? Is it better? I hope it's better.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't night and day, but it's better.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's a good thing, right?
It's a step in the right direction.
Noah says, not petty, healthy competition. Maybe we could have you start to play with your microphones again. We can flash back.
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
Over. Can you hear me now?
That was actually, so that was more than an internet
over.
Issue. Yeah. It was more an internet issue than a microphone issue. But yeah, it was a fun ride.
Kenny had mic issues. Maybe this was last week. He had gotten a new mic and he was trying to figure out. Basically, he couldn't figure out how to plug it in. I think was really what it boiled down to. But it didn't sound right. It was wildly overmodulated, and it sounded like Dane Cook at the drive-thru. For anyone out there that has heard that comedy bit, it's like, I'm right here. I'm trying to call the game. Can you hear me, guys? Okay, is it all right? It was really quite a thing.
Wow. Sorry I missed that one.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's available somewhere on YouTube. Still 7-0 as we reach the end of one. Pittsburgh. Good game by my guy, Connor.
Yeah, I love the way that you started by saying, yeah, I really didn't want him, but I guess I had to stick with him. And now you're my guy, James Conner. I was always high on him.
Well, it's kind of like this, Zach. This is what I would equate it to. You don't always support a trade or a signing that your team makes in real life.
Yep.
But at a certain point, I mean, you're just rooting for Laundry, so you just need to accept it, and he becomes your guy. Same kind of deal.
Fair enough.
Connor, 20 on the ground with his touchdown, the only offense really in this game. Samuel's 2 for 27, Ebron 2 for 23, and single catches for Washington. Bodden and Deontay Johnson. How about
the
Bodden?
Only Lions player with a catch is Nick Bodden, who has one catch for 8 yards. Ridiculous. Kenny Golladay, Marvin Jones, TJ Hawkinson, add all their catches together, and they have 0.
So we have just a wonderful crew with us. We got producer Jordan, who I know many of you have fallen in love with overnight, as you should. We have Tara Lynn, who is just, I think just wants to be around, just hanging out with us, just living that life. Like, what's that? There's a nooner happening? I'm in. I want to hang out with you guys. Let's find out what's going on in the Dream Stream. We got Undercover Boss Tom, T. Pike, who is our technical director, and of course, Frangelico in Game Ops. Mo, Clash, and Koff both have NBA. That's there in the chat. Buzz Killington, Koff, and the Professor. The Guru says just signed up for Glash's contest. A lot of people still trying to get over the Bodden grab. How about that grab for Pittsburgh out to the 21? Roethlisberger gets himself up to 80 passing at Samuels with his third catch.
Maybe short catch, yeah.
Both running backs situation for Pittsburgh. Winston jumped in both. Let's see, who else we got? LT forgot today was Wild Weather Wednesday. Bummer. That's okay. You still get 5 sims ahead of you to adjust for that. May impact your early classic, depending on what you
weather coming
there. But rest of the day, you're okay. Another completion out
Ebron.
to the 5-yard line. Eric Ebron. Revenge narrative, baby.
True. We haven't really seen those play in as much, but still kind of fun.
Yeah, it's just whether you want to believe in that type of thing or not. I happen to love it.
I think it's more of a real life thing than a Madden thing.
Yes, exactly.
Big
Ben ripped down, lost the ball, Pick gets it back, and it's going to be a 13-yard loss.
Yeah. Jamie Collins.
Smash that like, folks. We got about 400 people watching on YouTube. Of course,
I think that's
those of you out there on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/DraftKings. If you're with us on YouTube, smash the like. We're up at about 50. Let's get to 100 by the half. I think we can do it. I think we can do it easily. So hit that like, hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page. Much appreciated. Roethlisberger incomplete with the pass.
Let me give you the weather for the rest of the day. 2 o'clock, Falcons and Panthers in the wind. 4 o'clock, Ravens and Seahawks. The Madden Bracket Tourney champion in the rain. 6 o'clock, Rams Dolphins in the wind. 8 o'clock, Saints Bucks in the rain. And 10 o'clock, Vikings and Washington in the snow. Dalvin Cook in the snow. 3rd
and goal from the 18 sacked.
Oh boy.
Good day for those DSTs. Just an update, by the way, on the NBA contest. Splashes, 55 out of 75. Mine is up to 40 out of 75. So keep going, folks. Remember, hashtag fill mine first. If it were Friday, it would be that much better. It could be a fill mine first Friday.
There you go.
But alas. So field goal
almost
try
as good as a wild
39 yards. Good.
Got it. No problems there for Chris Boswell. Steelers increase the lead.
So you are, I'm with Kenny next for the Madden Matinee, the Falcons-Panthers game that, as you mentioned, is in the wind. But it's a one and done for you today.
Correct. Yep, one and done for me today. Back for a couple more tomorrow.
Excellent. Are we together? I haven't even looked ahead.
I think I am 2 and 4, so I think we have one together.
I'll take it.
From what I remember.
One of Zach is better than none of Zach. That's what I always say. We are together, actually.
Well, thank you.
Got Glash for 1, me for 1. Then I'll be with Rossi at 6. I am on the 4 and the 6. You are the 2 and the 4, as you said.
There we go. So we overlap there. The 4 o'clock contest, we will have the Jets and the Chiefs.
And
which
folks,
we've seen a few times. That was the round 1 matchup in the bracket tourney.
How did you enjoy the bracket tournament now that it's over? Obviously, the week-long extravaganza that we all experienced.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun for me trying to pick the winners and kind of breaking down the matchups specifically. I think it made the games more interesting from a perspective that who won was very important as far as what would happen, moving forward, whether that team would continue to play, whether they were done. So, I mean, there was a little bit more to the actual outcome of the game. Just like every time we've done a tournament, I think that adds a lot to it. It was fun to try and pick the winners for sure. I mean, a couple people walked home with $5,000, so it's never a bad thing. Round 2, the round of 16. So the initial round was 16 winners. Multiple people had that right, but only one person picked the Elite 8 correct.
Really?
And that one person, only one person got the Elite 8 from the Sweet 16. So it was just 8 games they were picking, but that was the Dolphins upset. That was the Chargers upset. And it turned out just one entry had all 8 correct, so they won $5,000. Just that one entry.
I'm surprised that even one got it fully correct. That's pretty remarkable.
There was one out of over 11,000. So, I mean, those kinds of things are kind of fun. I think it adds another element to the regular DFS that we're doing here. The one thing that I would adjust if it was up to me going forward is that I would have a few more consolation games. So because the players aren't going to care, it's a simulation. So if they're in a 3rd place game or a 5th place game or whatever, if we kept those games kind of continuing to go almost like a consolation bracket, then we wouldn't have the days with fewer sins. I think it's kind of I do miss having the number of sins. So that would be one thing that I think maybe we'll look at going forward. Obviously, it's not all up to me. There's a lot of people that make that decision, of which I am very peripherally involved. But that would be the one thing that I would maybe switch up a little bit, because if we're going to have the championship game on Monday, there's no reason we couldn't at least have a 3rd place game
or something.
Yeah. It's not like the players are going to be less motivated because again,
or more tired.
Exactly right. Like Sorry, we just can't have him play that many days back to back.
We are exhausted. This is we need to file a grievance with the Players Association.
Exactly.
The CBA is just doing us no favors here.
No health and safety concerns.
So I agree with that. The one change I would make is having seeding follow our standings, since we keep track
I was
of
going to
that.
say you could do different things with the seeding.
Yeah.
That might be fun. You could do
like Seattle, who obviously won the bracket final, actually would have been the #1 seed. The Seahawks have the best record in Simland, and I'd be willing to bet most people don't know that, and it might have influenced the way
that
that
defense
they decided to obviously slot their picks.
Right. Yeah. Yep. We could do it that way. That would be fun. You could also just do a totally random draw. You could do a draw based. Oh boy. What do we have here? A 55-yard field goal in the snow?
In the snow. Nope.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a great idea. Nope. You could do even where each division, right? You could do divisions are separated in the bracket. So you have the 4 teams from each division in each quadrant of the bracket. So there's a lot of different ways you could break up the seating and make it interesting. But I thought, again, just having the bracket made it so that the games and who won mattered, because a lot of times we get towards the end of these sims and who wins or loses isn't nearly as important as the fantasy points. It's nice to have both be important.
Producer Jordan says those are good suggestions. Well, Jordan, if you would like to bring them to the powers that be on our behalf, at your behest, we appreciate you. We got Jordan, we got Undercover Boss T Pike, Tom, obviously Tara Lynn, who I have to assume based on the gram is hitting the beach after this. And then we've got Frangelico and Game Moms. Everybody hanging out. Appreciate you. She says, I am the queen of the gram. That is true. Now, Zach, we've hit the 2-minute warning. It's a 10-0 game. Not the best sim so far, but again, snow. It's early. Wild Weather Wednesday. You are a dad. I am a dad.
I am.
Alana is a mom. We are all together parents. Now, Alana says, this baby, Madden Samantha, this baby is refusing to nap. Can you guys sing a lullaby? Are there any that come to mind for you?
Not particularly.
No. A little rockabye baby or something like that.
I would think that there's probably better ways to get the child a lullaby than us. Just
a guess.
Just a guess, yeah.
I don't know. We are pretty soothing people.
We put people to sleep. I don't think that's the same thing.
Yeah, that's not a compliment. It doesn't work the same way. We do need Lamarca for this.
That's what we need. We need to get the saxophone.
Rockabye, Madden Samantha, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the PlayStation will rock. No?
I don't know.
No.
It's not me.
No, I feel like the lyrics need to be workshopped a little bit.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think we're there. Doesn't feel like we're there.
We can work on it.
Papa's going to buy you a Mockingbird, she says. Joe says, what's up, Koff, my guy? Got Captain Hawkinson. A TD from him would be nice. 30-yarder. Good luck on your lineups. Big dog, DK Sim for life. Edward says, Madden Samantha prefers the Madden play-by-play.
There we go.
There you go. There's a completion. 6-yard pickup. Big Ben.
Another catch by Ebron.
Living in the red zone.
Yeah, a lot of very short passes, but it's been very effective. Steelers able to control the ball using both those running backs, as you mentioned, Jalen Samuels, James Conner, both having solid days. James Conner with the 1 touchdown. Jalen Samuels in the backfield right now. Big Ben throwing it to the other team. Knockdown.
We got 47 entries for the last-minute NBA Koffs and ATM this week contest. Flashes is up to 58. The Plenty of Time NBA Just to Troll Koff contest. So, folks, you know what needs to be done. 3rd and 4 from the 7. Roethlisberger passes
Touchdown.
left side complete. Touchdown. Juju Smith-Schuster. It's a rout.
3-score lead now after the touchdown to Juju, or it will be as soon as they add on the extra point. Big Ben's first touchdown of the day, as well as Smith-Schuster's, has not had a ton of catches because it has been a lot of those checkdowns, a lot of those shorter passes, but he is 60% owned in the $250 free contest, and he's into the end zone. First receiving touchdown of the day.
Ray P says, twinkle, twinkle, little star, put the baby in the car, ride around until they're asleep. If that don't work, try counting sheep. Just a regular Andrew Dice Clay, but clean.
Yeah, that's not very regular for a dice guy.
Alana says, it worked. I love when she falls asleep in my lap because then it's an excuse to not have to do anything. Amen to that.
That's true. You can't move. As long as your arm doesn't fall asleep or anything like that, that's not the best, but been there.
But you got a deal. Where are you sitting in the Nooner to Zach's back free roll at the moment? I am 119. Not good.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have Hawkinson as my captain, so I'm going to guess it's pretty bad. 27 out of 157. So not as bad as I was afraid it would be, but that's because I have Hawkinson, and that's because I have that Steelers defense, which at this point still has the shutout, has 3 sacks, and could be about to add to that depending on what the Lions do here. Just a short check down to your boy Kenny Golladay for 3 yards.
So there you go, Lindenbaum. Galladay's on the board. Chill out. And I think is in first right now by about 2 points with Juju at captain, Roethlisberger, Ebron, Hawkinson, Amendola, and the Steelers DST with 13 points. Doing real well. Maybe shaping up to be the top play today, at least at this moment. 2nd and 7 from the 32. Big throw out of
Deep
Stafford.
shot.
Completed. Far sideline and a long gain out to the 26. Stafford racking up yards, and it's a 21-yard rack right there. Kerryon Johnson, was it not? Or no, it wasn't. I take that back. DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift, who is in my lineup with a nice catch and grab there. Actually, he's not in my lineup. I had him in my lineup, but I didn't hit save. So instead I have Danny Amendola. Well, there goes that.
Timeout.
Oh, well. Yeah, I switched that and apparently did not resubmit. So me and playoff Danny stuck together for the rest of this one.
Hey, he's part of that leading lineup. At least he was before that last completion.
It's true.
Joe says, I'm predicting an all Detroit second half. Go. He says, got
touchdown.
Oh, got Galladay, I think, at captain. Either way, we got a touchdown. So maybe that all second half is starting now.
Maybe
Lindenbaum,
they got started early.
We're upset about MJJ. Well, Marvin Jones Jr. with the touchdown.
That happened in a hurry. After almost 2 full quarters of complete ineptitude on offense, the Lions figured something out, drove down the field very quickly, got the touchdown, and now it's just a 10-point game. Big long catch there by DeAndre Swift. But everybody was involved. We had Galladay with the catch, Swift with the catch, Jones with the touchdown. The only one not really involved was Hawkinson. I know a lot of people have him. Only 1 catch still for TJ Hawk.
We got stud 2 jumping in front by about a half a point now with Juju, Roethlisberger, Jones, Ebron, Amendola, and that Steelers DST. And wouldn't you know, as Lindenbaum says, spoken into existence. You got it. Chris, hello. Good to see you. Wouldn't you know, look who's in the chat. None other than Brendan Glasheen. Obviously, he is over his fire alarm situation, and he is hanging out with us. Welcome, Glash. Says, look forward to tonight's NBA. Well, with that, let's get a little look. Let's get a little update, Glash. I put my contest out, and I have been advocating for both. I just want mine to fill first. Last minute NBA comps and NBA ATM last week. 51 out of 75. Well, Glash has plenty of time. NBA just a troll cough contest. 61 out of 75. So, folks, again, hashtag fill mine first. Sure is. You know what to do. Everybody, submit Jump on in for a little NBA goodness tonight.
And then
All
you
in
can
good fun.
fill the other one after that.
Yeah.
Like
Fill
you,
mine,
you don't
we'll fill
care if
his,
they fill
that's all.
Glashes. We want to fill Glashes.
Yeah,
Just
we
fill
want
yours
them
first
both
is
to
what you've
run.
asked for.
Yeah, we want them both to run. Just fill mine first. Especially
75 seems like a number that we hit. We hit 75 most of the time, right?
Oh, we have never not filled the 75.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah, we can get there in a hurry. Especially while we're on talking about it. It's the only time we've ever had a contest not fill was on the bracket final day, was on Monday, because we didn't have any sims all day to promote it.
That makes sense.
I mean, if ever there were a reason
It was a good
for
bracket final,
Constellation
though.
Sim, that's why. It's to promote the NBA contest. Smash the like. Can we get to 100 real quick?
Let's do it.
Watching here on April 21st. Hit that like, almost at 100. Thanks for being with us, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us. Winston says, Cough, did you enter Glashes contest? I did. I'm in there. Again, I wanted to fill. Second. Third and fourth.
Connors with another carry there for a first. Timeout. I believe that was by the Steelers. I guess they're going to try a long field goal.
That would be way too long. That would be...
That doesn't even make any sense, right? 66 yards? They're going to Hail Mary?
That'd be long for Justin Tucker.
I mean, I guess they're going to do a Hail Mary here. I guess. Only 8 seconds left. You almost need a pass interference call for this to work, but guess it's worth a shot. Miss all the shots you don't take.
You get one more
he got
chance.
it. Yeah,
Ball out of
threw it with
bounds
just
at the
5
3,
seconds.
or 3 seconds left, I should say. The Mac line. Cough, when I see a DK announcer contest, I automatically join. Didn't see that Glash had a counter to yours until I had already entered it. That's okay. I want them both to fill. Glash is, you're making this a race, not a good lesson for the little Kaufmans. Well, Glash, come over sometime outside the house and observe the level of competition that exists in this house. Second and 10.
Probably not something you have to teach, I don't think.
No. Running it off. Tara Lynn says, hot take, Glash doesn't care about NBA. All he cares about is the talk. Yeah, he's a big TikToker. We know that. Tater Hater, did Glash end up winning Koff's contest last night? I know he was climbing late when I gave up and went to bed. I actually looked, Tater Hater, and I think he finished 10th. Glash, you can correct me on that. I think you were 10th when I last checked anyway. So in the money, which is, that really is what it's all about. Roethlisberger 161 at the break, a touchdown. Stafford closer to 100. He is not pacing for the bonus right now. Connor 34 on the ground with a score. Roethlisberger fumbled the ball on his 2 carries. He has 11 yards. Kerryon Johnson 2 for 9. So the rushing game, not really a thing for Detroit.
No,
Juju.
it usually isn't.
37. Yeah, exactly. Touchdown. Ebron 4 for 45. He got 2 for 26 in a score for Jones. Samuels 3 for 44. Washington 3 for 31. Swift 2 for 45. So those are some of the bigger, more notable numbers to this point at the break. 17-7. Pittsburgh is leading. Glash says 10.
Yeah, so Swift involved
I care about
a little bit. Yeah, Swift involved a little bit as a receiver, but not much rushing production.
Want to remind you folks, while we have a minute before we get ahead for half number 2, obviously, tell you we've got some plans this weekend. I know I tell you all about the 42-7. Well, there is an exception, albeit a 41 exception. Yeah, it's 41 this week after we got going on Tuesday anyway. So get your popcorn ready, because as part of the Film Awards festivities, Major League Eating is hosting the Red Carpet Film Festival Film Feast event. The Red Carpet Film Feast event in Las Vegas, Nevada, this Sunday, 6 o'clock Eastern time, and you can watch it right here on the Dream Stream, folks. DraftKings is also offering a free entry to a DraftKings Sportsbook pool that will hand out $10,000 in prizes for answering a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest on Sunday. The DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast is scheduled to stream live on YouTube and Twitch starting at 5:30 Eastern time with our preview show. You do not want to miss it, folks. I know that we have been doing lots of interviews this week with a whole bunch of Major League eaters, whether it's, obviously Joey Chestnut, Badlands Booker, among others. So check it out. Be there
Check
with
it
us,
out.
and that'll be the only sim missing from your Dream Stream day on Sunday. You'll still have the 12, 2, 4, and then 8 and 10, but you will miss out on the 6 because, again, we've got this really exciting event here with Major League Eating that should be a lot of fun. Again, that is the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast in Las Vegas, Nevada. So you do not want to miss that. Stats are updated.
From the Bellagio. Yeah, and you can find out more about that at the playbook. If you go to playbook.draftkings.com, just look for the popcorn graphic. You can see all the pools or all the picks that I made for the pool, that 10K free pool for picking the outcome. You can find out about the format, the 3 different parts of that event, and what you can expect from that on Sunday. Should be fun. Should be a nice little break.
Half number 2 on the way. Zach Thompson,
Are you
Adam Kaufman. What's that now?
Now I know you're a big movie guy.
Big
but,
movie guy.
Are you a big hard-boiled egg guy?
I'm not. I think people have come to know me well enough here on the Dream Stream to know I'm not what you might call a foodie.
Right. So that's why I thought hard-boiled eggs.
Not really my thing. No.
Because one of the 3 parts of the event is a recreation of that scene in Cool Hand Luke where he eats the 50 hard-boiled eggs. I think he does it in an hour, right? I think. So they're going to do a competition between 3 of the top competitive eaters to see who can eat 50 hard-boiled eggs the fastest.
How would you do?
What I do? I would be awful. I mean, nope. I don't love hard-boiled eggs, so it's not the right competition for me. But even that, like, I think I would struggle with all eating competitions right now. I've been losing weight, as everybody knows, so I would be awful at all those things right now. But yeah, there is a good chance that someone will eat the 50 hard-boiled eggs in less than 5 minutes.
Jordan says, I feel like Glash is definitely the kind of guy that has to take a picture of his food at a restaurant before eating it. To me, that fits. Glash, are you still in the chat? What do you say?
I admit that I have done that quite a bit. Whenever I was traveling, back when traveling was a thing, my kids always wanted to know what I was having to eat, so I would take pictures and send it to them. I never posted them or anything. But
Frangelico says, I'm guilty of doing that. T-Pike, did you really eat if you didn't post it as a story?
It's true. You cannot confirm it.
I don't think I've ever seen Tara Lynn, who is, again, queen of the gram. I don't think I've ever seen her post a picture of her meal at an establishment before eating. I mean, she's renowned for doing other things in terms of her stories. But I'm not sure that a little pre-eat meal picture is part of the game. I haven't seen it. Speaking of food, by the way, I don't want to gloss over this comment because I always love to bring these to attention. There, as you know, I bring them up all the time. They're some of my favorites when we were together. New addition. Wait, I've been gone a while. Is that Zach? The Zach Thompson? He lost a lot of weight. Wow.
Yes, I did. That's why competitive eating would not be a sport that I would excel at right now. But yeah, I have since the start of actually just under a year ago. I'm down 75 pounds. So,
oh my goodness, incredible!
First
Say
down
it all the time.
Yeah, it's been quite the journey, but it has definitely taken me out of the 50 hard-boiled eggs contest. Yeah, not really my jam anymore.
Not sure you
but
were
just
in that before either. Though.
Yeah, probably not. Joey Chestnut does have the record for most hard-boiled eggs. He ate. You ready for this?
Huh.
In 8 minutes. He ate 141 hard-boiled eggs.
That is disgusting.
141. That's more than one every 5 seconds for 8 minutes straight.
Oh.
He is not eating. He's not eating the hard-boiled eggs. He's eating the popcorn, which is the third of the 3 events, and the first ever, by the way, the first ever in history World Popcorn Eating Championship. So whatever the record is, it will be the new record. Ooh. It'll be a lot, is my prediction. It'll be a lot of popcorn. It's 8 minutes. Eat as much as you can.
So admittedly, I'd love to talk to Joey Chestnut or any of these guys or gals about this, because I just don't know the answer. I don't know nearly enough about Major League Eating. Mm-hmm. Let's just say you don't I mean, obviously an allergy would be different, but let's say you just don't like something. Like, let's say you're, like the idea of filling your gourd there with hard-boiled eggs just does not appeal to you, or even appalls you in many ways. We have a field goal try. It is good. So Detroit following the Pittsburgh model right now after 17 unanswered from Pitt. Now we've got 10 for Detroit. Narrows the gap here. If you just don't like something, if you just don't want it, like, hey, you know what? I don't eat hot dogs. I'm not a hot dog guy. Do you have to take part in these contests if you don't like the food just because, it's part of the circuit? I don't know how all the standings and whatnot are kept, or maybe they're just all isolated and it's
they are all different events
and whatnot.
They are all different events, and obviously with COVID, the a ton of stuff has got rescheduled and switched and moved, and the contests have been smaller at a lot of places. A lot of the competitive eating events were held at state fairs, most of which were canceled last year. Colorado still had their state fair, where Jeffrey Esper won the slopper eating contest. But for the most part, those were all postponed this year. Again, not all, but most of them. So there's been a little bit of an uneven schedule over the last year. But yeah, it is an event by event basis. There's not like you sign up for one, you sign up for all of them. That being said, for the sponsorships and for the prize money, which isn't huge, but if you're going to do that as your full-time or as your main, that's who you are and what you do, most of them will compete in the big ones for sure, like the hot dogs and those kind of things. And then the other piece of it is, to them, it's a job to some degree, right? Like, I mean, they're not eating hard-boiled eggs in this case, or drinking a gallon of soda, which is what Badlands Booker is doing, because it tastes good. Like, it's what they do. It's their job.
Yeah, they're not really taking time to taste and enjoy it. But no, I get that. But like, if you're a major league eater and you just hate hot dogs, are you?
I don't know.
Are you part of that? Are you willing to, pun intended, stomach it, or are you out? I want to know.
I will say that as you look at like the records, and as you look at specific competitors who do well in specific contests, this is James Conner. I think he tackled himself there in the snow, just completely fell over. That was weird. Just completely wiped out. Did you see that? He was just running. There was nobody near him. He just fell. Anyway,
the replay on YouTube here. Yeah, I got distracted. He tripped over a teammate.
Yeah, I got distracted by James Conner going down. But what I was saying before that was that there are definitely certain kinds of contests that seem to be more for specific kinds of eaters. Like, for example, steeplechase events where there's a lot of different kinds of food tend to not be Joey Chestnut's strength. And he's talked about that in some of his interviews that he's done with Emerson, where if it's one food, he tends to be able to focus on it a little bit more. He also does better on savory foods like hot dogs and burgers and wings and those kind of things. He does okay on the candy type stuff, but Matt Stoney, who's in this contest this weekend, is much more candy focused. He's the one who won the candy bowl back on Halloween for the DraftKings, which was the first of the 3 events that DraftKings has done with Major League Eating. So, and then he also has the world record for most peeps eaten in one sitting, which was all Matt Stone, that is. So his specialty, I guess, they have kind of focuses specialties. Whether that's because they like to eat that or whether that's because they just are better at that, I'm not sure. You'd have to bring that up. It is funny though. I mean, you can see some really great interviews with Emerson, both on YouTube and that have kind of been sprinkled throughout this. They're also there on Playbook. If you go to playbook.draftkings.com and do click on the popcorn, you can see the interviews as well as my picks there that have been done to prepare for this. Should be a fun time this Sunday. So get ready and make sure you enter the 10K free entry, as we saw with the bracket. You never know when you might be the one that lands all the right answers and ends up walking home with some quiche.
I like that. Click on the popcorn. 224 passing for Roethlisberger through 3 quarters, so the bonus is not out of the question. No one is coming close on the ground right now. Connor, the leading rusher, 9 for 38 with a score. In the air, again, we would need a guy to pop off. Juju, 5 for 57, a score. 5 for 59 for Ebron. Samuels, 5 for 49. Washington, 4 for 40. Swift, 2 for 45. And no one, again, close to the bonus in terms of the rushing and receiving right now.
We take a big play
at the moment. Let's see what we got going on here. How are you doing, by the way? I am not representing well. 108 out of 157.
83rd. I've slid quite a bit when the Steelers started giving up points. So not great. Not as good as I was before. Hopefully Hawkinson can do a little bit more. He is let me down to this point with just 2 catches, 32 yards.
So
Nick Bodden
does
have a catch, though.
Albadou 2 is in front with almost 75 points. Juju in the captain spot, Roethlisberger, Ebron, Swift, Samuels, and Washington. Albadou 2, you would currently be leading the $6,000 early bird special with 2K to first, because the leader there has about 74 points as stats are updated. Thank you, Frangelico. That's where
that is so that's the classic though, right? So you can't enter that lineup in the classic. Or was that in the
oh, you know what, you're right. That is the classic. I'm looking at, or I should have been looking at the large showdown. I'll find that.
Yeah, because in the showdown style lineup, you end up with that captain spot, so you can add up points.
Yeah, inflates the points
quicker. Yep. And we're going to get a field goal here. It looks like from Chris Boswell, which will put the Steelers back up 10. As long as he successfully converts it, which he does. No fake. Not right now, anyway.
We got about 450 people watching on YouTube. Smash that like, couple away from 100. Let's get to 150, 125 even by the end of this sim. We love you guys, girls, everybody. Thank you for being with us. Hit the like, hit the subscribe if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow there. It is greatly appreciated. If you're not in the chat, that's fine as well. We accept it.
Totally.
We're just glad that you're watching, that you're listening as new addition. So, Koff, you talked about Hardball, the movie. I'm 33, my stepdaughter 11. I put on the movie for her because she's playing softball. Just wanted to give her motivation, etc. And dude, I cried. Gee, baby, shaking my head. Yeah, I know. It's a bit of an emotional roller coaster. Hardball. I've been on, Zach, this week a little run because I finished up watching the TV shows that I was recently binging. So I've just been throwing on some sports movies that I either haven't seen or haven't seen in forever.
Oh boy!
Another huge sack. Good for you.
Stafford doesn't just take a sack; he takes a 10+ yard sack every time. It feels like he just backs up.
He absolutely.
Yeah, if you're gonna lose yards, lose a bunch.
So watched Hardball for the very first time. Watched A League of Their Own the other day. This morning, actually, before the Sims, I watched 42, the Jackie Robinson movie. Which I had seen before, but hadn't seen probably since it came out quite a while ago. And I remembered it being good, but I forgot how good it was. That is such an exceptionally well done movie.
Yeah, it's
streaming on HBO Max if anybody's looking for it, by the way. Third and 22. Stafford.
Oh, no!
Stafford! Ah, safety!
There it is!
Oh, you can leave your friends behind.
There we go. That was a sneaky one. Kind of came out of nowhere because Matthew Stafford did what Matthew Stafford does and backed up. And
just throw the ball away, bro.
Yeah, right. Just get it.
T-Pike, good luck, Rams.
To be fair, I feel like Matthew Stafford in real life is significantly better than Matthew Stafford in these Madden sims.
He'd have to be. Keep Jared Goff.
Yeah, right.
Do you want to? I know there's 6.5 minutes to go in this one, but do you just?
Oh,
want
and then they punt. Oh, and then they punt. They punted away out of bounds.
Train wreck of a sim.
I have never seen that happen before. Look at where they get the ball. Look at where they get the ball.
That's incredible. Right at midfield.
At midfield, and the first play is a 20-yard line. Yeah, the Lions have imploded. The Lions have imploded.
Trenton says,
Goodbye.
Safety to say, that's a wrap.
Ugh. What was I doing preemptively?
My question I was about to ask, would you like to preemptively, even with 6 minutes left in regulation in this one, just give the Steelers DST, the Krusty Koff player of the game? Because I can't imagine anyone stealing that honor right now.
What if James Conner runs for another touchdown?
I still feel like it would be the Steelers DST, to be honest with you.
He's at 72 yards. So there's a chance he could break one off, get another touchdown, and hit 100 yards.
It's true. It is entirely possible. But the Steelers
so no,
DST,
to answer your question,
no,
I do
not. DST,
not.
though, is sitting at 11 points, 10% owned, 5 sacks, the safety, obviously.
Touchdown.
Samuels is gonna he doesn't fall in.
Oh, they didn't give it to him
at the 1.
You know who's very happy about that?
James Conner.
That's right.
James Conner owners, come on, help a guy out. You know what? You're right. If James Conner gets it right here, it's hard to deny the magic of his day because that'll put him at just about 20 fantasy points.
It will, and he was very low ownership as well. Oh, but he's dropped in the backfield. Dropped in the backfield. And, I mean, knowing the Steelers, they'll give it to him 2 more times, though, so I don't think you have to be worried yet.
DeMacland says, Koff, that safety just moved me to third. It just moved me, period. Emotionally, mentally.
It was a very moving time.
Yeah. 2nd and goal. Roethlisberger's
Big Ben going to throw it.
Pass over the middle.
Touchdown.
Where his feet in. It's a touchdown. It's a touchdown
Chase
for
Claypool?
But we're
wide receiver 4. It sure didn't look like it in real time. I didn't even see him in the back of the end zone. I thought the pass was to the front of the end zone.
Booth review. You don't often see these things overturned, but man, he didn't seem close.
Right. Yeah, normally.
Gonna need a better look there.
From the animation. Oh, maybe he dragged.
He's in. He toe tapped.
He might have dragged that back foot. The rookie.
Think he did. I think he toe tapped. Yeah, it's counting.
Owned in 0.82% of lineups in the free showdown. Hardly ever gets involved as the wide receiver 4 gets the touchdown here.
Wonder what
it might be kind of hard to confirm this because I don't know. We'd have to find him in a lineup. But does Claypool have any touchdowns, or is that his first touchdown in all of our Madden Sims?
Joker says, "Holy cow, Claypool!"
I mean, he was great in real life, but not very involved in these Sims ever.
I'm gonna scan.
Seeing if I can find him real quick. I mean, it's a 0.82% chance that we'll find him, but obviously those lineups should be closer to the top.
I'm looking to see if he's in any of the lineups with our smaller contest here.
I don't think so.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Well, if anybody had him and you're in the contest that we created, shout it out so we can find you.
Please, because that would be impressive.
Jared says, I'm back. Been away a while. I've missed the dream stream. And Jared, we have missed
Jared?
you. We have missed you.
Did you bring Chase Claypool with you?
What's that?
I was asking Jared if he brought Chase Claypool with him.
Yeah, any chance he's in your lineup there, Jarrett? Jeff says, I saw he was 1% owned, and I thought that was too high. Well,
I would have thought so too, because he hasn't done anything ever until today. Okay, that might be an overstatement, but not much of one.
Not a lot.
There's a catch by Marvin Jones.
Marv Jones. Halfway through this fourth.
I wish we could give Claypool
10.
the player of the game, just because it would be the first one he's ever gotten. But no, it's got to be
guys,
the DST unless
I'm
something changes.
I think I'm going to lose out to Glash on this because the last-minute NBA Cops and ATM this week contest has 65 out of 75. We're 10 from filling. The Plenty of Time NBA Just to Troll Cough Glash contest that was created, I don't know, however long before mine, but nevertheless, I don't care. That was not the spirit of the game. 74 out of 75.
Ooh, so close.
Yeah, I think that one's going to fill first. Barring a really impressive run by the people. Can you get 10 more in the last-minute NBA contest before his gets one?
I don't think so.
Robert says, enter Cops NBA, Jarrett.
Not finding Claypool. But I don't think he had any touchdowns before that.
None that I remember.
Yeah, he only has one reception for 9 yards ever in any sim.
Wow.
One catch for 9 yards.
That's nuts.
And it was not a touchdown. Is that correct? Can you confirm that, crew? I don't think it was, but yeah, it was not.
Correct.
Thanks, Jordan.
D says, Koff, who's your sleeper in NBA tonight? I've not even looked at it yet, D, to be perfectly
There's
honest.
12 games,
Yeah.
24 teams. There's going to be plenty of value.
Yeah,
it's just trying to figure out where it is.
That's a much later in the day endeavor for me.
How about Isaiah Stewart? He's been my favorite lately.
Yeah, he's been fun.
I mean, we'll see. I don't know if
There's been all sorts of value for Detroit lately.
Yeah, Detroit's had a lot of value. For sure. You just have to wait until right before the game usually for them to decide who's in and who's not. I think they're resting Killian Hayes tonight, and DSJ was out as well, so probably a lot of Corey Joseph in the backcourt anyway. One place you could go for value, but as always, especially with 24 teams in action, there's going to be a few options to go with.
So let me see. I'm gonna scan it quickly, and I'm not. I'm so far from making a lineup, so I'm not telling you I'm playing this person. I'm gonna give you one or two guys that are in good spots as we sit here, 7 hours from lock. As first and goal from the 10.
It's way pre-lock.
And
it is live, so it is and look, we're gonna get another Matthew Stafford backpedal sack.
Welcome to the way pre-lock show. Let's see. How about
it's the pre-lock show.
Alex Len for Washington, Garrett Temple for Chicago, Patty Mills for San Antonio.
You think Len loses time to Gafford? I like Gafford a lot. If Gafford can get more time.
Yeah.
But one of them should be a good value play.
Right. Again, way before lock. Just a few options for you. For the people.
Yep. Temple, and then did you have one other? I'm sorry. It was Len, Temple.
There was. What did I say?
Oh,
Picked.
And there we go.
Picked in the
Why
end
not?
zone.
A perfect ending. Joe Hayden puts the cherry on
Patty
top.
Mills was the other one that I mentioned.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Robert notes, Glash is filled. I still need 8. Well, that's okay. It was an uphill climb. We tried.
The good news is his is filled and yours is very close to being full. So
yeah,
both should have no issue being full and ready to roll for tonight's monster slate. You want to check back for the
NBA pre-lock
show. Yeah, what do we call that now? The slate, right? The slate.
Yeah, the slate.
That comes your way after the 4 o'clock game between the Ravens and Seahawks. Chirag and Matt will be here for that.
We are nearing. There we go. We've reached it. 29-10 as the seconds tick down. 29-10. Pittsburgh beats Detroit in kind of an ugly sim. Want to remind folks, by the way, after this, don't go anywhere because happening right now on the Dream Stream, we will have an episode of No Laying Up, followed by the Pat Mayo Experience, breaking down everything you need to know about the Zurich Classic. That will follow us. Roethlisberger, nice. 225 and a couple touchdowns. So that, what did he have, 1 passing yard in the fourth quarter? It was just,
yeah, he took it easy.
Yeah, I'd say so. Connor, 13 for 74. Stafford, by the way, was at 220 range as well. Neither one close to the bonus. Touchdown from Connor. Far and away dominated the run game. In fact, every other running back combined for significantly fewer yards than he had alone. In the air, Swift wound up being your leading receiver. 5 for 64 for the running back. Juju went 5 for 57 and touchdown. Ebron 5 for 59, 4 for 58 for Jones and a score. So ultimately, now that you have the opportunity to see the finalized stats, you're a Krusty Koff player of the game. Who you got?
Yeah, it's definitely that Steelers defense, owned in 17% of the lineups in the free showdown contest, 4.5% in the captain spot, 14 points in a flex spot with 6 sacks, that safety, the interception to finish up the game, and only 7 to 13 points allowed. So 14 fantasy points for them, and only at 4-4 in a flex spot. They were in the winning lineup in that free contest, the $250 free showdown, won by Carl, 200-634.
Nice. How many points for Carl?
99.15.
We got a two-way tie
was
for
actually
first
his
in
captain,
the Nooner the Zach's back free roll. Julius and DeMac Lion at 90.1 with the Steelers DST, your pick for player of the game in the captain spot at 21 points, along with Roethlisberger, Juju Smith-Schuster, Marvin Jones Jr., Ebron, and TJ Hawkinson. Like that build, like it a lot, not only because I won, or it won, not I didn't win, I was terrible. I was 100 out of 157. Not only because it won, but because just a lot of good logical star power there. Like the move to put the Steelers DST in the captain slot. What about the Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award winner for the one and only William?
Yeah, can we go back to the receiver numbers? I wanted to confirm those if we can. I think, Hawkinson was not good. He was 3 for 46. Amendola was 2 for 21, but Hawkinson was higher ownership. So I'm leaning towards Hawkinson. Galladay was not. Yeah. Actually, Galladay was worse. 3 for 15.
Galladay was worse, but the ownership was double practically for Hawkinson. So you could certainly justify that. 19% in the captain spot for Hawkinson, 73% owned overall. He went 3 for 46, 7.5
that's
points.
Where we're going. It's TJ Hawkinson. He was my captain. I thought he would do well in this matchup, especially in the snow, but just didn't really break his way just because of the game script, where the Lions couldn't do anything early, and then they had to air it out and throw the ball deeper late as they tried to come back, and obviously that didn't work out so well for them either, as they only scored 10 points. Their only touchdown was that big long drive right before halftime, and then all they managed after that was a field goal. That Steelers defense came to play. The snow definitely helping them out as well. We'll continue Wild Weather Wednesday throughout the rest of the day. So make sure as you put your lineups together, think about those defenses, especially the Seahawks at 4 o'clock. We've seen how good they can be. They just won the bracket tourney mainly on the strength of that defense. And they'll be back in action. The Bucks also back in action after their run through the Madden tourney tonight at 8 o'clock. They'll be facing the Saints in the rain. Drew Brees in the rain. Not something you really want too much exposure to, just because doesn't work out very well for his team usually.
So as you heard, the next sim will be Falcons Panthers in the wind. I will be with Kenny Ducey. It is a little less than an hour from now. Zach here is done for the day, back for a couple tomorrow. We will be together for one of those. So look forward to that. You can catch Zach at 2 and 4. Make sure that you do. And again, you're without running down all the games and pairings. The weather is what you care about on a Wild Weather Wednesday. Here's what you have in front of you in this order: wind, rain, I feel like I'm Captain Planet. Heart. Wind, rain, snow. Okay, so wind, rain, snow is what is next. I hope that Captain Planet reference wasn't lost on everybody. You making me feel old. Okay, we're gonna go. Our thanks to Undercover Boss Tom, our technical director, obviously. Tara Lynn, learning all the ropes, getting ready to be our next great producer. We will give her the rose. You can be a producer too. Jordan here is our producer today, and for Angelico and Game Ops, everybody stay tuned. You are going to get a replay of the sweat next, and a whole lot more from Pat Mayo and no laying up and all that a little bit later on in the day. Coming up after this, though, right now, a replay of the sweat if you missed it earlier. Advice from the hardwood, the ice, the field, and so much more. That's coming right now.
Good Wednesday morning to everyone, especially Gisele Bundchen. You are watching The Sweat. I am Emerson Latzia, hanging with you for the next 60 minutes. A ton of MLB, NBA, NHL, PGA, sports betting, and DFS knowledge about to be dropped on you. Then it's a 6-game Madden slate on the always interesting and fun Weather Wednesday. But batting leadoff this morning, our baseball panel. Hello to DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Mr. Gary and Thorne. Gentlemen, we are price checking. So which players do you like at the following price ranges for tonight's 7-game main slate that locks at 6:10 Eastern time? Pitcher over 8K. Hook me up, Kenny.
I like Ian Anderson here at $8,400. Garian's going to be so surprised that I am actually picking someone facing the Yankees. But the Yankees have been so bad. They're 23rd in WRC plus against righties. Look at they finally won last night. And what happened in that win? How did they win? Well, it was a wild pitch and a walk. They haven't really been putting the bat on the ball. It's been pretty embarrassing. And Ian Anderson should be a really good matchup in theory against the Yankees. He's a high strikeout pitcher, a 4.9% career barrel rate. So I think that he gets a lot of swings and misses here with the swing and miss stuff. And the Yankees will continue to struggle to put the bat on the ball. Simply put, they're not hitting home runs right now. They're down in the bottom third of the league in home runs. Ian Anderson isn't an extreme home run pitcher, and I don't see any reason to believe that the Yankees will just suddenly start hitting home runs again, given the fact that their hard hit rate is so poor.
You like that, Garian?
I don't hate it. And it's not that you're picking against the Yankees. It's that you find a way to always talk about the Yankees or talk about the Knicks. So this still falls within that Venn diagram.
The Knicks are worth talking about now.
Sure, of course. We can debate that another time, although I'm not on the NBA segment as far as I know. All right. Pitchers above 8K on this gross slate. Gross pitching, gross weather all over baseball tonight. I'm going to go with Aaron Savale at the top, but I really want to preface this by saying you don't need to pay up for pitching tonight. Like, there is no ceiling. There's barely any floor on this slate when it comes to pitching. Savale probably has the highest floor, which I guess is why he has the highest price tag at $10,100. Got a low career barrel rate. He keeps average exit velocity down. He's got a high ground ball rate. He's not like a crazy strikeout pitcher, but we saw last season he can average around a strikeout per inning. And he's got a career FIP of 3.83. So again, I'm not like blown away by this spot, but if I had to pick someone who was most likely to score 20 DraftKings points, it's Savale's number one on that list. It's not an impressive list again, but he is at the top.
Yes, he is at 10-1. How about under 8K though, Garian?
I'm going to go with Michael Wacha. I can't believe it only took 3 weeks for me to believe in Rays Michael Wacha, but that was the narrative, that he was going to go to the Rays and they were going to fix this guy. And it didn't look like it through his first 2 appearances of the season, but he's coming off that great start against the Yankees. There you go, Kenny. And the stuff looks good. And there's tangible differences between the 2020 version of Michael Wacha and the 2021 version of Michael Wacha. He's throwing his cutter almost 37% of the time. That is by far a career high. And so far that's led to 20 strikeouts in 15 innings. It's led to a 15.9% swinging strike rate. You go back across the last 2 weeks, the Royals are one of the most underwhelming offenses in all of baseball. And the big thing to know about the Royals is they thrive against left-handed pitching. They are awful against right-handed pitching. Their strikeout rate basically goes from 18% against lefties to 26% against righties. And it's the reason we saw Rich Hill get beat up so quickly in Tuesday's game. So I like the fact that Wacha has strikeout stuff. I like the fact that he is right-handed, and it's $7,200. there's a lot of upside here for not a lot of price.
Okay, you like that Waka pick, Kenny?
I do. As weird as it is, I don't think that he's like good, but in the early going, I think what we have to do is trust what we've seen, right? And that's what I did yesterday with Luis Castillo. You trust that he hasn't been good. I think you can trust it. Michael Wacha maybe figured something out. Another guy that I think figured something out, and Garion mentioned this is a gross pitching slate. So gross would be the word I would associate with this next guy. I don't like it. Jacob Junis, I have some interest at $6,400. You want to talk about a guy that's just getting 20 DKFP a game? That's what he's done in his 2 starts. And look, this is really weird. If you look at his pitch arsenal, his fastball is up to, he's like almost eliminated every pitch except for his fastball. He's throwing his cutter less, his slider less. He's throwing his fastball 62.7% of the time. The spin rate is up, and hitters are just 185 off of his fastball. So he's had some success just kind of changing up how he goes about his at-bats. He's limited some hard contact. He's a 60th in xWOBA, his 60th percentile. The thing about it, though, is the Rays, for me, aren't really a scary offense. They have, I think, a 105 WRC plus against righties. They've been in the top half of the league. They've been above average, but they haven't really been a devastating lineup to go against. And when you're talking about a guy that is under 8K, that has had some strikeout upside with the whiff rate here and a pretty good strikeout rate, I think Jacob Junis could be like a sneaky value play here, and you could just catch the Rays on an off night and catch Jacob Junis, who is striking out a lot of hitters right now. I think that his floor should be pretty high because of those Ks. And at 28 years old, I mean, he is who he is. The Royals are going to let him go deep into a game if he can. So I think you'll get innings here as well. I really don't hate it at $6,400. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think Jacob Junis might be figuring something out. He's trying to pitch himself into the Royals rotation, and so far it's been working.
How about a hitter over 4K, Kenny?
I love KB here. Chris Bryant, $4,500. Garion and I think every time we're together, some way or another, whether it's the Knicks or the Yankees with me, we seem to talk about David Peterson every time we're on the air because he's not good. He's a soft tossing lefty, which is what we can talk about, because he doesn't have high velocity on his fastball. And Chris Bryant has been absolutely crushing lefties this year. 308 with 3 homers off of southpaws. David Peterson, we know he's not good, and we know that he doesn't throw fast, and we know that Chris Bryant is the only thing that's been working about this Cubs offense. Him and the occasional pop from Wilson Contreras. I think Chris Bryant here is in a really good spot, and he is at a great price. You would expect a guy like this to be a little more expensive, just given the consistency that he's shown at the plate. But against the bad lefty at that, I think that Chris Bryant has a very high potential for at least 1 home run on this slate.
Garion, who's your hitter over 4K tonight?
I'm going to go with Eugenio Suarez, but I should note one of the reasons that I've kind of zeroed in on Suarez is most of the expensive hitters on the board for the late slate are either Blue Jays or Red Sox. And Emerson, you can do a live weather report for me if you want, but there's like a 90% chance of rain in Boston today. It's very up in
right
the
now.
air
It's beautiful.
going.
Yeah, right now it's beautiful. There is some precipitation anticipated later on this evening. Not quite sure yet if it's going to be a washout tonight or not, but my blinds are flying all over the place. It's quite windy right now.
And look, the Red Sox so far this season have been pretty conservative when it comes to rain. They've postponed games quickly. So we'll probably know by mid-afternoon whether or not this game is actually happening. And that kind of leaves you with, I think, the Reds as the best stack on the slate going up against Merrill Kelly, who has been absolutely awful so far this season. Not only does he have a 450 expected WOBA to opponents through 3 starts, he's got an 89% zone contact rate, so he can't get swings and misses inside the strike zone. And right-handed batters have a 436 WOBA off of this guy right now. And Suarez, not the best start to the season, but we know he has tons of power. And if you've got a pitcher who's contact-oriented like Merrill Kelly, I think that's the best situation for Suarez to be in. So maybe he hits a home run tonight.
Okay, so how about we go under 4K here, Garion? So save the people a little bit of money.
Let's go back to the Yankees-Braves game. One of the great things about last night's game was because the Braves got the DH and because they're down a couple of offensive players, Pablo Sandoval hit 6th and was the DH in that lineup. So far this season, the sample size is incredibly small. He's only got 12 at-bats, but he's hit 3 home runs. And his numbers from 2019 also aren't terrible. I think he's still a decent major league bat. He just can't do anything else. So getting to play by American League rules works out great. And he is just $2,200. So if you're getting someone with that kind of power hitting in a relatively good lineup spot for the Braves against Corey Kluber, who's just been awful so far this season. I think you really have to take a look at that. Maybe you don't need to save that much money if you're going the cheap route with both pitchers, but if you're someone who's going to play Savale, you might need that $2,200 value option.
All right, Kenny, hook me up with a bat under 4K, please.
Yeah, you can scold me and mock me all you want. I will take all of the jokes here, but I am actually looking at a 7-inning game. I'm looking at Colin Moran at $3,800. He's on this slate. This game is going to be a 7-inning game. It's the second game, a doubleheader. But here's the thing about Colin Moran. We have to start talking about the fact that he is good. He's buried on this Pittsburgh Pirates team, so no one talks about him. But this guy's a really good hitter, especially against righties. Now, the concern here is that there's rumblings that Tariq Skubal is going to be coming in behind Spencer Turnbull, who's going to start this game. That's unconfirmed. AJ Hinch said that that's not even necessarily true to reporters. So we have him listed as the probable, long relief guy, but that's not confirmed. So I think what we go off of here is that Colin Moran's going to get at least one at bat against the righty, if not two, because Spencer Turnbull is a starter. He'll probably go 2 times through the order. And I think this guy hitting where he is in the lineup should manage to get 4 at bats. And the thing about it is he's got a 538 xWOBA on contact this year, a 16% barrel rate. He's walking at a 12% rate. He's got 2 home runs in the last 3 games. For me, if you're going under 4K, I don't think you can find a hitter as good as this right now. He is red hot. He's hitting, in a very premium lineup spot. And he's got a great matchup against the Tigers and Spencer Turnbull, who's bad. He's a can. So I like Colin Moran here. I'm willing to bite the bullet on a 7-inning game and take him.
Slate approved pick time, but I need your favorite bets on the DK Sportsbook, gentlemen. Kenny, lead us off.
Clearly, I'm in love with this doubleheader. I'm going to go with Pirates Tigers game 1 under 6. Detroit is dead last with a 42 WRC plus against lefties. We know that Tyler Anderson is good. He's been pitching very well this year. And I'm also buying in to the Michael Fulmer renaissance. I think that he's been absolutely incredible this year. He's been the only guy with an arm that throws the baseball for the Tigers that's looked relatively good this year, maybe except in Casey Mize. And Gregory Soto, shout out to you. He's got great hair and he's really good out of the bullpen. But Michael Fulmer has been pitching really well. And again, the Pirates, while they do have Colin Moran in that lineup, a lot of times the game 1, they're not going to play. In game 2, they will. I think that Michael Fulmer here faces a pretty bad lineup, and he's been a pretty good pitcher this year. I think the stars aligned for an under.
Gare Bear, bring us home, dude.
Yeah, there's a couple games I like in the afternoon slate, so go check out the DK playbook. I wrote those up. But if we want a bet for the late slate, Kenny mentioned this game already briefly. Mets Cubs. Generally, when we're talking about the Cubs, we're talking about how they can't hit, and they can't. They're dead last in batting average so far this season. The Mets are dead last in isolated power by a wide margin. So in theory, I understand why this game total is set at 7, but the more and more I look at it, the more and more insane it is. I mean, I had to double check this wasn't game 2 of a doubleheader. I had to double check that Jacob deGrom wasn't starting this game for the Mets. You've got Zach Davies going up against David Peterson, and the over-under is 7. Davies has allowed 13 earned runs in his 11.1 innings so far this season. Peterson has a 5.25 expected ERA. I know both these teams are bad, but they at least have the potential to be good. They have players who have been good in the past. It's going to be a dreary day in Chicago, but I think these 2 bad offenses can combine for 8 runs against 2 very bad pitchers.
Love that, Garion.
That worries
me. I love both of you. I appreciate both of you, baseball pros. Good stuff. We're going to chase and fade some NBA Sportsbook and DFS plays right after AJ Andrews catches up with Diamondbacks outfielder Nick Heath, who just impressed in his Arizona debut following a trade from Kansas City.
When you were picked up by Arizona, and I know you talk about leaving Kansas City was something that, it brought out a lot of emotions for you. What were your initial thoughts knowing that this is the team that you're now not going to be a part of?
So I guess I'll just explain the process to you. So what's today? Monday?
Yeah.
Tuesday? I don't even know my days. Anyways, so Wednesday, I got a call from my front office and they said they was going to take me off the roster. Kind of out of the blue for me. I was eating breakfast at Waffle House, my favorite spot in the world. And they called and they said they was gonna take me off the roster. So I didn't really know how to feel at that moment. I was like, what the hell just happened? And so I called my agent and I was like, hey man, they just took me off the roster. And he was like, well, damn. And I was like, yeah, I know. So we didn't really have too much to say on the phone. He was like, that's all right. He's like, that's all right. Call your mom, talk to your mom, tell her what happened. He was like, I'll call you either later tonight or I'll call you tomorrow. So I called my mom and my mom was like, well, what the hell is going on? And I'm like, Mom, I don't know. So I told some of my teammates to ask when I come to the field. I informed some of my teammates. And instead of them being like, oh, damn, they was like, you know what, bro? Something gonna happen for you. And I feel like every single person that found out about that gave me that same message. They was like, hey, man, don't even worry about it. Something gonna happen for you. Something gonna happen for you. So, you know, when stuff happens that don't go your way, you kind of wonder like, damn, did I do something wrong? Like, am I not good enough no more? You know what I'm saying? So on and so forth. And after that, 2 days go by and they call me at like 10 o'clock that night. They're like, hey, man, excuse me, we just want to let you know we traded you to the Diamondbacks. And I was like, huh? He was like, yeah, we traded you to the Diamondbacks. I was like, okay, so now what? What's going on? It was like somebody from their team going to call you, give you your travel plans, tell you where you got to go, so on and so forth. And I was like, it happened that quick? And he was like, yeah, man. He was like, you know, we love you over here. Best of luck. We know you'll go out there and succeed. You know, we know you'll go over there and have a good time. You're around a bunch of guys who are going to have a really good time, and they got a really, really good front office with a really good manager. So I was like, all right, cool. So I kind of said my goodbyes. I got a couple phone calls from teammates and coaches the next day. But I got a call that night, and they was like, hey, man, your flight leaves tomorrow at 7 o'clock. So we'll need you to pack your bags. And I thought I was going to go back to Arizona at the alternate site, which where a AAA team was, because that's where I was for us in Kansas City. And he was like, pack your bags. Your flight gets to D.C. tomorrow. And I'm like, what's in D.C.? Is that where our alternate site is? He was like, nah, dog, this is where the team is. They playing the Nationals right now. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, man, welcome back to it. He was like, pack your bags, dog. You got somewhere to be. And I was like, oh, snap. So I called my mom. I was like, Mom, I'm about to go to D.C. I'm about to go to D.C. She was like, here we go. You know what I mean? So I got to see my teammates again that night. As soon as I found out, they came by the room, you know, just sat down and talked to them about the process and what was going on. And all I ever heard from them was, all right, dog, like, we hope we see you on TV. We know what you're about to do. We know you work for it. So I get to D.C. On Saturday, and I'm just hanging out in my hotel room. And they was like, hey, Nick, we need you to come to the field, and you got to do your COVID test. So I had to go do a rapid test. And then I stayed back so I can meet the manager. And they was like, hey, man, hope you're ready to play. Somebody went down today, so you might be in the lineup tomorrow. And I was like, huh? He was like, yeah, bro, get ready. So I get back to the hotel, and they shoot me a text that night at a lineup the next day. He was like, go get him tomorrow. And sure enough, I'm starting in center field. And boy, I called my mom. I was like, Mom, won't God do it? Won't he do it, bro? Won't he give you the opportunity when you just didn't think you was going to get it? And I've been telling myself all I needed, all I ever wanted was the opportunity. And they gave it to me on Sunday. And I went and made the most of it. So here I am. And now we in Cincinnati. It's crazy hot. Boy, it's crazy. Because on Wednesday, I was like, dang, bro, am I going to keep playing baseball? What's going to happen? Am I going to get traded? Am I going to get sent home? Da-da-da-da-da. And I'm with a whole new team, and I'm in the big league. So I just met a whole new 35, 40-something people. And they was like, hey, dog, we trust you with the start today. Let's get into it. And I ain't never been so welcomed by a group of people so quick. It was unbelievable. As soon as I walked in, it was like, hey, dog, good luck today. It's your time to shine. Show them boys what you made of. And after I got my first one and came back into the dugout, and like I said, it's a group of random people. I know like a face here or there just playing against them or playing with them in the past. But it's a whole group of random people. And they walked up and they was like, dog, welcome to the club. Congratulations on your first move with the squad. And, you know, hopefully there's many more to come. And they made that transition so easy for me. So from Wednesday to Sunday, boy, I was in the dumps on top of the world. So it's like I said, it's been a whirlwind of emotions. It's been a crazy couple of days, but I'm thankful nonetheless.
All right, back here live on the Sweat, a DraftKings program. We bring you weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and we are turning our attention now to the NBA. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and Ryan Mogjosh, host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life. Dudes, chase or fade the following DFS or sportsbook plays on tonight's 12-game slate. Looking at the top of the salary list, Nikola Jokic is the most expensive player on the slate at $11K. Are you chasing the Joker tonight or fading him in favor of another high-price play, Kenny?
I like Karl Anthony Towns here at 10.4K, so I am more than happy to take the $600 discount. He took this team to the woodshed last night, the Sacramento Kings, in the paint, 66 DKFP. With no Rashawn Holmes, there is clearly a really big difference between this team, which we thought that they had a bad defense without this guy, or with this guy, and without it is really bad. They are really struggling to defend. So I think that there should be a bunch of points on the board for Minnesota, who looks like a different team with D'Angelo Russell in the lineup. And Karl Anthony Towns here has a clear advantage over Hassan Whiteside or whoever else they try to throw at him in the post. I like him to have another big game here as long as he plays. He played 36 minutes last night. The minutes have been there for Cat, and he produced 6x value last night. I think that he could give you 6x again at a cheaper price. He was 10-6 last night. He's 10-4 tonight. This is just a really bad Sacramento defense. We can't talk about it enough, and I love this spot for a lot of the Timberwolves, particularly Cat.
All right, you want Joker, Ryan, or someone else?
Yeah, I want Joker. And don't get me wrong, I love the T-Wolves-Kings matchup and how many points are going to be scored there. But it's going to be really close to impossible for me to fade Jokic in the upcoming games. Just the other day, 139 to 137 win versus Memphis. He played 45 minutes in that game, 47, 15, and 8. They do everything through Jokic right now. And they play Portland tonight, which I think is going to be another two good teams in the West going at it, and it's going to get into a late game crunch. But if you're not willing to go with Jokic like I am, I have my eye also on that Russ versus Steph matchup, which could be pretty nice.
Ryan, how about some value here, though, dude? If everyone's going to be paying up for these high-priced players, looking at a guy like D'Angelo Russell, who is coming off a 42 DK point performance against the Kings just last night. So same matchup tonight. It's going to cost you 6-1. You like chasing him as a guy who will return the most value, or you fading him for someone else?
D'Lo is a little risky to me. I don't like the thought of playing him consistently. So I'm going to fade here, and I'm going to go with a young man with the name of Jakar Sampson for $3,000, league minimum. Sabonis is out. Turner is out. We know that already. Goga, I guess, tweaked his ankle a little bit last game, and he is questionable. So there's going to be no center on that roster besides Jakar Sampson. They're playing OKC, who stinks. That both teams right now play no defense. The Pacers have given up 109, 129, 119, 124, 126 in the last 5 games in a row. So it's just going to be a bunch of run and gun, chucking up shots, and Jakar Sampson, I think, is going to get a lot of those minutes.
All right, what do you think, Kenny?
Well, there is a world where we can coexist, Ryan and I, with our picks, because I do like Goga Bitadze at $4,200. I do think that he's going to play. It seemed like a minor injury last time out. The x-rays came back negative. Of course, you know, whenever I'm recommending someone on the injury report, definitely check it out if you're listening to this later on in the day, if he's actually going to play. But for me, it is impossible to pass up. As Ryan laid out, the matchup is great here against OKC. They don't have anybody down low, the Pacers, and Bitadze should be locked in to like 30 minutes as long as he plays and he's healthy enough to play 30 minutes. He had 28 DK fantasy points in just 22 minutes last time out because his night was cut short after 22 minutes. He still managed to have 28 DKFB. This guy has shown you what he can do in limited action. And again, I just think that given the salary here, like you're pretty much guaranteed to get 5 times what you paid for Goga as long as he's on the floor. And just OKC's sleepwalking on defense right now. So for me, he's my favorite value player of the night. But of course, I'm going to make sure that he's actually going to play and he's not too limited.
Kenny, take us over to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Which spread are you chasing?
So this is a little bit of a shock because the line, I believe, opened up at 4.5. It's down to 1.5. I like the Clippers here to win against the Grizzlies. They're only now 1.5 point favorites everyone's going to be chasing the narrative here with Memphis. They need this win. They're in that 7th spot out west. They want to get out of the play-in tournament. They're battling with the Mavericks right now. And also, they're really in danger of falling down to 10. I think they're only a game and a half clear of that. So Memphis needs a win here, but the Clippers have shown us time and time again, they're on the second night of a back-to-back. They are 9-1-1 against the spread on a second night of a back-to-back. They have shown us that they are deep enough. Rajon Rondo led the team to victory last night with Paul George. Like, they just have a million guys here who can score the basketball, who can get it done on defense. This defense has been legit, with or without Kawhi, Serge Ibaka, and Patrick Beverley. And the other thing is the Grizzlies have not been playing good defense. This is a top 10 defense this year, but over the last 10 games, they're down in 23rd in defensive efficiency. This defense has really kind of fallen back. It's gotten lazy. Maybe it's just getting a little tired at this point in the season, but we've seen them give in losses to, when Luka Doncic killed them on that 3-pointer from beyond the arc when he leaned in. There's a bunch of games you can point to down the stretch here of late where they haven't played good enough defense. They let up a bunch of points in that game. So I think that the Clippers defense is strong here and the Grizzlies defense is kind of wilting. And for that reason, and they're against the spread prowess when it comes to the second night of back-to-backs, I like the Clippers here to win this game.
Ryan, which spread stands out to you? Which one you chasing?
I like the Timberwolves plus 4.5. They played last night and the T-Wolves won by 14. D'Angelo Russell's back, and that didn't seem to hinder Cat or Anthony Edwards at all. Like Kenny already touched on, there's not a lot of defense being played this decade by the Kings, let alone this year. And De'Aaron Fox is questionable all of a sudden. So the Kings, without De'Aaron Fox, who is their best player by far now that Rashawn Holmes is out, I am surprised that this spread isn't bigger.
All right, let's go to a game total. Which one you chasing, Ryan?
I think the 229 for the Nuggets and Blazers is a little too low. So I'm going over. The Nuggets, all they do is score points now. 139, 128, and 123 in their last 3 games. Blazers also like to score points. It's been kind of low since Dame has been injured, but the reports say Dame is coming back tonight, which is another reason I like the over here. 229 seems a bit low, so I think this is pretty safe to bet the over.
What about you, Kenny?
I'm looking at this over 220 for the Suns Sixers game. I think it's really too low. I think that we're giving the Suns defense too much credit. And look, it's a good defense. Okay. The Suns, I'm not saying they don't play defense, but if you look at the last 10 games, their defense is all the way down in 109.9 points per 100 possessions. They're outside the top 10. Their offense is 5th in the NBA in that span. They've been playing more offense to defense. The other thing, this team is 24th in pace for the season. They are 12th in pace over the last 10 games. So they're playing different basketball right now. They're pushing the tempo. We're used to seeing Chris Paul grind these games to a halt at the point and them playing lockdown defense and just getting some timely threes. That's not how the Suns have played lately. For better or for worse. I mean, it's worked out for them. I mean, they're right on the tail of the Jazz. They're probably going to finish as the top team in the West, in my opinion. But it's not behind really good lockdown defense. So the Sixers do play really good defense. They do play slow basketball. But I think here that the Suns are actually going to try to push the tempo in this game. And I think that their offense is good enough to score on the Sixers. Ultimately, 220 is a very low total. And I think it's giving the Suns a little too much credit for what they've done all season. And not enough really attention is being paid to what they've done over the last 10 games.
Kenny, Slate approved pick time, my dude. Favorite DFS or sportsbook play tonight?
I like the Sixers money line here. I do. I'm going to stick in this game. I think Joel Embiid has a clear edge here in the paint. The Sixers are a top 5 rebounding team in rebounding rate. The Suns are outside the top 10 in that rate. I think 13th. So it's not a huge discrepancy, right? But that's one discrepancy. The other one is they're allowing almost a point per play on post-ups. We know the Sixers love to post up, whether it's with Embiid, Simmons, or Harris. Of course, the status of Simmons and Harris, I should mention, is up in the air. So you're going to want to make sure they're playing before playing Sixers money line. But they love to post up. They run 10% of their plays are post-ups. And the Suns have not shown a great ability to defend the post-up this year. So I think they have an edge on the glass. They've got an edge in the post. And ultimately, the Sixers are just playing better defense of late. So I'm going to side with the better defense, the better rebounding team, And I think that there's a discrepancy here in the matchup with what the Sixers love to do, and the Suns aren't really good at defending it. I think they win this game. And also, they've been great at home. Their best place to back them has been at home.
All right, Ryan, your NBA slate approved pick for tonight.
I think I have a pretty solid one. I like Bradley Beal over 1.5 threes made. I had to double take that to make sure it said 1.5. It seems pretty easy. They play Golden State, and threes are contagious. And Golden State is a run and gun team, and they make other teams kind of fit their format of three heavy. In the last 9 games Bradley Beal has played, only 2 have been under 1.5 threes. We know he likes to chuck up shots. He has more than 20 attempts in his last handful of games. I think this over 1.5 threes made for Bradley Beal is a good one.
All right, appreciate you two. We're going to do that hockey thing right after Adam Kaufman catches up with Jason Sobel breaking down betting angles for the Zurich Classic.
With Jason Sobel from the Action Network, I'm Adam Kaufman. We are here to, do things a little bit differently than we normally do, Jason. You know, we're talking about the Masters and other tournaments like that. We understand how those work. This in New Orleans is a little bit different. It's the Zurich Classic. It's, you know, an unusual kind of event. I think there's a lot that bettors need to know before making any wagers. Educate us.
The only 2-man event on the PGA Tour, Adam. Most weeks you and I would be going against each other if we were a little bit better at golf. This week we could be teammates. We could be on the same team playing together. It's 2 rounds. The first and the third are best ball. The second and the fourth round are alternate shot. What we've seen over the years is that the alternate shot players, the guys who play best in that format, usually tend to win this thing. They've been doing it for 3 years. There was no event last year, but 2017, 18, and 19 have all been team events in the past. And yes, it is as wild as you would think. It is really tough to pick this week, although only 80 teams, so we can eliminate some players right off the bat. So we'll try to do that, Adam.
So you've turned me around on this now. If we get to be teammates as opposed to going head to head, I'm good. Let's do this every week.
If I pick you.
Well, it's a great point, and I wouldn't if I were you. All right, let's talk about the guys that are participating in this, and you have the defending champs, John Rahm as well as Ryan Palmer. They come in favorites on the DK Sportsbook at plus 650. Is this the duo that you think deserves to be favorites, or is there someone else? Or
I thought Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay were probably up there, probably as co-favorites. It's very close, I think, near the top. John Rahm and Ryan Palmer, though, have proven they can win this golf tournament together. 2 guys who make a lot of birdies, 2 guys who obviously play well together. They've done it in the past, just winning 2 years ago. And so, yeah, I like Schauffele and Cantlay a lot. I like Palmer and Rahm a lot as well. Really tough to go with which one is the favorite here. They should both be in the mix this week.
So we also have Colin Morikawa and Matthew Wolff teaming up now, plus 1,400 odds to win this thing. But it is impossible to not acknowledge these guys on very different opposite sides of the spectrum in terms of their recent golf success. So does the pairing even make sense to you? And obviously, what should we expect from them?
It certainly makes sense. These guys grew up playing together, playing against each other in Southern California. They're about the same age. Morikawa just a little bit older, but you're right. Morikawa has played fantastic golf. He's a major champion already. He contended for the RBC Heritage last week, playing in the final pairing alongside eventual winner Stuart Sink. Meanwhile, Matthew Wolff's got a whole lot of alphabet numbers going on and letters going on. He's got some WDs, he's got some MCs, he's got an even DQ at the Masters just a few weeks ago for signing an incorrect scorecard. So we'll see if maybe Morikawa can lift Wolff more than Wolff brings down Morikawa, but not my favorite duo in this thing whatsoever.
Is there a long shot pairing this week that you do like?
Yeah, there are a handful of them. Depends how long you want to go with your long shots. I think Jason Kokrak and Pat Perez is a nice pairing. I think that Brendan Steele and Keegan Bradley, who aren't too far down the list, but these are guys who play a lot of golf together. That's a nice one. Kevin Kisner and Scott Brown nearly won this a few years ago, getting into a playoff. They play a ton of golf together as well. And then if you want to go really far down the list, I'll give you Richie Werenski, who's played surprisingly well so far this year on the PGA Tour. 3 straight missed cuts coming into this one. Before that, though, had a handful of top 25 finishes. He is alongside Peter Uihlein, who happened to win on the Korn Ferry Tour in Las Vegas last week. So he is literally on a heater.
Any teams that you are staying away from that you're just out on this weekend?
There's not much. I'm going to take a wait and see approach to a lot of this, but I will probably not be on much Morikawa and Wolf. We talked about them earlier, but like you said, different wavelengths for these two players going in opposite directions. With Morikawa on the third of 3 weeks and having contended last week, I've got to think he's even as a 20-something, he's even as a young guy on the PGA Tour. I've got to think there's a little emptiness in that tank right now. And Matthew Wolff, like we said, just hasn't played great golf lately, so I am probably fading them this week.
Jason, my teammate, I'd pick you. Who's going to win the Zurich Classic?
Well, I'm going to pick Bubba Watson and Scotty Scheffler. They're not too far down the odds board either, but as soon as the pairings were released, this is one that stuck out to me as a team that can make a lot of birdies and bunches. Bubba Watson has a nice record in partnered matches in both the Ryder and President's Cup, a winning record in those. Scotty Scheffler has done so much already in his young career. He's 21st in the world ranking right now without having won yet. That win, it won't count towards the world ranking this week, but could come very, very soon alongside Bubba Watson.
They make birdies, we just make noise. Couple of talking heads here. For Jason, I'm Adam. Thanks for being with us. Enjoy the Zurich Classic.
All right, only a 4-game slate around the NHL tonight. Wow. And DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich is here to talk about it. Wow. Need you to tell me which of the following DFS plays or bets you like tonight, okay? Starting at the top of the price list. So you got McDavid, Draisaitl, Pacioretty, Kane. A few examples here. Who are you going to pay out for?
All those guys are playing tonight. It's just a little 4-game slate, but we got a lot of big names. Obviously, last time we talked about Montreal and Edmonton, we suggested, Connor McDavid hasn't done that good against them, that well against them. The teams tend to play lower scoring games. We did hit the under in that game, but McDavid, went off for 3 points. He kind of proved us wrong. I'm interested on this slate. I think most people are going to try and avoid the Oilers' big stars because you do have Vegas, you have Patrick Kane. I think pairing McDavid and Draisaitl together tonight might actually be a pretty viable strategy. Now, it's probably not something you're going to do in like a core cash game lineup, but for GPPs, Edmonton really dominated the last half of that game, especially the final period. And you got to kind of think here, Edmonton can really shut the door on the Canadians here for a playoff spot. They're at home. I like trying to pair both McDavid and Draisaitl. They're playing on the same line in regular strength. Obviously, they play together in the power play. So if I had to choose between two, I'd just go with Connor. But I like trying to target the Oilers' big studs tonight, looking for those extreme value plays in other spots to save you money.
Yeah. I mean, save us money now, please. Your top value play.
I'm just basically doing the show by myself at this point. I know, leading right into the next segment. So
you are a king. The king of segues.
Pretty, pal. Okay, you just sit there and look good. That's what
easy.
You do the best, anyways. Calle Yarncroc of the Nashville Predators, 3,700. I love targeting forwards against the Chicago Blackhawks. Blackhawks allow the second most shots on goal per game in the league. It's just a good matchup. They allow a ton of scoring chances. So Yarncroc, obviously, Nashville, not like a prolific offense. He's getting first-line power play minutes. He's coming off a pretty solid game as well. He's averaging well over 2 shots on goal per game. Again, he's not an offensive stud, but at 3,700, this guy's getting plenty of opportunity in a great matchup. Also, you can also even think about rostering Rocco Grimaldi, getting some first-line minutes as well. He's a little bit cheaper. Alex Tuch is the other value play that I would really throw out tonight. Again, Vegas has a really good matchup, 4,400. Tuch's getting some minutes on the second line now with Jonathan Marchessault, with Riley Smith out. So Jarncroc, really nice cheap play, but Alex Tuch as well. Lots of upside there.
Goaltenders are not confirmed just yet, but which matchup would you be looking to roster a goalie from?
So, got some big favorites on the slate. I don't think it's a bad thing to pay up for maybe a Marc-Andre Fleury or Robin Leonard, maybe a Cam Talbot of the Minnesota Wild. But these teams don't allow a ton of shots on goal, so there's not a lot of upside there. I think the best play on the slate is going to be the juice, UC Saros. I mean, 7,800, he's far cheaper than the other big plays. He's not as big a favorite status, obviously. I think Nashville right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook, just a small favorite in terms of the money line. So, he doesn't have as good a chance of getting you the win, perhaps. But realistically, you look at what Saros has done over his last 10 games. He's 7-3. This guy's got a 9.28 save percentage now on the year. And it's not like the Blackhawks are a prolific offense. So I like taking the savings here with Saros a lot. That's easily my favorite target. I think if you're going cheap and you want to take a chance on one of these big long shots, looking at whoever starts for the Arizona Coyotes tonight, it's probably going to be Darcy Kemper. It is going to be an interesting GPP move. Big game for the Coyotes tonight. They're in a playoff race. They're probably not going to catch Minnesota, but Minnesota might be, this could be a game where they let off the gas a little bit. So Arizona goalies kind of in play for big tournaments as well.
Hey, Jeff, you're doing such a wonderful job right now talking fantasy. And since you're here, I would love to take a look at these games on the DK Sportsbook now, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. Well, they figure to be pretty tightly contested and these games, and even the Sharks taking the Knights, right, to OT in their game on Monday. Any team you'd be willing to it's crazy, right? Yeah. Any team you'd be willing to take the plus money on?
I mean, I just happened to mention the Arizona Coyotes, and I think we need to mention them again here. I mean, again, we've got a very, very tight playoff race here with, with Arizona and Minnesota. And I know Minnesota's, I don't really like to bet against the Wild. I think they're kind of an underrated team, but the Coyotes have got their top two goalies back. They're healthy. Both guys have had a couple starts now. Again, I expect Darcy Kemper to get the start here. This could be a really tight game. Both teams can sort of limit the shots on goal here. And realistically, we're just looking at the odds tonight. I don't want to take the Sharks at all. The Canadians haven't played well at all either. I think the Arizona Coyotes at home make for the most live underdog on the slate here. The plus 138 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Like, for a home team, I mean, let's not forget, like, Arizona's not that bad a team. They're in the playoff hunt here. I think you're getting pretty terrific odds. They seem to be getting underrated a bit. So for the plus money, I like that. I like the Coyotes here as home underdogs.
Okay, hook me up with a game total you have your eye on.
Yeah, it's got to be the Preds and the Blackhawks here. Again, this is all predicated on Juicy Saros getting the start tonight, but I'm pretty sure the juice is going to be loose in Chicago today. This guy, 7 of his last 10 starts, you've seen Nashville games score 5 or less goals, and a lot of that's predicated on just how well Saros is playing. So the Blackhawks have scored a little bit over their last few contests, but you look at those games, they've been against teams like the Blue Jackets, a couple other weaker teams there. So I'm not too scared of the Blackhawks offense. I really like the under in this game. It's my favorite total to target. Again, assuming Saros gets the start, take the under.
Slate approved pick time, Mr. Moose. Your favorite bet on the sports book?
Yeah, look, I really do like the Coyotes as an underdog play on the money line. I love that total with Nashville and Chicago. But let's give the players, the people, I should say, what they want. Let's give them one more player prop to target if they want a player prop. Again, we smashed the Joe Pavelski over shots on goal total last night. I think he hit it in the first period. Let's go with another over shots on goal total. This time, Kirill Kaprizov of the Minnesota Wild. The Coyotes actually allow quite a few shots on goal. They're top 10 or bottom 10, I should say, in terms of shots allowed. So they do allow a lot of shots. Kaprizov is plus 100 on the DraftKings Sportsbook to go over 2.5 shots on goal. He's averaging 2.8 shots on goal over his last 10 games. He's playing a ton of minutes. These are good odds for a guy who's hit over this in 6 of his last 10 games here. So give me Kaprizov to go over his shot total tonight.
All right. Thanks, Professor. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too, my friend. Have a great one.
All right. Senior golf writer for RotoWire, Len Hochberg, will join us from a historic location after our final break of the show. All right, we are wrapping up the sweat with some PGA talk, and a man on location right now, senior golf writer for RotoWire, Len Hochberg, coming to us live from this week's LPGA event at Wilshire Country Club in Los Angeles, where it's apparently a little cool, a little windy. But before we get into this week's PGA event, dude, you are hanging out with the women at Wilshire, where they will just have teed off in round one. So I think a few players are off. I saw you posting on Twitter. World number one is already off. Can you give us a little breakdown of their tournament this week?
Yeah, Emerson, good to see you. And yeah, the LPGA is on DraftKings. The game is already underway. The tournament is underway. But the LPGA is back in Los Angeles for the third straight year. It was a long absence where it wasn't here. It's been in Southern California forever, the A&A inspiration, the old Dinah Shore. So that's been around. But it is a big presence to have the LPGA in Los Angeles. And this is a big deal. All the top golfers, 15 of the top 20 in the world are here. Lydia Ko, she went off at 11,000 as number one on the DraftKings board. Jin Young Ko, a world number one. Minjee Lee, the defending champion. Inbee Park has gone off. You saw a picture of Laura Davies. The Korda sisters are here, Lexi Thompson. But you know who the big star of the week is this week? It's none of them, none of the top players in the world by the rankings. It's a golfer priced at $6,500 on DraftKings. Michelle Wee West is back. She's not going to tee up till about a little before 1 o'clock local time, but she took off most of 2019, most of 2020. She got married. She had a little daughter, but she's back now. This is actually her third event back. She has not made a cut in the first two, but she is the big star and the big headliner this week at Wilshire Country Club, where supposedly like Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell and others are members. Haven't seen any of them as yet, but it's a great vibe out here, and it's a big deal for the LPGA to be in Los Angeles and on DraftKings. So very cool.
Yeah, it's a big deal. They have RotoWire's Len Hochberg out there. You know, who needs like Will Ferrell and all those other dudes when Hochberg's roaming the course?
Really, Mark Wahlberg, Will Ferrell, Len Hochberg, one of these is not like the other.
Yeah, right? I think Will Ferrell's pretty tall. Okay, so focusing now on the Zurich Classic, a team stroke play event. How will this impact your DFS strategy this week?
Yeah, it's really an anomaly. It's great. This is the first year that DraftKings has the Zurich. And yeah, we have seen golfers who aren't what we would consider good golfers, at least on the professional level, do very well here. Like David Hearn and Seamus Power have teamed in the past 2 years to finish top 10 together. Unfortunately, Power just had to withdraw the other day, COVID. Troy Merritt and Robert Streb have finished top 25 together 2 of the 3 years. You know, when John Rahm and Ryan Palmer got together and they won the tournament last year, obviously 2 good golfers, but I was wondering what the chemistry was there. We have a young guy, an old guy. We have a guy from Texas, a guy from Spain, but obviously it worked. You know, you're also going to have to find, you can only pick one of the 2 guys in the team. And if you're going to pick a team, you better pick a team that has a putter. 26 under won last year with Rahm and Palmer, and 27 under is the record. Chemistry is the key, just like you and me display every week, Emerson.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to say the same exact thing. I mean, you and I make a great team, but who's your favorite team above 8K for the Zurich?
Wow, 8K, you're giving me a lot of latitude here.
Have fun with it.
You know, well, Rahm and Palmer, obviously they are 2 good golfers. Rahm 3 in the world, Palmer right around 25th in the world, and we've seen them win, and we've seen them have great camaraderie and great fun together on the course. So they are really one of the top teams out here today. You know, Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay, 2 top 10 players. That shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be allowed to put 2 top 10 players. What is it? It's like the Brooklyn Nets. Everybody, yeah, come on, you want to play on this team? You know, come on over here. So, but they're going to be fun to watch as well. And I don't know if they are going to be able to have the chemistry that we saw from Rahm and Palmer. But yeah, I do, it's sort of chalk, but Rahm and Palmer certainly are the team to beat this year, I think, this week.
Yeah, there are 5 players in this week's field that currently rank inside the world top 10, and 2 of them make up that pairing of Cantlay and Schauffele. It does seem like unfair, like on paper.
Yeah, I mean, if I can date myself here, when Bob Dylan and George Harrison and Tom Petty formed the Traveling Wilburys, to form some super group, that's okay. But I think in golf, you shouldn't be able to load up on the top 10s in one group. But we'll see.
What about a favorite team to use for some value here? Because I think people are going to get distracted with a lot of big names, a lot of pairings around the top. Can you take us down the leaderboard here?
Yeah, Doug Gim, who's having a very good season, really a breakthrough season for him. He's playing with Justin Suh, who came out of the draft class, the college class with Morikawa and Wolf and Hovland. He has not had the success. Gim is a great ball striker, great strokes gained approach numbers. Justin Suh is second on tour in strokes gained putting. You really need a putter this week. Like I said, it's 26 under was the winning score last year. Somebody's going to have to make birdies and eagles. So that could be a quietly good team. Those 2 guys, I like it 8,100.
What do you think about a team to maybe stay away from? Is there one that kind of spooks you a little bit?
Well, sadly, Colin Morikawa, talk about a super group. So Colin Morikawa is playing with Matthew Wolff, and Matthew Wolff has not had a great season. He has had some bad finishes. He's withdrawn. He had an injury. He was DQ'd from the Masters for signing an incorrect scorecard. He was going to miss the cut anyway. He's been having some troubles, and maybe this is just what he needs. Maybe playing with a buddy, Colin Morikawa, will help him, and he will be great. But it's really been a tough season for him. So I'm going to hold off on Matthew Wolff. There's another team out there that has been getting a lot of love on Twitter, Keegan Bradley and Brendan Steele. And I'm not quite seeing it. I mean, they are 2 elite world-class ball strikers, but I don't know who's going to make a putt in that group. I mean, Brendan Steele is the better putter in your group, and he certainly is. I'd be very surprised if they do well. They could make the cut and all because of the just elite ball striking, but to stay up in a track meet where you're going to have to make a lot of birdies, I don't see it happening with those guys.
Yeah, I think people just see that Steele hasn't missed a single cut and owns a pair of top 5 finishes. So people look at that and think, okay, great. But these team events can be so different. How much emphasis do you put on a player's history in team events like this? Like Bubba Watson's not super great. I think he's 9-8-1 in partner matches or something like that.
Yeah, and and if we could say that Bubba Watson, he's not your kind of a weird dude on occasion here and there. And yeah, that could be a problem because these guys have got to get along. And if somebody hits a bad shot and somebody gets pissed off or, and you're setting up your teammate and all. So, yeah, I think that, they really have to, if not be friends, but at least get along with one or pretty well. And I think there is an advantage if, I don't know, Bubba Watson's playing with Scotty Scheffler, or Bubba Watson and Scotty Scheffler are going to have dinner every night after the round. I don't know. But some of these other guys are going to, they're probably going to spend the whole week together.
All right. Give us your pick to win, dude. This is it. Don't get scared now.
There's a team who these 2 guys played in college together, Victor Hovland and Chris Ventura. I think they're $9,700. Chris Ventura was actually at Oklahoma State. He's 3 years older than Hovland. So he was the veteran in that group. He was the mentor of sorts to Victor Hovland. But now that they're in the pros, Victor Hovland, of course, has gone on to greatness. He's about 14th, 15th in the world, something like that. Chris Ventura is still trying to make his mark. He's 26. Hovland is 23. But they were buddies, and they are playing together this week. And so I like to see that. What I also like to see is that Hovland is really elite tee to green, not the greatest putter. Well, Chris Ventura is 6th on tour in strokes gained putting. I think these guys can have a blast playing with each other all week. I think they complement each other's games. And this could be a real boon to Chris Ventura to get his PGA Tour really kicked into high gear. I think they can be there right in the mix come late Sunday.
All right, Len Hochberg, we can follow you all week on Twitter. You're going to be covering the LA Open out there?
Yep. I'll be out here for rest of today, the weather permitting. It's a chilly, who knows? I shouldn't say it because you're in the Northeast, but
yeah, true, buddy.
Yeah. But it's a great experience out here, and I'm right behind. The 18th green is right behind me. The players haven't gotten there yet, but we're kicking into high gear this week.
All right, love it, man. Good having you. Maybe we can make this a new segment, like Len on location. So I guess we'll just be sending you to different tournaments every week.
I'm ready. Hawaii, wherever you want to do it, I'm there.
All right, have fun, dude. And thanks for watching The Sweat, everyone. A 6-game wild weather Wednesday slate kicks off here on the Dream Stream with the Lions and the Steelers in the snow. Adam Kaufman and Zach Thompson on the call. Hope you all have a great day. The Sweat will return tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock Eastern time. Adios. Good.
With us, the Madden Matinee here on the Dream Stream is on the way with Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. Great to see you. Great to have you with us here on a wild weather Wednesday. And boy, oh boy, wild weather Wednesday. Kenny, you can't get enough of it right here. We got the Falcons, we got the Panthers, virtual Carolina, and the wind. How you feeling about it?
I'm feeling like I'm going to be forced to draft Todd Gurley, and I hate Todd Gurley, so I'm not feeling good at all. I'm not happy, but such is life. We can't always get what we want. We can't always fade Todd Gurley, and we can't fade Todd Gurley. We can't fade either of these running backs. What we can do is fade both quarterbacks. Now, I would fade both quarterbacks if the weather was, 75 and sunny. I'm fading them here in the wind. I don't like Matt Ryan at all. I certainly don't like Teddy Bridgewater at all in the Sims anyway. I love some of these wide receivers, though. Calvin Ridley is going to be my captain. I love him.
Okay.
Just really solid value. A lot of the times will outperform Julio Jones. Think that he's the better of the two options there. I faded Hayden Hurst at my own peril, but Ian Thomas is who I'm coming back with at tight end, $6,400 in the flex. He is always showing up. He is team always here when it comes to the Panthers. So he does have some bust games, but I think he has plenty of boom games to make up for it. So I like Ian Thomas here. And then I got Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore, Todd Gurley, Christian McCaffrey. Wow, I guess I stacked up the Panthers. Yikes. Big yikes.
So I hesitate to say it, Kenny, but we are kind of like-minded here because I also faded both quarterbacks. But that in mind, we still actually have quite a bit of differentiation. So my captain, as we are underway, virtual Carolina on the win, keeping a close eye on this, obviously. 2nd and 5 coming from the 35. My captain is Curtis Samuel. I have Christian McCaffrey. I have Todd Gurley. I have Julio Jones. And looked at some of the plays that you went with, but ultimately, Robbie Anderson and Russell Gage are in my lineup. So,
Yeah, I saw that.
Key running backs, heavy pass catchers, we'll see.
Curtis Samuel in your captain spot is what's going to be the deciding factor between whether or not you win our head-to-head.
Right.
I have, of course, Ridley in the captain spot, and then Moore and Thomas against Julio and Gage. Yeah, it should be interesting. I guess you have the $1,200 player. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering why, your different players were so much less expensive than mine, but.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. We're all in the know. We're all here together. 1st and 10 pickup out to the 46. Someone asking about my last-minute NBA contest. It was Matthew. It's created. It's full, Matthew. So I hope you hopped on in there. Glash created one as well, just to openly troll me. So that is out there in the ether. Both are full. Best of luck, everybody, in tonight's contest.
Did you hear about last night, by the way? I accidentally called Glash cough, and he got really upset. He sat down on the floor, didn't want to do the rest of the sim.
Was that why that image went out of him going and sitting on the floor? Was because you called him me?
Yep, that's right.
I didn't know the backstory there.
I called him Cough by accident, and that's what happened. So he does not like that comparison. Glash and I are on texting terms now, though. We're text friends.
Is that right?
So, yeah. So you better check yourself before you wreck yourself, Cough. You think that you're the Kenny Whisperer, but I think it might be Glash all along.
You don't believe that. Not for 1 second. Kenny, I will happily give you my phone number. Here it is.
Just because you,
just kidding. But I will.
Just because you enrage me doesn't mean that you get the best out of me. I would actually argue that, speaking of arguing, that most people actually enjoy me when I'm either doing play-by-play or when we're just having a pleasant conversation.
I do think people enjoy when we're having a pleasant conversation.
Yeah.
I like this, though. I like that already 3 minutes in, we're starting to quibble over when you are at your best with me.
I like the word quabble instead of quibble.
Sure. I mean,
Quibble
if you're
and
into
quabble.
fake words, go for it.
Yeah.
First and 10
if you're
from
into
the 23.
losing, then definitely don't draft DJ Moore, because right now DJ Moore is killing it for
Here's what
me.
I'm doing, Kenny. I'm slacking you privately.
Oh,
my
boy.
cell phone number.
No,
I just want you to have it. You can
Okay.
send me yours. You can just keep it for
Well, yeah,
yourself.
obviously,
That's up to you to decide. But I want you to be able to reach me on my phone whenever you want. As we
There
have
you go.
ourselves
There's my
second
phone
and
number.
six. McCaffrey shy of the first out to the 14.
Can
Third
I
and
have?
inches on the way.
Let's see.
What would you and Glash text about?
I don't know. I'm just gonna find some. Maybe, hey man, nice TikTok.
Nope, I highly doubt that.
Why not? Why wouldn't I?
I don't believe you feel that way.
You don't think
McCaffrey,
that I'm
first down
supportive
run.
of my friend Glash?
What's that?
You don't think I'm supportive of my friend Glash?
Oh, I think you're willing to lie to him out of friendship. Yeah, of course I do.
Okay. When have I ever told a lie on these Sims? Ever. I always speak my mind. I always tell the truth.
Which is alarming with some of your takes.
Right.
You see
but
that the
that's
Red Sox became the first team in baseball to hit 100 runs yesterday, and your guy Xander Bogaerts, who you called out, hit a 3-run home.
Glash and I bonded over how crazy that take was.
Oh, it's not. What did you present to him, just so I know what it is that I need to maybe defend?
I said that you said that the Red Sox have one of the best offenses in baseball. And I said, my counter was, well, to have one of the best offenses in baseball, you need to rank inside the top 5.
Yep.
And there's no way that the Red Sox are better than
I'm calling
four
Glash.
other teams. There's
I'm
no
calling
way.
Glash after this sim to figure out what he and I need
Call
to
him right now. Call him right now. I mean, I don't understand.
Right,
He's a
I
Red
will.
Sox fan, and he agreed with me.
I will.
That is a ridiculous statement.
Hang on, let me find him. I'm not even gonna FaceTime. I don't even want to see his stupid face. I'm just gonna call. 3rd and goal from the 9.
Also,
Bridgewater touchdown. Is that your guy, Ian Thomas?
That is Ian Thomas. Yeah. Good night, Cough. Good night.
Yeah, it's all over.
Going down, baby. We were also talking about the fact that you said you missed me on the whatever the bracket final.
Yeah.
And then I was like, if he really missed me, he would have reached out and said, "Hey man, get in the chat. We missed you."
I didn't do that to Lamarca. I didn't do that to Zach. I didn't do that to Rossi. I didn't do that to
there. They were there.
Right, but they weren't there from the get-go. They came on their own.
Yeah, but you weren't like, hey, you guys should get in the mix here.
It's calm. Can everybody hear this?
I can certainly hear it.
Good. I hope he doesn't say a profanity when he picks up. If he picks up, maybe.
Is that how people answer the phone when you call them? They go, "Oh, tartar sauce! It's Kaufman."
Hey, you can never be too careful. Maybe he's.
You're not gonna answer.
I'm not gonna leave a message. Nope.
Why not?
We're out. Maybe he's going for a run. Maybe that's what he's doing. Probably making a TikTok, says Jordan.
He spelled it interestingly, though. This is what was the most interesting part about that message from Jordan. He spelled it T-I-K, correct on the tick, and then
Correct.
he spelled it COC on the talk.
On the talk.
It was sort of a yin and yang situation. He mixed a K with a C. Instead of doing like TikTok, like Tic Tac, he did half Tic Tac, half TikTok. It was ridiculous.
Jordan, do you have any thoughts on this? Tara Lynn, you're a TikToker. Do you have any thoughts on this about Jordan woefully ignoring the proper spelling of TikTok?
Michael Dunn,
Carolina,
by the way,
a couple minutes to go in the first.
Gotta address Michael Dunn in the chat saying no weather in this sim ellipse. Yeah, there is weather. There's called wind. Wind is invisible, my friend. You can't see wind, but it's there. So there's wind.
Jordan says he honestly just typed it. He didn't even think about it. Tara Lynn says Jordan does no wrong in my eyes since he's technically my boss today. She also wrote no, KNOW. So let's just throw that out there. I can't read that, Tara Lynn. El Paso number 1 does
an acronym. You can read it.
Not into Flash's voicemail. It was very professional sounding, wasn't it? Yeah, as Tara Lynn notes, he's probably going for a run and then posting a picture of his watch on Instagram because that's what he does for his stories.
The Freak of Nature says extraordinary energy in the sim. Smash that like button.
Yeah, let's get to 150. We're just about there.
I think I just woke up today happy that I'm healthy and alive because there was a blaze
yesterday on April 20th.
2 doors down from me.
Oh, I see.
Right above the new deli that just opened too. I mean, felt bad for those guys.
Joker. Uh-oh. Instant bozo status for Koff today.
You are being a real bozo today, Koff.
Hey, calm down, pal. Rossi's Fat Cat. Koff wants to be a millionaire. Phone a friend. I wouldn't pick Lashes unless the question's about old-timey announcers or Sesame Street.
I got a question for you.
Huh.
If you really liked me, why haven't we played Buy Stream Trash in like? I mean, I don't think we played it in like 5 months. How about that?
In a while with anyone, but I'm happy to do it today. You know
yeah,
what?
let's play it. I bet I've seen 0 of the movies, but I'll still play it.
Would you like me to? We'll do a first quarter break right here. You want me to live around a certain genre? Matt Ryan. Big loss.
How about Meg Ryan in honor of Matt Ryan? No, I'm just kidding. Well, we're at the quarter break. Yeah. What about some comedy maybe? I mean, comedy's going to be the best bet. That's going to be the best bet at a movie that I've seen.
Dean says that was very quick, Koff. Dean, thank you. I'm known for my quick wit. You review some stats. I'll get some comedies for you.
El Paso number 1 says, "Why did I captain Hurst?" LOL. Because I don't know, and you just like making bad decisions. I guess. Kristen McCaffrey, 16 rushing yards. Todd Gurley with 6 carries for 6 yards. It's been a windy day here in Carolina. It's a wild weather Wednesday. We have wind going on in Carolina, but sadly,
there's a chance you've seen.
Okay, I'm trying to read the stats here.
Sadly,
not a lot. Not a lot of rushing yards. DJ Moore, 2 catches for 20. Calvin Ridley, 3 for 20. And Christian McCaffrey has 2 catches for 15 yards. Ian Thomas, a 9-yard touchdown grab. That's been the only score today. I was just teasing, Koff. Interesting. You're still wearing jeans here. I guess it's it's almost not jeans weather anymore, Koff.
It's rainy and windy here, man.
No.
I mean,
not Wild Weather Wednesday, you know?
Not in the house.
Wild Weather Wednesday gets you, man.
Wild Weather Wednesday here in real life. Yeah.
Kaufman, did you know that Kenny went on a 36-minute and 29-second rant about you yesterday? I don't even think the Sims last that long.
36 minutes?
I mean, it wasn't 36. I don't even remember going on a rant about you at all.
Do I need to go back and listen to yesterday's Sim? I really don't feel like it. All right, so I've found some movies. We're obviously back to the Sim, so I guess I'm showing them to just you, but we can review them. Must be says Kaufman dad bod. Is that because I'm wearing jeans or just because I'm not in the best tip-top physical shape?
I don't. Are any of us right now? You know what I mean?
No, probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I
mean, I'm in consistent shape with what I've been in for years. The pandemic has really not led to a change in my body one way or the other. I'm no Zach Thompson over here dropping 75 pounds.
By the way,
he is.
Not related to anyone's weight, but pretty crazy sight today. Mickey Moniak hit his first home run, and it was just crazy because the guy hasn't even come close to making contact with anything. So it's just, it was pretty shocking to say the least. But congrats to Mickey Moniak, I guess.
Speaking of shocking, Aaron says, I'm watching the sim muted and I'm working. I turn around, glance at the TV, and all I see is Koff bent over with no references to why. LOL.
Well.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to give the public what they want. Here's what we've got for the movies. You ready? Everybody can play at home. Buy, stream, trash. Remember, which one are you owning? Which one are you watching just the once? And which one are you throwing right in the trash heap as it's 7-0 Carolina and Atlanta getting the ball?
All right.
First movie.
What is it?
Pop Star.
Never seen it. Andy Samberg. I like
Andy Samberg. Yeah, Never Stop, Never Stopping. That strikes me as a movie Tara Lynn would love, which is not. I like to dig at Tara Lynn. That's not a dig. I love that movie, and I just feel like she also would love that movie. Here's the next one.
Okay.
Accepted. Justin Long.
Haven't seen it either.
Really? Okay. Jonah Hill. Back. I mean, his body has changed quite a bit over the years. This was in his larger days. And then,
did you handpick these, or?
I did handpick these, actually. I felt there was a chance. This one, if you've seen this one, it's only because your girlfriend's put it on. You probably have not independently sought this one out. This Means War.
Oh, no, other one I haven't seen.
Sort of an action rom-com.
Like another genre. I don't know if I can do
All right, how about, Undercover Boss Tom is just going to give me a new 3 since you haven't seen any of those.
Okay, yeah.
Ted, The Hangover,
really
super bad.
See, now these are movies that I have seen.
The Hangover, super bad.
Okay, I'm going to say right off the bat, I think...
Big gain, Julio Jones to the 16.
This is a tough one.
Play it home, people. Ted, The Hangover, super bad.
It's hard to remember. It's hard to think about. I actually feel really bad that you went and got 3 movies, and you were probably all excited about the Buy, Stream, Trash, and I have not seen it.
I'll put them back. I'm putting them back.
What? I mean, why don't you just try another genre? Maybe.
No, I like the 3 that Tom gave us. Ted, The Hangover, and super
well,
bad.
we could do another one. with movies that you actually have. I want to feel like we're friends, and that I have
Kenny,
I've watched some
numbers now. We're the best of friends.
That's true. I don't want to make you feel like I don't like
could
the
never.
game.
You could never make me feel any such way that you are implying. We are Thunder Buddies, Frangelico says.
So
that's what we are.
So I feel like, first of all, it's really hard for me to trash a Mila Kunis movie. And I love Mark Wahlberg.
Fair.
So let's get that out of the way. But I'm trying to think about if The Hangover was actually a really good movie that I would want to watch a lot, or if maybe we just remember it that way because it was a very cool movie,
Jordan applauding Tom's trio. He's given us his. We got a pick in the end zone on 3rd and inches. Oh man, targeting Julio would have been so big for me.
It was targeting, I believe, a Gage, right at number 18.
Let's see. We'll get a better look right here.
Calvin Ridley.
Was it Ridley? You're right, it was Ridley. Targeting Ridley. Eli Apple, the former Giant, comes away with the ball. So Jordan says he's buying Superbad. He's streaming The Hangover, and while he still likes it a lot, Ted's going in the trash. Ryan's keeping The Hangover.
Whoa!
Christian McCaffrey zigzagging his way. Touchdown!
Whoa!
80-yard score.
Oh man! Oh! Wow! All right, screw our movies then. No,
Holy cannoli.
I kind of feel like I would trash Superbad to be. I know what I don't know. I've seen Superbad since I've seen Hangovers. I have not seen Ted since I saw it like when it first came out.
Sure.
So I don't know if that movie maybe would stand the test of time for me. Although I do, like I said, I do love rom-coms. I do love Mila Kunis.
You do love Mark Wahlberg.
I also love the line when Ted tries to hook shot his bottle into a trash can and says Kareem. But I do that all the time. But nice. All right. I will trash Ted. Yeah, I used to suck Kareem. All right, so I'm gonna trash Ted.
You suck Kareem.
I think I would probably keep The Hangover, Mike Tyson, and then I would scream Superbad.
Superbad is gonna have to be my buy. The Hangover would be the stream, and quoting Jordan. And while I still like it a lot, Ted would go in the trash. I'm in agreement with Jordan.
Flash tried to call me an hour ago.
Tried to call you? You should call him back. Maybe he'll pick up your call. Much love though for the for that scene in Ted with the all right, Brandy, Heather, Channing.
Oh, I know why.
Why?
I know why I would trash that movie. Because it's so cringeworthy because he's out partying while Mila Kunis, like, he should be spending time with Mila Kunis, and the whole thing is like he spends too much time with Ted, but they're at this dumb party, which probably wasn't even fun, when, you know, you have Mila Kunis.
Yeah, I mean, Tom says, but Flash Gordon's there, man.
But that's the thing. I don't even, like, I don't know who Flash Gordon is, or I didn't know.
He's a superhero.
Right, I didn't know that. So
now you know.
Anyway,
Courtney, Misty, Jenny, Christy.
If it was like,
he saved every one of us, says Tom.
If it was, you know, Mark Bellhorn or something, I'd be like, oh, maybe I'll stay. Like, I need to talk to this guy. Like,
sure,
you know, he's seen some stuff, but yeah.
Mark Bellhorn, he's seen some stuff.
Mark Bellhorn is my favorite player.
The Guru says, trash The Hangover. You could watch part 2 or 3. They're practically the same movie. That is an offensive take, The Guru.
That is, I think that is definitely.
The Hangover 2 is garbage. The Hangover 3 is serviceable.
I don't think I've
original
seen.
is terrific.
I don't think I've seen. I think I saw maybe 2. I don't know if I saw 3.
Mark Bellhorn is actually your favorite player?
He was for a short time when I was growing up. But I think that
why? Like, how'd you land on Mark Bellhorn? I
think that carries over. That is carried over into today, and that's why I contact hitters so much, because I think I've just always liked them. Like, I used to love David Eckstein, Mark Wahlberg, Mark Bellhorn.
Who doesn't love Mark Wahlberg?
Look, the guy played for the Red Sox, and I was growing up. I hated the Red Sox with a burning passion.
Well, that's kind of why
But I loved him.
I'm trying to figure it out.
I loved Mark Bellhorn. I loved the way he played the game. I loved the double flapped helmets. He eventually did play for the Yankees one day.
He played for the Red Sox.
I think the Yankees managed to get him at some point. But I actually considered, because I was reading a book, called Bat Boy when I was younger, I think around the same time. And it was about like how a kid basically became a bat boy for the Yankees, Matt McGough. I think we actually follow each other on Twitter now, which is kind of crazy. Like, one day I looked him up and he followed me.
Hey.
But and I was like, oh, well, this guy follows me. I read his book, so I followed him back. But it was a story about a guy who just like wrote a letter to George Steinbrenner, and he was like, I want to be a bat boy. Like, I live in Williamsbridge, so like it's really close. And that was how he became a bat boy. And like most people become a bat boy because they're
nepotism.
It's not nepotism, but like you have connections, right? So this was like unique, where the guy was just like a complete outsider and got it. Anyway, so I think that I was like inspired by that book, and I was like, I'm gonna write a letter to the Yankees front office, and I'm gonna try to get them to sign Mark Bellhorn, because Mark Bellhorn is going to solve all their problems. He's going to make them a better team. And I think that was right around the time as well that the Yankees had just blown it to the right. Like the summer where they panic spent and got Jason Giambi, a lot of people were trying to figure out how they could be better. And I was like, Mark Bellhorn, that's how you're better. And I actually didn't even think about it, but I said the same thing the other day on Twitter. I said, all the Yankees need to do is get David Fletcher and everything will be fixed. I really do think that some teams just don't think about it. And they're like, well, you just need to remember that sometimes you need like one guy to make contact in your lineup, just one guy. Straight Cash said Mark Bellhorn made no contact. He K'd a million times.
I was going to say strikeout machine Mark Bellhorn is who you landed on. He averaged a strikeout for every game that he played in. He struck out a league high 177 times one year. That back in the day, that was a lot.
It is pouring outside Clash.
Oh my goodness gracious!
See, I did it. I'm an equal offender.
Wow, he went the other way. He just went the other way on it.
I'm the cough whisperer.
Have you called him back yet?
No, but I'm just a little taken aback right now because I can hear the rain outside. I can hear it. It is pouring rain.
Like Milli Vanilli.
It's really bad. So Bellhorn, Bellhorn struck out a lot, 29% strikeout rate in his career. But
am I supposed to go like pout and sit on the floor now that you've called me Flash?
You know, he didn't make a lot of contact. I don't know why I liked him. He had that one season with Chicago when he had 27 home runs. Surely that was that he was taking steroids for that season. I don't want to.
Early.
Man, I have no idea if he was taking steroids or not. Just making a joke. Want to make sure that we're not putting DraftKings in a legally bad position here. Just making a joke. I'm not suggesting that Mark Bellhorn took steroids, but I'm just saying that out of nowhere he had 27 home runs, and then he had 17 2 years later. So, did he actually play for the? I don't know if he actually played for the Yankees.
He did for 9 games.
9 games. Okay. See, I remembered he had a short tenure. Okay.
Call him back. Let's see if he picks up your call.
Call him back.
Call him back.
No, I texted him. I said, "Did you try to call me an hour ago?" And he didn't respond. So I'm gonna.
I'm telling you, he's going for that run right now. That's exactly what he's doing. Get ready, everyone who follows him on
He's gonna come back. He's gonna
see a picture of his watch.
He's gonna come back. He's gonna have a missed call from Koff. He's gonna have a missed call from me. By the way, two big moments or two big stories going on in sports right now. Tottenham, my squad, Gareth Bale scoring in the 60th minute. We are tied at 1. And how about big foe Francis Tiafoe trying to take down one of the kings of clay in Barcelona?
Sure.
Diego Schwartzman, the 9th ranked player in the world. Big foe up a set and a break.
I thought you were going to bring up the dismantling of the Super League before it even got going.
Just a few games away. The Super League, yeah. What was your favorite moment from the Super League era?
That I barely heard about it. I would say
you barely heard about it. It was all over the news.
The passing mention of it was my favorite moment. It didn't even have time to become a big deal.
It was literally, it was all over the news. Literally.
Head zone dance. Be careful, Kaufman. At your range, you sit on the floor, you might not be able to get back up.
Oh, end zone dance. High five.
Nailed it.
Oh, killing it, end zone dance. I love that one.
Like same as the Armageddon ending.
I'm telling you though,
10 seconds left.
It was a fun era. I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying when you're like, oh, I didn't hear about it. No one talked. Like everyone was talking about it for 2 days and then it was over.
I promise you, in Simland here and within my house, no one was talking about it.
All right, let's see how this goes for him in the wind. 44 yards. Young Wei Koo in the wind. Yeah, the wind doesn't matter apparently. What's going on here? Where's the wind? Let's see how we're doing here in our matchup.
It's close. You're ahead of me.
Once again, we just have a knack for these close matchups.
You're ahead of me by 2 points right now. several places. I think you're in 95th and I'm in 120, but you're only 2 points ahead of me. We are nearing halftime, 14-3 game. Carolina is in front. Mr. Hawk, this is shockingly similar to real-life Matt Ryan. Can't wait for the Matt Ryan's a Hall of Famer convo.
Oh,
Honestly,
my goodness.
Honestly,
How
probably is.
How is he a Hall of Famer? How?
Because-
Tell me.
Just volume numbers.
Volume numbers? Yeah, then Tony Romo's a Hall of Famer.
I'm going to say Tony Romo's stats don't compare to Matt Ryan's, but I haven't looked them up. I'm just guessing that.
I mean, you want to talk about, like, gross production? You want to talk about the total yards?
Like, where does
total
Matt Ryan rank in history, in passing yards, in, you know, all the quarterback categories?
Well, let's first talk about this, okay? Let's first bring this up. Tony Romo, average per year. Let's see what the...
Kenny's therapist, formerly James Farrell, says second place comp, just took a screenshot to prove it. There you go. Hope it holds for you.
I'm gonna calculate this.
Good. You do that. I'll look at the numbers here.
Okay, sounds good.
14-3 Carolina. Matt Ryan, 175 passing. He's pacing toward a bonus. That interception when he was going after Calvin Ridley in the end zone. About half the yards right now for Teddy Bridgewater, but a touchdown. McCaffrey almost at the bonus on the ground, 7 for 98 and a score. Todd Gurley, 3 for 11. He is disappointed to this point, at least on the ground. In the air, he's been more active, 2 for 50. 3 for 63 for Julio. You got 3 for 20 for Ridley, 3 for 18 for McCaffrey. Moore, 2 for 20, 2 for 18 for Hurst. Gage, 2 for 24. That's where we stand at the moment.
All right.
Mr. Hawk saying Matt Ryan is not a Hall of Famer. You've got a calculator. Right. What do you have?
Oh, here we go. I can compare them. Oh, beautiful.
Good.
Okay. I'm going to compare them. But here's what I came up with, by the way. So Romo for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's for 9 seasons. Okay, yes. From 2006 to 2014. And then he got hurt when he was 35. By the way, you know, he only played 10 games in 2010. He only played 13 games in 2008. He only started 10 games in 2006 because, of course, he was the backup. He averaged 3,700 yards a game or a year. Sorry, not a game.
Real quick, hey, before I'll let you finish that, let me just tell the people real quickly about what we got going on Sunday. Of course, this is a big deal, folks. We're looking forward to this. It is why you will have 5 sims on Sunday as opposed to 6, but you want to tune in. You don't want to miss this. You want to get your popcorn ready. It's part of the Film Awards festivities. Of course, the Oscars coming up that evening. Major League Eating is hosting the Red Carpet Film Feast. Red Carpet Film Feast, easy for me to say, event in Las Vegas, Nevada. It is Sunday, 6 o'clock Eastern time. You can watch it right here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings is also offering a free entry to a DraftKings Sportsbook pool that will hand out $10,000 in prizes for answering a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest on Sunday. This DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast is scheduled to stream live on YouTube and Twitch beginning at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time with our preview show. Do not miss out. Again, that is the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast on Sunday, pregame festivities at 5:30, or, you know, pre-award show, if you will. And then 6 o'clock, all the action eats off, kicks off, tips off.
There you go.
What would you say with regard to food? Anyway, you go ahead.
Here's a scary thing that I just realized. Matt Ryan might be a Hall of Famer.
I wasn't joking, man. Like, it wasn't. I know people think that my Julian Edelman should be a Hall of Famer take is outlandish, and that's fine. Feel how you want to feel. Matt Ryan is going to be a Hall of Famer.
Okay, first of all, Pro Football Reference. Okay, now it's just one place. What I always like to caution people about metrics, like in baseball, there's WAR and, you know, whatever. Like there's PER in basketball, people don't really use anymore. But like all of those metrics, right? That's just one person or maybe one team of people's opinion. It's an opinion. Just because it's a number doesn't mean that it's not subjective. What happens is these people said, well, here's what we think makes a Hall of Famer, and they'll weigh championships and yards per game, and like you might come up in your opinion of what makes a Hall of Famer, you might come up with a different sort of formula, and a person who's voting on the Hall of Fame might think that passing yards matter more than anything, and that's not necessarily what the people at Pro Football Reference are saying, right?
Sure.
So their metric for the Hall of Fame monitor. It's designed. It uses Pro Bowls, All Pros, championships, various stat milestones. That's what they say. So again, like they're using Pro Bowls in here, and I'm of the opinion, and I know a lot of people in the chat will agree with me, that Pro Bowls are kind of pointless, right? Like I don't think anyone cares about Pro Bowl selections. I think that All Pro selections are way more telling than a Pro Bowl selection. So, I think that we can all agree there. And like, maybe this isn't the best number is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that I'm just using this, but using that metric, the average Hall of Fame quarterback is at a 104 and Matt Ryan's at a 97.43. The average Hall of Fame quarterback has gone to 7 Pro Bowls. He's only gone to 4. So again, like whatever, but all pro first team, the average, has gone to 2, has been named to 2. Matt Ryan's been named to 1.
Keep in mind he's not retired either.
Right.
He's got a couple
also
more years.
Played 13 seasons, right? He's probably got the longevity needed. He's let's see. He's got 55,000 yards. The average, 38, but that's because I would love to see like per game, and they don't have that. Anyway, my point is
no Super Bowl, no Hall of Fame. Doesn't work that way.
Pretty close.
So Dan Marino's not a Hall of Famer?
Dan Marino, Fran Tarkenton. I'm looking at only because I'm looking at the list. Those guys didn't win Super Bowls, but frankly, he's kind of not wrong. Like you have to be good to not win a championship and get in the Hall of Fame. Look at Glash called me because he was saving my number. That's what he said. You look at Dan Fouts. And
there are easier ways, Flash, to do that.
Right, Warren Moon.
Save it.
And that's it. There's only 2, Tarkenton and Marino, who were kind of no doubters based on whatever this metric is. That's 2, and then Dan Fouts 3, and Warren Moon 4. There's only 4 quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame that haven't won a title. So you got to think about that. You also have to think about the fact that Phillip Rivers probably gets in, and he hasn't won a title. And the funniest thing about this is I'm looking at this. Eli Manning rates as an 83.41. Eli Manning is 12 points lower than Ben Roethlisberger on this. He's 5 points lower than Kurt Warner. He's lower than Ken Anderson. And in terms of the average quarterback, he's like 21 points behind what the average quarterback who makes Hall of Fame does. So I actually think this is hilarious when you think about this, because he's just Eli Manning is like, if we're talking about Matt Ryan being borderline, you never hear people call Eli Manning borderline. People are always saying Eli Manning is a no doubt Hall of Famer.
The only reason Eli Manning will get into the Hall of Fame is because he won 2 rings. It's
Mr.
not
Hawk
based
says Jim
on
Kelly as well didn't win.
It's not based on everything else. And I think and I am one of those people that says like I am on the pro side of the debate. Eli Manning is absolutely a Hall of Famer, but it's because he has those 2 rings. In fact, it's arguably because he has those 2 rings against the team that he beat, even more so than just having
Eli Manning
themselves.
I didn't even know this. He only made 4 Pro Bowls, which again, Matt Ryan did also, but I would expect that out of Matt Ryan. And I don't care about Pro Bowls, as I've said, but it's just funny to me that he's only made 4 Pro Bowls. He's never been first team All Pro. Never been first team All Pro. At least Matt Ryan's been the MVP. You can say that about Matt Ryan. He was really good one year.
Yeah.
The thing about Eli Manning is he was never really good, ever. He was good in 2 postseasons. But if you look at
he was a perfectly mediocre quarterback that, again, because of
the rings. Now he led the league in interceptions 3 times.
But part of it too, like if you were to look it up, and this, we got a touchback here, still 14-3 halfway through the third. This speaks to every other quarterback, including Matt Ryan, and why his numbers are what they are. If you were to look up Eli Manning right now, I'm pretty sure he is a top 10 quarterback all time in terms of passing yards, maybe even passing touchdowns, but yards, I'm fairly confident in. The rules have favored the quarterbacks and offenses in general for more than a little while now, obviously, and that has inflated a number of statistics. Guys like this eventually are going to be passed.
I might have misspoke, by the way. Fantasy Hawk is calling me out that Matt Ryan, he said he didn't win an MVP, which is very possible. I'm thinking about someone else. No, he did, 2016.
No, he won an MVP because the whole discussion was, can he, can he be a guy that finally wins the MVP and wins the Super Bowl in the same season?
You guys making me second guess myself. Yeah, he won an MVP. Anyway, so I'm comparing Eli Manning to Matt Ryan right now, which is going to be fun because, Matt Ryan has played in 30 fewer games. He's almost got the same amount of passing yards. Eli Manning has almost 90 more interceptions than Matt Ryan does. He's let's see. He on a season average, he averages like 100 more yards per game. So there's that.
Eli Manning, thank you, Jordan. Eli Manning ranks 8th all-time in passing yards. Matt Ryan is 9th, right behind him.
Oh,
and Eli probably is going to claim, or not Eli. Eli's obviously done. Matt Ryan is probably going to climb. Matt Ryan could get up to 5 easily.
Interesting.
Easily, he could get up to 5 before he retires.
Anyway, 5 would be. I don't think he's going to make 5. I don't think he's playing well enough right now. I think that he's going to be replaced soon by someone, maybe Justin Fields. Ryan, by the way,
Brady's 2, but he's going to pass.
Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan.
We have Favre, Rivers is done. Marino's done. Roethlisberger's still going for probably 1 more year. If Matt Ryan hangs on 2-3 more years,
okay, yeah, maybe, okay, but I'm looking more at just comparing him to Eli Manning right now because this is funny to me. His quarterback
he's
rating
better than Eli Manning.
His quarterback rating is 10 points higher. He has a 5.1% more of his passes have been completed. He averages half a yard more per attempt, and he's played in 30 fewer games. After this season, he will most likely pass Eli Manning in touchdowns as well. He's only 19 touchdowns behind Eli Manning. So
you've changed Fantasy Hawks to him. He says, I think he's a Hall of Famer now.
I didn't think so, but at first I think he might be. And the other thing about it is I just like comparing him to Eli Manning because, again, no one will ever tell you that people will tell you Eli Manning's a Hall of Famer, but like there's a very strong contingent out there of people who say that Eli Manning's in the Hall of Fame. And if you're going to allow that guy in with his regular season numbers, Matt Ryan's way better than Eli Manning was during the regular season. So
I'm just happy that you guys said Matt Ryan's not a Hall of Famer. I said Matt Ryan is a Hall of Famer and then left it to you guys to go figure out why. And you've changed your minds. So feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, it was a good takeoff.
Hey, thanks. You know what else is good? I've passed you in our contest.
Don't speak. Hey, you know what happened last time? You won on the last play. I could win on the last play.
Yeah, it's far from over.
You passed me by 0.35. I mean, Todd Gurley. I don't know. You have Todd Gurley also.
Far from over, right. But I'm just saying I passed you. I went from down however many points, and now I've passed you.
Captain Curtis Samuel. Curtis Samuel has 4 yards. You don't deserve to win. Mo says Matty Ice Hall of Famer.
Jared Kilgore says Julian Edelman has a playoff QB rating of 135.4, way higher than both Manning's and Ryan.
Who does? Julian Edelman? That's funny. All right, so this is going to be, no one cares about our individual showdown, but this is going to be pretty big here. If you have Julio Jones on one side of the field and Calvin Ridley on the other side of the field, who's going to get the football? I know Calvin Ridley Nation out there, shout out to the gang. A lot of people with Calvin Ridley right now and not with Julio Jones because Ridley, of course, the cheaper option, probably the better option on the Falcons. So we'll hope that he gets the football here. But it's been a good day for the receivers and a pretty bad day for the running backs. Aside from an 80-yard run from Christian McCaffrey, there's like 60 yards to be had on the ground, and everyone else is doing their damage through the air with Julio with the 70 yards, Russell Gage 62, Calvin Ridley 5 catches for 47, DJ Moore in the mix, Todd Gurley in the mix with 2 catches for 50 yards. So kind of the opposite of how you think a windy, wild weather Wednesday would go, right, Koff?
We've got a RB Tallulah, I don't know, Robert Tallulah, I'm just going to call it that, running away with our showdown right now by 10 points. 10 points. at the moment. The Mad Matinee, the Coffin Kenny won't fight today free roll, which is true, by the way. 169 entries in this contest, and that is our leader right now with, let's see, McCaffrey in the captain spot where he's got about 37 points, Bridgewater, Jones, Ridley, Gage, and the Panthers DST with a dozen. Been a good play so far. 3 sacks a pick, not allowing many points to this point. 12-way tie for first in the $250 free contest with CMC in that captain slot. He has, of course, hit the rushing bonus. Someone had mentioned here, Deucey Juice says, compare Big Ben to Matt Ryan. We don't have to. Ben Roethlisberger is superior to Matt Ryan and has the rings. Ben Roethlisberger is first year of eligibility Hall of Famer.
He should certainly be a Hall of Famer.
I don't think there's anyone saying Ben Roethlisberger's not a Hall of Famer, unless you're diving into like the character clause or something. But for his performance on the field, no question. Oh boy.
All right, let's see what happens here.
The 3, Gurley. Ross's fat cat. I think Koff should grow a fro. That's what happens when I don't cut my hair. It basically turns into one. It's quite a scene. Not great. First and goal from the 3. It's a pitch to Gurley. Run to the outside.
Oh,
he's going to walk on in. Touchdown. Hotlanta. That helps us equally, does it not? You also have Gurley. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're both on the Gurley train. So, yep.
28% owned in the captain spot, Todd Gurley, and about 76% overall in our contest.
Well, this could be good for you if they give it to Julio Jones.
Oh, how about no one?
Oh, no.
Back
So
on the 2-point conversion.
anyone who out there rooting for overtime.
Ooh, sorry, that won't help you.
Tough break. So yeah, I mean, I think that the only thing that could get us overtime now is like the Carolina Panthers kick a field goal here, and then the Falcons get the 2-point and the touchdown, or a touchdown and the 2-point. I guess that would be the correct order, right? Other than that, I think that we're maybe finishing in regulation here.
It is good to see people filled out both NBA contests earlier that Glash and I created. You and I gonna do a little NBA tonight? 12-game slate.
How about baseball, huh? How about that? Let's do baseball.
Let's do baseball.
Baseball, I am 10 times better at baseball than I am at basketball, and you just keep picking on me with basketball. I'm about to bully you in baseball this season.
Send me baseball.
I did MLB targets up on the DK playbook. Go check it out. I have examined this slate up and down.
Up and down.
Every which way.
We've got something from the NFL. Actually, we have multiple things from the NFL.
Oh, well, before we get to that, how about the other kind of football? Scope Tottenham at the 90th minute. It's 2-1 penalty given. Southampton fouled Tottenham in the box. It's a penalty for Heung-min Son. 2-1.
Something I'm going to assume people care marginally more about is the like button. Get to 200 likes. Smash that like. Let's get to 200 before we get out of here, before we hand things off for the next sim, obviously. The NFL, according to Adam Schefter, is slated to release its full 2021 regular season schedule Wednesday, a wild weather Wednesday, May 12th. So a few weeks out, May 12th, according to sources, you will get the all the dates for your favorite teams, what the schedules look like. You know the opponents. You will find out the when and the where that day. So that's exciting. Also, players' numbers that they are able to wear, evidently, here.
Oh, boy. Who is that? Oh, it's Curtis Samuel. Oh, come on.
Happy Ton. Defensive backs, 1 through 49, I guess. Running backs, fullbacks, tight ends, halfbacks, wide receivers, 1 to 49 and 80 to 89. Offensive linemen and defensive linemen are both 50 to 79. D linemen, 90 to 99 as well, same as linebackers, who also are 1 to 59. I'm surprised that's something that required a tweet, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, who cares? I mean, what's the traffic on that tweet from Tom Pelissero? Like, how many retweets did that get?
I mean, I'm just excited about the single digits. I want to know who's going to be wearing single digits. I think that it's cool. I think that there is something to be said.
Where are the quarterbacks? What's the quarterback number situation?
I mean, I hope that they wouldn't change quarterbacks. I don't think they're going to. It'd be really weird to have like 87 as a quarterback.
No, but what's their exact limitation though?
I think it's up to 20. So you can do as long as it's under 20, you're fine. You can't do above 20. You can't do above 19. It has to be under 20.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I think that as someone who created a lot of players in Madden as a kid,
Sure.
I definitely like having whatever, like linemen be the numbers they are. But I will say that I think that it's really like I think that that running backs and wide receivers should be able to wear any number they want. Well, not any number. They should just be able to wear the single digit numbers, which is what they passed. So. Also, like, I love this Tom Pelissero tweet, by the way, because he said proposal on change to jersey numbers passed, Cursors break out the double digits, and then he replied with also passed, no more preseason overtime, which is like a way bigger deal to me than like why did we ever have overtime?
Yeah,
in
why was
preseason?
that ever a thing to begin with? No,
Like,
this
that's
game
free
needs to
rule.
end with a winner.
That's a much more important bit of news and a much better rule than the jersey numbers. That's actually going to save people's legs. It's going to save people from getting hurt. Like that is a big deal to me, the no overtime. So
Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman. We got producer Jordan, Tara Lynn, learning on the go, along with T. Pike, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, Frangelico, in game ops.
Eddie and Thomas
coming down to the wire here. 3 minutes to go.
Ian Thomas got to get in the mix, man. I thought that was Ian Thomas that made that catch. Maybe I'm wrong. I need Ian Thomas touchdown right here. That would really stick it to you, Carl.
Not yet. McCaffrey picks up 5. A little bit later on today, Ravens, Seahawks, Jeff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey. That's in an hour and change. 4 o'clock sim, the early bird special. At 6, that one a rain game, by the way. At 6, you will have Rams, Dolphins in the wind with Moose and Christian DeAndrea. 8 o'clock, prime time. After that happy hour sim, Saints, Bucks in the rain. Brendan and Brandon, Glasheen and Cristal together. And then it'll be Glash and another Tom. So many Toms. Tom Carroll, Tom Ace, Vikings and the Washington football team. Virtual DC in the snow. Don't forget, after the 4 o'clock sim, you'll also have the Slate. Christian McCaffrey stopped short of the end zone. The Slate pre-lock live for NBA. Shirag and Mieselman coming at you, offering you advice on tonight's 12-game slate.
Please, Teddy, please. Just give it to Ian Thomas, please. Please.
Listen to Kenny just trying to speak this into existence.
Do it. Come on. Throw it. Number 80, please. He's right there. He's right there. Let's go, defenses. Get on the field. Defense. Okay, just give it to Ian Thomas. Come on. No! Mike Davis? Who needed him?
Nobody needed Mike Davis. Nobody.
Well,
honestly, raise your hand in the chat if you have Mike Davis.
Well, I got Calvin Ridley at least. Maybe he'll break out a nice big play here at the end of regulation. That could happen. It happened to you.
It could.
Who has Mike Davis?
0.66% owned in the $250 free contest.
Tisk. That's all I'll say. That's all I have to say about it. Tisk. Shame on
As
you.
Jason Rossi would say, I'm a vulture. Caw, caw.
Or it's not even shame on Teddy Bridgewater. It's shame on Matt Rule. What are you doing there? What are you giving the ball to Mike Davis for? Tom, undercover boss Tom says, congrats to the one person.
First TD in Simland for Mike Davis. We've seen history.
That's insanity.
We have seen history.
Straight Cash says that does help all of us who have, or it helps all of us who don't have CMC in the captain spot. I guess that's true.
True.
What a day in Simland on a wild weather Wednesday.
I am coming. I'm coming, Koff.
Davis and
You're
Claypool.
sitting there. You're sitting there. You're all relaxed. Like, oh, so cute that Kenny's down in 105th place. Oh, I won. You watch.
You are, yeah, I mean, you're only 8 points behind me. I mean, obviously several places, but only 8 points behind me.
You are cruising for a bruising, my friend. Cruising for a bruising. Dan Quinn is cruising for a bruising. What is that play call? You're on the screen pass to Todd Gurley. You have to throw it to Calvin Ridley.
And he felt so good about his lineup when he got here.
No, not Julio Jones.
Hello.
No.
Like that. Julio's in the zone.
It's all right.
Turns out Kenny and I guess, should have done that $1 billion head-to-head that we were joking about.
One big catch for Calvin Ridley, though, and it's all over for you.
With this Madden
That's you're not understanding. It could be all over for you so soon with one Calvin Ridley catch. Still got time.
Russell Gage, he's in my lineup too. Do you have Gage?
No.
Okay. Another one's not going to help you much. 1:14 to go. Panthers, 3 timeouts left. No need to use them. Falcons have 2. 2nd and 10. The Queens Falcons.
No! No, it's over.
Julio!
It's over.
Yeah, you can retire your hopes of winning this one. What a build here for Koff.
If he caught a touchdown pass from the 32-yard line, that would give him 10.2 points. That still wouldn't win.
Jones into the bonus. He's got 111. Mike asking about Madden 22 when that comes out. Madden is released in August, so we got a ways to go. Todd Gurley with the catch.
You should do a tournament for that.
Should.
When it's first announced, we should be, hey man, let's do it.
I bet we will. It's what we did with Madden 21. Rossi's Fat Cat asking nicely for a Julio bomb. Purdy, please. Get it, Fat Cat. 2nd and 8.
Oh, there you got Ridley. Oh, he missed him.
Incomplete. I don't think that even would have been enough for you, to be honest.
Hall of Fame, my butt. Yeah, but at least you get the ball back to Carolina, then maybe I get some points with Carolina and sneak a win in instead. Also, by the way, I didn't even think about it. I have Calvin Ridley in the captain spot. It doesn't even matter. If I get 10 points on a catch, I get 15.
All right, well, let's see. 3rd and 8. Ryan's 3 away from the bonus. Can he get there now? That ball is caught. Bonus. Your guy, Ridley. First and goal from the 4. Hall of Famer Matt Ryan not giving up yet.
Well, it's a start. I'm going to still need the touchdown, but that's a start. He's not even on the field. Great, awesome, super cool. Oh, he's on the bottom of the screen.
First and goal. Ryan surveys. He looks right. Looks in the direction of Ridley. Tip down.
No, he threw to him. Oh, the pain, the suffering. Oh, Koff.
Poppy Herb is jumped into front in our free roll, by the way.
Oh, man. A touchdown here is worth, I think,
not enough of what you need.
Probably 11 points. It's pretty close. He's open. Throw to him. You got it.
Oh, what are you doing? Russell Gage caught it outside the end zone. So close.
How is he not
3rd
in?
and goal. Man, so close.
How is he not in? How is he not in?
I thought he was in. Go for it again.
I mean, you have to, obviously.
Got to. Back of the end zone, completed this one. Touchdown. It's Gage. Got it this time. What a monster performance out of Russell Gage.
Closing up the head-to-head. That's it. Oh, actually, I have to bring it back because I need to look at the player of the game.
Russell Gage up over 20 points. He's in about 40% of lineups. Poppy Herb's got him. Maintains his standing in first. Matt Ryan in the bonus. What a sim. 21-16. Panthers will get it back to run out the clock. Victory formation kneel after the kick, you'd suspect. Unless we get some real insanity around here. Here comes the onside kick try. Nope, not even close. Carolina's got it.
All right.
So, who is your Krustikov player of the game going to be, my friend? You have got Russell Gage in the captain spot of the projected winning lineup. V Black, barring any changes, has just passed over Poppy Herb by half a point. McCaffrey, Ryan, Julio, Gurley, and Younghoe Koo. A lot of good performances all the way around.
Yeah, a lot of good ones. I'm looking at V Black's lineup because it's pretty impressive. I'm going to have to go with my favorite play of the day being Russell Gage.
Yep.
Sad to say it, but 8 catches was pretty nice. High volume, 8 catches, 66 yards. The touchdown at the end to get him, over the top here in our free showdown. And then, just in general, a monster day for anyone who decided to captain him. Low owned, a low cost, just $8,400 in the captain spot, and then even cheaper in the flex, sitting there at $5,600. So Russell Gage, player of the game, and the least valuable player from this one, besides would probably end up being.
You got some options.
I do have a lot of options. Robbie Anderson had 1 catch. I actually think DJ Moore probably.
That's what I was thinking too.
At 4 points, 2 catches for 20 yards, $7,800. DJ Moore averages 12 a game. Pretty consistent. He's got the superstar traits for Carolina. All the ratings in the world really, and just couldn't get anything done here. Carolina, even despite winning this game or coming close to winning this game, it put up a lot of points. Wasn't able to get anything done. And again, it was a game for the passing, the passers, the quarterbacks. I mean, there was nothing really done besides an 80-yard rush by Christian McCaffrey on the ground. And if you're wondering why I didn't mention him as the player of the game, because he didn't really deserve it, because he just had the one big run. All day, really, he just was kind of lackluster. So those are my 2 award recipients.
We are in agreement. Not that it matters. Your call goes. 327, a touchdown to pick for Ryan. Bridgewater, just 98 passing yards. He was not good, but he did have a touchdown. McCaffrey, 143 on the ground. He blew up today, folks. Touchdown. Gurley went 43 in a score. Mike Davis, first ever in Madden 21. 3-yard touchdown for him after in the previous sim we had the first touchdown for Claypool. So what a day. Julio, 6 for 111, no scores. Gage, 8 for 66, the player of the game with a touchdown. Ridley, 6 for 73. Gurley, 5 for 59 in the air. McCaffrey, 4 for 23. Samuel, 4 for 33. Hayden Hurst went 2 for 18. Just good production all the way around, really. You also had that touchdown by Ian Thomas. 9-yard score and didn't do anything after that. So after this, you want to make sure you don't go anywhere. You're going to have on the Dream Stream an episode of No Laying Up, followed by the Pat Mayo Experience, where they will break down everything you need to know about the upcoming Zurich Classic. Obviously, the Sims the rest of the day. Ravens and Seahawks in the rain. Kenny will be back in an hour with Jeff Ulrich. The Slate NBA Pre-Lock will be with Shirag and Matt. That is after that sim, right around 5:15 Eastern. 6 o'clock, Rams-Dolphins in the wind, Moose and Christian DeAndrea. And then at 8, Saints-Bucks, rain game. Glash, Brandon with you. So BK will go, and then Tom Ace will drop in with Phonics for little Vikings-Washington football team in the snow for Madden After Dark.
Who's Phonics?
Yeah. Phonics. Glash. Hooked on Phonics. It's quite the reader, that guy. You can ask him all about it, or you can text him if you want to.
I could text him. You're right.
You could.
Yeah, could do it.
You guys text. Just make sure he calls you so that you can save his number in your phone. or something like that. All right. Our thanks to Jordan, to Tara Lynn, Undercover Boss Tom. We got Frangelico and Game Mops. I am getting on out of here, but I will be with you for Sims tomorrow at, 4 and 6 on a Thirsty Thursday, folks. Be with Zach and Rossi for those, so that should be a good time. Stats updated, by the way. Thank you so much, Frangelico. And V Black, our official winner, by half a point. Poppy, you came so close, Poppy, but just narrowly missed it. And Kenny, it has been a great pleasure taking you down in our showdown.
Yep, always fun when our paths cross, and I'm sure we'll do it again real soon. But yeah, until then, so long, buddy.
See you, champ.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the No Laying Up preview show presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. We are not in the studio. We're traveling this week. We're up at Pinehurst.
We're in Donnie's house.
Welcome to Donnie's house. We're staying in the Ross Cottage. Thank you to the Pinehurst folks for that. But we're still making golf picks. So, no weeks off, man. No weeks off.
Coming for you, TC.
I'm
coming.
Allow me to be the first to. I don't have my hat on. I was going to say hats off. God, Donald Ross had a small head. Hats off on your Stu Singh pick. Truly shocked the world. A true where were you?
Where were
made
you
the pick moment.
Pick?
Unbelievable stuff.
Neil's going to throw a lot of accusations out. All of them just hot garbage. Just please, all I ask here is that you look at where he is in the standings when he makes these accusations. He is like a high school dropout that's trying to drag down the people at the school that are, showing up to class, getting good grades, excelling in athletics. And he's just trying to bring you over to the dark side, into the pouch of misery, and I refuse to follow him.
That's a long-winded answer
to a question nobody was asking.
A simple thank you for the compliment would have been all we were looking for there. We're closing the book on Harbortown. Great win by you. Great win by me for Lydia Co, if I do say so myself. A little less impressive than your 100-1, but we're moving on to the Zurich. We're moving on. The LPGA is going to Wilshire. I'm sure there are other tournaments.
Weird tournament to bet. This is a really tough one.
Really weird. Why is it so weird?
Well, it's a team event, as you know. It's a team event. The teams are just weird. Like, the field is weird. Like, I'm not getting really any vibes on why a lot of these teams came together. You can have like a sneaker, like, this guy's kind of playing well, people haven't noticed yet, but if he gets paired up with like Rob Oppenheim, then how do you bet that? I don't know how to play that. A lot of offense meant for Rob Oppenheim. I don't know how to bet that, so I kind of stuck with some familiar names for this week and snuck into the LPGA as well.
Well, why don't you lead it off?
I'm so glad you asked. Cam Champ and Tony Finau.
God, it would be cool. It would be so good for my argument if Finau wins this.
It's only right that Finau wins something with a big asterisk on it. Whenever we know he's going to win, it's got to be this one where you guys are only going to say it's a half win.
For sure.
I can picture the narratives. You guys are so predictable.
I'm rooting for that.
So let's go with him, Cam Champ. 10 nuggets plus 1,800 to win the tournament. And we are also going to fall back 30 more nuggets on them, plus 164 to top 10. They're not falling outside the top 10. Again, remember, there's only 80 teams, something like that.
Right.
So a top 10 here is not nearly as difficult to attain as it is on a normal week. Brendan Todd and Chris Kirk, still not positive that they're different people and that's like the best synergy. Exactly, that's the best synergy I see on a team. Plus 225 for them to top 10, 15 nuggets on that one. Doug Gim and Justin Suh. Been waiting for Justin Suh to just get a start. He's been grinding on these Monday qualifiers. He was an excellent podcast guest we had on. This field seems primed for these two dudes to sneak up, get a top 10, plus 500 on that, 15 more nuggets on that. Nelly Korda, just booked this one for the rest of the year. Top 10, plus 130, 30 nuggets on that at Wilshire. She'll probably top 5, but it's the safest bet in golf. Nelly Korda top 10. That's my picks.
We had a lot of similar vibes going on.
You're drafting.
I kind of am. I found a slipstream behind Solid. I do have a couple different. Let me start with my similar ones. Chris Kirk and Brendan Todd for top 10. Plus 225. These are all 20 nugget plays. Got that one. You know what? I thought I was going to pick Nelly Korda, but I changed my mind. I forgot. Jin Young Ko out at Wilshire. I think Jin Young Ko, proper golf course, proper player. I think Jin Young Ko's plus 900, so 20 nuggets on her to win. We're going to keep our, one winner in a row is a fluke. Two's a streak.
You're LPGA court expert now.
Exactly. I'm the LPGA sharp. Let's go back to Zurich now. We're whipping back to Zurich. Graham McDowell and Matt, don't call me Mike Wallace, for a top 10. Seems like interesting stuff. Different kind of games. G-Max obviously, he's a crafty guy. I like him there. They're plus 500 for a top 10. Like that. Love Leash and Cam Smith, both coming off of stellar Masters performances. Great vibes on those guys. Cam, obviously a past champion here. They are plus 1,400 to win. And then I'm also going with, friend of the program, Max Homa, playing with very good friend Taylor Gooch, plus 300 for a top 10.
You know who else is on that play? Nick Faldo.
There you have it. Let's send it over to the DraftKings.
Coming for you.
Who I'm sure he's got a lot of different ways he could go with this.
Hello. A lot of different ways I could go this week. We've got Zurich's tough to bet on, right? Thought about Leash and Cam. Didn't want to go there. Odds. We're going Will Gordon and Michael Thompson. Michael Thompson's been playing some great golf this year. Top 10 play, plus 550, 60 nugs on that. Next, we're going Marcus Armitage. The bullet is back in the Canary Islands, baby. 10 nuggies, plus 400 for a top 10. Next, next three are LPGA Flyers. Great value here. I don't know, not great form lately, but I think Megan Kang, plus 1,200, 10 nuggies. She's had success at Wilshire before. And then Azahara Munoz, plus 1,100 for a top 10. 10 nuggies there. And Celine Boutier, top 10, plus 1,600 for 10 nuggies. So all good. I think I'm really, really confident that Megan Kang's probably going to win this week. So the top 5 plays, money. We'll see how it goes. Bad week for TC. I'll be in the pouch. We're going to delay it to next week. We got a good one planned for you, though.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening to you, Randy.
It's Mr. Ross's study, where my associate Neil and I have studied some picks this week. And we're ready to share them with the world. I got 5 plays, as I always do. I'm putting 20 nuggets on each just to make it clean. Let's start out Wilshire Country Club, very private course that my Stroud brother and I know nothing about in Los Angeles. Minji Lee has won this event before, plus 2,800, putting 20 nuggies on her to win again. Lightning strikes twice. Arya Jutanagarn. Many say what's been happening with her. I don't know. Hopefully this is a week she finds something. Plus 550 to top 10. We'll see. Lim Kim coming off a great week out in Hawaii. Of course, won the U.S. Open last December. Taking her to top 10, plus 450. Again, 20 nuggets. And then we're going to Zurich, a team event. How do you handicap a team event? I don't know. But I got 2 plays. Top 10, Doug Gim and his dad, and Justin Suh. Okay, plus 500. 20 nuggets. And then to win, a pair of Norwegians. I don't think a Norwegian has a Norwegian. I guess Hovland's won. Have 2 Norwegians ever won before in the same week?
Size of the North. They're going to get that oil.
That's right. Let's take Victor Hovland and Christopher Ventura, plus 4,500 to win. There you go. Neil, enlighten me.
Randy, those were some pensive picks. Seems like you're searching a little bit. Not sure you like this. I'm also going with 5 picks, as I always do. And I'm going to put 20 nuggets on each as well because I have no clue this week. First, we're going to go with just a homer pick. Max Homa, Taylor Gooch, top 20, plus 100. Am I pouch dodging? Yeah. Am I pouch dodging? You're goddamn right I am. Then, we're going to winner pick. Mark Leishman, Cam Smith, a couple of mangy dogs rooting around for a win. Plus 1,400, 20 nuggies there. We're going Chris Kirk, Brendan Todd. Just feels like one of those, I don't know, kind of just even keel groups. Top 10, plus 225. Who knows? I don't know what I'm doing.
A couple more dogs.
Yeah, exactly. And I would say a couple of guys that I've been, rooting for. Xander Schauffele, Patrick Cantlay to win, plus 650. The odds stink, but if those guys win and they're playing together, I wouldn't forgive myself. And you know what? We're going to have one more chance. That's right, one more chance, folks. Ches Reavie on the back of Lucas Glover, just putting the team on his back. Top 20, plus 138. Book it. Let's go.
You better get on the whip early this week.
That's right, brother. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Let's get into it. Zurich Classic. Team event, 80 teams in the field. The top 35 in ties are going to make the cut this week. All of the stats and field are loaded into fantasynational.com. So fantasynational.com/Mayo. to get everything worked out. I hope Moose has his mind on the simulator. Like I mentioned, Rahm Palmer won at 26 under, Horschel and Scott Piercy 22 under, Blixt and Cam Smith at 27 under the first year of this event. The best team in terms of alternate shot, where this, honestly, that's where this tournament is won and lost. It's the alternate shot. If you play well in alternate shot, you're going to be inside the top 5. So Palmer and Rahm were 65-69 in alternate shot. The year before that, in 2018, Bubba and Cooch were 67-74. Horschel and Piercy, who won, were 73-67. My guys, Seamus Power and David Hearn, 72 and 68, and Duffner and Perez were good that year too. The year before that, Spieth and Palmer, 66 and 70. Hoffman and Watney, who are still a team, never missed a cut at this event, by the way, 67 and 69th. I just ran the custom model on Fantasy National. Charlie Hoffman, number 1 over the past 24 rounds. Does that mean we are betting Charlie Hoffman and Nick Watney to win this event? I don't even know what the odds are.
I'm seeing a 70.
70? Could those be one of the 4 bombs that we're taking here?
I could be on that list, sure.
So if we go to the very top of the odds boards, the defending champs are the favorites. Palmer and Rahm are 6-1. Like, I don't think 6-1 is a great number, even though it's a small field in a team event. Cantlay and Schauffele, 6.5. Leishman and Smith, 14. Same as Morikawa and Wolf. Scheffler and Bubba are 16-1. Bubba has a solo win at this event back in 2011. Champ and Finau, 18. Burns and Horschel. Hatton and Willett. Todd and Kirk, all 25. And Louis Oosthuizen and Charles Schwartzel, the South Africans, are 28-1 to win the Zurich Classic. If I had to bet anyone from the top, I would probably bet Horschel and Burns.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be really popular this week, so I might not make the bet.
Now, let me tell you this, because that's funny you said that. A bunch of people are like, no, I think they're a sleeper team to me. I'm like, no, watch. They're going to be the most popular team because
Horschel's won this as a pair. Horschel's won it solo. And Sam Burns went to LSU. You can't overlook that.
Well, firstly, you'll be super triggered all week because you're the guy that like can't stand like college references. Half these teams are probably like college twosomes. So you're going to get that the majority of the week. And yeah, I've seen this number even like flirting with 28, I want to say, Pat. It's a good like north of 25 or above where people feel like I feel okay starting there. And it's a team that makes a lot of sense. So I think they will be very popular. Probably the most popular team under 30-1 from a betting standpoint.
If we go back and look at some of the like best scores in terms of the best ball, they're not teams that you would expect. Like I believe that Scott Brown and Kisner have the record for best ball. It's like 12 under or something like that.
I'm surprised it's not higher.
Me too, but I think they set it up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. You get this like Castro Tringali team at 55-1. Like, I don't know.
They come top 10 here before.
Yeah, guys just 2 PGA Tour pros. You pick the lower score. Like, someone's going to shoot 14 under. No,
I would think so, but that just never seems to happen. And then alternate shot, like I mentioned, I do want to take guys that I think have similar skill sets. I think that just makes things comfortable for them. The other way to look at it, Tom Jacobs is the one who brought this up to me. The reason that he bet Horschel and Piercy the year that they ended up winning was Horschel was playing pretty well and he was putting really well. And we've just known him to putt really well at this course over the years. And Piercy was striking out of the ball going into it. And being Scott Piercy was losing like 5 strokes putting. He's like, well, if Horschel can take advantage of the Piercy close shots and Horschel's just playing well anyway, that should make up the gap. And it did. That's how they ended up winning, is Horschel made all the putts. Piercy made enough, but was hitting his irons so well. And that's sort of the Burns case this week with Horschel, is that Burns, since the final round at Riviera, has been horrendous off the tee and on the greens. But the irons are still fine. The chipping is still fine. That if he can get his driving back to normal and potentially a familiar location, Billy Ho's putting well enough that he might be able to carry them.
Yeah, listen. I said this to you, under 30-1. This is probably the team I would like to bet. I don't mind Willett and Hatton.
I was going to say, well, Willett and...
I don't mind that one.
It's funny the disrespect. I mean, because Hatton finished okay on the weekend. He had his classic bad first round, very solid second round.
Great second down showdown play after that.
All you wanted to do, the key to winning Friday showdown on DraftKings at the Heritage was play all UK guys. They all went like 7 under par.
Like Fitz, Willett, Hatton.
Fleetwood was like 6 under and still missed the cut.
Yeah, like Tom Lewis. Yeah, they all.
But Willett and Hatton it's just funny that you see like, Scheffler and Bubba get so much respect here because Scheffler's high in the world. Obviously, Bubba's won here before, but they're 16-1. Like Leishman and Smith get a 14-1. Like Hatton's like the third best player in this field, so he's not getting the name value bump that.
Or is he just getting dragged down?
I don't think so. Well, it's been like okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm asking. Like,
I don't know. I just think that they're not sexy to bet on. So Kirk and Todd, that could be if Kirk continues to hit his irons and Todd's putter shows up. Game over.
Georgia.
And both those guys can scramble.
Yeah, that's the Bulldogs.
What did Todd do Todd made the cut.
If Todd has been decent, this might be the bet, to be honest.
Let's see.
I don't know.
He was 39th. He hasn't missed a cut in ages. He hasn't had like any great performances. The irons have been atrocious.
I bet them the top 3
for him. You can bet them the top 5 if you want to. So yeah, I'd be looking at the lower end of this. Charles and Louis came top 3 here before, but I'll take a hard pass.
Are we going? You're going up there?
No, I'm not going to take Charles or Louis. Do you want to go to the next range?
No, I didn't. Let's just sort of talk about like Cantley, Schauffele. It's unbettable. They are the power team though this year, like the powerhouse.
Agreed.
Team.
Yeah, I just
if they like do it and they're awesome, like good for them.
Yeah.
Was it Leishman, Cam Smith? They played together. They played together at that Templeton thing.
So I have the results from that very handy in front of me because I thought you might bring this up. Teams that from there, well, Sabatini and Tway aren't playing together. They're both playing in this tournament. Tway plays with Kelly Craft in this tournament. They've had a lot of success. Kevin Tway is in every single one of these team events, by the way, and he tends to do pretty well in them. Sabatini and Tway were T2 out of 12 teams. Cam Smith and Finau were T5, and Leishman and Cam Champ and Finau were T5. Leishman and Cam Smith were T8 or out of 12 teams. So they weren't great together, but it was 3 rounds of best ball.
Finau and Cam Champ. There's I don't know. The Willett Hatton team.
At least you would expect them to putt.
I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to pull a trigger down here.
Yeah.
I've made a bet. It's higher up, though.
Okay, so let's go to the next range where we start getting into some of these teams. The odds vary all over the place. We're using DraftKings Sportsbook for our odds. So you got Gooch and Homa, Varner, and Grace. A team actually I don't mind. They're 35-1. Kokrak and Perez was the team I was looking at. They're 40-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook, but I've seen them as low as 70 in other spots. So that would be a team I would look at. Steele and Keegan, Ann and Im, Fratelli and Streelman, Hovland and Ventura, Rose and Stenson, they're all at 45. Then you got the Glove and Reevy. They've had some success as a team. They're 50. Lewis and Peters are 50. Castro and Tringali, 55, along with Noren and Norlander. Lonto and Damon, Kisner and Brown at 60. I thought 50-1 were awesome odds on Kisner to Brown. And then I bet like the worst number possible. But I don't understand why they're so low on this list. Why are they just not getting any respect for being overall the best team in this event over the 3 years?
I don't know. They're hard name. They got.
They have zero name value, but they're a legit team. Like they play together.
I agree.
The PGA
I
Tour
agree. They have zero name value, but what sort of name value should Glover and Reevy have?
I don't know.
To be shorter than them. Like there's a lot of no name value in this field whatsoever. Lots to talk about. I do definitely agree. Like when you mentioned Louis and Charles, I was like, no, I'd rather be half part of the other South African with
EVR.
With not EVR, Harold Varner.
Oh, you want Grace?
EVR's in here too with a decent team. With Wyndham.
Yeah, so that's a team
we can get up there. That's 90-1. That's a team that I have a star beside.
That's a team that I like because they don't have complementary skill sets whatsoever. But I think that Wyndham Clark makes up for a lot of what EVR sucks at, and EVR makes up for a lot of what Clark sucks at. Like Clark's going to bomb it. He's one of the biggest drivers on tour, and he's a really good putter. EVR is like an okay driver. There's a lot of water on this course, so that takes.
Yeah, but hopefully, like with the
but if he can get his irons and short game going, which he is good at, maybe Clark can make the putts.
Listen, they're both capable when they're on their own of being in contention and then like imploding. But maybe getting together will help them. Where like we can just get the good of each without the 3 bogeys in a row from EVR. Like the moment he's getting hot. So that's a little farther up than I wanted to start, but I do like that. No, I'm not betting HV3 and Grace, but I do like that more than Louis and Charles.
Me too.
Was all I was saying.
Varner's sneaky Sunday at Heritage.
And who is Louis? Like, Louis couldn't have found a good international President's Cup partner.
He always plays with Charles.
Is that what he's been doing here? Because Louis is a great match play player, so maybe I don't want to sleep on him, but I don't want any part of this team.
No, they came T3 the first year, I think, or the second year. Fleetwood actually has 2 top 5s at this. Now he's not playing. Could have got his first PGA win, Jeff.
Decided to play last week and missed the cut because he was Andercursed. I have bet Team Oklahoma State Cowboy. Victor Hovland and Ventura 45-1.
I actually like that team.
I got Victor Hovland at 45-1. I don't know, Ventura, just come along for the ride. Be the star. I don't care.
Make your putts, man. Just make your putts,
Christoph. Like, I don't know.
You handle the chipping. You handle the chipping and the putting, and like be really good at that to kind of counterbalance how bad. Just have an average week, Vic, on the greens, and that team.
Yeah, but maybe Vic gets to like chip in and maybe make it an alt shot.
Yeah,
he does alt shot in better ball. Like, let's go. Free roll at those chips for Vic to hole out from.
It's just really funny to see some teams with name value be really up in the odds, but Hovland, who's generally overvalued in the market, just gets no respect in this regard.
I don't know. I think it's a nice. Listen, it's not a perfect team. Like, there's
no perfect team.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's flawed, but it's not 6-1. It's not 20-1. It's not even 25-1 where we think Hatton is being undervalued. I don't know. It's enough for me to say I will pull the trigger there. And they got that. I mean, you mentioned other past teammate things. Other college teammates doesn't mean they played tons together recently. I know that's a big thing. You can name it with a bunch of them, but we're gonna start there.
Okay, I can get on board with that. I might tell you on that.
The next team was also interesting, or the one just at the same price of the South Korean team of An and M.
Oh, I was going to say the Rose and Stenson.
That's also.
Do we want any part of that? Rose is one here.
I don't know. You're betting on. Now, that's a name value team, not getting any pricing. But
Rose coming off a pretty good Masters. Stenson coming off a pretty good Masters.
Playing his best golf in
a year.
Yeah.
Since he won the Hero.
What? I don't know.
I'm out on it, but I thought it was interesting to see that they were down there. I don't think I can. Anne has been horrible. Really bad.
All right. I've seen actually a lot of love for the Homa Gooch team.
I can completely
Gooch
understand
has Gooch statistically probably very underrated at the moment.
I don't think that he's underrated. I'm looking at the modeling right now. He's number 3 behind Hoffman and Cantlay.
I mean, underrated in the sense that a lot of people might be like, whoa, Gooch. And I was surprised to see the broadcast spotlight him for this week.
I did not see that.
They did something of players they're excited to see next week.
And it was Taylor Gooch?
One of them dropped Taylor Gooch.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember who else made that little.
How's the Gucci man been playing? I haven't seen him in a while. I guess Valero would have been the last time he played? No, Honda was the last time he played. He's had back-to-back, pretty good weeks. 5th of the players, 46th at Honda, but he lost 3 strokes around the green and over 3 on the green. His ball striking was off the charts at the Honda. So, yeah, very sneaky team. Interesting. I don't know. I'm just a sucker, and I bet Brennan Kisner. That feels way too deep to me. And I bet them with the top 5, too, since they've come inside the top 5 2 of the 3 years that they've played this together. It's just I'm going to end up betting Power and Hearn, who have never missed a cut here as a team. I don't know why they're good as a team, but apparently they're really good as a team. Probably bet them top 10 or something like that. Probably not an outright win. Who else are you looking at here? You're staring pretty hard at that sheet.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to make much of. Peters and Tom Lewis is a tricky.
That's just a good team. I bet you if you added up overall world golf ranking,
that'd probably be pretty high.
Yeah,
it's a sneaky team, and they're priced lower. That I was hoping to get more on them. I don't know. Is Nora and Norlander?
Come on.
Noren finished 21? That means I got to talk about him. That's a joke. Not really, though.
Well, there's no way that I'm not betting 2 of my favorite players on tour as a team somehow. And it might actually be a perfect format for Doug Gibb. Because Gim is like, yeah, I'll go shoot -9. That's not a problem. Oh, I'll follow it up in the easiest conditions with 75.
I don't mind that.
So Gim and Gim's been like popping at all these Pete Dye courses. So 70-1, you can find deeper odds on them too. So I'll be in on that. And I kind of want to bet Hoffman and Watney. Watney has been a train wreck for like 3 years, but every year they show up to this tournament, they've come. Hoffman and Watney have played together all 3 years in this event, tied for 9th, tied for 31st, and tied for 5th. And this is the best Hoffman's been playing since he's been coming in.
Hoffman, Watney, 90-1.
Yeah.
And we're doing EVR and Wyndham.
I don't know if I'm doing that for sure, but those are going to be my 3: Kisner, Brown, Gim and Suh, and Watney and Hoffman. And that might just be my week. Keep a real low exposure week, and hopefully I have something to cheer for come Sunday. Because there's some fun pairings, like Seifert and Neesmith. Like that is that is the stat modeler's dream.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a pairing that I think I might see reading a lot of articles this week that works for people.
Does GMAC have anything in the tank? Because he's with Matt Wallace.
Honestly, they could not have picked a partner that demoralized me more to see beside Wallace's name at the moment.
He couldn't have been like, hey, Fitzy, like, why don't we go play this tournament together?
Seriously, that was a really annoying pairing to see. Fun little, I guess you don't like the mix and match, the Keith Mitchell Snedeker.
I do not. No, that is the type of team that I want to stay away from.
I do agree. Like you even see it in sports. Teams like, no, we got to be balanced. No, Atlanta Falcons, get that tight end. Be like good at what you're good at.
Yeah, that's why the Champ and Finau team is kind of intriguing. Like they might just overpower the course. If it plays like super easy and super soft, they're gonna be fucking great.
Like be even greater at what you're great at, and you'll suffocate people to death.
Well, I think that kind of roundabout way talks about Bryson and Reed and Morikawa in exactly the same way. Is they're not super concerned about coming T21 every single week in a bad week. It's a miscut or it's first or second place. Because they have that one thing where they overpower the field with their one great skill. And as a team, can you get that together? I think that's why Glover and Reeve work so well. They're another team who's actually been pretty good at this tournament and playing together. And like 50-1 is not great odds for them. But they have kind of similar skill sets. Like they're not long off the tee. They hit a ton of fairways. They're both really good iron players. They're both atrocious on the greens. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't like that Hogarth's with Von Taylor.
No, neither do I.
Who's his agent? Like, how did that get set up? That seems very, very random.
What about
have we gone crossed?
Yeah, we're crossing over.
Okay, yeah. So just a couple, I like to throw out names, but I don't know. I actually don't hate what I'm about to say. A couple options.
If you're going to say Sam Ryder and Doc Redman, are you?
That was the first one I was going to mention.
Everyone has brought that team out to me. Has anyone looked at what Doc Redman has done for the past 3 months?
I saw he was like +10, and people really liked him last week.
I bet him his first round leader, but that was about it. Like, oh yeah, small greens, maybe get the irons right. Like he has been objectively bad.
Okay, hold on.
In the Maya rankings,
I want to say one more before you get.
He ranks behind Woody Austin.
Okay. Over
the past 24 rounds.
Well, firstly, your boy Batya with past champion Piercy.
I was giving him a look.
but the team ahead of that, Uline and Werenski.
Uline coming off a decent week. Did he win?
I don't know.
I didn't see.
You were gonna. I mentioned Uline. I was hoping you were gonna be able to fill in the fact that maybe Svensson won. I don't know.
I was rooting for Jan Svensson. I used to love playing Svensson when he had his tour card. He's like the tee to green master, and he'd always be $6,100.
Who else was there? It was Uline, Svensson, and Lovemark.
Lovemark. Remember when we bet Lovemark at this stupid event? We bet him and they lost to Brian Stewart in the playoffs.
I've bet Lovemark at a lot of stupid events.
Where are we at here? Can we get to Corn Ferry to see who ended up winning? Uline won. He won by 4 over Lipsky and Lovemark.
And Werenski's not playing bad.
Do you know that for a fact? He had the one run at Bay Hill. Do you know anything that he's done besides that?
I don't think he's playing. I'm going to hold to the fact. I think
past 5 tournaments. Give me your lines on Richie Word.
No, I don't care about the finishes. I mean, like statistics. Like I think we're going to see green.
Let's see.
I'm going to see way more green than red show up right now.
Really? Way more green than red. What would we say there? If we can zoom in on that.
All right.
What do we think, Paul?
It's red.
Looks a bit red.
Yeah, my head's down in shame.
Fourth at the API though, and then 3 consecutive miscuts.
Yeah, you like Hearn and Power more than obviously Pan and Zhang?
Yeah. I don't know what it is about Hearn and Power. I really don't know. I feel like Sheamus was kind of like in contention at this Corn Ferry event too. Maybe I'm wrong. No, he came 9th.
I could see Steele and Keegan like pulling a sink, but I don't want to bet on them.
I don't want to. I'm completely with you. Just if one of those guys runs pure on the greens,
the other one just needs to hold their own, and they're going to be crazy because both of them.
They're the perfect type of team. Yeah. But they are a perfect example of a team that I look at and be like, oh, they're basically the same guy.
Literally the same guy.
So I think that's what I.
And at Honda, we probably spoke about them as like the same guy.
They both played pretty well at Honda.
They both played very well in Honda.
Any fun teams? You pumped for JB Holmes and Robert Garrigus? Do you think that by the time that JB Holmes has to like go address his ball and take his 20 minutes, Garrigus is going to be off in the woods like smoking joints?
Probably. Maybe I should have mentioned this team earlier because I don't know, they just fit in a group. But Lanto, everyone seems to like, and Damon, like for all the love Gooch and Home are getting,
they're a similar skill set.
Yeah, I see it like a very maybe overall big picture PGA talent equality there, and one of them is 65 and the other one's 35.
You know who I actually had interest in? It'll probably just be like a first round leader, top 20 bet. I don't even know what odds are going to offer on stupid stuff like that this week. But if you go to the very bottom of the odds board, what 2 names do you see?
I see Burgoon and Hank.
That is not
Giglick and Whaley.
Yeah, Whaley not bad. He's not a bad player. And how do you pronounce this guy's name?
The
Gigs?
Gilligan?
He's Canadian, so we should probably know this. But I feel like these Whaley hasn't missed a cut since Phoenix. 50th, 15th, 36th, 28th, 34th. Like he's not a bad player. Can really get it rolling with a flat stick too. On Bermuda at the same time. And then Glilich, or the Gillich?
Michael Glilich, I think.
Paul, what do you got on this one?
I'm saying Glidgic.
Glidgic?
It's not.
How do you know? You don't even know the name. Of
No, because I've heard it. Like
he's been bad. Became 4th in that, so he's just been straight up bad.
Because that guy used to be on like Corn Ferry leaderboards or Canadian Tour leaderboards that they used to feel forced to spotlight, like coming in and out of commercials. So I've heard announcers say the name, and by announcers,
I think I got him confused with Roger Sloan.
No, this guy is also Canadian.
No, that's why I'm getting them confused. Roger Sloan's a guy who's like not bad.
Okay. 2 guys that have kind of played their best golf in a while. I don't know that it means anything, but Harrington and Putnam brother, Andrew.
How do you think Andrew Putnam has done lately?
Okay. Maybe in the last like 3 weeks it's been horrible, but I know that he made more money like in a month than he made all of last year because I had him in fantasy last year.
Yeah, he turned it around and then he turned it right back around. Where's
too bad.
Where's the Chris Baker team? That's what I was looking for.
I don't have it.
Are they not on the list?
I've looked at this whole sheet up and down.
I might have forgot him off the very bottom of the page. But it's Chris Baker, the birdie maker, and someone else. Unless I got bumped from the field.
Stewart and Knox? That's like a very similar team, right?
Stewart's won here before, too.
Yeah, he won the one that we had.
That screwed us.
That was.
Oh, yeah. There's teams not even on this list. Here we go. Bo Van Pelt and Luke List. 250 to 1. Sang Moon Bay and Danny Lee? Someone Lee. Just says Lee.
It's Danny Lee.
300 to 1. No, I don't see this Baker team here at all. Kraft and Tway, they play really well together. They're 200 to 1. That's a first round leader bet for sure. Yeah. Anyway, crapshoots of the week. Oh, there was the team right there. It's Malnati and Baker is the team.
You could talk me into that. But Malnati's fallen off the cliff since since I saw a lot of, there was like a lot of very positive iron play for Malnati from Christmas through like February. It's probably gone now.
All right, let's get to the quick picks for the Zurich Classic. Once again, we're just taking stabs in the dark here. I am going to go with Brown and Kisner, 60 to 1. Hoffman and Watney, 90 to 1. Gimmons It's 70 to 1. Those are going to be my 3 plays. I'll release the cheat sheet. I'll probably maybe add a few top 20s or first round leaders. Maybe not, though. I might just sit this one out besides those 3. Although I'm kind of with you on Ventura and Hovland and maybe Grace and Varner and maybe
really? Grace and Varner?
Yeah, I think those would be my favorite. Unless I go with Horschel and Burns. I'm going to feel like such a jabroni. Like Horschel and Burns and who were the other 2 we just said? Steele and Keegan. I feel like those 2 are going to be popular. If one of them hits, I'm going to feel like an idiot for not taking him. Like I felt with Stuart Sink not taking him. And Wyndham
Burns
Clark,
and Horschel will for sure be the most popular. It's a number that like works, and there's a lot of that like narrative street stuff for it. I like the Clark EVR team too.
Yeah, I might throw those on the back end. They're all deep odds, though. Like I'm starting my card at 60. So I might take one shot at one of these other teams. Maybe it turns out to be Willett and Hatton. I don't know. I have a few days to figure all this out.
Maybe it ends up being Champ and Finau, and they get bumped to 22.
I mean, Tony Finau's on that team. They're not dropping. I'll put it in the newsletter. Go subscribe to the newsletter. You can find that in the description. And you can find the Listeners League link in there as well. I'm in at 1,500 spots this week because I figured there'd be no interest in this tournament. But it's filling up really quickly if you want a spot.
I have bet Hovland and Ventura.
Okay.
And I feel like you definitely sold me on Watney and Hoffman.
Because they said that they play well together?
They play well together. Hoffman's been great.
Yeah.
And I've seen it. Like the recent stats hold up. I don't know what he did yesterday. He was playing with McNeely, who probably trained him in a match.
Well, he was like, I think Hoffman was 4 over in his round at one point, and he finished it even.
Yeah, no, I like a lot of...
Nick Watney has missed 13 consecutive cuts. Just have your putter show up, pal.
No, I don't like that. That sucks.
Yeah, he's not good, but apparently they play well together. It's the same logic of betting Brown and Kisner. Like, Scott Brown's not good. Kisner's not even great, but together, they're fine. So,
and I could do something. Willett or Hatton, like definitely, or Burns and Horschel. I like Willett and Hatton might just be a pivot for me because I'm such a big fan of both of them. Like of every team under 30 to 1, my fandom is definitely the highest for the 2 guys, like a combinedness there.
Yeah, I think that's the way to play this week. Don't bother looking too much into it. Just bet the 2 guys that you like that are playing together. Like, that's why I kind of want to bet Neesmith and Seifert. So I like those guys.
Yeah,
I'd like to see them do well.
I mean, listen, it's easier to just sort of throw a few bucks on the like 80 to 1 or like,
that's what I'm saying.
It's a less like goes into that decision and money than me deciding Hatton, because you bet if I bet Hatton and Willett and they like gas can, like I'm gonna be like
out of
you
money.
have an well, yes, but like when you bet a guy at that part where he's probably gonna be the short, if I do bet it, it's the shortest bet on my card. Like my expectation is a lot higher than like the guy have it 80 to 1.
Yeah,
always.
No, I completely agree. Kurt Kitayama on the European.
That's sort of like when we talk about winning and win equity. Like I'm going to bet this guy at 16 to 1. Like if he doesn't win, like he really pissed. Like it's like he has to win for him not to disappoint the bet.
Yes.
Well, a guy at 80 to 1,
you just want him kind of there.
Yes, he has
Don't
to
make a run.
He has to win for you to win your bet. But you can kind of take a victory lap when he comes in 4th place.
Well, no, I think it's the expectation level. Just because, like someone like Wallace, for example, I bet at 80 to 1 last week.
Yeah.
Now, if he had come inside the top 5, it would have been much better for me. He did not, but he was there. He was in 4th place going into Sunday. It's like, oh, he can make a run.
You took that loss a lot. You took him stinking the joint a lot
better than Morikawa.
Yeah,
put it that way.
Yeah, of course. That's what I was trying to say.
Anyway, that will do it for us. I'll be back with DraftKings picks. No live show this week, but I have my Oscars picks coming up. Ton of NFL draft content. I got a bunch of great guests lined up. I think me, you, and Cuss are going to talk some props at some point over the weekend or next week, so we can find out who not to bet with Tim and to see his new updated power rankings of the quarterbacks that he likes the best from this draft. Spoiler alert, it's Zach Wilson, who was previously ranked as last on his list. Now, mysteriously, has risen up to the top of Cuss power rankings of draft QBs. Trevor Lawrence sucks now, by the way, according to Cust.
Yeah, he's CFL bound.
Yeah,
I think.
CFL Trevor Lawrence. Anyway, follow Jeff on Twitter at GFineBreak17. Follow me at the PME. Become a member at fantasynational.com. Use /Mayo at the end to get yourself 20% off. PGA Championship coming up. So, pretty good week to jump in and kind of test out the stats and get acclimated with fantasynational.com. Smash like, leave a rating and review, and that'll do it.
What's going on, guys? Ken Ducey and Jeff Ulrich here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Jeff is chomping away at some gum here, and we are ready to go. The defending champs, or the new champs, the newly anointed champs of the sim world, whatever you want to call them, fresh off their bracket tournament win, the Seattle Seahawks. They're going to take on the Baltimore Ravens in the rain. Russell Wilson and Lamar Jackson, two really, really, really expensive quarterbacks, two really good quarterbacks. Are you rostering both?
Yeah, man, I stuffed them both in there. Deuce, I did. I don't know who else to roster on the Ravens. Like, there's no one with good upside. The value receivers all stink. So I threw Lamar Jackson in there. I put Russell Wilson in the captain spot, and I just tried to shove in some value plays. So that's probably going to be the chalky lineup construction, but that's what I did.
Well, the lineups, we still have a minute to go here. If you want to, if you're on DraftKings right now, you want to get in the free contest in the DK Sim Fan Friendly, go ahead and do that. You probably have 30 seconds of me saying that to do it, but maybe you already have a lineup. You just hit the import button, you enter. We have a lot of fun. Just made it about 10ish minutes ago, something like that. But yeah, I'm looking at my lineup. I like it. I like it a lot. Of course, I always like my lineup when it starts. I have. I'll tell you in 2 seconds. All right, so now I can tell you I have Greg Olsen in my captain spot with Lamar Jackson and Russell Wilson in there. So I got both Russ and Lamar in there. Olsen in my captain spot, and then I have Carlos Hyde, Philip Dorsett, and a Seahawks defense. So kind of running counter to myself. I'm just playing Lamar, but I'm also playing the Seattle defense. I am stacking Seattle here. I'm hoping for the best. And should be a good sim. I think that, obviously both these teams have a lot of talent in the sims, but I'm banking on the Seattle Seahawks staying on a run here, staying hot. And Lamar Jackson, he does tend to fumble a lot before he gets that Truz X factor on. So we'll see.
You think there'll be a Simper Bowl hangover here, Ducey? I don't think there will be either. The Seahawks took care of my team, man. Like Tampa Bay had that all wrapped up, it looked like, and then, dangerous, man. Maybe it's like a sign that we should be on the Seahawks for next year. I don't know. I'm not really on the Seahawks next year, but I always cheer for Russ Wilson, so I don't know how to take it.
The thing about the Seahawks is I can't get past that defense.
Yeah. Their defense was better towards the end of last year, but their corners still stink. They got safeties and corners who don't are big, but they don't cover well. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I just can't get behind Pete Carroll as the guy.
That's it. Yeah, we are obviously we agree on everything. We're very like-minded, but that was one thing that we talked about last year was how Pete Carroll was not ruining Russell Wilson, but the play calling was atrocious. So yeah, I think that we might have to be on the Seahawks next year again. I don't you look at their offseason acquisitions and Russell Wilson, to his credit, as here goes Lamar and Bobby Wagner. Oh, okay, got the football. You look at last season, right?
Yep.
They had a terrible secondary, and that defense, I went through it with one of the other hosts here, but the Seahawks offense scored 30 points and lost, I think something 4 times. It was pretty bad. They were scoring a lot of points, and it just didn't matter. So number one was I would be upset if I were Russ with the defense. I'd be fix the defense, because we're not going to win enough football games, if we don't have a good defense. Look at what more can I do? The other thing that is the offensive line, their offensive line obviously needs a few repairs, and they just did nothing to help Russ over the offseason, and he just relented. He's all right, it's fine, I'll stay. But I don't understand why, and I also just don't get what their plan is. I think that they need to fix up that defense, and until then, I kind of I like them, but I kind of am bearish on what they if they can win a Super Bowl. I think they might be able to win 10 games again. That's probably pretty easy, but after that it gets kind of complicated.
They're such a weird team. Their big signings in the offseason was to overpay Chris Carson and Tyler Lockett. And like you said, that seemed to be enough to make Russell Wilson happy again. So I don't really know what the holdout or whatever he was doing was really all about. It's going to be like, if they come out and their offense is like it was at the start of last year, I mean, I'll be pretty excited, but I just don't see that happening. And I mean, yeah, it's a hard team to get behind, especially, with San Francisco having the chance to bounce back. Arizona, should be a little bit better, Kyler a little bit better. I'm not super high in Arizona either, and then the Rams, potentially one of the top 3 teams in the NFC. So I don't know. I see potential with Seattle, but like they need to like get the philosophical stuff like all on the same page there, man. I mean, let them run and gun a little bit more on offense and get some guys who can actually cover on defense. And I don't know. Always seems like the potential is there for Seattle, and they always just let us down.
Well, they do. I mean, it is kind of crazy to think about how this team has only won 1 Super Bowl. And we kind of thought that they were just going to start going on a run and just winning a whole bunch of them as Lamar Jackson just continues to run.
Yeah, holds on to the ball there. That's important. Help everybody in the DK Sim fam is doing well today. Giving you some stuff in the chat about your tennis picks, Kenny. You on a bad run?
I mean, he does that all the No, I'm not. That's the thing. He does that all the time. He just like one time someone loses and then
one time someone lost. Yeah.
Right. It's also just not to get into something we can't talk about on here, but sometimes there's a big prediction made on one thing, and it's like, and the guy also he could win. But like I think that what's going to happen is he's going to at least win a set, right? So it's like, all right, well, then he cherry picks the bad things and makes me look bad, and does it all the time. So just kind of had it. So yeah, we got Mark Ingram and J.K. Dobbins splitting carries in this sim, of course. That was Ingram with the carry, and yeah. Mr. Hawk says defense wins championships. That was what I was saying. That's what I've been saying all off season long. After the Super Bowl, what did I was the one yelling at Kaufman because I was saying, look, man, you can't say that Tom Brady won that Super Bowl for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You cannot. The defense won that Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
That team would not have won the Super Bowl if not for having an absolutely insane defense.
Yeah,
and I don't think that's up for debate. I really don't. Tom Brady was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that the defensive performance in the Super Bowl was like one of the best you've ever seen. Like it's a historic Super Bowl performance. How many times did they take down Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I am saying I think that the Seahawks. You wanted to have a point scoring contest against like a college football defense, and you wanted to put up the Buccaneers against the Seahawks. The Seahawks would score more points than the Buccaneers. I really believe that. I know that Leonard Fournette had a really good postseason, but if you want to take the entire year that Leonard Fournette had, it wasn't great. The Seahawks would win the run game battle, right? And then Russell Wilson against Tom Brady. Tom Brady stepped up in huge moments. He made big throws. But like Russell Wilson was a way better quarterback last year than Tom Brady was. And he also has better weapons, I would argue. I mean, at least DK Metcalf is better than anybody on the Buccaneers. Maybe their like entirety of their receiving core was better with Godwin, Evans, and Antonio Brown and Scotty Miller. But like overall, I'd take the Seahawks offense over the Tampa Bay offense any day of the week. And I think that's not even a hot take. Like, you know what I mean? So I think when it all comes down to it, you just look at the defenses, and like the Seahawks were scoring a whole bunch of points, but they didn't get any down because the defense wasn't there. Not only did the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do the impossible and stop Patrick Mahomes, but they would give Tom Brady the ball on like the 40-yard line every time. And how easy is that when you just get the ball on the 40-yard line?
They were just good in all facets. Even towards the end of the year, like I don't even know if Brady was playing better, but they were connecting more on those deep balls. And speaking of connecting, the Boykin, Deuce? That's Boykin, isn't it? Yeah, Miles Boykin.
Oh my goodness! I had Boykin in my lineup, and I took him out. Famous last words.
Who did I took him out for Dorsett. God.
Yeah, me too. I took Dorsett over Boykin. I am an idiot. someone will clip that off and put it on. You guys are just putting everything up on Twitter, and someone will clip that on Twitter for sure. Yeah, that was. I am an idiot for doing that. 100%.
Oh well. But yeah, look, Tampa Bay was a good team. They're a good team. It's not just they're not a quarterback-driven team. Like Kansas City and Seattle, they're more quarterback-driven teams.
Right.
Tampa Bay's not. We've seen tons of teams like that win. We saw Denver win like that. We saw Tampa Bay back in the day with who did they win the Super Bowl with Gruden? Was it like Brad Johnson?
It was Brad Johnson.
Like he won Brad Johnson. Most people don't even know who Brad Johnson is. He won a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer. The only reason you know who Trent Dilfer is because he works for ESPN or whatever.
Right. Trent Dilfer was awful.
Yeah. So I'm not saying Tom Brady is Trent Dilfer. I'm just saying,
All right, I get exactly what you're saying. Like you don't.
You agree with me, Ducey. So I don't even need to question you. I know you agree with me.
We've talked so much about the value of the quarterback position and whatnot, but yeah, I mean, when it comes down,
let's talk about this because we got this coming up.
Okay.
You got any hot takes on the draft coming up this week? Because we're doing some stuff on the sweat and things for the draft.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, there's been a lot of chatter, obviously, about the number 3 pick, and folks don't know where Mac Jones and Justin Fields are going to fit in.
Yep.
I don't necessarily I don't know if I have a hot take. I just think that there is a good chance that Trevor Lawrence does not turn out to be the best pro quarterback drafted out of that fund. And I think again, it sort of is it goes along with what we were just talking about quarterback, but I think that Trevor Lawrence is going to be proof that you can't just draft a quarterback and expect all your hopes and dreams to come true. That's what happened with the Texans. The Texans got Deshaun Watson. They paid him all that money. Deshaun Watson was, and we're a broken record saying this, but he was a top 5 quarterback last year. And where were the Texans? The Texans were nowhere. They were terrible last year. The Jaguars are going to draft Trevor Lawrence. They're going to put him in a bad position. They're going to put him with an inexperienced head coach in Urban Meyer. I know he's got a bunch of college experience, but Nick Saban failed as an NFL coach. What makes you think that Urban Meyer is just going to blow everyone away? I mean, it's possible, sure. Jury's still out on Matt Rule. Cliff Kingsbury, I think the jury's still very much out on him as well. Anyway, there's a plenty of of failures and successes that go on, but I just think Trevor Lawrence is going to go into a bad situation, and he's going to be basically asked to make it all better. And if you drafted Trevor Lawrence onto the Browns right now, if you were we want to replace Baker Mayfield with a better quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, I think, actually could turn out to be, better than Baker Mayfield. He could turn out to be the best player in the draft for sure. But I think that we're going to learn here that, you can't just waste the first 4 years of a quarterback's career like the Jaguars will with Trevor Lawrence. I don't think he's going to amount to much with that team. That's a hot take, and I admit that it's a hot take, but you asked me for a hot take. I think that's very, very much a possibility.
Yep. No, it's a hot take. It's a hot take because no one in the media will talk about it like that, right? No one in the media will take that approach. So I think
and
there's
it has nothing to do with his little comments about his drive either. That has nothing to do with it.
Well, and one of the things that legitimately would scare me about Trevor Lawrence is the dude, his drive, he legitimately doesn't like to quit on plays, which you like from a competition aspect, but when he's running against NFL linebackers, you need to be smart. You need to be smart. Russ Wilson is smart when he runs the ball.
Right.
Trevor Lawrence, from what I saw in college, he does not run like that. He runs like he's a linebacker. That's scary, to take a rookie quarterback like that. I really do think there's a good chance you see Trevor Lawrence get hurt because of his mentality. I would rather have a cerebral guy. So that's why I like Fields so much, man. You look at Fields' tape.
I do.
He's a smarter runner. He really is. He just seems like the smarter football player. So I'm definitely on this. Again, no shock, we agree. As the chat will come to know, this was kind of a boring half, even though we did get a Lamar touchdown. Boring quarter, excuse me. But
we didn't even get a Lamar. We got a Miles Boykin touchdown.
Boykin, sorry. Wow, Lamar threw it.
Yeah, he threw it 10 yards passing, 48 yards rushing. Not a really great half to write home about for Lamar Jackson. Mark Ingram has 24 yards on the ground. Chris Carson, just the 1 carry for 1 yard. I mentioned, what Mark Ingram's done and Lamar Jackson on the ground. And then in terms of the receivers here, I mean, not a whole lot to write home about either. Miles Boykin, 1 catch for 5 yards. It found him in the end zone. Andrews with the catch for 5 yards. And then we've gone 1 whole quarter, and we still don't have any completions for Russell Wilson.
Wow, that's pretty bad, considering probably everybody has Russell Wilson, including me. The one time I actually pay up and put Russ in my captain spot. Oh, it's going to be one of those days, DK Sim fam. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. We'll get through it. A little bit of rain.
It's a wild weather Wednesday.
It is wild weather Wednesday.
Pagulaville, leads the $250 free contest. Lamar Jackson in his captain's spot.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing on the draft is definitely going to be what are the Dolphins going to do, because it's fresh buzz that they're going to trade down. My prediction, and you'll be able to hear more about this on Friday, but my prediction is the Bears are going to be the ones who make a big move.
Really?
And if Fields drops, if San Francisco passes on Fields, the Bears are going to get up and take him. Who is the best quarterback in Chicago Bears history?
I don't even know.
Legitimately, I don't. It's either Jay Cutler or McMahon.
I think it could be Jay Cutler. I
actually think it's Jay Cutler.
I always thought that Jay Cutler got a raw deal. I thought that he was pretty good, which I guess I feel like is on brand for me. I don't know why,
terrible.
but
he hit him.
He was good. He was a good quarterback. Yeah, he just played on some bad teams, but I don't know, man. You give me Jay Cutler, over a lot of quarterbacks, frankly. I think that he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's not terrible. He's legitimately he had some good moments, but the point is he's the best quarterback in Bears history. That's not very good.
Yeah,
the Bears have legitimately never had a top end quarterback, a real top end quarterback. So I feel like if Fields drops, this team is going all in. Whatever they offered for Russell Wilson, that'll be on the table. So that's my call. It's going to be my big call of the first round.
That's a good call. I like it. I mean, we were talking about on the last sim, about Matt Ryan and how he might be a Hall of Famer. I mean, I've been thinking a lot about the Falcons lately as well. Will they decide that they want to draft a quarterback? I don't know what just happened there. That was complete. But I mean, the Falcons, it's about time that they address the quarterback position. Although, we've been talking about, they have a lot of work to do elsewhere. They don't have a quarterback ready team. But, again, on the other hand, you have some great quarterbacks out there. They could trade up, get Justin Fields, and it's not like they're that far away. I mean, they do have the receivers. They do have some semblance of a defense. There's a big hit from Bobby Wagner laying the wood. I mean, there's a lot of teams you could say need a quarterback. Frankly, I don't understand why the Dolphins traded out of 3. I think they need a quarterback.
Well,
and I don't. They were in any position to be well, we can trade down and get assets. I mean, I get it. You just reset the quarterback clock a year ago. You don't want to do it again. But come on, man, give me a break. I mean, Tua's. I don't think that you have that much confidence in Tua that you're going to pass up on Justin Fields or Mac Jones or anybody. I mean, any of these guys, frankly, are much more exciting than Tua.
I mean, I'm high enough on Justin Fields to say, yeah, I agree with you. They should have just drafted Justin Fields and maybe got a second rounder for Tua or whatever. Maybe even get a high first for Tua at this point. But the one thing I'll say about the Dolphins is they did get a good return. If you were going to trade down from that spot, they got the mother load. They got a big return for it. So you can't really knock them too much for it. But I do agree. If Fields is there at 3, you should be upgrading. It's a big upgrade in my opinion. So I don't know, but obviously this is what teams do though. It's the NFL. They're afraid to admit mistakes. They try and roll with the mistakes for as long as possible. So they don't want to admit it. Nobody wants to admit they were wrong.
Right, that's the thing. No one ever wants to be the guy to admit that we might have messed up a quarterback.
Yeah, we messed up. We shouldn't have taken a quarterback that high last year.
Do you know how many teams have messed up at quarterback? Every team has messed up at quarterback at least one time over the last
Kenny, it's the ones who go out and fix it quickly who don't have these issues, you know?
Right. Look at the Cardinals with Josh Rosen even. Like,
yeah,
I don't know if they are necessarily better off or that much better off right now because, I mean, I don't know. The jury's still out on the Cardinals. But I will say, they didn't waste their time waiting around for Josh Rosen to be good, right?
Exactly.
Like they're in a pretty good situation with Kyler Murray. I think they made a good choice.
Yeah, at least they got a good young, at least they got a guy who's a dual threat. He's obviously an upgrade over their last one. I mean, it's like you said, it was the right move. It was a smart move. You don't need to hold on to guys just to prove a point, right? So
right.
And Miami should have done the same thing.
Well, Seattle is in a bad way here. 4th and 11, Russell Wilson getting sacked. Not a good scene here as we get to, oh my goodness, 50. This is going to be a 51-yard field goal attempt in the rain for Jason Myers. I mean, that is not even close. That is
just no chance. This is the last time we did one together. Didn't we have like 5 missed field goals or something?
I mean, the teams just were really just gold. They were just going for it. Risking it all for 3 points, Jeff. You know how it goes. Lamar's going to take back over here. Still just one touchdown scored. It was scored by Miles Boykin. Bobby Wagner, again, wrapping up Lamar Jackson, but again, Lamar Jackson holding on to the football. Seahawks defense, $4,600 in the flex in this one. Has not held up to the standard that we've been used to seeing.
No, not at all. Lamar not doing much either, though. He needs to get the legs moving.
Right.
Speaking
of the edge.
The edge.
See, now where's the hit stick? Why is Jamal Adams not throwing the hit stick now?
Is the rain maybe like it's the wet field holding back Jamal Adams in this game? It does feel like they've had a couple opportunities for turnovers here in Seattle.
Yeah, they have. You've got you've got the other quarterback just running wild back there. You've definitely got. I mean, right now Lamar Jackson won't fumble because he's got the Truz X factor on.
That's
but
right.
why aren't you applying the hit stick on? I mean, why aren't you hitting him there right there? And certainly, why aren't you applying the hit stick on the running backs like Mark Ingram and Dobbins and the like? Doesn't make any sense.
Is this your second of the day?
Sorry, go ahead.
Is this your second sim of the day, Kenny?
Yep, second sim of the day. I was going to say fun day in sports. We've got 8-day baseball games going on right now. Some of them, getting ready to wrap up. Some of them have already wrapped up. We've got Mike Trout going deep just moments ago. The Phillies and the Giants locked in a battle at 5 apiece. Of course, one of my favorite sports, tennis, is going on right now.
Is Federer back? Is Federer back?
Is Federer?
Yeah, is Roger back? Give me a Roger update.
It's a tough one. I'll give you an update in a second. And then Aston Villa going up 1-0 on Man City in the first minute before 2 goals from Man City, and then a red card for John Stones. So that game's up in the air. Your Roger Federer update that you so kindly asked for.
I need it.
So Roger, as you remember, I'm sure it was a big to do a few weeks ago. I think it was a few weeks, probably about a month ago actually at this point, probably a little over a month ago actually. Keeps just stretching out as I say another sentence. He returned in Doha, and he won. He beat Dan Evans, and then he lost to Nicolas Basilashvili, who ended up winning the title. But he should have won that match. I mean, Basilashvili is pretty bad. Anyway, the point is, he didn't look great. He didn't look great in that match. He was moving around fine, but he definitely was just very rusty. So he pulled out of the next few tournaments. He pulled out of Miami, and I think that there was a consensus that he was going to just play clay season. He was going to skip to clay season because clay is obviously easier on your knees. He's just coming off of knee surgery. So people were expecting to see him back for some of these clay tournaments. He's not back yet. He's still pulling out of tournaments, and it looks like he's actually just going to fast forward to grass season, I think. So I think that we'll probably see him back. I mean, I'm not sure if he'll play at Roland Garros in the French Open. It's coming up next month. It's coming up in a few weeks. I don't know if he's going to play. Oh, a pick for the Ravens. Oh, boy, is this one going to go back? Did I pick the wrong defense? Russell Wilson can't tackle him. DK Metcalf. No, he can't get him. Touchdown, Ravens. DK Metcalf couldn't catch Marcus Peters, and he goes the house 14-0. Oh, my goodness. We almost saw a replay of DK Metcalf chasing down Buda Baker when the Seahawks played the Cardinals, but not to be that time.
Dude, watch Marcus Peters clown Russell Wilson here. Russ was all over him, and he just kind of shrugged him off like he was a little child.
Anyway, getting back to better. So yeah, I think that that's probably what we're going to end up seeing is that he's. I don't know what his status is with the French, but definitely I think we're going to see him for grass court season. I think that he knows and everyone else knows that like Wimbledon is definitely going to be his best chance at like a good result, or if not winning a Grand Slam. So
yeah, for sure.
Because that's where he's played the best. It's also like a little more forgiving surface on your knees. It's going to play up his serve. And that's the one thing that was really working. The one thing that really he didn't miss a beat on was like he was serving well when he came back. So that's a long-winded explanation. But that's
it makes sense. I like it. I wasn't sure. I knew he was like on the way back, but I wasn't sure if he was going to be at the French. Sounds like he might just skip the French. Maybe he'll just show up, but who knows?
Yeah, I think that we'll see. Cristobal says the Ravens aren't the Cardinals. Yeah, I know the Ravens aren't the Cardinals. I mean, come on. I was just saying, DK Metcalf, what was one of the most memorable moments from last year was DK Metcalf chasing down Buda Baker.
Ravens aren't Cardinals, but are Ravens mammals, Cristobal.
Sheesh. Everyone's a critic. Russell Wilson, 39 seconds to halftime, misses his man by, I would say, 4 meters. What's your opinion of Matt Ryan? Is he a Hall of Famer? Because I didn't think so.
So tough. It's rough. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, I'd really have to take a harder look at the QBs in there. He's definitely got to get consideration. Like, there's no doubt. If it was me, I would probably say no. If it was me, the guy voting, just because I'm like not a big Matt Ryan fan. But I also am someone who likes to look at numbers. I think you got to look at the deeper stats and what he's done. And I admit that, just having taken a brief look at them before, he's probably really close. He's probably on the edge. And the fact he's got the MVP is such a big boost for his chances, in my opinion. Even if you don't place that much weight on the MVP award, just in the eyes of the voters, it's going to give him a massive boost. So if he had gotten a Super Bowl, I'd probably say, yeah, he's probably won. But at this point, he wouldn't be a guy I would be over anxious to vote for. Let's put it that way. I'm just not a big Matt Ryan fan. I feel like he got boosted up by being on some good offenses, being on some good teams with guys like Julio and Roddy White. So I think he's okay. I don't know. Not a huge Matt Ryan guy. He's probably. I just feel like Matt Ryan's going to get in though. I feel like he is a guy. The NFL voters would be like, he was around for a while. We all know him. He's a Hall of Famer. So
I just know that it's halftime and we've got really nothing happening in this sim. It's 14-0 if you're just joining us. Miles Boykin, the first touchdown, the second touchdown was a pick six. I don't know if you've heard of this guy, Marcus Peters. He's pretty good. He had the interception return for a touchdown. He just blazed by Russell Wilson. Welcome back in, Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich to the virtual Madden booth here, Jeff. And, Russell Wilson, 81 yards at halftime. And Lamar Jackson, 62 yards passing.
Brutal half. I mean, good for the Ravens getting a couple touchdowns. One of them obviously on the defense. You do have 62 yards rushing from Lamar Jackson. So Jackson so far, the smash play of the sim, but quite frankly, no one else has done anything. So, if you put Lamar Jackson in your captain spot, you're probably having a good sim so far. It doesn't even matter what the rest of you guys did or didn't do. Actually, I guess I shouldn't say that. If you pair Lamar Jackson with the Ravens D, you're in an amazing spot.
I do have some news to share. It's not personal news. It's just it's exciting. We have Major League Eating on Sunday. Get your popcorn ready, ladies and gentlemen. As part of the Film Awards festivities, Major League Eating, MLE is what the kids call it. They're hosting the Red Carpet Film Feast event in Las Vegas, Nevada, this Sunday at 6 p.m. You can watch it right here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings is also offering a free entry to a DraftKings sportsbook pool that'll hand out $10K in prizes for answering a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest on Sunday. The DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast is scheduled to stream live on YouTube and Twitch starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time with our preview show, so do not miss it. I love Major League Eating. I have since I was a kid. I was always a big Kobayashi fan when he was in the hot dog eating contest. I love competitive eating, so this should be really fun. Definitely go check it out. We got a free entry into the DraftKings Sportsbook pool, $10K in prizes. So just answer a series of questions, you win some money. Everyone's happy. Jeff, though, it definitely is. It's been a defensive battle here in the rain between Baltimore and Seattle as we head into the third quarter.
Yeah, this one's been fairly boring in terms of action. We had the one defensive touchdown, but we need to get Russ going here.
Let's get Russ cooking.
Lamar Jackson on the verge of the bonus. We'll probably see some more Lamar Jackson running, but yeah.
Lamar Jackson, we saw him with his Truz X Factor lit up in the first half.
I'll say this on the subject of Major League Eating. We might as well talk about it since this game isn't giving us too much. I'm pretty excited to see how these dudes handle popcorn, Kenny. You mentioned you're a fan, but have you like watched other than the hot dog eating contest? Like, have you watched some dude like?
I've dabbled a little bit into. I mean, no, actually, I haven't watched. But what I did before was I looked up the records because that was what my first gateway into. I was like, okay, I don't know if I could. Like, I wasn't watching, but I was like, let's see what the record is and what records like they keep. What foods they eat. And I was pretty blown away, to be honest. There's like pizza, hamburgers. I mean, there is competitive eating for almost everything.
That's the thing, right? Like, I didn't really know until DraftKings started sponsoring it, and we had it on the Dream Stream. Like, these dudes are doing like Halloween candy and crazy stuff like that. Like, I thought it was just like, oh, there's a couple hot dog eating contests throughout the year. That's it. But there's a whole league of this stuff, man. Like, I'm legitimately like more interested in it now, so I'm kind of excited to see how they handle the popcorn. There's a first down for Russ. He's getting on the board here. Maybe we'll get the ball moved a bit, but yeah, very excited for this on Sunday. Should be a good little interlude. Obviously, maybe a little bit of a slower Sunday. We don't have like a major golf event or anything like that going off. I don't think there's anything else.
How about Stuart Sink last week, huh?
Oh, it's just crazy.
The old man.
Oh man,
Stuart Sink.
47.
When did you join Twitter?
God, that's a good question. I think it was 2000. I want to say 2014.
I joined in 2009. I'm an OG Twitter person. I was running around in high school and just be like, "Hey, are you guys on Twitter? Everyone get on Twitter." I've been on Twitter for so long. It's just
then he sent in tennis tweets from his high school.
I have seen it all, dude. You don't even understand. Twitter back in the day was like you just meet random people, like because there weren't that many users. So what you would do is like the hashtag Roto. I would talk about fantasy baseball with random people on Twitter. I was just like trying to, I was just like, I had the hashtag saved because back then like hashtags were actually a thing. And I would like have hashtag Roto saved, and I would like look at people tweeting about fantasy baseball, and I would engage in conversations with people who talk about fantasy baseball and random people. So anyway, all that said, Stuart Sink was always one of the best follows on Twitter. Early Twitter days, not quite as early as I'm talking about with like, texting in tweets from your phone and in like 2009. But like early doors of Twitter when it was like, I would say 2011 maybe, when like the celebrities just started to get on it, like Glendale White was a really big Twitter guy in 2012, I would say. Glendale White, I remember, was like a really good Twitter account. Like they would just be random athletes, you know, because back then it was a novelty to have like an athlete on the same level as you on Twitter, you know, like they were all, everyone entered at the same playing field. Everyone had the same account, the same app, you know. So Glendale White was good back then. Like Kevin Durant, obviously, has always been great at Twitter. He's got amazing old tweets. Shaq. But one of the guys that was good was Stuart Sink. And Stuart Sink, I followed him for a long time because he just had funny tweets and like an insight into tour life. And he was one of the early adopters of Twitter on tour. So I don't know. I feel like I should say that. Yeah, and it's funny because he's such an old person, right? He's 47. And like you just wouldn't think about him, you wouldn't connect him with anything new school. But you know, it's hard to say Twitter's new school now, but I mean that's where I remember him from for sure. I remember watching golf every weekend and being like, oh, that's the guy on Twitter.
Yeah,
I mean I knew Stuart Sink before Twitter, but you know what I mean. It was like that's the first thing that came to mind.
I didn't know. It's interesting stuff. I mean, Sink is an interesting dude. I mean, he's got to be the most like low-key major winner in golf history because him and Paul Lawrie, everybody remembers Paul Laurie's major win for the guy who finished second, John Van de Velde, and it's the same with Stuart Sink. Everybody remembers Stuart Sink's major win for Tom Watson. Like people don't even think that, but people remember, I think it was actually 2009, the 2009 Open. Let me just double check that year. But the 2009 Open, yeah, it was. You don't think, oh, Stuart Sink won the Open. You think, oh man, Tom Watson had the lead on the final hole and lost. You know, like most people, when you say, oh, Stuart Sink is a major winner, you're like, really? Which one did he win? And like people were like, or you're like, yeah, he is, but I completely forget. It's because everyone remember. Wow, he just got loose there. That could have been a touchdown there for
Brown.
But yeah, that's kind of like Stuart Sink's curse. So he was always a solid golfer, and it just looks like he's gotten himself back into shape. Looks like he's taken a new approach to the game. It sounds like he's got a bit more of a new like strategy approach, and it's really paid off. So it's cool. It's cool to see guys who are, you know, what you'd say past the regular prime, like competing like that. Him and Phil.
Hit him! Oh, there it is!
There we go!
Jamal Adams lays it down on Lamar Jackson. And the Seahawks might have something brewing here. They needed a window back into the game. They get the hit stick on Lamar Jackson. And poetically, the two men with the Avalanche X Factors, Jamal Adams knocks it out. Bobby Wagner picks it up. The Seahawks are in business.
Wow, that was a Mega Powers hit.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's why you roster this defense, because they can do that. They got these hit stick guys. Rob says, you think 47 is old? How young are you?
I'm just saying, look, anyone over 28 is old. Anyone over 28 is open for the old man voice, so.
I mean,
especially in football. 28 is old in football. If you're 28 in football, you're ancient, dude. You're closer to your retirement.
You are. You're closer to retirement than you are, much closer to retirement than where you were when you started your career. Congo Stab says, come on, Kenny, calm down. Absolutely not. Did you see the size of that hit? Obi-Wan says, nice smash. Nathan K says, holy crap. Congo Cap says, oh, calm down. Calm down. Tyre Wood says 47, more than halfway to death, according to the math. It is old. Hey, look, it's all relevant, man. Like, it relative, I should say. Like, it depends on what your job is. If you are a professional athlete and you are 47, you are old. Sorry. The thing is, all you guys in the chat, you're not professional athletes, so you're not old. Compared to other professions, right? Like, if you're an accountant, or you're a writer, or you're a doctor. Like, these are all professions where these people probably work into their 60s. You're not playing football at 60 years old. So if you're 47 playing, you're not going to be 47 playing football unless you're like a kicker. But like, you're 47 playing golf. You're old. Sorry, like all these guys, all the people competing for all the tournaments in their prime, they're all like 27, 28. 28 is the prime in sports. 47 is way past the prime.
Yeah, like golf is
prime years.
Golf is a sport where obviously you can compete a little bit older, but still, well past the prime age, obviously, like Kenny said. So, and I will say this, just in terms of age in general, guys, a little bit of advice here. Like, you're only as old as you feel. Take care of yourself. Make it a daily routine to do something healthy. Like you get into a routine, you do a little bit of cardio every day. Dude, when you get to like 50, you'll feel like you're 30, and you'll look at other 50-year-olds and you'll be like, I'm way better shape than that. So make it a daily habit. DK Sim fam, just a little moose dropping there for you.
Moose dropping. Well, the Seahawks are knocking on the door. They just dropped into this game just a few moments ago. They got a hit from Jamal Adams prying the ball loose. Bobby Wagner recovers the fumble, and the Seahawks are in business here. They have a 3rd and short coming up, but look, the game, if they don't get this, you got to think that the game might just kick a field goal here, but in real life, this is 4-down territory to me. With 10 minutes left in the game, Russell Wilson in trouble, get a sack. Oh, he fumbles the football. The Seahawks pick it back. The Seahawks pick it back up. Thank goodness.
They did.
But yeah, I do think that this is 4-down territory with 8-minute quarters. Absolutely.
Yeah, they should be. I agree.
I don't think they're going to go for it here, though. Let's see what happens. I mean, we just got to wait through this animation to see what they do. And they will kick the field goal with Jason Myers.
Complete wins. Just complete.
Yep. They'll be down 11 now. It's so funny. One of those raindrops was flying. I thought it was the ball. I thought the ball flew straight up in the air when they tried to kick it, which would have been hilarious. All right, so Seahawks are down 11. I mean, I guess they're thinking like maybe we'll get 3 more possessions in this game, which I just don't think so. I mean, you're going to have to get a quick stop on Lamar Jackson if you need 2 possessions here. I mean, this is going to be tough for them. Also, like I think you're looking at 2 touchdowns. I don't think you're looking at a touchdown, 2-point, and a field goal here.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Because the Ravens, I don't think are going to get shut out for the rest of this game, right?
That's why the Ravens are so good. You always just like one Lamar long run from being in field goal range. So the other thing is, field goals are hard to come by. I mean, they're probably going to need another turnover or something, really, Seattle. They really need to cash in there, but they need another quick turnover. They need their defense to come through.
All right. 1st and 10. Ravens with the ball. Pistol formation for Lamar Jackson. He'll hand off up the middle, and the Seahawks, maybe they can force another fumble here as well, Jeff. We can't rule that out with this team. Certainly can't. Obi-Wan needs Dorsett. Congo Cab needs DK or Lockett. All those guys are not on the field right now. And up the middle again. Oh, that's time. Okay. Seahawks defense starting to come to play here. 3rd and 3. Maybe they could get the ball before the end of the 3rd quarter. That would be a big development.
That would be a big development. They need a quick stop. They absolutely need this play. They cannot allow 1st down. This would be basically as good as a turnover if they got it down like 3 and out here.
Absolutely. Lamar in the pocket, throwing offside call.
You just can't do that.
To the 35.
Yeah.
To take it out.
The end of the queue.
It is. It certainly is. Things not looking good right now. For the Seattle Seahawks, the Ravens are all over them at the moment and driving down the field here. We might get one more play before the quarter's over. Let's see. Accelerated clock. Okay, yeah, we will. One more play. So maybe we'll get 2 more plays. Nope, it's going to be handoff. Dobbins right side tackled, and that'll be it. So Seattle will be forced with a 2nd and 7 on defense. They're going to try to get this ball back quickly. They're down 11 points. But this is why, you can't kick a field goal there in the red zone. You got to go for it. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking, Pete Carroll and the crew, but either way, all the offense here has come on the side of the Ravens. They had the touchdown pass early from Lamar Jackson to Miles Boykin. The defense also scored a touchdown as well. It was a pick six, Marcus Peters. And that's been it. Russell Wilson, 111 yards. Lamar Jackson, 67 yards through the air. And in terms of rushing, Mark Ingram, 32. Lamar Jackson, 85. Lamar Jackson only 15 yards away from the bonus. I think he'll get there. J.K. Dobbins, 23 yards on the ground. Russell Wilson, 24 yards on the ground, but he did fumble. He fumbled, and then it was recovered. So you're actually not going to lose any points for that. Just reading the fumble off the box score. So there we are. Rob Villain, Jack Nicklaus won the Masters at 46. Yeah, Tiger Woods on the Masters at, what was he, 45?
40, I don't know, something like that. Yeah. No, he's younger than that. 43? I actually can't remember. Anyways, it's a good point. Yeah, dude. I mean, golf is definitely like a sport where you can compete later into your career. Absolutely. It's not as if you don't need those explosive muscles necessarily. You still got to be able to
baseball is Albert Pujols is pretty old. He just hit a home run last night. But I mean, the point is you're old. No one would call Albert Pujols young.
That's right. Exactly. Closer to retirement than start of your career. That's the main thing, right? Just like Greg Olson. Did Olson retire, or is he like coming back?
I'm pretty sure he did retire.
I thought he did retire too.
I think he got a job in the Sunday Night booth, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think already. He announced his retirement on Fox's NFC Championship pregame show. This was last year he announced his retirement. He's 36, and I don't know what he's going to end up doing. I'm pretty sure that he's going into the broadcast booth though. Oh, he's doing he signed with Fox Sports.
Okay,
full-time broadcaster.
I know he did some games like when he was like still a player, so he's definitely going into broadcasting. Yeah,
and he signed a one-day contract with the Panthers to retire as a member of the Panthers in March. I didn't even know that. So
shunned his Seahawk roots.
What do you think about that? What do you think about the people that sign the one-day contract to retire with the team?
Who cares? Like,
that's my point. Yeah.
Like we all get it. Like you played your career for this team. It's whatever. It's a ceremonial thing. I get it. These guys. At the same time, it's like if you were like a Nike athlete for 12 years and then you did like 1 year of Adidas, you can go back and sign with Nike. You know, like these things are still businesses, right? So I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, we get it. We get it. You like the you're a really big fan of the Panthers. You like your time there. We understand, right? We got it.
Ooh, Lamar 5 yards away from the El Bonissimo.
Yeah, El Bonissimo, that's correct.
Oh boy. This one, I tell you, lots of running, lots of not exciting plays.
Yeah, I'll run up the middle here. I mean, that's what you got in the wild in the rain. More runs. This is not good for the Seahawks. The Seahawks are going to need 2 possessions to get back in this game. And so far, it's looking like the Ravens are going to only allow them 1 possession.
Yeah, Xbox only here was some interesting. Stuart Sink says, I'm buddies with the Sinks. They're a nice family. And yeah, their Sink's wife did have cancer like a year or 2 ago. She recovered from it. Stuart Sink's cool story too, because I don't know if you knew this, Kenny, but his son is his caddy, hey? And it's not just like a one-time thing. Like his son is like a professional caddy now. And Sink's like legitimately like played better with his son, so much so that like both of his last 2 wins have come with his son on the bag. So it's
cool.
Kind of a cool story, man. Like, you know, his son legitimately like is turned out to be like a really positive influence on his career, and like now he's just out here professionally caddying for his dad, and like probably gonna be a guy who, like, when his dad retires, he might get on like a bigger name, because like that's how well he's done. So kind of an interesting story. Be weird though, caddy for your dad, but
yeah.
His son seems like a very chill dude. Like he just like, you know, like extreme. Like Stuart Sink's son just seems like he'd be very chill to hang out with. So definitely kind of fits the mold of like
just like Stuart Sink.
Kind of like Stuart Sink. Yeah. Anyways, cool story. Xbox only. Thanks for sharing that.
What do you think, by the way, of
like the whole Stevie Johnson Tiger Woods split. I need someone else's opinion on this, because my buddy, I tweeted out like, oh, just saw, they replayed Adam Scott, his hole-in-one at the Masters, and he high-fived Stevie Johnson. And I was like, they just replayed an Adam Scott highlight. My blood boiled over again. And he was like, what's your problem with Stevie? And I always felt like that Stevie was a little bit of a what's the word I can use politely? A jerk. And I also just feel like the whole split situation, I mean, to me, and I was always a big Tiger Woods fan, but to me it was like what compels you to leave Tiger Woods and like take another job with someone else? Like when Tiger Woods is out, how did he think it was going to go? And I think that he tried to blame it on Tiger, like, oh, Tiger wouldn't let me caddy for someone else, blah, blah, blah. But like, obviously you're making a lot of money caddying for Tiger Woods, right? So why do you need to take another job while Tiger Woods isn't playing? Like, I just don't understand it. I don't know. So it was weird to me.
Yeah. I think Tiger and Stevie Johnson made a great pairing for Tiger's prime, because Tiger was so intense, and obviously he was like so caught up in his own world, and having a guy like that who was just there to egg him on at all turns, Stevie Williams, Stevie you can do it. But once Tiger started dealing with more things, more variables became involved, obviously the off the course stuff, and he had kids, it just wasn't a good mix anymore. Like the kind of more laid back, like fun Tiger Woods, like having Stevie as his as his caddy would have just been weird, because Stevie's so intense, so
right. But I think he would have moved on eventually. But like I don't know. I felt like he just kind of left him.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, but that's the kind of guy he is. You're right. Like, I don't really like. I think you're right. I mean, I think that's kind of the personality he is. He's, he even with Adam Scott, like he's out there, like, he doesn't like bully Adam Scott, but like he tells Scott like what he's doing, and like like he's as far as caddies go, Stevie Johnson is like about as alpha as you could possibly get. Like I'm almost surprised he hasn't been fired more times. I think the only reason he worked so well with Tiger is because he knew that, like regardless of how sort of boisterous or like assertive he was never going to like intimidate Tiger. So I think that's why they work so well. But yeah, like most caddies are just like, they do what they're told. They offer advice when they want to, but like the player's in control. Whereas with Stevie, it's like legitimately the opposite. Like he's driving the bus out there, in a lot of the times. So like for the non-Tiger Woods players that he's caddied for. So interesting dude. I mean, for sure.
Yeah. Seahawks did a couple touchdowns. It's not going to happen that way. Russell Wilson.
No. Throwing to the other team, generally not a good strategy.
Yeah, it's not going to work for you too many times. But yes, it is Stevie Williams. I said Stevie Johnson. That is Stevie Johnson's both the former Bills wide receiver and also an American tennis player. 2 Stevie Johnsons in the world. Neither of them caddied for Tiger Woods. Oh my! This is like real life Seahawks. What are they doing? They're gonna run the football here? Okay, no, they're gonna pass it out of the under center and incomplete. So, I mean, this is a messy game from the Seattle Seahawks. I don't know what else to say about it. They're at their own 26. They haven't scored a touchdown, and I mean, at one point we had Russell Wilson fumble the football. I mean, this has been bad. This has been really bad. So going to go on 4th and 10. Russell Wilson, 4:20 to go on the clock. He's got time. He throws deep over the middle. It is incomplete.
Wow.
We're looking for Mr. Oldson.
This is like the worst game I've ever seen from Russell Wilson. I don't know if that's going to bear out in the stats, but like it's got to be close at this point.
Yeah, I mean this is.
I haven't even been tempted to look him up.
This is bad. Yeah, this is really bad. It's like that Stephen A. Smith meme. I mean, this is bad.
This is bad.
This is bad. This is very, very bad. Let's see if the defense can get. Maybe they can get a touchdown here. 2nd and 6 upcoming. That'd be fun if the defense got a touchdown.
Russ has 5.8 points in the flex.
It's possible that the defense could get a touchdown. Certainly good enough. They force a lot of fumbles over the middle. It's caught. Mandrews at the goal line. He's going to be shut out.
Russ has got under 10 points, I think only twice. All the sims we've done, Russ has got
whatever
under
it
10
shows.
points.
In
He's got under
like
10
the
points twice.
20 games it shows out there.
Oh, it shows like more than that. It shows like a bunch. Like 50. More than 50. Yeah.
Russ is at 5.8 points. This would be like one of the worst performances ever.
If he doesn't get another point, it will be his worst performance ever. His worst performance is 6.92. So 69. Nice.
What sim number was that?
Let's see. I will look it up for you, friend. Where are we here?
And where are you getting this data?
From his game card.
But it only goes back to like sim number 53. How do you know what happened before that?
Well, okay. From sim 53 on.
Yeah, that's my point. There's J.K. Dobbins with a touchdown.
It's a pretty big sample size, though, because we're talking about like 50 sims here. We're on sim like 137, so.
Eat your heart out, Dobb Nation with the score.
Sim 108 versus Tampa Bay. He had 6.92 points. That's his worst sim. We're on sim 137 for Russ, and his player card goes back to sim 53. So we've got basically an 80 sim sample size here, Deuce. It's pretty big. This is trending to be potentially his worst sim ever. Historic times here, folks.
It was a game where it made. I thought it made sense to roster both quarterbacks.
Yeah,
but once again, quarterbacks let us down in Simlands.
Oh,
Dobbins, beautiful.
Dobbins could be a sneaky fantasy
for you.
play next year.
Good for you, Disco.
Go Mark Ingram. Who else do they have in Baltimore? They got Justice Hill. I guess Gus Edwards is still there. Gus the Bus.
Oh yeah, remember when they had Buck Allen? Remember him?
Buck Allen, yeah.
They don't have him anymore, but they used to.
It's because he's terrible.
Yeah. Let's look at their depth chart. I think they have like a million running backs.
They always have a million running backs and a million tight ends.
You know what else? You know who else they have? They had a really good running back that I remember from last year now. Justice Hill. He was really good. Remember him?
Yeah, well, they drafted him the year before Dobbins, and everyone was like, "Oh, Justice Hill's going to be the next guy." And then they drafted Dobbins.
And when they had all those COVID guys, when they had their whole roster on the COVID list.
Yeah, Justice Hill was like the only dude, right?
Yeah, Justice Hill was their guy against the Steelers, and he had a good game. He looked really good. He was shifty. I love Justice Hill. I am all in on Justice Hill, actually. Like, if he gets a real job somewhere, I think that he'll be good. I really do. I think that he's very talented. So they have him, and obviously Gus the Bus, J.K. Dobbins, Mark Ingram retired, and then Tyson Williams, I guess.
Mark Ingram didn't retire. He's on the Texans, dude.
Oh, he should have retired.
It's okay. I mean, it's the Texans, so who cares, right? That's probably
right. I mean,
who cares about Texans news?
Yeah, you're basically not playing football if you work for the Texans.
Exactly, but yeah, it's a tough backfield for fantasy because you're right. Like, Justice Hill's talented enough that he could just pop up and be the guy. Most people are going to be targeting Dobbins there, but
he is absolutely a guy that I'm going to be looking at the back end drafts. No doubt about it. I mean, that was sort of the same attitude I had this year with Jet McKinnon, but it didn't work out. But I think it could work out here with Justice Hill next year, maybe.
Yeah. Jarek McKinnon, one of those guys. Just hate to see such a good talent. Really,
I don't understand what happened this year, though, because it seemed like he was in line for a few years. And then what happened was that he just. Like, remember that one game where they gave him no carries and they had Williams as the guy, right. And they're like, "Oh, we just wanted to rest him." Like, what are you resting him for? What's the point?
I know. It was weird, wasn't it? Like it was weird usage. You're right. Like there were opportunities for him to be the guy, and he had a couple big games, and then it was like, oh yeah, let's give Hasty. Like Hasty started to get
Michael Hasty, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Michael Hasty started to get work, and you're like, what happened to McKinnon? And you look and you're like, is McKinnon hurt again? It's like, no, we're just not using him. It's like, well, dude, I mean,
yeah.
Like
to Michael Hasty, Jeff Wilson Jr. And the annoying thing was like they spent all this money on Jerick McKinnon. Jerick McKinnon was waiting for an opportunity too, like the 49ers were going to be able to present him. And when they finally need a running back and Jerick McKinnon's healthy, they just like decided not to play him one day. They're like, we're injury management or something. Like
I don't know what that was all about. I don't know if Kyle Shanahan feels like a coach too, like sometimes outsmarts himself with stuff like that. So I don't know if it was that or maybe he did have injury issues and they were just resting him. But
how long until people start to say Shanahan's bad?
If it
doesn't work out with this quarterback, do people start to come for his head?
I think so. Oh yeah, for sure. Look at his record in San Francisco. Like he's had one good year. He's had legit, and I know we've had a ton of injury issues, but still, he's had one good year out of like what 4 now. Oh, there we go. Little garbage touchdown to Metcalf. That's going to shake things up.
Cam.
That's a major shake-up.
You're right. One good season, and my thing is like he's supposed to be a good quarterback developer, quarterback whisperer. Jimmy Garoppolo, he's gone. He's stunk. So what now?
I mean, he won games with Jimmy. Like Jimmy's record is good, but I think Shanahan goes uncriticized because there's been so many injuries in San Francisco. I'm just going to give you my player of the game quickly because we got what do we got? NBA pre-lock coming up, right?
We do, yeah. The slate coming up next. Chirag and Matt Meiselman should be good.
Okay, I'm going to make the Ravens DST my player of the game. 3 sacks, defensive touchdown, an interception. Man, they killed it. The Ravens D. Got him.
They did. They really did.
If you the winning lap, 15 points in the flex. And then my babysitter Billy, not my kid award. Did Tyler Lockett catch a pass today? Like I feel like he didn't catch a pass. Oh no, he caught a couple passes. I don't know.
Onside kick time with 3 seconds. Oh, the Ravens. Oh, I was just joking. Who are you gonna give it to?
I'm going to give it to Russ because, 12 points, even with that garbage touchdown, is terrible for him. That's half his average. So, Russell Wilson, the LVP of this game.
Yeah, very deserving LVP at that. All right, that is a wrap on this Madden Sim. If you're just joining us here or you're checking in late, the 24-10 might seem like a lot of points. One of the touchdowns went to Miles Boykin early. One of the touchdowns came on a pick 6 for the Ravens. And one of the touchdowns, the only touchdown for the Seahawks came in the form of a touchdown pass that you just saw here at the end of the game with Russell Wilson and DK Metcalf looking up. Yes. J.K. Dobbins rushed for a touchdown as the other one, a field goal apiece. And that was your game. Defensive dominant game. And that's all the time we have. So the Sixers, they're underdogs tonight. You've got the Grizzlies really playing for a lot of big games for teams in the race tonight. It should make out for a pretty great slate. I am really looking forward to watching some games. Jeff, I'm sure you are as well, and it's been a real pleasure being with you.
I'll be watching hockey, but everyone in the chat will be interested in basketball. So keep on tune, guys, because the basketball stuff is coming up.
Rangers playing host to the Flyers. My Rangers should be a good one. But that's gonna do it for Jeff. I'm Kenny. We have a wonderful crew behind the scenes working hard. Tara Lynn hanging out. Jordan Frangelico. Jeff, undercover boss. Tom, TP, as I like to call him, T Pike. A lot of nicknames. I'm Kenny. It was fun. Turn it over to Chirag, Hira, and Matt Meiselman. Pre-lock live coming up. All your burning fantasy basketball questions, your questions about who's going to win tonight, where the points are going to be scored, where the points are not going to be scored. They'll answer that coming up right now. Chirag, it is good to see you, my man.
Good to see you too, Kenny. Hope all is well. What's up, everybody? Welcome to a Wednesday edition of The Slate. We are ready to go for tonight's action. Matt is joining me in the seat. super excited to get going because we have some things we need to update on the people. You know, that's how it is on this show. We were on last Wednesday talking about the Sixers and the Nets. Excited to get into that. But what's really exciting, I already pulled it up on the DFS slate. We have something to talk about for, who are the studs that we have to look at tonight. But other than that, how are you doing, Matt? What's going on with you?
Wow. I am on mute. Okay. Not anymore.
All right. Welcome to the club now.
Yeah.
You did it too.
Has everyone done this on air now? Because I've
Yes.
certainly done it many times not on air.
It's mandatory to do it at least once. You are officially a part of the crew.
Awesome. Happy to be in the cool club, it seems. This is a wild slate, and I feel like we're still getting more news that we haven't seen yet. So I don't really know what's going on. I mean, the Clippers just dropped some news with Paul George resting and Kawhi Leonard already being out right before we got on.
Yep.
So this is going to be crazy. And I kind of think that we're getting some Philly news where I think these starters will be out for them, or at least most of the starters will be out for them. The value plays, there's too many already, and it seems like we're only going to get more from here. So I'm not really sure what to do yet. I don't know, but Russell Westbrook, Karl Anthony Towns, like the guys to pay up for, assuming they play, right? Like we may run out of spend up options.
Well, I have it pulled up where I was looking at this slate from an interesting perspective. So Steph Curry been on this massive tear. How do you fade him against the Wizards? Then we have Kyrie, who's been playing really well, playing against the Raptors, 9,900, no KD, no Harden. You know he has a chance here with 50 fantasy points. Towns is playing extremely well. He has a double-double upside in the game with the top or the second to top over under Westbrook you mentioned, and also Joker, Nikola Jokic going inside against the Portland Trailblazers who've been struggling all season long against bigs, and Jokic is coming off that monster game with Jamal Murray done for the year. It's so crazy to start off with the studs is where I'm looking at it. Like, how do you eliminate which stud? How is the ownership going to go? What are you looking at from these perspectives? Because I know that Westbrook's a walking triple-double machine, but Curry's also been on fire. But you can only really fit in two of these high-priced guys.
So the reason that you can't play them all isn't really about their salary, because I think you can actually end up making a lineup that uses 3 or more players that cost 3,500 or less. The problem is the position. So you have Jokic and Towns at center. You have Curry and Westbrook point guard only. Kyrie does have the shooting guard eligibility. My guess is that most lineups are going to have 2, if not 3 of those players. So basically it'll come down to, if you're playing a bunch of those chalk spend up options, try to differentiate with the cheap players, and maybe you can differentiate at the high end. It's just there aren't a lot of great spend ups. So maybe Luka Doncic is not as popular as the other guys that you mentioned already. But fading Curry, fading Westbrook, those guys are in the best spots. So you kind of have to play for a blowout there, I think, if you want to be different on the high end. But it seems like it's a better bet to try to find the cheap plays that people are not on. That seems like the way to try to get an advantage, because these spend up options are almost too good that maybe you go to Julius Randle, like who's contrarian among the expensive players. I feel like he's the guy and there's not really too much else. And maybe Philly if one of their starters plays.
Yeah. I mean, if you put Randle at the power forward slot, I mean, you have to give up somebody, one of these bigs as well. But it's nice that you can fit him into that power forward slot, so it leaves you some flexibility.
Yeah, and it's not, at first glance, it might seem like an easy spot for someone to play him. With the players we mentioned are guards and centers. So if he's the only spend a power forward, a lot of people might play him. But I don't think that's really true, because you have O'Shea Brissett and Xavier Tillman and probably more cheap power forwards, and Draymond Green will probably be pretty popular. So the common lineup construction, I think, is people spend up at point guard and center and pay down at shooting guard, small forward, power forward.
Let's look at some of these spend down options at, small forward to consider. You mentioned O'Shea Brissett, who's a power forward. He started in that last game against here, let me pull this up. He started in that last game against the Spurs, scored 24 fantasy points, 3,100. Makes it really easy to open up kind of the settings here for your team. And then also, I could see Garrett Temple being one of those guys that you have to consider. 3,300. He can come in. He also has that small forward eligibility coming off that nice little game, 28 fantasy points against the Celtics. And his minutes have been trending up at the last 3 games, but also seems a little bit safe-ish. Like, even if he doesn't play all that great, he still gets there enough to like maybe get like a 5x at 3,300. And you can also slot him in this small forward slot. So it's not, you don't have to jam him in at shooting guard if you wanted to play Kyrie. Also, if you look at Tillman, if you put Tillman in here, he's sitting here at 4,200, and you can slot him in at power forward or center. So if you go forward, that leaves you the option to play Towns and Jokic if you wanted, but then that takes away the setup for Randall. Are these kind of like the three values that you need to play, or is Temple differentiated enough and has that potential upside against the Cavs where it can actually be beneficial?
So I would have said probably 30 minutes ago that these are the value plays, but then Paul George got ruled out. So while there's nothing wrong with any of those players, we also have to consider Luke Kennard and Terrence Mann and Marcus Morris. And maybe some other Clippers that don't normally get in the rotation, like Amir Coffey or Patrick Patterson, who is in the rotation but doesn't play a ton usually. They're pretty short on bodies. It's not just George that's out. They were already missing Leonard, and we have Reggie Jackson, and also Rajon Rondo is out tonight. So there's a lot of value in Indiana. Temple's too cheap, like you said. Tillman's filling in for Joe Val, but then we have all these Clippers players missing. And then we may get news that Embiid, Simmons, Tobias Harris, and Seth Curry are all out. So I'm not playing Mike Scott regardless. Like, I think O'Shea Brissett is a better play anyway. But we could get Shake Milton, Tyrese Maxey as really good value plays. Danny Green, we've actually seen him have monster games when the team is missing players. So it's just, we have a lot of choices, and I think it's just a really difficult slate because I'm not sure how you figure out who is popular amongst those players. It may have a lot to do with when the Sixers news comes out, but my guess is they're going to tell us in 20 minutes. So there will be.
Well, that's a 7 o'clock lock. So I expect that to be hitting before we get off the show or directly after that.
Yeah. So my guess is the Sixers rule everyone out, and then everyone has plenty of time to adjust to that news.
But then that sets it up where the Clippers are not that popular. Then we could see the Grizzlies with Tillman not get that popular. Brissett might be even overlooked. Like that, it's going to shake up the slate, and it sets up where there's so many games that I don't think this is a slate where you need to worry too much about ownership, and it's more about selecting the best plays possible.
Yeah, I think that's generally true. Like, the bigger the slate, the less you need to care about ownership, but you also are then more likely to find a 3K player who could score 30 fantasy points that no one has, and then he can win you a tournament. So there's two sides to that coin. Like, you don't want to fade a player just because he's 20% owned on this big of a slate, because that's just not that much ownership. But you could find some pretty good value plays that no one will have. Like, I don't think anyone's playing Ivica Zubac on this slate, and he could get a lot of extra usage. You have Batadze as a cheap center, and then you have the pay-ups like Towns and Jokic that we talked about. And the more cheap value that opens up, the more likely people are to just do the stars and scrubs thing. So he's 5K. Like, it's not that exciting, but he could score 40 fantasy points if they're just dumping it down in the post-time game
against the Pistons.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good fantasy player if he gets the minutes. And then maybe we get Marcus Morris ruled out. They don't like to play him too much. He's been ruled out for rest other times recently. So someone like Zubac, or if Towns gets ruled out late, you get Naz Reid at 4,000 or so as maybe the best value play on the slate at that point. So there's just a lot of guys, I think, in that, not necessarily the mid-range, but like the 4K to 6K range. Marcus Morris himself too, 5,700 doesn't seem that appealing, but who's going to score for this team? Like, Jackson
it has to be him.
Yeah, it's him and Kennard, right? And Terrence Mann. Who else are scorers? You know, it's just those three.
Yep, exactly. Before we get into any more of this crazy slate, make sure to be logged in on the DraftKings Sportsbook so that you can take the plays right away. You don't want to be spending that 1 minute of time getting logged in to the Sportsbook so that you can log the plays. But also, if there are any questions, go ahead and fire them off in the chat. We will do our part to make sure to get to them. First question that we have coming in from the chat is Sadiq Bey. How are you feeling about him tonight? Coming off that nice little performance, 36 minutes, 5,500. He seems safe. I mean, yeah, he had that dud against the Wizards and probably was expected, but he was just shooting really poorly and it didn't set up for him. So I think his usage has been there totally since, he's been in the starting lineup for basically since the All-Star break. So, and before that. So what do you think about Bey here?
I think you're right that he's safe, but I don't think safe is good enough. This is going to be an insanely high scoring slate because of all the value and how easy it is to fit the studs in the lineups.
Yeah.
So with all this pricing value, I mean, if he scores 30 fantasy points at 5,500, that's not even close. Like, you're not winning. I mean, you could win a GPP with him in there, but he won't be the reason that you win. Like, if you're playing a $5,500 player, you need 40-point upside in GPPs, and his value probably isn't good enough to play in cash either. So I think the scenario where he makes sense is if you're playing Luka and you kind of want to run it back with someone on the other side and hope the Pistons could keep it close, and Bey could hit 7 or 8 threes and be their guy for this game.
Makes sense.
So I think that's the way to do it. He's not a guy I would prioritize, but I think if you wanted to mini stack him and Doncic to be contrarian, that seems fine.
Yeah. More questions coming in from the chat. How do you feel about Boogie, DeMarcus Cousins now? $4,000. I just don't see it. I mean, I just don't see it here.
Yeah, he seems like someone who no one will play that has upside, but he's probably going to play 15 minutes. Like, I really like Zubac if no one gets there much more than Cousins. So it would be one thing if Zubac were popular and Cousins gets you leverage, like Zubac gets in foul trouble, Cousins plays 25 minutes, and with no one else there, maybe he could kind of go off.
Yeah.
I think there is a chance that happens and he scores 30 plus fantasy points in half the game, but it doesn't seem necessary when there's so much value. So, like, that could be a large field GPP play for sure, but there's the mean outcome for him is just not great, I don't think, unless he's starting. Maybe if Zubac were out and he were starting, then he's an awesome play. Yeah, he would be a lock at that point. Although I do love Goga, so maybe it'd be close between those two. But it seems like a play that has upside, but it's not all that likely to get there.
And Goga, it feels like he has more upside, even though he's sitting here as questionable, it does seem like he's a little bit better at 4,200. Those minutes seem like, hey, 23 in that last game that he can potentially now maybe play 25 minutes, even if the ankle holds up.
Yeah, I think if he stays healthy through the game, he'll play into the 30s easily. Because last game, he got hurt twice. He had to leave the game at 2 different times, and he was in foul trouble. He actually got 4 fouls in the first half, which is another thing I've noticed. I don't know if you've noticed it in the last week or two across the league. Coaches have stopped adhering strictly to the foul rules that used to just be common practice, like 2 fouls in the first quarter, you're out. 3 in the second, 4 in the third. Like, you got to sit till the end of the quarter. Kevin Porter Jr. had 5 fouls through 3 quarters, I think through half of the third quarter in his last game. So the 4 fouls in the first half thing, and I think Vernon Carey picked up 5 in the first half 2 games ago. So yeah, if he stays out of foul trouble and his ankle doesn't flare up, he probably plays 30 plus minutes. It doesn't seem crazy that he would do that.
More questions coming in from the chat. Do you like Terrence Mann at 4,500 with all the Clippers sitting, or do you like Landry Shamet at 4,600 with Kyrie? With Kyrie is the only big superstar left for the Nets with KD and Harden out.
So that's not particularly close if it's a cash play. Mann is going to be very popular though, and Shamet probably won't be now because Shamet at 4,600 with this Nets team is a value play for a small slate where there just isn't a lot of value. Like, that price is fine.
Yeah.
But I think we need Kyrie to get ruled out for rest or personal reasons or something to make Shamet a really compelling play, unless he's 1% owned and then that could be kind of interesting as leverage off some other guards in his price range.
So you don't think at 4,600 he makes sense? Or
I think he's just not quite as good as the Clippers guys. And he's probably not as good as the Sixers guys who I'm expecting to get these big bumps. Like I think Milton and Maxey become better plays in probably 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Sixers actually they just announced that all of their starters are still questionable. So that does nothing.
Game time decision. So basically we should find out about 6:30 if this is going to go down. So if it does go down at 6:30 where Embiid, Simmons, and Harris end up sitting, you feel that it's better to look at the value here for anything that the Sixers have. Shake Milton, he hasn't been playing all that great. Coming off a little bit of a stud or a little dud here, but the minutes could pop up back to 25 minutes, 27 minutes. You've seen that he has shown the upside here, 43 fantasy points. So it is there, but it's strict GPP play, I would say, right?
Yeah, I think so. Well,
with so much value here available.
It depends. I mean, the value on Milton himself would be massive if Simmons, Curry, Harris are out. I think even if Embiid plays, we saw it last game. Milton was a decent value play. He didn't play that great, but Seth Curry started that game.
Right.
So that's the key. It's not just that Simmons is out. You need Curry out too.
Yep.
I think I would agree with you if Curry's in. Like if we get Embiid and Curry playing, but Simmons and Harris are out, Milton's fine. Like he's not great. Maxey is probably not even worth looking at in that scenario. But if there's no Simmons and no Seth Curry, I think we probably get 30 plus minutes from Milton and maybe even 20 plus from Maxey. Like I would want one of those guys if that news comes late. Maxey is the flat minimum. So if he plays
3,000.
Yeah, if he plays 25 minutes, I mean that might be better than any of the Clippers guys.
It's an interesting take. I mean, there's just so much going on right now.
We have more coming in. Goga is not playing tonight. So
there goes another value.
We have to figure out, and Jakar Sampson is suspended for this game, which ordinarily would not matter, but he's the backup center. So I have no idea.
And Sabonis is out, and Turner is out.
McDermott and Lamb are out.
So O'Shea Brissett is definitely playing some center minutes tonight.
Yeah, what's wild is the Pacers are -9, and I'm not sure that the Thunder are a good bet because they're just really like they probably are, but I don't think Lou Dort's going to play either. He's questionable. So
you have to play O'Shea Brissett on this slate. It just feels like if you don't like the ownership, if he plays well, scores 30, 40 fantasy points, like you need him and can't really worry about it, even if everybody's on him, considering they don't have any bigs.
Yeah, I don't know who else is on this roster.
Holiday. I mean, they play Holiday. When McDermott was injured, they would move Holiday over Justin. They'd move Justin over to playing power forward, actually.
Right. He almost certainly has to start at the 4 with Brissett at the 5.
Yeah.
And then if they have a backup big, maybe it's Keelan Martin, who's not even really a big.
I mean, they're playing against the Thunder, who don't really like. I mean, yeah, they have some size with Brown, and they do have a couple guys here and there, but I don't think there's like a intimidation factor. You're not dealing with the cat or something like that. If it was like Karl-Anthony Towns is plowing through them, it could be a different story. But I think they might have a situation here where they go 3 guards, and that's more their focus on their starting lineup. Is maybe we could see a TJ McConnell jump into the starting lineup and move LeVert over to small forward and Brogdon over to shooting guard.
Well, one, I think it's actually possible we get Justin Holiday playing small ball center, like you said. Like they're just, you don't need to match up with OKC. That's definitely a valid point. The Pacers never seem to want to start McConnell almost no matter what. And they do still have, the reason that I'm not so excited about the Thunder in this game is Brogdon and LeVert are still playing.
Yep.
It's hard to tell how much this helps them, but I think Holiday gets a bump. Obviously, Brissett's a good value play. they probably start Edmund Sumner, he probably already was a really good value play. I think they would have to start Brogdon, Levert, Sumner, Holiday, and Brissett. I think McConnell off the bench and then Keelan Martin, like who is their eighth guy? I'm really not even sure, but this is a very thin team for this game. So with this news and then potentially the Sixers news coming, there's probably 25 players under 5K who are really, really underpriced.
3,300 for Edmund Sumner. We had a question coming in. How are we feeling about Sumner too from Mo in the chat? 3,300.
Really good. Yeah. he is way, way too cheap for someone who's probably playing 30 minutes now.
Yeah.
They do have Aaron Holiday still, and I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how compelling the backcourt just got, because we probably didn't really expect Lamb or McDermott to play anyway, and the only major news was Goga.
Yeah.
And I think that it's Brissett and Justin Holiday that are benefiting the most here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it's a really interesting slate where I think this is a slate where you have to kind of set it up and play kind of multiple lineups. This is like a single entry is really going to be difficult for this one. And I think there's so many value plays, so many ways to play it that like a 3 max definitely makes sense for this slate.
Yeah, I tend to like, and I think Julian and I talked about this when you were away, just the number of lineups that is manageable based on the amount of news that we get on these Wednesday and Friday slates sometimes.
Yeah.
And playing the 150 is just so hard to move things around. And something will change again, and probably multiple more times before and even after lock for this one. The 3 to 10, 12, 15 lineups, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Like where you can actually move things around by hand when news happens.
Yeah.
That just seems so much better. I do agree single entry is hard, because like, how do you decide between, let's say it's Milton or Terrence Mann or Luke Kennard or Tyrese Maxey or any of these Pacers guys? Like they're all the same pretty much. So you want to have different combinations with different versions of, at least similar lineups, not exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly.
So just playing a few lineups and not going crazy with 150. I think there's a tendency to want to play as many lineups as possible on these slates, because it's like, I have to get a piece of all the value. Yeah. And it's just so hard to play that way. I mean, some people can do it. It's just, you certainly will be around until 10 p.m. That's for sure, because you have to pay attention at every single block of time.
Yeah, so the blocks go 7, 8, 8:30, then nothing until 10. But those 10 o'clock games, you got to sit there and wait for the news, because we're waiting for the Clippers starters to come in from that game. So it's just basically, I don't think the Clippers start at the 10 o'clock game. Like you're not even going to get them before 9:30. So maybe you get an 8:30 break to go eat dinner or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can guess the Clippers starting lineup pretty effectively.
Yeah.
Like I think Marcus Morris and Terrence Mann and Zubac have to start, and it's probably Kennard.
Batum. I could see Batum jumping in there.
Yeah, I think that has to be the start. Like who else? No one else really makes sense to be. I think it's those 5.
Yeah. And Boogie coming in.
Yeah, but Marcus Morris could get ruled out later, and I think. I think the thing that people won't consider is the possibility that Towns doesn't play on the second half of the back-to-back. Like, there's just no reason to force him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the only reason I could see that they're potentially forcing him is just to get that gel with D'Lo and Ant. Like, they have not been able to get those 3 players together on the court at the same time, and I think that's the only reason why they're pressing it. They know that I saw the standings. There was 1 game ahead of the Rockets. So the lottery odds on that West side are pretty similar. So I think that's why they're actually going and playing these games, trying to win, is to get that group to gel together, because they're setting up like that's their future basically.
Right. They're clearly not going into a full-on tank or anything like that. And the thing that does work in favor of Towns playing this back-to-back is the games are in the same place. They played in Sacramento last night. They're playing in Sacramento again tonight. There's no travel involved or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't bet on Towns missing the game. I just think it's possible. And it would definitely upend the slate to some degree if you've got Towns in your last spot and then he sits, and then Naz Reid is $6,000 cheaper. It would be nice to have another slot available where you could go down to Reid and pay up somewhere else where you have maybe.
So that move then has to be. So that move has to be, you can't play Jokic and Towns in your lineup in the same construction to prevent that, because then your switch will be going to Jokic if you're trying to spend up, if you want to keep that same salary structure.
Yeah, I mean, if you think Towns plays for sure, then go ahead. Like I'm kind of speculating here, but Zubac is in Naz Reid's price range, and he's a 10 o'clock game too. So if you play Zoo with one of those two centers, then that kind of makes it easy. Then you could just, I mean, I like Zubac, but if Reid is the starter, then he's a better play.
Before more of the news hits the wire, I wanted to touch base. I teased this at the beginning of the show. We touched about it last Wednesday. Sixers, Nets, division winner odds sitting at -500 for this week. When we were here last Wednesday, the Sixers, it was on that game, the Sixers Nets. I expected the Sixers to win that game easily. It actually ended up being really competitive, oddly enough.
Yeah, the Nets garbage time team went kind of nuts in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, exactly. And then they had to bring in Embiid back in and whatnot. And I was just like, okay, hey, all right. But now we have the division odds here. Philadelphia 76ers -500. So that was some pretty good value to be had off of one game, 1 week to flip it around. Do you remember when this line moved? Was it directly after that game, or was it a few days later when it just was obvious that KD came back and he got hurt again on Sunday and whatnot?
Right. So I was right about the initial move. I thought that if the Sixers won, they'd go from even money to like -200 or maybe a little less. And that's basically what happened. Yeah. I was not predicting that it would get this high. Yeah. The one thing that happened was that Harden
had a setback.
Harden's setback was after the line movement, though. But Durant got hurt against Miami, and the Nets lost that game. That was what drove it even more. Yeah. So what was interesting is the line didn't actually move back towards the Nets at all over the last 2 days, even though the Sixers lost at home to the Warriors and the Nets beat the Pelicans on the road because of the setback to Harden. So we saw another big jump after. So there's the first jump after the Sixers won the game and clinched the tiebreaker, took a 1-game lead. Then Durant got hurt and the Nets lost to the Heat. And that's when it got up to about -400 or 500. And we've seen it stagnate even with the Sixers losing a pretty key game, because now it looks like Harden may miss the rest of the regular season. The Sixers should win the division, but the Nets may be a little undervalued at this point, just because they're only a half game back. The Sixers may rest all their starters tonight against the Suns. Then they have to play Milwaukee tomorrow, where even if they play all their starters, they could lose again. Like, I think it's probably 60-40 or 70-30 Philly wins the division at this point. But even without Harden, the Nets could, there's not a lot of games left. The Nets could just have somewhat of a hot streak and get back in it. The key, though, is Durant needs to play, because if Durant doesn't play for a while, that's not happening. The Nets will just keep losing. They'll probably lose to Toronto tonight, and they'll probably lose a bunch more games if they don't have Kevin Durant.
Yeah. Before we jump into the news, it's interesting to see, these conference winner setups. I was hoping that we could get first overall seed or whatever to look at, but still, you have the Nets being favored to win the conference, even though they've had all these situations. If you get their big three back together, it sets up here where the Nets are still favored to win the conference.
Yeah, I think the Nets should be the most likely team, but I don't think they should be minus odds. That just seems too generous.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you really think that Durant and Harden are full strength by the first round, but the first round may not matter anyway. Yeah. They need those guys healthy for round 2, and it doesn't seem like that's a lock anymore. So there may be some value on some of these other teams.
Some other value too here, if you look at the Lakers or the Clippers, with Utah kind of falling down with D-Mitch hurt, Phoenix Suns pose a little bit of a threat here at plus 900, considering how well they've been playing and how well Chris Paul has been leading them.
Yeah, I'm a believer in the Suns to an extent. I think my biggest concern with them in the playoffs is that they have a ton of depth, and it's been huge for them in the regular season. Yeah, they've been able to play Chris Paul not that many minutes because Cam Payne is a pretty solid backup. Yeah, they have all these wing players that are good defenders. They added Torrey Craig is like another McCall Bridges. They basically have a duplicate at every position. Dario Saric is a really good backup center. They just have this super deep team, but in the playoffs, when rotations get condensed, the Suns kind of stay the same and everyone else gets better.
Yeah.
So the key for the Suns is locking up the 1 seed, because if they have home court in every series, I think that's what gives them the edge, because they probably, I mean, where do you think they rank in the West? 4th or 5th best team, something like that, if everyone's healthy?
Yeah. That's
right,
it.
like the
I
LA
would
teams
see,
are
I would
better
see them.
in
I don't
Utah.
see them better than the Lakers, Clippers. Even I think the Jazz could take care of them at full strength because they're pretty deep too. The Nuggets, I think the Jamal Murray injury set them back. Otherwise, they had a chance to also take over the Suns.
Yeah, I think the Nuggets were better, and now they're not anymore. So you got the 2 LA teams in Utah, and then Phoenix. I think they're right there and behind those teams. I mean, Dallas has not been great this year. Portland, we'll see, because Portland's played maybe 3 games this year with their roster at full strength.
Yep.
They got Nurkic back, but Lillard's been missing a bunch of games, and Nurkic has been out on back-to-backs and not playing full minutes and all of that. Portland, when healthy in the playoffs, is probably in that conversation for a second-tier team in the West. Like they may be close to Phoenix at that point. But yeah, I think Denver is the team that just, I don't know how they come out of the conference now without Murray. Like, it's just, there's so many good teams that you basically need to be perfect to upset that many. And Denver isn't going to have home court in any series either. So that's the key for the Suns. They can play their games at home and maybe they can pull off an upset.
So now we are getting hit with the news. Blake Griffin will be available for the Nets. Lou Dort has been ruled out. Also, Isaiah Roby upgraded to questionable, so that makes him a viable option here. Kevin Porter Jr. ruled out for the Rockets, and then John Wall, he is going to be available to play. Damian Lee ruled out for the Warriors. So does this shake it up a little bit for you?
A little bit. The Dort news, I guess, we mentioned it before, kind of expected. And now you should have this pretty up-tempo game against Indiana, who doesn't have any big men. Someone on the Thunder is probably going to go off.
Yeah.
It'll be hard to figure out who it is. Like, Kenrich Williams could be the guy, Theo Maledon, Darius Baisley. These guys are facing some pretty bad defense now. There was already no Miles Turner, and now there's no rim protection at all with no Batadze and no Jakar Sampson. And you just pulled up Poku. I think he becomes a pretty interesting GPP play now.
Yeah. You have to consider one of these guys because of their potential upside. Baisley showed that he had 39 fantasy points, played 38 minutes. So they're just going to run him out there. If this game is even remotely competitive, he can play 40 minutes. They're not going to sit back on him.
Yeah, and I think Pokusevski plays normal minutes regardless of score.
Yep.
I don't think that they would really determine his minutes based on, he's too young of a player. It shouldn't matter much.
Yeah.
Poku and Baisley are not cheap though, but I think because of that, no one is going to play them. And one of those two guys could put up 40 or 50 fantasy points at around 6K and be the difference. Maybe they outscore
now.
Marcus Morris, who should be more popular.
We got Svi, Maledon, Poku, Baisley, Brown as the starters.
And we also just got Kevin Porter Jr. ruled out for health protocols. John Wall is in though.
Yep.
So
mentioned him.
Wall could be somewhat. I mean, it's a really hard matchup for the Rockets against Utah. That's really the biggest problem. But Wall should get plenty of usage in this game.
7,700. I don't know if I can spend that. It really sets up here where the only way to be looking at it in a different perspective is John Wall 7,700s if you're playing a balanced lineup. It just sets up too much here for stars and scrubs with the stars in really great spots.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Wall may literally be 1% or less. Like Malcolm Brogdon just will project better for everyone at exactly the same price. Yeah. And like you said, most people won't even build this construction at all. They'll just play Westbrook and Curry, and then you can't really play a 7K range point guard at that point. So Brogdon himself may be contrarian enough where you don't have to get as crazy with someone like Wall.
Yeah, for sure. We're about to bring up the injury report for tonight's slate. It is a doozy, but it is pretty exciting to look at. Kevin Durant out. We've been talking about him. Blake Griffin available. Lou Dort, just mentioned him as being out. Sabonis, Lamb, Goga, McDermott, and Miles Turner all out for the Pacers. Embiid, Harris, Simmons, Curry, all questionable for the Sixers. So that's really setting up for a lot of value. Golden State without Damian Lee, Juan Toscano Anderson, Eric Pascal. Man, these are some injuries that are setting up for everybody to play 30, 38 minutes here for a lot of these even bench guys. The Heat sitting in with Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler available, but Tyler Hero, Dwayne Dedmon questionable. Dallas has Tim Hardaway up to probable. Jaren Jackson Jr. questionable for the Grizzlies. Dylan Brooks also questionable. Jonas Valanciunas out. And then the Clippers news. Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Reggie Jackson, Rajon Rondo, all not playing tonight. Lots of values in the Clippers-Memphis game. But also, Damian Lillard. He is coming back. Damian Lillard will be available tonight against the Nuggets. From all that, what is the most important piece of news you feel that we need to watch out for the rest of this tonight?
It's Philly, I think, pretty easily. The thing that's interesting, I think we should get into the sportsbook implications for a lot of this news, but
let's go.
For DFS, we have 5 games that lock at 7:00. That's not usually the case. Usually there's 1 or 2, and then there's some 7:30, and then some 8, and then 8:30.
Yeah.
We kind of have this slate segmented out. So there are no 7:30 games, and 5 of them lock right at lock. It's going to be hard to maneuver this Sixers news if it comes at 6:45, let's say.
Yeah.
And because they're still questionable past the 5:30 injury update, we have no idea when we're going to find out what's up with Philly. Like, we'll find out before 7, but
yeah,
short of that, like, we don't know when it's happening. So you kind of just need to be ready.
Yeah. Honestly, there's a chance here where we might not even find out by 7. Like, there's been times where starting lineup shops at like 6:59 and you don't get anything to do in these changes. And there's a lot of teams here where there's some value. Do you think there's more value tonight in playing some spreads, some money lines, or should we attack the player props?
I would imagine that you can't get any player props in on the Philly game.
Let's see, pulling it up right now, and we have not. Oh, yep. The only thing is on the Phoenix side, so nothing on the.
Right. Yeah, so I don't think, like, Embiid playing or not playing does have an impact, and people who know the matchups better than me can probably have a better understanding of like how much DeAndre Ayton would benefit from Embiid not being there. Dwight Howard can still protect the rim pretty well. He's not Embiid though. So Ayton does get a bump, but I don't know if that's a good enough bump to be worth betting. But I think there's a real chance of blowout if the Sixers sit all these guys.
Yeah.
So I'd be more interested in betting on the Suns if you can get that in before the lineup dates. Like, if Philly doesn't play any of their starters, Phoenix could be a double-digit favorite at that point. It might just be 8 or 9, but you probably approach 10 at that point. If all 4 of not their 4 best players, but their 3 best players and then Seth Curry, if those guys are all not playing, then the line's moved a few points already, but we would see it move significantly more.
Do you think that there's a game here where you feel a little bit more confident, like taking, if you don't want to take the Suns at -3.5, maybe throwing them in a parlay with another team?
To have the money line just so you have less risk, or are you talking about just finding another game?
I mean, just so that you can have less risk, and then you get a game where, it's a little bit more chalky and you're able to throw it into the parlay.
Generally my take on it is if you're making a parlay, you want them to all be games that you would have bet individually anyway. Like, the combination doesn't make it a good bet. The bets are priced independently, and the price of the payout at the end is dependent on the quality of those bets and what the money line is on those bets. So if you like 2 games, parlaying them is fine. If you like the Suns, or if you're not sure you like the Suns and you like another game, just throwing the Suns in, I wouldn't necessarily do that, but I certainly like anything involving the Suns if all of the Sixers players are out. As far as other games that look appealing, I'm not really sure how I feel about this one, but we should probably talk about the Knicks-Hawks game a little bit. Like, I think that one's a pretty interesting game just from the point spread. And we actually saw the Knicks as 2-point favorites last night, and the lines moved pretty significantly in Atlanta's favor. And I cannot imagine that is because people are betting on Atlanta. Like, there's no way that the average person is betting the Hawks in this game. People are on the Knicks. They're on this crazy hot streak. So
yeah, they've covered
line movement
10
there is
straight
pretty
games.
interesting.
Yeah, they covered 10 straight games against the spread. It's been pretty difficult to bet against the Knicks right now. They're playing well. Is it because they're on the second night of a back-to-back?
Well, the Hawks are too. I think the Hawks are just a much better team. So
Yeah.
I can definitely take the L on the Knicks missing the playoff stake at this point.
Yeah.
Some of it was bad luck. I mean, the Pacers and Hornets, both of their whole teams got injured, but the Knicks have played better than I thought they would also. But getting those teams head to head and beating them has certainly helped. But I think the reason is that the Hawks got John Collins back.
Yep.
And the Knicks are on a hot streak. It was priced into the opening line. People are betting the Knicks, but despite that, I mean, the Hawks are just a better team. So, like, I don't think I would bet Atlanta at this point, but if you got the Hawks while they were still underdogs, like, I think that's job well done, because I think they should be very, very slight favorites for this game. It is on the
minus
road.
1.5 right now.
Yeah, that seems fair to me now. But if you were able to get the Hawks when they were still underdogs, like that seems like a really good move, because selling high on the Knicks here is just, I mean, I'm trying to remove all biases because the Knicks are going to burn me on this no playoffs bet. But like, the Hawks have played really well this season, and they've been doing it without having their team at full strength. They played most of the year without Bogdan Bogdanovic.
Yep.
And he's been incredible for them. And now they have Collins back. So even without Gallinari and without DeAndre Hunter, this is a really, really deep team with star talent. And I think they're just better than the Knicks are. And Alec Burks is still out too, which is probably part of why the line's moving.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was looking at some player props to consider for tonight's slate. You know, there's some guys here. Do you look at, you know, this triple double one for Russell Westbrook is at minus 225 right now. Like, is there ever a point you get to a point where you're like, maybe I would consider playing the no on that?
Yeah, I think we're reaching that. I think that Westbrook has now gotten to overvalued territory for DFS and for prop betting. Beal was on a minutes restriction for a while, and that is not the case anymore. So even in a good matchup against the Warriors, like, I don't think Westbrook is just going to go out and get triple doubles at will the rest of the season. Like, he'll certainly get a couple more. That's just, I mean, we've talked about it before. That's literally what he's trying to do on the basketball court, is get triple doubles.
Yep.
But Beal playing full minutes and being back to his normal self definitely takes away from Westbrook a lot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And we saw Westbrook missed that triple-double by the dimes, and he played 44 minutes against the Pelicans. I think that was an overtime matchup.
Yeah.
They ended up missing a triple-double. Yeah, he dropped almost 70 fantasy points there, but it's the assist. It's not up to him to hit the shots. If he's passing the ball and the guys are missing the shots, that's what's going to make it miss.
Yeah, if he's passing to Beal, he'll probably get 10 assists. If he's passing to anyone else on that team, because Davis Bertans is out still, I think.
Yep.
Like, no one else really shoots the ball very well on the Wizards. So yeah, I mean, he's passing to guys who aren't really good shooters at all. Even if they're expected assists or whatever the metric would be, like, he's deserving of more assists than he gets. But the bottom line is that he plays on a bad team, and aside from Beal, there really isn't anyone who scores that well.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, it's been an entertaining slate. Holmes, Bagley, Woodard, all out again for the Kings. So that's not anything special, but hey, it sets up for the slate to be really nuts. Before we jump off,
that's a team to keep an eye on too. The Wolves could rest Towns. I think there's a chance the Kings could rest some guys also. They played last night also.
And we saw with De'Aaron Fox, he tweaked his ankle. So I think that there's a possibility that he sits here due to that kind of tweaking of the ankle. 28 minutes. That he got held back a little bit. So hey, we'll see.
Yeah, I wouldn't bank on it. I think it's a similar spot to Towns where, like, maybe he'll be out, and leave some slots open for late as always, because we could get some Reed and Halliburton and DeLon Wright, and the Kings have a bunch of guys, but a lot opens up if Fox doesn't play.
Coming up next, 6 p.m., Rams at Dolphins, playing in the wind. Jeff and Christian will be on the call for that. 8 p.m., we have Saints at Bucks in the rain. Clasheen and Brandon will be for that call. Then Vikings at the Washington football team in the snow at 10 p.m. Clasheen and Tom will be on the call for that one. Before we jump off, do you have any final takes for the people? We went through a lot this game, but this is what happens. End of season NBA, just have to be prepared.
Yeah, I think the only thing I can really say with a ton of confidence is if you're building your lineups now, be ready to change them when the Philly news comes in. Like that's really the key spot. And fortunately, it's at 7, so you don't have to wait around all night for it. We should know in the next hour. But
one take though, I have for you: if they sit Simmons and Tobias Harris, do you have to make Joel Embiid one of the locks of the slate?
I think if it's late enough that his ownership stays down, absolutely. Like he becomes similar to Jokic and Towns in that case.
Yep.
But if we don't find out he's playing until 6:50, let's say,
yeah,
people won't have time to get to him. So then at that point, he'd be way better for tournaments. I think he'd be kind of the best play on the slate. Like he has a hard matchup, but Embiid doesn't really care about matchups that much. And
he is
there's no one else to
matchup-proof.
score. Yeah, he'll just smash anyway.
Yeah. Well, good hanging out with you for this fun Wednesday slate. We'll be back next Wednesday. I'll be back next Monday. Matt will be back with me next Wednesday. Then we have Thursday coming up with the Cough, and I think it's the Reed Show. And then on Friday, we have Matt LaMarca and Steve Buchanan with the slate for some MLB. But outside of that, good hanging out with everybody. Appreciate all the questions. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back in. It's your, what are we at? 6 p.m. Sim now. It's me, Jeff Ulrich, and we are joined here by Kristen Giandria with me for the call on this Sim. We got the LA Rams. We got the Miami Dolphins. We got a big thing going on here with this Sim. And yeah, Christian, how you doing, man? I haven't seen you in a bit.
I'm doing well, other than the cold weather. You know, my brain is broken because we had like an 80-degree day here last week, and now it's snowing and like 35. But I understand I'm complaining to a Canadian about weather, so I'm going to just go ahead and reel that in and shut that down real quick, because I know no matter what I throw out there, you're going to throw the trump card at me like you just got 16 inches today, and there's an ice storm, and the moose are sheltering in your garage to get away from the cold. So I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try.
Literally 20 degrees Celsius out here, which is warm in Fahrenheit standards. But tomorrow it's supposed to be like 0 degrees Celsius. So, yeah, the crazy weather, I'm very familiar with that. Welcome to my world, pal. But, yeah, it's and again, you know, look, we're on Wild Weather Wednesday. So this is all working together with the narrative street here on Wild Weather Wednesday. We do have a wind game here with Miami and the Rams, and it can get windy in Miami. So, you know, again, all flowing together. It can get a little windy in Rams as well. So lineup's a lock now, Christian. Give the people what they want. Who did you put in your captain spot today?
Yeah, you know, wind games don't affect the lineups as much as snow or rain, I feel like, but you do have a couple shaky quarterbacks. I stacked around the less shaky of the two, and somehow that's Jared Goff. I didn't put Goff in my lineup at all, but I captained Cooper Kupp. I threw Bobby Trees in there. I got Josh Reynolds in there because Josh Reynolds, you can't afford to sit him out. He's been on a heater lately. He's had double digits in like 4 of his last 5. You know, he's capable of giving you 40 points from the flex every now and then. Like, the dude just goes off sometimes. So Josh Reynolds is in there as well, and Malcolm Brown, because those running backs that never look like a good value, sometimes they always are. That's been kind of a trend lately. The guys who aren't quite bargains but aren't worth paying up for in that little twilight zone between 5 and 7K. They've been showing out lately, so a hunch play on him. My 2 token Dolphins in this one are Mike Gesicki and Matt Breida. We'll see if they do any good for me. How about you, Moose? What does your lineup look like today?
Dude, it's pretty similar. I got Gesicki and Breida in there as well. I went with Cooper Kupp in the captain, Goff, Higbee, and Sammy Sloman.
Ooh.
Apparently he's the kicker for the Rams. I don't know. So
he was briefly. He didn't last. He didn't make
he didn't last, did he? Who did they end the season with there?
I think it was Matt Gay they finished with. They threw Kai Forbath in there as well. But Sloman, 7 games, 11 field goal attempts, 8 hits. It wasn't terrible, but he also missed 3 extra points. I'm looking at the stats now. It was not great. Not a lot of touchbacks. He could have been better. Maybe he'll bounce around. Maybe he'll have that Young Wei Koo kind of moment where he catches on somewhere and gets his head right and turns into a Pro Bowl caliber player. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm not on Team Sloman right now.
Slamming Sammy Sloman. Without a job right now. Matt Gay is a pretty solid kicker. He's got a good leg. From what I remember. So maybe that'll work out for him. I think he had a good end of the year there for the Rams. So maybe they'll finally found their new kicker there.
Yeah, Matt Gay, 7 games, 8 kicks of 40-plus yards, hit 7 of them. So
he's got a good leg.
Yeah.
I was actually surprised when the Bucks cut him.
Yeah, he's reliable. He's useful. He's good enough to make it somewhere. I agree with that one. Sloman I like, though, because he's a beefy little dude. He's listed at 5'8", 205. Those are like D3 linebacker numbers right there. I'm already in favor.
Nice. Yeah, let's go here. I mean, we got a little bit of a mismatch. I mean, the Rams are a pretty solid team. But the Dolphins, the last 2 times I've seen them, have really been like ramping it up. They had a pretty good run in the Sim Pro Bowl bracket as well. So let's see what Sim 2 here. Oh, dart over the middle to start there. Looks like Parker. Oh, no, sorry, it's Jakeem Grant, excuse me. So we'll start there for Tua.
Yeah.
What's up, DK Sim fan? Hit that like button if you could. Be awesome. Appreciate it. Get over 200.
Yeah, we see it. We see you there on the Dream Stream on YouTube at 189 likes. We love it. Then vid always. Congrats, up 250 today. We love hearing about your win. So let us know if you hit big. We had someone. I already forgot who. I think it was Jake from over on Twitch. He split the 10K prize in the Super Bowl on Monday. So if you have a good story about a win, drop them in there. Let us know. We love it when you guys hit. We're big fans.
Yeah, man, that's cool to hear about hitting it big. Obviously, hopefully we'll have more like tournaments and stuff like that with Madden, with the bigger contests coming up. Obviously, we're back to 6 a day now, which is cool. So we got some content coming up on the weekend, obviously with Major League Eating around 5:30 Eastern on Sunday. But we'll talk a little bit more about that on the breaks. But yeah, back to normal here for a few days, anyways, with some 6 sims a day. And with the volume, there's Matt Breida. They give him the first.
Ooh,
no, they're
ninjas. Might get the ball right again here. So Jeff, Emerson was talking a big game because he was obviously, he is our go-to correspondent for all things eating. He is BFFs with Joey Chestnut. He was talking with Eric Madden, Booker, and he maintains he would be the DK SimFam guy to beat in any eating contest.
Right.
Confirm or deny, do you agree with that sentiment that Emerson would be the odds-on favorite if we were to round up all the hosts and throw them into, let's say, a chicken tender contest?
This is an interesting one because I had this conversation and we were kind of going through, and like Jason Rossi is also talking big game. Like he insists that he would be up there with Emerson. Like he thinks he could take Emerson. So I guess off the bat, we just have to make these two guys the co-favorites.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I guess if I'm doing profiling, maybe Emerson's a little bit like a bigger dude, and by bigger I just mean like taller.
Yeah. I think Emerson has a metabolism too. He's on the bike all the time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Emerson, though, he's a bit of a softie. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like he's a bit of a softie. I feel like Rossi would really get in there and just have that grit and determination. So I don't know, man. I mean, I think you'd have to make him the favorite because he's talked such a big game. Like he'd be like that kind of media driven. Like he's like the Dallas Cowboys, right? They always talk a big game. So sure, we'll make Emerson the favorite. I think Rossi would be up there. Somebody threw your name out, Christian, that you might just be like a real underdog in all this.
Could be a dark horse.
Is there any truth to that? Like
I used to be into it. I used to be my go-to would be trying to do the old 999 challenge at local ballpark out here, the Madison Mallards, college baseball league team. And the reason why they do so well is because they have a beautiful section of stands called the Duck Blind, where for like $35, it's all you can eat, all you can drink. So I always try to put down 9 hot dogs whenever I'm there. But I gotta be in the right headspace for it. I think I could compete. I don't know if I could take down Emerson. I don't think I would have that drive and determination Rossi has to break through the wall when my body tells me to stop. I think Rossi does a great job. I've seen him power through broadcasts where his cat has pooped right next to him, and he's been able to play through that pain. So if something tells me that Rossi would not listen to his body until it's shut down.
That's right. That's kind of what I feel like as well. So it looks like DK SimFam there. I mean, I think we're going good on YouTube here. It looks like there might be a bit of a problem with the Twitch feed. Again, the game is fine. I am looking on Twitch here. Some people were saying that the feed is down. So I don't know it just looks like offline. It looks like a Twitch thing though, guys, because everything else is running fine. So if you're on Twitch, you can always head over to YouTube for the time being. That's about it.
Twitch fans not gonna like. They're not gonna like hearing that. They got that rivalry with the YouTube.
I know.
Over there.
Yeah, we already got Smash Land in the chat saying this sucks. But producer looks like saying it's going to come back on. But we're good. I mean, the game's going, YouTube's going, like I said. So I just wanted to give people an update there in case you were only on Twitch and wondering what the H was going on. So, pinball action. Devontae Parker. What do you think the Dolphins are going to do in the draft? Do you think that they're going to trade down?
You mean, I think they would be smart to trade down for sure.
Yeah,
but, I mean, at this point, they've already dropped back a little. They've been pretty expeditious with their moves, and at 6, they can get maybe even their top pick of wideout talent there. Because you got to figure top 4 teams, assuming the Falcons trade backs, can be 4 quarterbacks. At number 5, the Bengals probably. Tua does it himself. So
outside run. Taking it under the wing. There's no one out there. That was just a walk-in touchdown.
Beautiful play call there. I like it. You love to see it. Outstanding. But yeah, I think the Bengals, the easiest pick for them would be 4 quarterbacks go and they don't trade back. Then Penei Sewell will make a ton of sense to protect Joe Burrow. At 6, I mean, that leaves the Dolphins with a smorgasbord of skill players to choose from, whether they want Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts. Maybe they ignore that weigh-in number from Devontae Smith and decide they want a guy who weighs the same as I do playing a wideout for them. Maybe that's their call. I like it. I mean, it could be a lot of fun to watch. The AFC East is going to be a ton of fun to watch this season, Jeff.
Yeah, the Bills obviously still really good. The Bills added Matt Breida, too, another player in this game. I mean, I like the addition personally. Matt Breida is a good spark guy, good burst. Could use him and maybe even 10 touches a game. He can work. So yeah, I like that addition.
Cheap too, like $1 million.
Totally. The one thing with the Dolphins, I think they are going to trade back. Like they got it. They got Will Fuller. They still have Parker there, Gesicki.
True.
I don't know. Do they need it? I mean, obviously, like getting Jamar Chase would be great, but like they already kind of committed to these guys. It just feels like to me another wide receiver is going to be overkill for them.
Yeah.
I think they're going to trade back. I think also there's going to be a team. I think a lot of what's going to depend on the draft is if Justin Fields doesn't go 3. I think he will get to Miami, and I think at that point someone's going to swoop in and offer them something they can't refuse. So that's kind of my take. If they do choose a player, though, do you think it'll be wide receiver then?
I think it would be if they stuck around there, just because it doesn't make too much sense to go in any other direction. That's where the value is. One thing that they've done a very good job about is taking a good value guy there. They address their needs in free agency, so they can afford to go best player available in the draft for at least the time being. Let's go back to that point, though. If you think Justin Fields is still around, which is very questionable. I personally, as a Patriots fan, I hope he falls. I can't imagine the Dolphins would be happy to do a deal that allows the Patriots to go up and get Justin Fields. Yeah. But do you think the Justin Fields to San Francisco rumors and reports that are picking up steam lately, do you think that's going to be the case? Do you think they are sold on Mac Jones? Do you think maybe even Trey Lance slides in there? Who do you think the Niners are going to take at number 3?
So we go back to the start of this. Adam Schefter, I'm pretty sure it was Schefter, reported, like Mac Jones is like the dude. Yeah. Like, now, obviously San Francisco trading up, and they said they were going to do this. They're going to do their due diligence, like they went to all the pro days. Yeah. And since they've been to the pro days, they've been linked to Fields, and now there's even talk they're linked to Lance. I still think it's just Mac Jones for them. I think this is the player Kyle Shanahan wanted. Like, he wants a guy who can distribute. And you look at Alabama's offense, he was throwing to a bunch of elite wide receivers. Well, San Francisco has Kittle, Deebo Samuel, and Ayuk. Like, maybe it's not going to be like Alabama, but it's going to be pretty, close, right? Guys who can just distribute, get open quickly, underneath on short, easy throws. You just got a guy like Matt Jones who like Shanahan knows can operate in an offense like that and probably be comfortable just taking his lead from Shanahan. So I think it all comes down to fit. And, I don't think he's the best quarterback in the draft by far. Like, I think Fields is a superior player, but I think that's the guy that Shanahan wants. And I think ultimately that's who they're going to take. So I was looking today. It looks like Mac Jones did move back into the favorite spot on the DraftKings taken there. That was this morning. Like, I know 2 days ago it was Justin Fields again. So I recognize it could be any one of those guys at this point. Like, I'm not trying to pretend like I have a crystal ball. I just really feel like, all this stuff and, it was inevitable that San Francisco was going to get talked about because they went to the pro days of these guys.
Right.
It started off with Mac Jones. I think they're going to take Mac Jones there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like it. I think if you are...
No, I don't like it either. I mean, I think it's silly.
Yeah.
Justin Fields is a better player.
Exactly. I mean, if you're giving up all that draft, all those draft picks, all those draft assets, you should go with the guy with the highest ceiling rather than the guy who can be a system quarterback in your system. That's where Mac Jones would fit. I don't really see Mac Jones necessarily being a viable upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo the next 2 years, which is kind of that win-now window the Niners have. I can understand why they might want to, why they might. They know they can get all the way to the Super Bowl with a slightly above average quarterback, so maybe that's the tempting part there, and they know Mac Jones will be cheap over that period. Maybe maybe the struggles of Dwayne Haskins coming out of Ohio State with a similarly big arm, maybe that is what's scaring them away. But Jeff, I hate the idea of Mac Jones, San Francisco 49er a lot, but I think it's going to happen. I just don't understand why San Francisco would put a smokescreen out there. It doesn't benefit them in any way. They're not trying to entice other teams to move up or get ahead of them or draft someone else. I mean, we know who 1 and 2 are going to be at this point. If it's not Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson, that would be a major significant upset. So unless the Niners know something we don't, it doesn't make any sense for them to mislead the public, to mislead Kuiper and Todd McShay. So the smart move is Fields. The galaxy brain move is Mac Jones. And we know that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have done that before. They did it when they picked a running back. They traded up in the 4th round to pick a running back who wasn't even on their draft board. He didn't play a single down in the NFL. That's you, Joe Williams. So I think it's going to be Mac Jones, and I'm going to cackle. I'm going to die laughing. It's going to be amazing.
I just want it to be Mac Jones because it's going to make the rest of the draft so much more interesting, right?
Sure,
I think there's going to be, like I said, I know I said this with Kenny, but I think a team like the Bears will just be jumping over themselves to try and get up. I think the Patriots could be in on it, right? So, I want as much intrigue as possible. If Fields goes to 3, I think you could see the other 2 quarterbacks actually fall. Yeah. And, probably one of them falls into the Patriots' lap where they maybe don't even have to move up much to get it. So, Miami's, I think, in a spot where they're probably praying Fields falls and they're like, whoa, time to cash in again. So, Dolphins could just knock this park out of the draft if they trade back again, in my opinion, and get so much draft capital. But anyways, guys, I see about the scoring. Look, it's manual scoring. They will get it all figured out. Trust me. Obviously, just trying to make sure everything's correct, but it'll get figured out. Not much going on in that first half. A little bit of running, obviously, from Tua there. One nice drive by the Dolphins. Not much going on for the Rams at all. We said 7-0, Miami.
Yeah, I mean, just a nice little first half for Tua. He pretty much did everything. 7 for 7, 75 yards, the rushing touchdown. Rams seemed to have something going, but Devin Gaccio came through, got a big sack, and then Jared Goff doing Jared Goff things, mainly spending too much time in the pocket, blanking receivers. That's why he's a Detroit Lion now, no longer a Los Angeles Ram. And it makes the Rams a lot more fun to watch next year for sure. I think going back to our draft discussion, and I'm excited now. We're 8 days away. I'm very, very much into it. I cannot wait to sit down for 3 straight days and have a beverage and watch some terrible decisions unfold in real time. But I think the Falcons might benefit more than anyone if Fields drops because, A, Fields could be a great quarterback in waiting for them, but B, that's a team that really does need to trade back because all the positions of strength in the top 5 of this year's draft, in the top 10 of this year's draft, aren't necessarily players they need. I mean, they have a couple of former first-round picks at each tackle position. Now, granted, Caleb McGarry is not great, and Jake Matthews is getting a little bit older, but they might have faith in those guys. So a guy like Sewell might not make sense at 4. They can stick with Matt Ryan for a while if need be. He's still got some juice left in his arm. Their wide receiver core is stacked, even with an aging Julio Jones, because Calvin Ridley's been great. Kyle Pitts would unlock a new level of that offense. It would be a lot of fun to watch. But if you're the Falcons, you have all those heavy, expensive contracts. Trade back, get those low-paid, low-cost, overachieving rookie contracts on there, and fix the defense, because that's always been the problem. That is the issue that you have in Atlanta, a defense that crumbles at inopportune times. So trade back, find yourself a spot in the teens, pick up some extra first, extra second-round picks, and load up on the defensive side of things. That is what I think a plummeting Justin Fields would do for them.
Yeah. I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like Atlanta is going to take Pitts. And Atlanta is just, like, not a good draft team. Like, they're not. They just don't do things like that, right? Like, I don't ever remember being like, oh, yeah, Atlanta was smart and they got draft picks. Like, last year they reached up and grabbed A.J. Terrell because they were like, oh, we need a cornerback. So they just took, like, even though we're at 16 or whatever, could have just, like, drafted, got more picks, fell back and taken, like, multiple in the second round or something, probably better picks. But, no, they reached and it worked. It didn't work out. And I don't think taking Kyle Pitts is necessarily a reaching for, but, like, do you really need another receiver there? Like you said, they'd be better served for their team to trade back, get more defensive players. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think they'll just end up with Pitts. I also think they're going to ask for the same price San Francisco asked, and I don't think teams are going to want to pay that. So I think that the teams remaining will pay, but not what San Francisco paid. So that's why I'm saying Miami's going to probably be the team where if Fields drops, that's the one it'll drop back to.
Yeah.
Drop over the middle there.
Going to be extremely fun to watch.
Endo with a catch there.
Yeah, the Rams getting a little something going here, but we've seen them venture out towards midfield with no major developments before. We'll see now with Jared Goff and anything down here. I'm interested to see what the next chapter in Jared Goff's career looks like. He has obviously been marooned in Detroit, and it's not a place where he's set up for success. They don't have a ton of receiving talent around him. Kenny Galladay gone, Marvin Jones gone, and in their place, how are you going to replace that big time 1-2 punch it wide out? And they're like, Tyrell Williams and Rashad Perriman? No, that's bad. That is such a downgrade from what he was dealing with in LA with the Rams. So a situation where Goff is, even if he plays better football, he might have worse numbers this year than last year. And he might be a guy who winds up a free agent. The Lions decide they don't want him anymore, or they make him available, and he could be due for a renaissance at one point. Maybe he finds the right place. It's not going to be in the NFC North. It's not going to be with Detroit. But the Lions are on that Eagles kind of schedule where they're trying to downgrade all the way through the system. I believe I am for
Did you freeze? You still there? No, we lost Christian. That's okay. He'll come back. But yeah, no, to Christian's point, Jared Goff, obviously with Detroit. I feel like Detroit could be hitting up with Jamar Chase in the draft. I definitely feel like Detroit is going to be targeting a wide receiver there. Anyways, but I'm just talking to myself now. So what do you think, DK Sintown? Who's Detroit going to take as Goff goes back to the shotgun? It's 3rd and 12 here. We need a conversion. We need some action. Let's go, Jared. Oh, he got it at Jared. That's where Cooper Kupp got that pass. Over the middle. First down. There we go.
Back.
Drive going. He's back.
Got that
30-second hiatus there. Could hear you talking for a second, but yeah, and then your face stopped moving. That was the key. Oh, came back for a second. Oh, now you're faking me out.
I think I'm good. I'm thinking good. All right. Yeah, as Yogi Dead points out, I always do a quick MIA. It's something about, like, I got the two bands of internet working. One has like the less traffic than the other one. Just no matter which one I pick, just in the middle of, like, I would say 50% of my broadcast now, I lose it for like 15 seconds.
That's not annoying.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's awesome. Yeah, and then like when I come back, it's a little unstable, so I get that all that good stuff. So
Austin Powers,
Yeah.
Oh man, classic. Rams moving the ball a bit, 2nd and 2. They're in the Dolphins territory. Action. Oh, he's going for it all. Oh yeah, that was terrible. That was basically Jared Goff's season last year. Oh, he's got a wide open receiver. Oh, he missed him. I like Tyrell Williams and Perriman, but I definitely think Detroit is going to hold on to their pick and take a wide receiver. I think if Jamar Chase is there, they'll definitely take him. I shouldn't say definitely, because the 3 top wide receivers are pretty close. Obviously, everyone's in a fizzy over Devontae Smith weighing 166 pounds, but which I admit is pretty small for an NFL wide receiver, but
it's a ropey little dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I forget the former Penn State guy, I think it was Hamilton, who went on to play for Denver. He was another like lithe, skinny guy, and he was awesome in college. He wasn't obviously Devontae Smith good, but it was also like he raised those questions, and he never really developed that the way you'd hope. Yeah, the little guys like that, you don't see them. They don't go on to do much, but also most wideouts don't go on to win a Heisman Trophy. They don't go on to have the kind of career yet. So I mean, it's tough to tough to really extrapolate. Okay, he's a little guy, but he's also rad.
He's a unique player. I do think he'll fall a bit in the draft. I think Waddell and Chase will get drafted before him. Maybe the Eagles at 12 if he's there, and like the other two guys are off the board. I think Philly definitely would like to go wide receiver, but again, I don't think Chase is going to get by Detroit, and at that point, that was almost a pick. Jared Goff. We got 3rd and 6 here. Sorry, I thought it was 4th and 6. So one more chance to grab it first. But yeah, who will grab the second wide receiver is interesting because I don't think it's going to be Denver, maybe Carolina. But then, the Giants aren't going to do it. They just spend money on Galladay. So maybe the Eagles get lucky and Waddell falls to them. Ooh, we got it off. Hendo.
Ooh, he's got. Wow, nice run after catch there. Yeah, that play looked like it was getting disaster, Jeff. And instead, we break into the red zone. So this drive potentially going to end success. Jordan Norwood was who I was thinking of. He was 5'11", listed at 171. He looked like he was about 150 on the field, and obviously was not able to turn a solid but unremarkable college career at Penn State into many yards in the NFL. But obviously. Different situation for a guy like Devontae Smith.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, look, Tyreek Hill is a really small dude, and there's a touchdown before I talk about Tyreek Hill.
Joshy.
New Tennessee Titan, Josh Reynolds. Perhaps an underrated fantasy player, to grab at the end of best ball drafts or something, too, Josh Reynolds. Going to be slotting right into that number 2 role behind A.J. Brown. No Jonnu Smith there, no Corey Davis. Lots of targets up for grabs. Decent little player. I like the signing, and I like this touchdown for people. Use him. Do you use him in your lineups, Christian?
I do. I always throw Josh Reynolds in there. You can't avoid him. 10 plus in all of his last 6 outings. He had 22-9 last game he showed up in. That's his 4th touchdown in his past 3 sims. The dude is a bit prolific here in Simland. And like you said, I like him a lot in that Titans lineup. He's still young. He's still developing, but he's got that decent straight line speed, that 4.5 40. He's also 6'3", so he's a bigger dude. He can fill in some of those Corey Davis targets.
Totally.
Not as well as Corey Davis did, but maybe really provide a key safety net for a passing offense that might have to reinvent itself. Ryan Tannehill, A.J. Brown still there, but Davis gone, Smith gone, like you mentioned. And also Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator, no longer there. He is now head coach in Atlanta. So Reynolds getting a new OC in town in Nashville could really behoove him. He might turn into a sneaky good fantasy play next year. This year. Oh, man, it's already 2020. It's been 2020 for 4 months. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's going to be a sneaky play next year. I really do. I like him as talent, like you said. I think he's an interesting, pretty well-rounded wide receiver. Fits in really nicely as a number 2 dude. He spiked a little bit, like when Kupp was out of the lineup for the Rams. He spiked a little bit.
Yeah, he had that big kind of breakthrough. I think it was his 2nd year in the league. Kupp tore his ACL, and Reynolds put on what would have been like a 900-yard season over the last half of the year. Had some trick-or-treat games, but last year he played pretty well in a low-key, kind of uneven passing offense. His yards per target have been solid. His catch rate was a career high. I think the Titans are getting him as he nears the top of his bounce, and that's a good thing for Tennessee, who is going to be low on targets. Although Anthony Ferguson, man, I like the berserker quite a bit. Good thing that D lineman got downfield. Now it was a linebacker, but still, Breida nearly ripped that one off. Audio.
Good speed on Breida too. He would not have been getting caught there. Definitely one of the faster players on the Dolphins. Actually, I don't know what his Madden speed is. Fast player in real life, that's for sure. And again, a new Buffalo Bill, like I mentioned in the last sim. I like that move. Guy who can really excel on like even 10 touches per game. Yeah, Matt Breida, 95 speed in this game. So really getting some respect from the Madden speed makers, guys.
They call the cheat for a reason. It's great news there, but it's also really rough. Maybe you're in a dynasty fantasy league and you're waiting for Devin Singletary or Zach Moss to really pop off. No, Sean McDermott's going to continue rotating guys in and out. There's not going to be an RB1 in Buffalo. You're going to have some pretty good game. I mean, those are three pretty useful backs right there. You have a more powerful guy in Zach Moss. You have a red zone threat in Devin Singletary, who scored about 1 million touchdowns at Florida Atlantic, and now you get Breida in there, the lightning to their thunder. I'm into it.
I agree, man. Good move by Buffalo. Low cost, no risk. Like, Zach Moss looked okay. I wasn't, like, huge on Zach Moss last year, but I admit, like, he looked like a pretty solid, like, power back. So, giving yourself a little bit more depth with a guy like Breida who can kind of do it all. It's a smart move by them. Here we go. 1 minute, minute and a half remaining. Still got 3 timeouts, so should have plenty of time. Should get an end zone look if they can convert. Why did you throw it? You had so much room to run. Oh, my goodness. 2nd and 7.
Oh, both ends of the Tua experience tonight. And what did you think about Tua's rookie season, Jeff? Did you see the roots, the makings of a franchise quarterback, or were you a little bit concerned that he wasn't able to transfer the impact he had stepping out of the field at Alabama to Miami?
It's so weird, right? Like, I definitely, you can't put him in the same class as like Herbert or Burrow. Like, you just can't. So right off the bat, the guy was taken 3rd overall. Like, it's probably a bad draft pick. Just right off the bat. At the same time, and look, I recognize, like, I'm basically one of these people who I haven't quite written him off, but I do, like, I've been harping on, like, just how underwhelming he is versus the other 2 guys. He's only played like a few games. Like, he was a winner in college. He was pretty accurate. He showed like 1 really good game against KC, I think. He's got some intangibles. I will at least say I think that we should all give him a shot. The Dolphins did the right thing. They brought in a guy like Will Fuller, who's been like really good at catching deep balls and making his QB better on deeper throws. He's got Gesicki developing, Devontae Parker back. So maybe they even add to it in the draft. But he's going to have a shot next year, assuming Fuller stays healthy and stuff, with a pretty good receiving core. So I get the stance they took that this is our guy. We're going to give him a shot. We're going to surround him with good players. I like that the Dolphins at least did that. I'm still not really high on him from long term. Like, I think he'll be more of like a game manager, a guy who can maybe rack up some points with a reliable tight end and and move the ball a little bit for you. But he really didn't look good in the pocket, if we're being honest, last year. Like, it's gonna take a pretty major jump for him to become an above average quarterback, in my opinion. So I'm not really high on it, but at the same time, I do recognize we're working off a small sample. We could get a much better Tua in year 2.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that for a guy who looked so natural in the pocket, made so many big throws in Alabama, that he just wasn't taking those same chances downfield in Miami, despite a pretty useful receiving core. I mean, it wasn't it wasn't a top 10 unit by any means, and I think Will Fuller, like you said, does make a big difference there. We're going to get a 4th and short here, and probably a Sanders field goal.
Out of timeouts. Probably just going to kick it here. 4th and inches, though. But, I'm pretty sure we're going to get the kicking team on. Yeah, he just looked, in the pocket, he really didn't look good. Either he was taking too long, trying to sidestep guys or whatever, or just, looked uncomfortable. So
he had some of those early Drew Bledsoe kind of days too, where he'd throw for 300 yards, but you need 60 passes to get there.
Right.
It wasn't very efficient. He was willing to throw until his arm fell off, and that was great. Good for you. But at the same time, he was missing guys. He wasn't seeing open windows. The speed of the game got a little bit past him. And I think those are all fixable things. I think we've seen guys come out and have much worse rookie seasons and really develop into great players. I mean, look no further than Josh Allen in his own division. The one concern I would have too is that he's not the same kind of prototype quarterback as the guys that put it together later on. I think everyone kind of expected him to be a little bit more intuitive in the pocket based on where he was, and seeing him kind of have those lapses was a little bit frustrating. I don't think he's a bad quarterback by any means. I still think he can get there. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Dolphins unlock it if they can.
Yeah. It's just another place where you have to keep your eye on. I'm definitely not interested in for fantasy purposes. I mean, DFS, sure, maybe one thing, but drafting him in a
here.
Ooh, a little Hail Mary, trying to get some yards there, Jared Goff. So that was nice. You appreciate the effort there. But we're going to go into the half 10-7 here. We had the field goal by Sanders, stalled drive. We had the Tua rushing touchdown. We had Josh Reynolds on the other side, passing touchdown for the other score. So that's pretty much it. Not a ton going on in that half. I'll be dead honest. It was better than the first half Kenny and I did on the last sim. But, yeah. Brother Phil said,
a terrible game.
What's that?
That must have been a terrible game then, because this has not been.
No, it was pretty bad. It was in the rain, and it was like I think Russell Wilson had like 3 points through the first 3.5 quarters. So, yeah, it was a bad game. Brother Phil just quickly says, "What I saw from Tua was slow process. That's hard to teach. Doesn't go through his reads and progressions fast enough, but not writing him off either." Yeah, I agree.
That's a great assessment, Brother Phil. That's solid right there. Sure. No, agreed. Yeah, just everything that came so naturally to him with the Crimson Tide just kind of escaped him for a little bit. And I think he can come back. I think it might be a case of jitters. Maybe he was, checking over his shoulder a little bit too often because, his last big hit in college is the one that dislocated his hip and nearly ended his career. So maybe it's just an issue of getting comfortable in the pocket, taking those reps, getting the game experience that he hadn't had. And again, this is a guy who didn't have a preseason, didn't have a full training camp. So that's the other thing. If we're trying to judge any rookie from last year, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. There's going to be more of a curve. Joe Burrow was a little underwhelming, I thought, as well, and still had some of those days where he needed 50, 60 passes to 300 yards. And his numbers were a little bit better than his on-the-field play suggested, especially with his inability to hook up with A.J. Green, whose fault that was. We don't really know right now. But it's the same thing where it's like it's tough to judge these guys. There's definitely a hard learning curve there. And it just makes what Justin Herbert was able to do all that more impressive because that dude came in and was fearless. He wasn't even supposed to start in week 2. It only happened because of the incompetence of the Chargers training staffs. One of the team's greatest franchise traditions, just having a completely incompetent doctor on staff at all times. And then they won't go out there. They nearly kill Tyrod Taylor. Herbert has to go in, and the dude just clicks right away. He finds those tightly closing windows downfield. He plays fearless. He runs head first in the linebackers time and time again, like he is playing in a Madden sim. So, all that is just to say that I like Justin Herbert a lot. He's going to be pretty well favored season-long fantasy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree. Quickly, guys, going to remind you of the promo that's coming up. Get your popcorn ready because as part of the Film Awards festivities for the Oscar weekend, Major League Eating hosting a red carpet film feast event in Las Vegas, Nevada, Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. You can watch it here on the Dream Stream right here where you are. The YouTube channel, the Twitch channel, the Dream Stream. DraftKings also offering a free DraftKings Sportsbook pool that's going to hand out $10K in prizes just for answering a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest on Sunday. So go over to that DraftKings Sportsbook. Free pool, guys. It's free money. The DraftKings Red Carpet Film Fest is also scheduled to stream live on the YouTube and Twitch. That's going to start 5:30 Eastern. It's going to be the preview show, so don't miss that. Basically, guys, get here 5:30 Eastern Sunday. I'll be tuning in because I want to see this popcorn stuff go down.
Yeah, I just get mad. Like, do they have floss on site? Because if you're trying to wolf down that much popcorn,
I want to know: are they allowed to drink water with the popcorn? Because, 10 like handfuls of popcorn. Like I need to drink like a liter of water.
That's like something. Yeah, that's a good point. Is the popcorn salted in butter? Do we know?
Oh my god! I mean, it better be. Could you imagine having to do power eating with like unsalted, unbuttery popcorn? That's like torture.
I mean, it would be nice if you could get your own like choice of. You could go like a little bit of like Old Bay seasoning on there. That's always great on popcorn. Like if you had your options of seasoning to help make it a little better. I guess maybe that wouldn't make it uniform all the way. I don't know how the International Federation of Competitive Eating would do it. Maybe they would frown upon that. But could you go kettle corn if that was your call? That's a sweet and salty anytime snack.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know if they're going to mix it up or whatever. Yeah, like they could definitely do that. I feel like that would be a good thing, too, if they did mix it up because that would stop That would give the eaters like you could mix it up. You get sick of like one flavor, you eat too much kettle corn, whatever. You go over to the regular stuff, maybe a little bit of unbuttered, some buttered in there.
So you're talking like the tin with the 3 popcorns in it, where you have the cheddar, the caramel, and the. I like it. That's a good idea.
I don't know what the format is, but I feel like that would be like a possibility that they could have maybe some cheddar popcorn, like white cheddar in there as well. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Can you get HG Craters up where you are? It's a Chicago popcorn brand, which is like half caramel corn, half cheddar, and they sell it together. It's awesome, but you got to get the mix right. Like sometimes you just get like six cheddars in a row, and then like the film covers your mouth, and you get like 6 caramels in a row. You got to get them. You got to like plan out your cup in advance.
That sounds fantastic, but no. But I do love me some caramel corn, so. Gonna have to not just this conversation makes me want to go get some anyways guys, I do just quickly, we know the stats again, they're manual. They will get updated correctly. We are listening to what's going on, trust me, but as I've said a million times, guys, the scoring is done manually. They will correct it by the end, so it is unfortunately something that we have to do, the manual scoring. They will get it corrected, trust me when I say that. And also trust me when I say spamming me about it in the chat ain't going to do anything faster, because Christian and we're just here to announce the game. So, again, give you an update there. I promise you they will get it all figured out.
Yeah, we might not get it the fastest, but we will get it right. That is the DraftKings guarantee. And also guaranteed Jared Goff going in the wrong direction when his team is developing a promising drive. So now 3rd and 23 coming up after that horrible, terrible sack taken there. And, this drive didn't have a ton of momentum, but at least was nearing midfield until Goff decided he was going to waltz in the wrong direction. He's doing it again, Jeff. Yep. Okay, cool. Good work, Jared. There you go. Freshly minted New England Patriot Devin Gaccio there. 2 sacks on the day for like negative 25 yards. Goff doing this Drew Brees impression here in Simland. Just doing the dead end shuffle until, If we had one more down, I would say that we would be in safety territory right now. But sadly, it is 4th and 37.
This is an impressive drive here. 4th and 37. I kind of wish we had one more down here. Maybe we'll go for a fake now on 4th and 37. That'd be a good way to cap the drive off. Oh, is ever going to get a 90-yard punt here from the end zone? Oh, yeah, and get tackled right away. The punters in the Madden are just on complete. They're on something. They need to all get tested, these Madden punters.
Well, the best part is when they get down like at the 40 and they can't control it. They can only boom it through the end zone. So you get the team punts it away from their opponent's 36, and the other team picks it up at the 21. It's like, cool. Great job. That's what you get for not going for it. Not Jeff Fisher.
Oh, I love you, chat. I do. But again, there's nothing Kristen and I or you spamming the chat is going to do anything about the scoring. That's just my only point. I'm just trying to reassure you guys, it's going to get done when it gets done. So we see you. Again, we wish every sim would just be the same, but with manual scoring, training people, whatever. I don't even know the reason. I just know that these guys are going to get it figured out, and they will get it right for you. So hang in there and trust me as Albert Wilson. The catch over the middle there. 1st and 10. 2 having a pretty solid game.
Yeah, 2 not doing too badly here. Albert Wilson, a useful. He's a guy that you like when he's like 4,500. Or, he was 3,600 2 games ago, and he gave you 12-9. 5,400 his last game, he gave you 15-3. And then today, 6,200. I couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger on him. He's in that Dontrell Inman range where he's got to be cheap, and then just not there today. And so far, not having a great game, so I feel okay with that.
I think that was his first catch there, Wilson. So I always kind of forget he's on here because he opted out last year, but he has shown up some big games. Jakeem Grant gets mixed in. Parker's kind of like a lousy wide receiver 1-2. It's Gesicki who usually ends up with like the big games for the Dolphins as a receiver, but they're kind of like a team where they kind of take turns going off as receivers. So hard to pin down. Tua's played good in these sims. I have to admit, the last 3 times I've seen Dolphins play, they've been okay. So.
Yeah, with rookie quarterbacks, it's really kind of a crapshoot in what you get. Like sometimes you get like a great Justin Herbert day, and sometimes he comes out and gives you 4 points. But it seems like the floor for the rookies is still higher than some of like the veteran quarterbacks. Like you said, Russell Wilson with his 3 points through 3 quarters, or we've seen a few different Matthew Stafford games where he's gone into the 4th quarter with under 3 points, that kind of thing. You don't seem to get those as much from the rookies. Oh, you know who definitely sucks that his floor is extremely low? Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins in Cincinnati, borderline useless. Amazing, because he's got such great wideouts. And Minnesota uses Justin Jefferson now too, so it's like, oh man, Kirk Cousins should be good, right? No, wrong. Like on a good day, he'll give you like 12 points.
I'm still surprised. I really thought Kirk Cousins was going to go to San Francisco. I really thought that was going to happen. I'm surprised it didn't. Minnesota just, I thought they were going to pull the wool over Shanny's eyes and be like, hey, yeah, you can get your boy back.
Yeah.
Come get him, Kyle Shanahan. But I think San Francisco probably would have done that if they didn't have like Garoppolo's huge contract to deal with. So
yeah, exactly.
Some people still think like Garoppolo's going to end up in New England too. Who knows, man?
Yeah, I think if anything, the Niners know the value of a good backup quarterback, and I think that might make them want to keep Jimmy. But man, that's a lot. They can just release him. They can make him a post June 1st cut, and they would save $23 million on this year's cap. Like it's really tough to see them not doing that. It just you have Nick Mullins. Did Nick Mullins resign? I think he's still a restricted free agent.
Yeah. Can't remember. I want to say he didn't.
Mullins is not signed yet, and then Beathard is currently a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Without either of those guys, it does make it seem like it would be
like they're going to keep him around.
Yeah. And they're kind of saying the right things, but they're also saying, "Oh, we need to get a backup who is worse than Jimmy G, but is better than Nick Mullins." And that's like a 3-guy window. It's like 4 guys that fit into that stretch. It's not this giant wide open field that John Lynch is picking from. He's like looking down there. And he's like, okay, maybe Tyrod Taylor. I don't even know, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's weird. Like San Francisco's just weird right now. I feel like they could do anything at this point. It wouldn't shock me if they just released him either, just for, like you said, to save that cash. But also, if they're sold on Mac Jones, like I don't know, like I certainly would not want to just go in with just Mac Jones next year if that's who they're going to take. So, but again, it does speak to the idea of if you moved it up to 3, why aren't you just taking Justin Fields, a guy who I think should be a starter after that. So it's just a weird. But there goes
great corner blitz.
Yeah, it was Ramsey 4th and 17. So big stop there by the Rams, keeping it going to keep it within 6, assuming Sanders gets field goals. There's a win game here, so this isn't an automatic. It's I think it's 45 yards about. So keep your eye on this one.
Not too bad. Had a nice little year, and I believe he was a Pro Bowl selection. Let's go dial up that Rams roster. So yeah, he was actually a first-team All-Pro. They love Jason Sanders, and for good reason. 20 of 23 from 40-plus yards, 8 of 9 from 50-plus. Made 92% of his field goals, so he was automatic from inside 40. This one a little bit further out, but real-life Jason Sanders makes this one 95% of the time. Simland Jason Sanders makes it 100% of the time that time. It's a small sample size, 1 of 1, but still, he's pretty good.
60% of the time, it works every time. So there you go.
Ooh, Sean Preston asking if we know anything about the Chilean basketball player recently signed by the Washington football team. I don't really know enough about him to give you a good lineup, a good breakdown of who he is, what he brings to the table. I know he was a very low key performer on the hardwood. Like he wasn't a big time guy at Tulane, which is obviously a mid-major program that hasn't had a ton of success lately. So But I mean, he was a scholarship player at a D1 school, so clearly the athleticism was there. This is a transition we've seen made successfully many times. We've also seen it not really work out, because I remember Rico Gathers, who I loved watching play as a big man for Baylor. I thought he had all the athleticism in the world. I thought he would eventually become a starter for the Cowboys, and unfortunately it didn't really pan out for him. There's a big hole here for Henderson, who gets up near midfield as his solid day continues, getting it done in the passing game and now in the rushing game as well. So yeah, I would have to see more of his workouts. I need to see him actually in practice too. I think the bulk of what we've seen from this kid out of Chile is practice field stuff, and it seems like he has a great combine and decent hands, but going out there running routes, adjusting to audibles on the fly, and that's where he's going to have to make his hay as a pro. Jeff, do you know anything about him?
I don't. I mean, I think I read like one article about him, but I'm kind of like you. I mean, it's fun to like get excited about these dudes, but for every, these guys just tend to not work out, right? Like I don't even know. I'm trying to think of like a guy who has worked out, and I can't even think of one off the top of my head, but you know, they tend to not like be more fun to talk about than anything like than actual players. So yeah, it's someone to keep an eye on, but I'm not too sold on it.
Yeah, no, he looked great. He did the pro day at Florida, and he's the good news for Washington, since he's an international pathways player. They can keep him on the practice squad. He won't count against their practice squad numbers if they don't want to play him next year. Kind of like the Patriots did with Jakob Johnson, and a few other guys who've come over from overseas. And he's a pretty big time athlete. He's got a great vertical. He's 6'7", 31 reps at 225, 4.640. Like, the tools are there, just that there's just such a giant leap from basketball to the NFL without having had played college football. There's just a giant learning curve. So I don't expect him to make an impact this year. He might not make an impact next year. He might be a project that's still 2-3 years away. Could be cool, though. It's definitely a cool story to watch, that is for sure.
We're talking about Reyes, right?
Dennis Reyes, yes.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I saw this dude like last week or whatever. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him for sure. But no, I don't think for fantasy he'll be anything next year. If they do start working him in, then he can kind of get excited maybe towards the end of the year. But
I kind of feel like with him, the best case scenario would be like a Demetrius Harris kind of situation, because Harris is another guy who's like 6'7", 240, big time athlete, former college basketball player from my neck of the woods up here in Wisconsin. He played at UW Milwaukee. And, he's a good mismatch guy. He's a good depth tight end, but he just doesn't bring a lot to the table. He's not a full-time guy. He's not a great blocker. He's not picking up schemes so well. And the transition for him, this is a guy who spent, came into the league in 2013, and we didn't really hear too much about him until 2017, 2018. Just keep in mind that learning curve is going to be there. It's a tremendously difficult transition, and Reyes is obviously a smart guy. Tulane's a good school. He's clearly, got some solid sports aptitude to him, and maybe he surprises us. I would be all for it, and I'm sure you would too, because that's a cool as hell story.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Another guy to keep an eye on, Washington. Washington definitely starting to collect some pretty interesting players. Good little passing attack there for Ryan Fitzpatrick. Look, they could even move up for like a guy like Trey Lance too. I know the kind of news has been that they were out of it because they didn't go to second pro day, but who knows? It doesn't mean that much.
Maybe you got everything you need to see at the first one.
Exactly right. There's something to that. Like, if you see all you want from the guy in the first one, like, why ruin it with going to the second one? I don't know. There could be something to that. Anyways, guys, we're 13-7 right now. The only touchdown so far from passing perspective has been that's been caught has been Josh Reynolds. 2 also ran one in, and then we have 2 field goals. So 4th and 17. Rams just can't get it going though, so they can get the ball back. There you go. Duncan says, "I got your back, ops team. I smashed the like because without you, there are no stats." That's the right attitude.
That is the appreciation right there. As Johnny Hecker very nearly had that one check up in safety territory instead. Not a foot too far. The Dolphins will take over their 21 long drive here, Jeff, and this ball game is over. But we have not really seen anything from the Dolphins that suggests they're going to get anything going. I mean, they've had a couple decent sustained outings, but haven't found the end zone since the first quarter when Tua did it himself. He has got Miami's only touchdown of the game. The other touchdown belongs to Josh Reynolds. And that has been it on a very wild weather Wednesday kind of game.
It is. It's a typical wild weather Wednesday game. I mean, Tua completes a couple passes, and he gets sacked, misses one, and then it's fourth down. But there's Breida. Breida having an okay game, starting to pile up some catches at least, which we like. Or some touches, I should say. Miami can totally put this game away. A couple more first downs, so even just a field goal here, put them up 9. So gonna run it again, taking more clock off, getting the first down. There's Matt Breida though,
chewing it up and continuing to make Brian Flores look like the only viable sapling from the Bill Belichick coaching tree. Although you got to figure one day Gerard Mayo is going to get his chance, and this guy I think could be pretty successful. Not only a very solid pro linebacker before injury cut his football career short, but looks like he's going to be the next guy to take over as the de facto defensive play caller. Him and Belichick Jr., the man with the haircut. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do.
The Patriots brought back Matt Patricia in some role too, didn't they?
Yeah. They gave him the very nebulous Brett Bielema role, where it's like he's kind of a consultant, he's kind of whatever, and then we'll see if Patricia winds up taking a college job at a bad Power 5 school and follows in Lovie Smith's footsteps like Burt did. Oh, this is going to be a bonus 15 there as Tua scrambles into field goal range and then gets face masked. So things not going well for the Rams right now.
Yeah, Tua a little bit more rushing yards. That'll get updated to his total there as well. You know, 21.54 in the flex, or in the captain spot, in showdown. Obviously, these scores aren't finalized. We know we're still catching up. We'll catch them all up, guys, done manually. So I do apologize. I'm not trying to be mean here. I know everyone wants their stats updated correctly. I want them. I always want them instantly too. But with Madden as a product, we got to do it manually. There are going to be certain times. I'm not gonna know when they are, but things won't always work perfectly. So we appreciate your patience. I do. I know I get all grumpy on here all the time talking about this stuff, but that's just because who I am. There's Breida with first down, cutting more clock off. Miami just chopping the clock like they're chopping wood in the backyard here. We take off half the quarter, basically. Now, are they going to cash in, Christian, is the real question.
I mean, they could definitely use it there, score the touchdown, go for 2, and effectively insulate themselves from any kind of loss in regulation. But this helps too. I mean, even though Breida doesn't breach the end zone there, getting stopped short is going to tick off about another 30 seconds from the clock.
Yep. I mean, look, they could just kneel twice, go up 9, and take off a bunch of clock. That's probably what they should do.
It's true. And instead here, they're going to go no one in the backfield, so deciding against our strategy. And it worked out.
Converting.
On the shallow out. Woo!
Jakeem the Dream on the Dream Stream. Putting this one to bed for Miami. They're going to go up. Oh, God, that's a tough score. 12. So they might kick that. Yeah, they'll probably go for 2 here. Makes sense.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Yep, would make sense to go for 12.
You're not getting the 3 possessions. Go for 12.
Go for 12. 12-point conversion. You have to convert from midfield.
Out there. That'd be beautiful.
It'd be amazing if they had 12-point conversions. You have to convert from your own 20.
Yeah, the old rockin' jock.
Did he get it? I don't. No, he didn't. I thought I saw the ball. Yeah, okay, flew out there.
Looking for Gesicki, who has not had a ton of run since the first drive where he had 4 catches in a row. And instead, it's only a 12-point lead probably takes overtime off the table, but I mean, knock on wood. Maybe the football gods decide that we have done terrible things in a past life and subject us to more of this game. We'll see.
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, he looks like he had Gesicki open over there. I thought he could have run for it too again, but regardless, up 12, 2 scores, Ramsey 2 touchdowns. I don't even know what scenario we need for overtime here. We need like a touchdown, a safety, and a field goal.
Yeah. I mean,
All
safety would probably be the fastest way to do it, but you got to imagine, unless the Rams score immediately, they're going to be in onside kick territory, which, while not impossible, would make a safety very, very difficult.
Oh, hope you guys are having a good day, though. Obviously, we got NBA, NHL lock coming up. If you're interested, I was on the sweat talking NHL. I like the Coyotes tonight, a little underdog play if you're interested.
Okay, there's a nice
for a little
strike there.
NHL
Get a
stuff.
little Cooper back into the game. So 4 for 52 there. Not quite living up to the hype as my captain, but having a useful game at the very least. He's not going to be the reason why I lose, but Malcolm Brown might be with his nothing performance today, and that nothing is going to continue. Oh, Josh Reynolds back on the board. So with the touchdown, now 3 catches up into double digits for him. Reynolds, this is going to make it 7 straight games in double digits for Josh Reynolds.
Yeah, Josh Reynolds turning into one of the most reliable value plays, definitely in Simville. It almost just feels like he's like shouldered out Cooper Kupp too. I don't remember the last Rams game where Cooper Kupp had a good game, so I put Cooper Kupp in my captain spot like an idiot. So there's Josh Reynolds again. Just you're dumb, Jeff. So there you go. More catches for me, less for you.
Yeah. So now I believe that's 4 for 44 with the touchdown. So 14 plus, coming off a 22-9 game. I mean, the guy just remains such an integral part of your lineups in the winning slot here. As Rams really, really need to get this touchdown before the 2-minute warning. They're gonna have a chance here.
More Reynolds. No, that's Robert Woods. That's Bob Woods. Sorry, guys. So Woods there on the catch. We wind down. Do you have a player of the game in mind right now? Like this is a tough one to pick because
it is just no one really doing all that well. It might have to be Tua. I mean, Tua was not a very popular play for good reason. He just a little bit in and out, trick or treaty. 8% of you capped him, 46% of you threw him in the lineup in general. And on a day where no one has really stood out, Tua 2 touchdowns, 1 on the ground, 1 through the air. That seems like the type of performance that is worthy of player of the game consideration, barring like a second Josh Reynolds touchdown.
Yeah, right.
Oh boy, there's Reynolds, but there is a terrible do-nothing throw over the middle that'll keep the clock running.
Yeah. Yeah, so past 2-minute warning. Yeah, Josh Reynolds is one guy here. If he got in the end zone, that'd make things interesting. I agree. I don't even know what Kupp has. Kupp's probably a good Babysitter Billy Award candidate. So is Robert Woods. Is that Higbee? Actually, that's another dude.
Higbee,
I don't remember calling. Higbee also with like nothing to do, not much going on here. I didn't see how many catches he had, but anyways, not much.
Sorry, we are mid Napolis daughter breakdown right now. So
Mid Napolis daughter
sound you are hearing in my background is we might get it. We might. I mean, we could be recovered onside kick away from this game getting interesting. But,
yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, at the very least, the Rams, if they get in here, which is a big if, because the Rams haven't converted all game, they'd at least have an onside kick. Oh God,
Jared Goff, buddy.
The perfect play. That's why you got traded. That's why Sean McVay traded you away. 3rd and inches. Let's see if they go for a run here now. Probably a bad play with obviously only 45 seconds left, but
they do have all their timeouts. I mean, it's not out of the realm
True.
of possibility.
And either way, they need to get the onside kick. So.
Oh
wow! Oh wow! Straight to the Dolphins. Kristen's got on mute. This whole game is falling apart. Jared Goff. I know the slow scoring. Kristen's on mute.
Do they just run for
terrorizing him?
Oh my God! Do they? The second effort. Malcolm Brown does it, and oh my God! Look at the clock tick away. There's
they finally took a timeout. Good for them. 31 seconds.
Now they absolutely need the onside kick.
Had to wait for that one to come up. So
bad drive here. Just grim. Can the Rams get their garbage points here? Who do you need? Speak it into existence. Maybe some Higbee love, maybe a little Josh Two Sticks. Oh, did he stay in bounds? He didn't. He did get out of bounds. That helps, but I don't know why you're running a 0-yard out on 1st and goal from the 2. It's a bold strategy. I don't see how it could have paid out, but you know what? Robert Woods, enjoy your PPR point. You got that one.
That whole play is just a good summation of the sim, the 0-yard out. Oh my God! Oh, did we have a completion?
Toe tap.
All
right.
Oh
yeah, dance it out. You're only down 6 now.
Let's see if I can see how many points he had. Look real close.
I can't remember how many receptions Tyler Higbee has in this game. I want to say we haven't seen much of them, but
it's not been a lot. Yeah, that's pretty limited. We might have to babysit Billy Devontae Parker. He hasn't done too much of anything. That Breida, what's Breida really done on the ground? I think he only has about. He didn't hit double digits, but he's still doing okay, I guess. Higbee just avoided it. Yeah, let's babysitter Billy Devontae Parker, barring a massive turnaround here at the end.
Yeah. So we're going to get the onside kick. I haven't seen an onside kick turned over in a while, but they happen. I've definitely seen
it. They seem to have gotten a little bit better about it after the last update. For a while there, the only person who had ever seen one in the wild was Koff, and I'm pretty sure he was just lying to us.
Lying, just to get attention like usual. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely was. Let's see, though. Let's all revel in this onside kick because it's easily going to be the most exciting play of this entire sim. So, unless I actually make it, then what comes after might be exciting. Here we go. Sammy Sloman on the onside kick. It's in the air. Oh, it's bouncing around. Oh, but someone dove in. Had a chance there. Got by the first level. But I think that's Gesicki, or it might have been like Shaheen the Dream came in and saved the day. God, come on, Shaheen, give us a little bit of life here. We could have
return it, man.
Done something with
that. Live the dream, Adam Shaheen. Act like you aren't from a D2 school. Like you know how to grasp glory by the neck and wring the life out of it. Take that down the field. Fumbles be damned. I just want to see you live, Adam Shaheen. Live.
Anyways, we got your so Tua's going to be the play of the game. I assume not much change on that drive.
Yeah, we'll go Tua and we'll go Devontae Parker for the babysitter building.
Devontae Parker, super expensive, makes a ton of sense. So
Robert Woods was close, but I think ultimately he outscored Devontae by just a little bit, but I'm not certain. And we'll go with those.
There's like 4 guys who were terrible, and that was like 1 catch. So realistically, we could have just picked from the big pool of dudes.
Yeah, this one was not super fun.
No, I mean, look, Wild Weather Wednesday. It wasn't very wild, if we're being honest. It was the opposite. It was wet blanket weather Wednesday, we'll call it today. But whatever. I mean, look, Tua remaining strong, remaining a pretty solid classic play for your quarterback position there, obviously. So, yeah, Miami going to take this one. Again, we get one more kneel down. We do. Oh, no, they're going to punt.
Yeah, they're going to. Well, Miami holds serve on its home field and holds off the typically fantasy simulation stout Los Angeles Rams there. A ton of options for LA to beat you with, and they chose none of them today, although Sam Sloman had some kicks, a couple extra points.
Yeah.
A grim game. Oh, man. Neither quarterback broke 200 passing yards. Goff did have a pair of passing touchdowns. He had Higbee. He had Josh Reynolds, Tua. One through the air, one on the ground. If you stacked up both quarterbacks, that was probably the only way you were really going to wind up in the money in this one, because the run games were regrettable and forgettable. The passing games were devoid of its stars. Just not a lot going on in this one.
No, not at all. But guys, for me and Christian, we really enjoyed being with you. But stay tuned, because coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik going to preview, strategize DraftKings free $50K round one of the NFL draft pool. So definitely check that out. Stay tuned, guys. Have a great rest of your day. I enjoyed hanging out. Talk to you again soon, BK Sim fam.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby, Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast presented by DraftKings, and I am former NFL player Ross Tucker. Check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL. 5 teams, 7 years. Those of you that check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, you can see the helmets behind me. Washington, Buffalo, New England, Dallas. As I like to say, it was an awesome temp job in my 20s. Now I got a bunch of podcasts, Ross Tucker Football Podcast, 3 days a week in the off season, daily during the season. We got the Fantasy Feast podcast for the fantasy folks, College Draft podcast. If you're into that, Andrew Brandt does the business of sports. And of course, this podcast, the Even Money Podcast. So fired up to dive into DraftKings free to play $50,000 round one pool on today's show, and make sure you guys are ready to win as much as you possibly can of those winnings on the DraftKings free-to-play pool. The star of this show, though, it's not me, and I make no bones about it. It is Steve Fezzik, the only 2-time winner of the Super Bowl of professional football sports betting, the Super Contest at the Westgate Casino. Check Steve out on Twitter at Fezzik Sports. You can always follow all of our shows that I already mentioned at Ross Tucker Pod. Steve, what is up, my man?
Love contest, Ross. This should be a fun show discussing your best opportunity to cash in the contest.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, here we are as we're recording this 9 days away from the NFL draft. You and I will dive in hot and heavy on all of the potential NFL draft bets on the DK Sportsbook app next week. Should be awesome. Can't wait to see what bets you are firing up. But we know there's also a lot of listeners in places where they can't bet on the draft, like me, Steve, here in Pennsylvania. They don't let you bet on the draft. So I am all about the free-to-play $50,000 pool. It's 10 questions, and then based on how you answer those 10 questions, Steve, they divvy up the $50,000. So I guess let's just start with that. When you're in a contest like this, we'll dive into the questions. There's 10 questions. Those of you, again, that are watching on YouTube, you can see I got the app pulled up on my iPhone right now. Those of you that are just listening, of course, obviously, pull up the free-to-play $50,000 NFL draft round one pool on your DraftKings app. But you are the guy that's won contests, Steve, like major contests. So before we even dive into these specific questions, what do we need to know as it relates to entering contests such as these?
The number one strategy I would absolutely ask you to do is to submit your entry as late as possible. Don't submit early because the information changes. Now, it certainly changes during any NFL week. If you're in an NFL contest, injury updates and the like, point spreads move. But those movements pale in comparison to what you're going to see in the draft. We've already seen that with who's going to go third in terms of just tremendous line moves on the choices, and we're going to keep seeing those as the draft approaches. You're at a severe disadvantage if you try to pick the winners with incomplete, imperfect information now versus a week from now.
Got it. Okay, so it says you just have to enter the contest by 8 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday, the 29th, when the first round of the NFL draft starts. So it sounds like, Steve, theoretically, you could make all 10 of your picks at 7:45 Thursday night when pretty much any information that's going to come out at that point has come out.
Exactly, and that really is your best opportunity. Now, the one aspect of this that's curious is that you're going to have so many people entering that it might be optimal for you to take a flyer and pick something that's extremely unlikely. For instance, who's going to go number 2 in the draft? If you want to play contrarian, hey, you're going to have a 99% chance perhaps of being eliminated right with that question. But if you get it right, then you're going to be ahead of 99% of the people.
Right. So it's interesting because it looks like a bunch of people get money on this thing. I mean, up to 9,750 people get some money as they divvy out the $50,000. So first place is 1,000, second place 500, third through 10th is 100. But there could be a lot of people that end up doing this, Steve. So you got to make sure that you are ready to go. And it certainly seems to me like you want to make sure you have the right picks, but it's a good point. If you want to win, if you want to get first place, do you go contrarian? And really, there are certain opportunities, I feel like, Steve, where you can go contrarian a little bit. And there's others where, boy, you really need to take the chalk. I mean, let's start with this, okay? Who will be the second overall pick is question one. They've got Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence, Penei Sewell, any other player. Those are the 6 choices. I think at this point, we all know it's going to be Zach Wilson. I guess you could take a flyer there, Steve, and go Justin Fields, but that does feel like it's eliminating you on one that we certainly know. Like the next one, who will be the 3rd pick, or the one after that, who will be the 4th pick? That's where I feel like there's variance and you can maybe take a shot. I feel like with the 2nd pick, you got to go Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I agree. If the choices were just Zach Wilson or somebody else, all right, at that point, you could go ahead and take your flyer. Maybe you win 2% of the time, 3% of the time. But let's face it, you could go contrarian and pick the wrong guy. We don't even know who might go over Wilson if Wilson should fall out of a frat house window and break a leg or something. So because of that, I think you do have to go Wilson to go second.
All right, now is where it gets interesting. And this is where it gets interesting for every aspect of the draft. I mean, you and I, we do this every week where we talk about the best bets in the NFL and otherwise. We'll be all over talking about the line movement with the 3rd overall pick next week here on the Even Money podcast, because I've still got some strong opinions, but I'll kind of lay them out here right now. They've got Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Jamar Chase, any other player. You know, after the Niners made that trade, Steve, Mac Jones was the favorite. But in recent days, after his 2nd pro day, it's been Justin Fields. Last time I looked at it, I think Justin Fields was maybe minus 125. I think Mac Jones is plus 150. What does that mean when you're in a pool like this? Should you just go with the odds-on favorite and just say Fields? Or should you go Jones? Or you should say, you know what? I'm taking a shot. It's neither guy. I'm going Trey Lance.
It's complicated. You've got to forecast. Well, let's assume Fields is 40%. And let's assume that Mac Jones is 30% and everyone else is 30%. And then, all right, well, I'll take Fields. He has the best chance. But if you assume more than half the people are going to take Fields, then maybe you go a little contrarian. You know, I'm going to go a little contrarian. I'll go with Mac Jones here, hoping that more people will select Fields. I think it's pretty close to 50-50 between those two being the most likely.
You know, I'm going to go Mac Jones. I talked to Sage Rosenfels this week on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Sage played for Kyle Shanahan for several years in Houston with the Texans, and he said that his initial thoughts were that there's no way Kyle Shanahan would make this move up all the picks to get number 3 overall for Mac Jones. Just didn't think he was that physically impressive. But he went back and he watched the SEC championship game. You know, Mac Jones had a Joe Burrow-esque season, Steve. 77%. He was absolutely phenomenal all year. And he really does compare favorably to guys I know and Sage Rosenfels knows that Kyle Shanahan loves. Matt Schaub, Kirk Cousins. I even put on our social feed today at Ross Tucker Pod, Steve, that Sage said that he thinks sometimes Kyle Shanahan's so confident with his ability to design plays and get guys open, he just wants an accurate executor. He just wants a guy that's consistent and can execute accurately day in and day out. That sounds a lot like Mac Jones. In other words, Kyle Shanahan just wants the person to do what he tells them to do, right? I don't need the extra stuff. If you just do how I lay it out, we will win because I'm that good. I'm going Mac Jones, Steve. I'm with you.
All right. So we have consensus so far. Be interesting to see where we vary as we move forward.
Yeah, now it gets a little tougher. Who will be the 4th overall pick? Right now, it's the Atlanta Falcons that are making that selection as we record this. You never know if a trade goes down, somebody moves up there to try to get a quarterback. You know, they could go quarterback, they being the Falcons, a guy like Trey Lance or Justin Fields. They could also take somebody else. Here's the choices: Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Penei Sewell, Jamar Chase, Trey Lance, or any other player. I got to tell you, Steve, I am tempted to either go Trey Lance and they get a quarterback or any other player and think that new Falcons head coach Arthur Smith wants to get Kyle Pitts, the tight end, out of Florida.
You know, that's interesting because if you do go any other player, and I've thought about this, not many people are going to select that, I think, in terms of their overall selections. So you're going contrarian against the field. Ultimately, I'm going to go slightly contrarian. I'm going to go Trey Lance to go 4th here. The lesser known quarterback, if you will, the lesser covered one than Fields. So Trey Lance for me, number 4.
I'm going any other player. I think it's Kyle Pitts, either Atlanta or maybe somebody even trades up for Kyle Pitts. I'm going any other player. So on the 3rd question, we have our first disagreement. What about the 5th overall pick? Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell, any other player. Right now, the Cincinnati Bengals hold the 5th overall pick. Much of the conversation has centered around Penei Sewell and Jamar Chase. But you could still go any other player here because Kyle Pitts, again, isn't listed. So you can go any other player here, or you can go Sewell or Chase, or somebody else if you want, Steve.
I'm going to go any other player. I'm going to have Pitts going 5th here. And the latest odds I saw is he's favored to be a top 5 pick. So he's not going 1, 2, 3, 4th or 5th. Ross, you got him 4th. On any other player, I'll take that for this selection.
So I'm going to lean Penei Sewell here. I think the Bengals are more likely to take Penei Sewell than Jamar Chase. What about the strategy, though, Steve, of any other player back-to-back? In other words, I think 4 or 5, one of them will be Pitts. So I almost guarantee myself of getting one of those right, but I also kind of guarantee myself of getting one of them wrong. And it feels like if you get one of the first 4 wrong, you're probably not going to be in the money.
Yeah, I don't think you can go any other player for both 4 and 5 because really Pitts is the only guy that has, I think, a viable chance. So you're going to want to go any other player for one of those, not for both.
All right, now we get some of the first guy at a position to be drafted. Again, on the DraftKings free-to-play $50,000 pool. Love these pools, by the way. All right. So I love pools in general, by the way. We just opened our pool, Steve. April 19th, we opened our pool. It is very, very cold, but that's how I'm trying to stay lean, trying to keep my weight down as a former player. Swim lap. It's so easy and good on your joints. You swim out there in Vegas or no?
Yeah, my pool's 68 degrees, so the water's always recirculating, so it never really gets very warm. And, working out in the pool is underrated. You can do push-ups. You can go ahead and do crunches against the side of the pool, across the board. Obviously, I'm not doing enough of them. But you really don't need a gym. Even like when I go for a long walk, jog, every time I see a park bench, all right, 25 push-ups on the bench, little things like that. You can avoid that gym fees and all the germs of the gym just by being active.
Yeah, I just like the total body workout of the pool. I feel like we're doing an advertisement for pools here. We're not. We're talking about the DraftKings 50,000 pool. Who will be the first wide receiver drafted? Boy, it feels like it would be a major surprise if it's not Jamar Chase. I did see something recently where someone suggested perhaps Jalen Waddle, but I'm going Jamar Chase there, Steve.
Yeah, Chase over the Alabama wide receivers. I think it's a slam dunk. I'd be willing to lay like minus 500 plus. He goes first. Chase it is.
All right. The next question is interesting. Who will be the first running back drafted? So here's the three options, though. Najee Harris from Alabama, Travis Etienne from Clemson, and then any other player / no running backs drafted in the first round. So it's not just any other player. It's no running backs going in the first round. It's going to be – I'm sure there's going to be people that get them all right, but it's not going to be easy, Steve, because this feels to me almost like a third between these three options.
Yeah, very interesting. The latest numbers I saw was Harris supposed to go about 28th, ETN about 34th. So maybe Harris a 60% bet, but it's certainly possible. That's against ETN. Certainly possible nobody goes in the first round. I'm going to go chalk and go Harris, but certainly you can make a case for the other two options.
Especially with Harris having that ankle issue. I guess they say it's healed now. I'm going to go ETN there. I'm going to say someone wants some speed. Someone wants that burst. And they want a guy in ETN that's healthier than Najee Harris. So I'll go ETN. We'll differ there. The next one is who will be the first defensive player drafted. But before we get to that, speaking of defense, Masvidal, Usman, they put on an absolute show the last time they stepped into the octagon. Round 2, sure to pack a punch. Here's all you need to know. Whether it's UFC this weekend or hockey, basketball, whatever it is, DraftKings has unbelievable promotions for you. Just make sure you put the code in Ross, and they have some ridiculous offers, including this weekend. Code Ross to turn $5 into $130 if the fighter of your choosing takes home the crown. Limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, first defensive player drafted. Caleb Farley, Micah Parsons, Gregory Rousseau, Patrick Surtain II, Kwity Paye, or any other player / no defensive players drafted in the first round. I can tell you right now it's not going to be Rousseau or Caleb Farley. So don't pick one of those guys. I tend to doubt Parsons. There's some concerns about him off the field. Then you've got Surtain, you've got Kwity Paye, or you've got the any other player, no defensive players drafted in the first round, Steve.
Well, I think we're going to get a defensive player drafted, Ross. I'll go with Surtain. It's interesting because I looked at some of my initial mock drafts and I asked one of my draft experts about that. And he echoed what you said about Parsons, because I saw Parsons was very highly thought of. And he said that one of his biggest bets was fading Parsons to have him not go in the top 10. So he threw a black marker through his name, lands me on Surtain.
Yeah, I think it's either Patrick Surtain II or Kwity Paye. I would go Patrick Surtain II, though. I think, He's pretty much generally considered the best corner in the draft. There's not a dominant defensive lineman. Linebackers don't usually go that high. I don't know. You always know the percentages, Steve. That's why you're my co-host here on the Even Money podcast. But it certainly seems like Patrick Surtain is the odds-on favorite to be the first defensive player drafted. So I would lean there that time. I guess, look, you could think maybe the Cowboys at 10, Denver at 9. One of the other teams, maybe they take a Kwity Paye, something like that, or a Micah Parsons. It's possible. But I would lean Surtain the second as well. So I feel like the next one, we on some level almost already answered, because it's which of the listed players will be selected first: Justin Fields, Trey Lance, or Mac Jones. So if we all continue to assume it's Trevor Lawrence 1 and Zach Wilson 2, we think it's going to be one of these quarterbacks that goes 3 to the 49ers. So I guess my question would be, Steve, you have to make the same pick here that you did for who goes 3rd overall, right? Like, you got to match those two.
You have to. And kudos to DraftKings. They're basically asking you, are you paying attention to your picks here? If you're not, you don't get to win.
That would be amazing as all these entries come in, if they just looked and they're like, all right, this feels like almost like an intelligence test. Like, what they put for the second question, 3rd overall pick, match what they put for the 8th question? If the answer is no, they are a moron. Don't ever talk to them in any capacity ever again. Because really, that's what it is, right? Like, I guess, you know what, Steve, there might be people that aren't paying attention that closely, or they're not paying attention as they fill this out because it's a free-to-play pool. Is there any value in splitting them up so you get one of them right? In other words, let's say you're torn between Fields and Mac Jones for the Niners at 3. Is there any logic in picking one at one spot and the other so you get one of them right at least?
No, because they're not giving you a prize for finishing in the middle. You only get a prize if you do exceptionally well.
Got it. Okay. So the next question is a pretty interesting one. How many, and we'll be talking about this next week when we look at some of the odds for this stuff, because obviously every week here on the Even Money podcast, we dominate any NFL bets and even, other bets, the Masters, March Madness, Triple Crown, stuff like that. And our record, I mean, obviously those of you who've been listening or watching for a while, you know that we are up in the 100 plus units combined over the last 5 years. That is documented. Go back and check some of our previous episodes for our documented track record of success here on the Even Money podcast. How many quarterbacks, Steve, will be drafted in the first round? The over-under is 5.5.
Under 5.5. And frankly, I don't see this as being even a viable option that a 6 guy is going to go based upon the latest over-unders on all these various backup quarterbacks that are available. I think the highest was Mills from Stanford at around 62. He's supposed to be selected. So nowhere close to the first round. This one's a slam dunk, under 5.5.
Yeah, I will go under as well. It's funny. Every year, Steve, around this time, you start to hear those reports. Could team XYZ sneak into the back of round 1 to draft quarterback JKL so they get the 5th-year option on him? And it very rarely happens. I mean, I guess you could argue that the Packers kind of did that with Jordan Love last year, but I just don't think it happens all that often. I don't think, I mean, if you're already going to have 5 guys go in the first round, and we think they will by pick 20 at the latest, what team exactly is trading up back into the first round to get I just don't see it happening. I think there's more likely nobody even goes in the second round. I'd say it's more likely no quarterbacks go in the second round than 6 go in the first round.
I agree with that. And, Jordan Love was supposed to go in the first round. He just went like 4 slots earlier than we thought he would when, the Packers traded up for him. So there's no quarterback that has any resume or any evaluation right now worthy of going top 50 other than the Big Five.
Which, by the way, appears to have been a terrible draft choice thus far for the Packers. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is going to be their quarterback again this year, Steve, which means in the 4 years you have a rookie quarterback on a cheap contract, which is supposed to be the point of drafting them. The Packers won't even use Jordan Love, barring an injury to Aaron Rodgers, for 50% of that contract.
I'm going to come over.
He might not play next year either.
I'm going to come over the top. Jordan Love was the best draft pick in the draft last year because it lit a fire underneath Aaron Rodgers, who had been struggling with mediocre average performances the last couple of years, and suddenly he became the MVP.
You know for a fact, Steve, that's what Brian Gutekunst, the GM for the Packers, that's what he says in meetings. He'll never say that publicly, but in meetings he's like, "See, boys, this was all me. Mission accomplished. I lit a fire under Rodgers. We got an MVP season out of him. That was the reason why we did it." But we'll see. That is interesting perspective. I'm sure that's what the Packers are selling internally. I'm not sure that I am buying that one. The last one, this is interesting. Total number of 2021 first-round picks traded after 8 p.m. Eastern Time on 4/29. So this is during the first round of the draft. How many picks get traded so the different team can make that selection? The over-under set at 6.5. I got to tell you, Steve, I haven't done a lot of research on this to know what the average is or what's customary. I usually leave that to you.
Yeah, I did take a look. Last year there were 4. The 2 years before, 6 and 7. But I think check the fine print on this question, Ross. This says trades that are going to occur once the draft begins. So the trades that already occurred don't count, correct? And if that's the case, under 6.5 looks like a slam dunk to me.
Yeah, I'll go under 6.5. They're not counting the ones that have already been traded. Their total number of traded after 8 p.m. So after 8 p.m. is when it starts. There could be even another trade right before the draft starts. They're talking about trades on the clock. 7 sounds like a lot when we've already had several teams moving around like they have. Getting to 7 seems like a lot. I'm with you. I will take the under 6.5. I like these questions from DraftKings in the free $50,000 NFL draft round 1 pool. Next week on the Fantasy Feast, Steve, we will have the number 1 mock drafter over the last 5 years, Ben Standing. Make sure you listen to that because he gets more right than anybody else with his mock draft. They track these things. So make sure you subscribe and listen or watch the Fantasy Feast podcast next week. Tomorrow's Fantasy Feast, we're breaking down the running backs and the tight ends that are in the 2021 NFL draft. Next week, Steve and I, of course, will place all of our official NFL draft bets. You don't want to miss that. Ross Tucker Football Podcast on fire this week. We had Sage Rosenfels Monday. Greg Cosell coming up later in the week to break down the draft defensive backs. We'll find out if he thinks Patrick Surtain II will be the first defensive player. Maybe he likes J.C. Horn, Joe Horn's son. You never know. And, of course, Andrew Brandt's killing it on the Business of Sports podcast. And you can binge listen or watch the College Draft podcast as we have gone position by position, breaking down Emory Hunt's top players, all available, rosstucker.com, youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL, or wherever podcasts are found. Check out Steve on social at Fezzik Sports. I am at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. Good luck, everybody. Hope you guys win some of that money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, The Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and The College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, hello. Sorry. Someone's phone was ringing, and I'm like, it's not me. It's got to be somebody else. What's up? Wild Weather Wednesday. Look at everybody. We're at Wednesday. We're making it through. It's snowing in Denver, so Brandon Cristal is in the spirit. Where producer Mike is located, he has inclement weather. So it just makes perfect sense that for us located here in the New England area, that it's beautiful outside. But then again, the Red Sox and Blue Jays got started late tonight because of rain. So yes, the weather is working out for Wild Weather Wednesday. We have the Bucks taking on the Saints. The game is in Tampa. I forgot that Tampa did not win the bracket challenge, so therefore my Brady's bracket boat parade canceled due to rain does not, I guess work. So it is raining in Tampa Bay here tonight. It's actually raining in real Tampa Bay too. Who do we like here? Saints, Bucks, division matchup. Who do you like? What's your lineup looking like?
Well, I never have Drew Brees in my lineup. I just can't trust him. But last time we had the Saints, I don't know if it was you and I, but it feels like we do lots and lots of games together. Michael Thomas went bananas. So I decided to roster both he and Kamara, captained Chris Godwin. But because I snuck Ronald Jones in, and we'll see if we get any value there at all, was able to get Tom Brady and Mike Evans. So if Brady, Evans, and Godwin can have a big day, and I know the Saints D is obviously pretty stout from time to time, it could be a challenge, but I could end up winning this whole thing. I think I finished in the top 10 yesterday. I need to go back and double check what my final standings were. Doesn't that sound right, though? At one point, I was like 6th. I was 3rd. I don't know. I can tell you.
Yeah. At one point, you were 2nd. Yeah. And
yeah.
It's coming
so let's
back
see where
now.
I finished. I finished 18th. That's still pretty good. Top 20. We'll take top 20 on most lists, but
yeah,
aiming for top 10. What's your lineup look like?
Wait, hold on. So you played Ronald Jones?
Yeah, he's at 8.9 points. I think he's not averaging that. He has scored that before.
Okay.
We'll see.
I'm not sure.
That's what we call a punt play.
That's a real punt play right there. Love it. All right. Well, I saw Manny Sanders at 9,300 in the captain spot, so 6,200 overall. I'm like, whoa, I like it. I like the value.
Pretty good value there. I was thinking Traquan Smith for a minute before I jumped on Ronald Jones.
So I played Sanders in the captain spot, both quarterbacks, Kamara, Fournette, and Lutz. So I feel kind of contrarian, not playing Thomas, not playing Evans or Godwin, no Gronk, no Traquan Smith. So I don't know. I feel
you
like
may have the most unique lineup, and that could allow you to win.
You make a lineup for this kind of matchup, and you're like, wait a second, I left out some really good players. This might not go well. But that's sometimes
real life
what you have to do.
fantasy, real life Sunday DFS. If I had Brady, Evans, Godwin, Kamara, and Thomas, most people feel like you got a good shot to be in the money there.
Yeah. Yep. And who did you say your captain was?
Captain Godwin.
Okay. All right. That might work out for you. That really might work out for you. I like it.
It doesn't look that wet in Tampa. When the Broncos went to Tampa 4 years ago, when Paxton Lynch had to relieve Trevor Siemian, was that 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whenever it was? They got lightning delayed in the middle of the game.
Monster01 says, I have Evans. Lattimore is going to shut him down. So he's already hating his own lineup. And if Rojo touches the ball, I'm going postal. Okay. Tampa starts with the football on the ground. It's Fournette.
Fournette's already not doing anything, so they may have to go to Rojo here soon. Virtual Byron Leftwich may need to make a switch.
Oh, BK, you are a treasure.
Imagine if I ever actually did have money on these.
Thousands.
Insufferable. I haven't played Coffin in any fantasy in weeks. Not even intentionally at first, but now I'm just kind of not doing it.
Come throw by Brady. His first pass is incomplete. 3rd and 9.
Oh, is he overrated, Brady? For that throw? Is he done?
Yeah, almost slipped.
Well, I got some breaking Nuggets news, kind of.
What you got?
Jamal Murray undergone surgical reconstruction of his ACL. He remains out indefinitely. He did it in L.A., Cedars-Sinai, which is interesting only because I think he was back in Colorado. And the one thing that Colorado has a lot of is really good knee surgeons because of the skiing. The Stedman Hawkins Clinic is here. That's why Kobe Bryant was in Eagle, Colorado. when he had his issues, because that's why A-Rod's been out. I mean, they could go on forever listing the athletes that come to Colorado to get their knees looked at. So it's interesting that when he's in Colorado, he goes to LA.
It was a horrible throw by Brady, right into coverage, had all the time in the world. So a 3-and-out to start for Tampa.
Told
And
you,
the Saints start at their
overrated.
own 8.
He's washed up, dude. He lost the bracket. Now he can't even complete a pass.
Maybe he's distracted that his wife is now partnering with DraftKings, and he doesn't want to show off to everybody in the Sims.
How soon until she's on the Dream Stream? Just chopping it up with us.
We got to get a sim where it's Michael Jordan, Giselle. Oh, a safety!
Ooh! Look at that.
Just how Tampa drew it up.
Devin White, maybe the best young linebacker in football.
You need Bryson DeChambeau, Giselle, and Michael Jordan. 3-man booth. 3-person booth. I'd
Who's
watch.
calling play-by-play?
Probably Jordan.
Probably Koff. He figures out a way to get in.
Wow. Must be says Claypool and some other non-contributors scored today. That's annoying. That's super annoying. Claypool, huh? Wow. That is the first safety for the Bucs defense in these Sims. First! In Madden 21. From the 27, Brady complete. Evans, first down and more to the 42. No, but actually, though, I mean, I think Bryson would be great on the sidelines, hopping around, getting the vibe. Giselle can do color. Giselle has been, she's been around football longer than any of those guys. You could make the case.
She certainly knows that her husband can't throw the ball and catch the ball. That's well documented. Her thoughts there.
That is hashtag analysis right there.
Way to throw Wes Welka under the bus.
Welka.
Giselle.
Tom throws it away. The Guru 805, 2-0. Is that a typo? No, sir. That is it happens when you get a safety.
What's baseball season?
Smash Atlanta is on Twitch. Yo, it's Derek. Says, yes, another Glasheen sim. I guess that's a good thing. Hi, Derek. Appreciate it.
Is Smash Atlanta's real name Derek?
Yo, it's Derek.
So, maybe.
Evans again.
I'm talking to my man Carl Dukes in Atlanta as I'm making my way through the early part of the draft on my podcast. Today I talked to Eric Davis. In fact, I actually need to tweet out that link. Eric Davis, a longtime NFL corner, Pro Bowl, All-Pro, used to be at NFL Network.
Yep.
All he's doing these days is doing this Niners podcast, and we went a half hour. He was great, but he threw something out there that I wanted to throw at you. He said that you can't take a guy at 3 if you're the Niners with one of those QBs that you like, that you make the move because the move is available and that allows you to continue your evaluation. But if they don't love one of these guys, they already have a QB they like in Jimmy Garoppolo. So if they don't truly love one of these guys, why not trade back to a team that does love one of them and just pick up not only the same amount of first-round picks, if not a little more capital, but realistically perhaps better picks, because the Niners roster is in much better shape than a team that was picking 12th or 3rd. They just, the injury bug bit them between Garoppolo and Bosa and some of the other injuries that they lost a bunch of players, in terms of player time. So what do you think about that? That if they don't love one of these 3,
But they do.
You would think, but
they have to.
Not if they trade back. They at that point they've lost nothing. By trading back, you mess with your fan base a little bit. Jimmy Garoppolo started in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
I'm with you.
And that was Eric Davis's point. He goes, Jimmy Garoppolo it's not his fault when a lineman falls on his leg and ends the season. He's like, and he said he's the reason that game wasn't more of a blowout, because he's not the one that let Tyreek Hill get behind him. Talking about the Super Bowl. I was like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
Right, but doesn't the move already moving up to 3?
Yes and no. The timing of it is peculiar, but they did it a month early. They didn't do it on Wednesday before the draft. They did it a full month which makes me think that he's either talked to somebody or at least the idea is out there that gave them a month to decide, do they love one of these guys? And if they don't, they were confident enough somebody else does that they could move back and get their same value, if not better. Let's say they move back with Detroit. Let's pretend Detroit wants to go from 7 to 3, or Carolina wants to go 8 to 3. They might get a player out of it and Carolina's next 2 first-round picks that they just gave up and pick at 8.
So they'd get, they'd go to 8, get two firsts, or
2 firsts. No, 2 firsts. The points probably tell you that you got to get inside the top 3. Those points are pretty crazy. So you get 8 and 2 number 1s, or maybe it's a 1 and a bunch of 2s, so you still lose 1 number 1. Part of the value in them losing those number 1s is it gives them a little more cap space because they're going to have to start paying the Nick Bosas of the world and all these guys.
Yeah.
That you don't have to pay a first round money and that 5th-year option.
I don't hate the idea. I just think there's no way it's
it seems unlikely, because then when I nailed him down at the end, he's like, oh no, I still think they take a QB and I hope it's Fields. So he wasn't ready to mortgage it, put his mortgage up to say this is what's happening.
Yeah.
It just kind of piqued my interest a little, or whatever.
D-Rod says they're going to draft the lineman from Alabama. He has several sacks in 3 years. He's the biggest man alive, they say. But D-Rod, you don't trade all that capital to go to 3. You can get that player.
Yeah, they could definitely get a lineman
elsewhere
at 12.
Right, where they were, exactly.
Yeah.
You don't give up capital to move up to 3 to take a lineman. Do you think is that O.J. Howard? It's got to be.
Oh, I thought I played O.J. Howard too.
Down at the 1. Let's just confirm.
Here comes Rojo?
Howard.
Rojo time?
Uh-huh.
No, I'm saying, is it Rojo time now?
Could be. I mean, the chat is telling me here, I'm reading from Must Be, Mike Davis, the backup to McCaffrey in Carolina, scored a touchdown today.
Wow, one of those days. Oh, Godwin? Nope, nobody. Brady just doesn't like throwing it to his players' hands that much.
Jared says, I missed the 2-point safety. Neville says, first baseman pulled his foot. Runner's safe at first. 2 out. Rally brewing for the Bucks here. Evans and Godwin on the left side. Run play. Don't even tell me. It can't be. Yeah, it's Fournette.
No, okay. I was about to get really excited about my Rojo.
Okay. Fournette, only 20.5% owned, 2% in the captain spot.
I don't have Fournette. That's why I'm in 70th.
John Marcinelli says, Glash, what's a guy need to do to get a follow back on Instagram? I'll just go do it right now. John's a local compared to me. Nice guy.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Yeah. Toss him a follow. There you go. Boom.
That was easy. Eric Davis, this is maybe the most fun about the whole conversation. Now, he doesn't have the most Twitter followers in the world because I don't think he's that engaged, but he definitely tweets and retweets. He follows 0 people, Jay Billis style. I guess Jay Billis followed that one girl who passed away, the Michigan State fan, years ago. But Jay Billis follows just her, and Eric Davis follows 0 people.
D-Rod says, then answer me this. Why did the guy from the Colts go 2nd overall, a lineman?
Who, Quentin Nelson? He went 6th. And
Yeah,
the
they
reason
didn't
you
have-
take a lineman there is because they had a generational quarterback in Andrew Luck.
They didn't have to
And they
move
needed
up,
to
though,
finally
either,
get
right?
help.
Didn't have to move up.
They moved back. They traded back from 3 to 6 with the Jets, so the Jets could go get Darnold. The Broncos made the Colts or the Jets jump up. I guess the Broncos liked Darnold but didn't love him, even though he was Elway's favorite quarterback on his board. And so the Jets were behind them at 6 when the Broncos were picking 5. They went to everything every quarterback did. Elway was at all that stuff, and
Yeah.
the bowl games and the pro days, and so.
D-Rod says, think about it, bro. What are the pieces that we need the most? Oh, I'm with you. That's BK's point. They might already have the solution in the building in Jimmy Garoppolo, but it's what we think they will do by moving up to 3. You don't move that capital to take a non-quarterback at 3 by giving up those pieces. I'm with you though. You might be right. They have more needs other than quarterback.
He said O-line is an issue. This is Eric Davis now, who obviously follows the team much more closely than I do. O-line, secondary, cornerback more than safety, although he wishes the safeties would take the ball away more. And there was one other spot. Running back. Despite our pal Mostert and the rest of those guys, doesn't love their running backs.
Ollie the Snowman on Twitch. Clash, I'll give up capital for whatever I want. Okay. Capital letters? Not sure what you're talking about. Smash that like button if you have not yet done so today. Me and BK for this one. It's a rain sim. Leonard Fournette has scored for the Bucks. Devin White scored on a safety. First play from scrimmage for the Saints on offense after a 3-and-out for the Bucks. That's the game script thus far. Next sim will be in the snow. Minnesota and the Washington football team. Tommy Freeze Pops and I will have the call for that one. Kyle's in the chat, says he's excited for Madden After Dark. Kyle, how's the psychology class going?
Oh, that's a sack. Look
There's
at that play by Levante David. He was engaged with the lineman and was able to drag Drew Brees to the ground. Look at that play. Oh, no, Kamara. Sorry. Well, there you go. Not a great.
M. Roach says Patrick Surtain will be the first.
Surtain.
Surtain, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Patrick Surtain, the second. His dad obviously played in the NFL for a long time. Well, what's the statement? Surtain will be what?
Surtain will be the first corner taken off the board this draft. Wish he could go to Miami somehow, but don't think he's there at 16. And he's
definitely not there at 16. He's definitely not there at 16. The cornerback positions, that's the other thing I talked to Eric Davis about because he's a corner. There's 3 guys that everybody has as a consensus top 3. And it's Surtain, it's J.C. Horn. So you have 2 guys whose dads were longtime NFL players. Joe Horn, obviously, famous for his cell phone celebration, but played in the league for a long time with the Chiefs and these New Orleans Saints. And then Caleb Farley, some people think might have the highest upside. But if you're picking 8 and you're going to go corner if you're Carolina, or 9 and you're Denver and you're going Carolina, to risk a top 10 pick on a guy that just had back surgery, very, he may end up being the best of the 3. But he sat out last year. He opted out, which is totally fine, right? No big deal. So he hasn't played football in almost 2 years, and he has back surgery. It's just some red flags where I would be nervous if I'm picking there, even at 16, where I think he may go, if not right in there before 20. All 3 corners, though, can play. Surtain feels like the safest pick, but maybe he has the lowest ceiling, even though I think his ceiling is high.
Guys, get your popcorn ready as part of the Film Awards festivities. Major League Eating is hosting the Red Carpet Film Feast event in Las Vegas this Sunday at 6 Eastern. You can watch it right here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings is also offering a free entry to a DraftKings Sportsbook pool that will hand out $10,000 in prizes for answering a series of questions about Major League Eating, the contest that is on Sunday. The DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast, scheduled to stream live, YouTube, Twitch, where you are right now, starting at 5:30 p.m. Half-hour preview show. Do not miss it. Red Carpet Film Feast starts at 6, pregame 5:30 here on the Dream Stream. That is this coming Sunday.
I don't think I'm doing any Sims with Koth to talk movies because I have 1 tomorrow and then 2 Friday during the day. Maybe I might need to double check, but I see the Best Picture nominees every year, and I've got 3 left. I've got 2 on DVD. Mank is on Netflix, and actually Sound of Metal is on Amazon Prime too. But one of the guys I work with is a SAG voter, so he gets them every year and just gives them to me. But I've watched. I think Nomadland's going to win, even though I didn't. It's not a feel good movie. But I watched Promising Young Woman with Carey Mulligan, Marcus Mumford's wife. That was pretty fun. And I'm really looking forward to these final 3, especially Sound of Metal. I watched Minari, which is about Korean immigrants. A little slow, but good. Have you seen any of them? Trial of Chicago 7 on Netflix.
No, I have not.
Judas and the Black Messiah on HBO Max.
I've been watching The Sopranos. I'm about 7 episodes into the first season. I have not got around to it, so don't yell at me. I'm doing it now.
No, it's all right. I think episode 8's when Tony dies. So
What?
that's the show went over 7 more years without its title character.
Yeah.
Although, if
That
anybody's
cracks
watched
me up.
Game of Thrones, pretty big characters died pretty early in that one. Game of Thrones had no character loyalty. Yes, without spoiling it, some people die. I'm not telling you if and when and how Tony Soprano does or doesn't die, but people will die along the way in a show about the mob. I don't think that's a spoiler alert.
Allie Smith says, since when do the best running backs in real life suck on Sims? Well, that happens a lot.
And conversely, Raheem Mostert's the best running back on the game, and he's definitely not the best running back in real life.
Right. I mean, Leonard Fournette has scored a touchdown, and the point I think she's making is Alvin Kamara has not done much. The Saints' offense has not done anything altogether. Let's see.
You saw today the rules changes. Some of the rules changes come through in the NFL. The jersey one being one that players are certainly taking notice of.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb.
Kind of dumb, but also probably should have happened a while back. Like, why did we care if Reggie Bush wore 5 instead of 25?
I think, was I with you? We might have been together talking about this.
I'm not saying I haven't talked about it. I don't remember talking about it on here, though. The reason I say it, Jamar Chase, who may or may not follow Albert Breer, but Albert Breer tweeted, get ready for there to be some more single digits out there. Jamar Chase, a rookie to be out of LSU, could go as high as 5, maybe with his old college teammate Joe Burrow there in Cincy. Just wrote Uno, and then the 2-eye emoji, whatever that's called.
I guess I don't get why O lineman or D lineman can't wear 1 through 49.
It probably has to do with just the way refs call the game, the umpire and the ref with looking at holding and all that. Not that a back can't hold. I'm with you. Like, why can't you just wear whatever number you want to wear? So if you're a quarterback and you want to wear 60, great. Isn't that like what Otto Graham or somebody like that?
Yeah.
I might be making that up, but I feel like somebody like that. Or how about Doug Flutie at BC wearing 22? Defensive linemen and outside linebackers wearing single digits, right? Jadeveon Clowney wearing 7 at South Carolina.
Yeah, if you missed it today, I'm reading now from Tom Pelissero. Under the new rule, players will be able to wear, defensive backs can wear 1 through 49, running backs, fullbacks, tight ends, H-backs, wide receivers, 1 through 49, and 80 through 89. O-lineman, D-line. So O-line can wear 50 to 79. Same with D-lineman, except D-lineman can also wear 90 through 99.
Yeah.
Linebackers 1 to 59 and then 90 to 99.
Otto Graham wore 14 as well as 60. So if you Google Otto Graham and click on images, there's like football cards out there and pictures of him wearing 60, just holding the ball like a quarterback. I'm fine with it. I wish Reggie Bush would have got to wear 5. I don't know. That would have helped his pro career. He had a really nice pro career, but I'm all about it. And all these wideouts that are going to wear single digits. Jerry Jeudy may switch from 10 to 4. The one rule is, so let's use Jerry Jeudy as an example just because it popped into my mind. He wore 10 last year. If he wants to switch to his college number 4, first of all, he has to negotiate with Brett Rippon, but that's probably not that hard. Any player that wants to change their jersey number, no matter what the change is, has to buy out all of the inventory that Nike's made at their various team stores and everywhere else. Maybe not at the stores per se. I don't know if it's in the stores, but I saw where it said they have to buy out existing inventory. So I don't know what that check looks like. But imagine if you're a really good player. Jerry Jeudy was a first-round pick. There's probably a lot of Jerry Jeudy jerseys at Dick's Sporting Goods and the Broncos team stores. Like, this will not be the cheapest transaction. And if he has to give Brett Rippon money, first down.
Jared Cook to the 10.
All right, Kamara, Michael Thomas, I'm pulling for you.
Kamara had a nice pickup on a catch on this drive. Tampa has 2 thanks to a safety recovered by Devin White. Leonard Fournette has the game's only touchdown. Midway through the second quarter. Flash BK, producer Mike, Andrew. We have Jim from Game Ops. And June as well is with us. So hit the like for our Ops team, which is expanding. Love it. Michael Thomas on the catch. AKA Red, White, and Green needs Traquan Smith. Steph Diggs is going to switch to number 1.
That'll be expensive because there's probably a lot of Steph Diggs jerseys out there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, especially in Buffalo, the way he's
Yeah.
helped turn around that team.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, maybe a lot have been bought. That's the thing is I don't know where that, like, Steph Diggs may be getting in early. Oh, is that Michael Thomas? Nice. Yep. That helps me, yeah. But this time of year, right, there's probably not a lot of jersey reorders, right? So Steph Diggs versus if he waited till July to do it or whatever before training camp started, and they're maybe starting to restock stores for the upcoming season. This might be like the perfect time if you're a veteran player or you're a player on a roster to, you know, on a returning roster that you haven't switched teams or whatever.
All right. 2-point game now. Will Lutz extra point. Vid always says, let's go. Get Thomas in the end zone. You got it. Jeffrey Orris is bummed out. Country boy, who will wear number 0?
Good question. We see it in basketball a lot, and in baseball there's a handful. There's like 6 or 7 players in baseball wearing it. It's weird to say number 0 because isn't technically 0 not a number, right? Because it represents nothing.
That's right.
1
Kyle,
is the first
you're taking
number.
math class? Share some light. Shed some light on it.
It has no value.
M. Roach says, Tampa, Cincy stack looks good for winning tonight. Are you talking Sims, M. Roach? Just curious. Clam says, Bruce Arians is pissed. Yeah, the animations are fun. Let's see, who played earlier today? Well, I don't see the Bengals on the schedule today, so I'm not sure if they're talking like, must be talking baseball. Baseball, yep, MLB I'm talking. Got it. Allie Smith says, 0 is a symbol. Evan says, no, dude, 0 is a whole number in real number. It's not a counting number.
Right, it's not a number that you can count. I'm not saying it doesn't exist in the world and we know what it is. But it's weird when you say number 0. Agent 0, that's a cool name, like Gilbert Arenas.
It's true. I mean, they allow 0 in
basketball and baseball.
Basketball and baseball.
And maybe hockey. I don't know. I don't follow hockey closely enough.
Dirty T, appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Thank you all for checking it out. DraftKings Dream Stream. Pretty much now going forward for a while. 6 sims a day, 7 days a week. I know we were talking about the Red Carpet Film Feast, which is going to happen on Sunday. So 5 sims Sunday. Sunday night, the 8 o'clock sim, I'll be with Kaufman. I'm not sure if Kauf shared that today. We'll be together on Sunday night at 8 o'clock.
So he's going to miss part of the big movie awards. If it's not in conjunction with a sponsor, producer Michael, are we allowed to call it what it's called?
You won't miss it. Kauf will find a way to not pay attention to me and tweet about it. Just like when the Celtics are on. He doesn't care about any of you. He tweets about the Celtics. Did you hear how I fooled the Sim fam a little bit today?
No, what'd you do?
So I was making contests for tonight for Madden Sims, and I'm like, ooh, what if I make the last minute NBA?
And?
Before Kaufman does.
He forgets to tell me about those. I've entered a few of them. Finished.
So the one that I made was titled Plenty of Time NBA, just to troll Kauf, but I put it in big capital letters. I put the dash where he typically does. And a lot of people were like, hey, I got in. I thought it was your contest, but Glash made it. I was happy. I got a laugh out of it.
So it's not really a fake out. You just made a contest.
Yeah, but, you know, that's kind of his... I stole his thunder.
Thing. Yeah, absolutely. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, it was fun. I probably won't do it all the time. But it was fun just for today. Well, also, you know, just throw this out there. You know, Kauf kind of makes it sound like it's like this heavy lift. Oh, you know, got to make the contest for today. It's like, dude, it takes 20 seconds.
You've not done a good job of getting just behind-the-scenes announcers group going to make contests yet. We should, though, as I've said for months. And I know I'm capable of doing it. I just don't.
Retease, did you know? Glash, Ducey is coming for you. Oh, God, yeah, I saw this.
What happened?
It's just a silly tweet. CJ71, yes, Kyle did pass his last psychology test. He got an 82.
Nice.
He was very, very proud to share it with us. The great. All right, 9-7. Leonard Fournette and Michael Thomas have the touchdowns. X Factor lit for Tom Brady. Pro reads. Down he goes.
I saw a Chad Johnson tweet. You see, he was part of that Bengals uniform reveal.
Mm-hmm.
And so he posted the picture of him talking to Zach Taylor. And it says, quote, "I know I've put on 15 pounds of muscle, Zach, but I can still play. Dash me."
What is he up to?
He's just kind of around. He I think he does some stuff with EA.
I think he did stuff with us at DraftKings.
He might. He's living in Florida. He's neighbors with Roger Stone. He stops by that Brandon Marshall Channing Crowder podcast a lot because they do that one like in his neighborhood. The I Am Athlete pod that Brandon Marshall yells at people on. And then I don't know what else he's doing. You know, I almost ended up at a junior college playing football or on the same team with him and Steve Smith, Sr. and TJ Hushmanzada.
Cool.
I might be making up the TJ part. Not TJ Hushmanzada. Him and Steve Smith, Sr.
Oh, Godwin.
They would have lit me up pretty good every day in practice, I would imagine. My 4.6 wouldn't have held up against those two. There's actually 5 of them that all went on to play D1, or one of the guys that was supposed to be the best of the 5 was like shot and killed in maybe before he even could go to a 4-year school. But they all played at Santa Monica City College.
Brady.
Sometimes it seems like Brady's maybe throwing with his left arm.
Yeah, he's trying to be like Mahomes.
Well, maybe. Just feels like these are really bad passes. Don't make a lot of sense. All right, well, here, quickly. Oh, sorry. Well, let's not miss a Ronald Jones touchdown, hopefully. But look at Godwin right there. Just open. If Diggs is going to switch to 1, what player could switch jerseys right now and you think will drive the biggest jersey sales because it's a cooler number and or it's just someone that isn't, I mean, Mahomes isn't switching from 15 to, what did he wear? Didn't he wear 5? Which he could already wear it now at Tech. But OBJ's already wearing 13. He's probably not changing numbers. Touchdown. Was that O.J. Howard on the carry?
I think you are correct, my friend. That was O.J. Howard. Fullback carry.
Well done.
He is the listed fullback 1, O.J. Howard. Wow. It's really not that wowing. He's done this before. O.J. Howard. My gosh. $3,200 in the flex. His flex salary, that is. 0.4% captained, 8% owned. O.J. Howard. I'm trying to think of your. I'm trying to answer your question.
Diggs will sell a lot, but Diggs isn't the most popular player. I guess if Tyreek Hill switched from 10 to something else, that might sell a lot.
He's not a great guy.
No, I don't know where his. Well, here, let's do this. Let's see top NFL jersey sales.
What if Aaron Rodgers changed his number?
Yeah, but he can already change numbers. So, like, what's he going to change to? Is he going to change in the
I see
20s?
what you're saying now. Okay.
So it's going to be somebody in the 80s or somebody in the teens that wants to be in single digits. Like OBJ wore 13 at LSU. No one thinks he's changing. He's been 13 both places. I'm just picking a player. Julio Jones wears 11. Like, well, let's say he wanted to wear 2 or whatever. Isn't that what he wore? Did he wear 2 at Alabama? Am I making that up?
Yeah. What about Zeke?
Yeah. What'd Zeke wear at Ohio? I thought he wore 21 at Ohio State also. Did he wear single digits? Maybe he wore 2 at Ohio State? I'm making all these up. But my brain doesn't work like it used to.
Good question. I like the question.
You got to kind of think of somebody that had a cool jersey number in college. You know, like Jadeveon Clowney.
He wore 15 at Ohio State.
Okay, he wore 15. So if Zeke were to switch to 15, which coincidentally was Dak's number at Mississippi State, then Dak wears 4 now. Top NFL jersey sales 2020. This is from NFLshop.com, so I assume. All right, they rank.
Does this rule apply to tight ends? Can tight ends change?
I think if their number's in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Well, it said offensive line, defensive line, and that might be. It might have said. I don't know why I would say tight ends, because there's tight ends that wear numbers in the 40s.
Tight
now.
ends, yep. Tight ends can go 1 through 49.
All right. So, Mahomes was the number 1 selling jersey. He's not changing. Lamar 2, Russell Wilson 3. Oh wait, who's 2? Oh, Tom Brady 2. Sorry. Lamar Jackson 3, Russell Wilson 4, Tua 5, Juju 6. So Juju, but I think he was 19 in college too. I can't remember what he was. Josh Jacobs, which I think he's wearing the same number he wore in Alabama. George Kittle. George Kittle's 8th best-selling jersey in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen. Well, none of these guys are changing numbers.
John Marcinelli, if Gronk changed his number to 69, that would sell a lot.
I don't think so linemen have to be 50 to 79. And I don't think people can go into that pool.
Death Paw says OBJ wore 3 at LSU. I think you said
OBJ wore 3. Okay, sorry. I thought he wore 13. So OBJ wears 3. Would he change the 3? Now, Cleveland, I don't know what Cleveland fans think of him these days, since he didn't even play last year. Not that it was his fault. He tore his
Yeah, I mean, he got hurt. They did better without him, though. Baker's been better without him. But maybe Baker's grown up a little bit more and just throwing to the open guy.
Did TJ Watt wear 90 at Wisconsin?
We'll think about this. Before we want to make sure you guys hear from RotoWire's Len Hochberg. He joined the Sweat earlier today live from Wilshire Country Club, where this week's LPGA event is taking place. He gave out his favorite plays at the Zurich Classic in Louisiana, including his pick to win.
All right, give us your pick to win, dude. This is it. Don't get scared now.
There's a team who these 2 guys played in college together, Victor Hovland and Chris Ventura. I think they're $9,700. Chris Ventura was actually at Oklahoma State. He's 3 years older than Hovland. So he was the veteran in that group. He was the mentor of sorts to Victor Hovland. But now that they're in the pros, Victor Hovland, of course, has gone on to greatness. He's about 14th, 15th in the world, something like that. Chris Ventura is still trying to make his mark. He's 26. Hovland is 23. But they were buddies, and they are playing together this week. And so I like to see that. What I also like to see is that Hovland is really elite, tee to green, not the greatest putter, while Chris Ventura is 6th on tour in strokes gained putting. I think these guys can have a blast playing with each other all week. I think they complement each other's games, and this could be a real boon to Chris Ventura to get his PGA Tour really kicked into high gear. I think they can be there right in the mix come late Sunday.
All right, thanks so much to Len on his picks for the Zurich Classic in Louisiana. So check out the Sweat every weekday, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern. It's that first hour here in the Dream Stream leading right into the first Madden Sim that begins at noon. The Sweat, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock. All of your favorites from the Dream Stream. Let me think of names. Lamarca, Ducey, Jeff, Reed, the whole crew. Steve Buchanan, he's okay.
Have you and Ducey done any sims together recently? And have you called him buddy, or have you steered clear of it?
We worked together yesterday.
And nobody talked?
He called me cough, so I went and sat against the wall. And, I was not happy with that.
You should fire back with, hey, buddy, I'm not cough.
Ducey and I have reached a new point of friendship, everybody. Ducey,
Where he thinks you're someone else?
Something this morning. He said to me, what's your number? I feel like we are on a texting level. is that too forward? And I just said, that's very interesting wording.
Yeah. You know what's funny is you and Koff and Rossi are the only guys whose phone numbers I have. Tommy sent me his, but he always just direct messages me on Twitter.
The one guy, I have his number, but I don't. I always message with LaMarca on Twitter. He's like, just go to Twitter. It's just easier.
Yeah. Okay. It is interesting to me, people that I know have my number that definitely text me. Koff being maybe the best example. Like, if he only direct messaged me on Twitter, I'd be so annoyed. Even though I get an update about it, you know, or whatever, like an alert on my phone. But there's a handful of people that are either really always on Twitter or on there a lot that they'll message me. I'm like, just text me, you know.
CJ71 on Twitch. Ducey kind of yelled at Koff today for saying buddy.
Okay. Well, so it's not just you.
Well, so I sent Ducey my cell phone number.
He said, here you go, buddy?
Ready?
He said, here you go, buddy.
No, this is what he did. Also, he's got green messages, which is just the worst. Kenny Ducey at 10:04 this morning.
Wait, you're saying he doesn't have an iPhone?
Yes.
So he doesn't have an iMessage?
This is Kenny. So I gave Kenny my cell phone number via Twitter. His first message to me, it's your buddy Kenny.
Oh, look at that. Turning over a new leaf.
So I think we've turned a corner.
Yeah, there you go.
I think he doesn't mind it now. I think overall he believes in his take, which is okay.
It's interesting your negative vibe towards Droid users and or people that have iPhones that don't have iMessage on.
Yeah, they're the worst kind of people.
My wife was a Droid user forever, and then we switched to Verizon or back to Verizon, and there was too good of a deal on a second iPhone, so she got a brand new big iPhone. She kind of hates it, but she does like the AirPods and the watch, so she just endures it. But it allows our group text with like all of our friends in the neighborhood or siblings of hers. We can all just have a normal iPhone text chat that doesn't tell you so-and-so emphasized that message. So-and-so thumbs up.
Yeah.
It's like,
that's
usually
the worst. It's just one person in a friend group or I do not include them in the group. They'll find out.
I did the same thing. My sister and I, because we had kids 3 months apart, I made a group that was just kind of basically sending pictures of our kids to all of our girl cousins. And we have one girl cousin that has a Droid, so I just send it to her separately every now and then. She doesn't get the same volume. Unfortunately, that's her fault.
We have a flag on the play despite the pickup of a first down. What do we got? It's against the defense. Roughing the passer. Levante David. Move the ball to the 12. O.J. Howard and Leonard Fournette have the touchdowns. Tampa also has scored on a safety.
Ooh.
New Orleans
Kamara.
touchdown, Michael Thomas.
Kamara runs into a wall. I was worried about my connectivity because my dog jumped over here behind me and then she walked around, but made it out safely.
That's good. Hit that like button, guys. Let's try to get to 250 by the end of this sim. 2nd and 8. Wide open man, Cook.
Is that Cook or Sanders?
Cook.
Oh, Cook. Good call. Sets up a Kamara touchdown.
Captain Blood, Ducey signed out of a sim today with "See ya, buddy." I don't really get it at this point. I'm over it. I've moved on. He's like Humpty Dumpty, just rides both sides of the fence.
Hey, that's a fun fact. Did you see this Bo Bichette home run story?
No.
Is that Murray vulturing?
That's Latavius Murray. Oh boy.
Happens every time. He's like the Ronald Jones of New Orleans, but with touchdowns. So Bo Bichette hits a home run to Lansdowne Street. Did you see the home run at least?
No, I'll check it on.
So this was yesterday. It's Tuesday home run. It lands in front of the now closed down gym, the place where, at the time, his dad, a member of the Brewers, Dante, first met mother Mariana in the summer of '91. So the ball hit right in front of the place his parents met. And then somebody gave him the ball back. Someone named R. Griffin TBJ is their Twitter handle. Richard
That's
Griffin.
awesome.
Baseball media, Blue Jays. Oh, wait. Is he the person that has a story? Oh, no. He went and got the ball. The guy that covers the Blue Jays somehow tracked the ball down. What do you do with that? I guess have your parents sign it and frame it? Or give it to him? Maybe you give it to him. You sign it and you give it to him. That's what you do. Like you should go out there in front of the place, take a picture before today's game or next time they're there. Take a picture and then send the picture and the ball to his folks.
That was a shot.
Oh, the Bichette home run?
Yeah, I'm watching it right
There
now.
aren't too many that end on Lansdowne Street that just barely get there. You don't
Right.
You don't accidentally crush it there. I got Bo Bichette on my fantasy team. He and Acuna are my two studs. So Acuna's hurt right now. That was a good throw for Brady.
Gronk with the catch to the 50. Rel, what's going on? Tony. How you doing, Tony? John Marcinelli, I was at last night's game. That was a shot. Oh, that's cool. Actually, John, I found that out by following you on Instagram, because the first thing that comes up when you follow someone on Instagram, you see, like, the latest person you followed's post, and I saw you were at Fenway. That's cool. Good stuff. Kicking Club says, called it, had him, had Latavius Murray. Nice work.
Well done.
Death Pause. Glash and Ducey need to watch the movie Elf together and do a shot every time that anybody is spoken.
You'll be very not sober.
Yeah, I'm good. Would be an adventure.
Would you go to... Is Ducey on Long Island? Like Lamarca is?
No, Ducey's like in the city.
Oh. Well, then give you a reason to go to Big Apple. I could send you to a couple bars. Some of my old...
I don't want Ducey
favorite
germs.
haunts.
You can come here.
Well...
We'll go to
just to
Coff's
his-
Porch
just
together.
to go to his apartment. If you go to a bar, I'll send you to a couple cool bars in New York. It'd be good.
4th and 5. What are you going to do? I say you go for it. Go for it.
I keep getting all these other Bo Bichette home runs. What do I have to Google? Or just do it on Twitter?
That's what I did too. I searched it and it actually showed initially a home run of him hitting it against the Yankees in Toronto.
And then there was one against the Red Sox last year that popped up.
Kicking Club says, I wish I had OJ too.
Here
OJ
we go.
Howard.
I like those light Blue Jays unis. That ball was well struck.
Weather after this is snow. You guys are making lineups for Madden After Dark. Vikings at the football team. Me and Tommy Freeze Pops will be here. Thanks to Jim and our Game Ops team tonight. Great work across the board. Tony Ducey is from Connecticut. Actually, you know what? You might be right. I'm going to ask him.
You're going to text him?
Yeah, I'll text him because, we're
Say,
on
where
that
do you
level
live or
now.
where are you from?
So when I was going to save his number in my phone, I called him by accident.
And he's like, hey, what's wrong with you, weirdo?
So he's like, did you try to call me an hour ago? I go, no, it's an accident. I'm trying to save your number. The end. How about O'Shea Brissett tonight going off in NBA?
I would not have had him in my lineup.
Former Syracuse Orange. Love it.
Oh, there you go.
He had been on 2 10-day contracts, and now he's signed a 3-year deal with the Pacers. And
wow,
he's
pretty
got
big
41.
jump. Usually they just keep you to the end of the year.
So the Pacers are decimated by injuries. He's got 41 DK points right now.
Man, do you have him in your lineups?
I do.
Does Cough?
He does.
No, listen to the same folks.
kind of a must-have dude tonight. Brissett, $3,100.
He's going to just keep going up.
Yeah.
He's already become more popular than Jacoby Brissett in Indianapolis.
Which, by the way, on the subject of that, where did Brissett end up?
Miami. He's a Florida guy. I think he's Fort Lauderdale. Like grew up that way, that part of the world.
There was a report. Oh, how about the report today about the Eagles and Sirianni not committing to Jalen Hurts?
No report. I heard the audio.
Oh, he came out and said it.
No, he and Howie Roseman. You know, a lot of teams are doing their pre-draft press conference availability starting last week, right? We saw Belichick talking for the first time in forever, taking Nick Caserio's old spot, talking about the draft. And so they did it either together or back to back. I don't know the order because I didn't see the video. I heard it on the radio. And he's like, hey, he was talking about all the competitions they're doing on Zoom. Like they're doing rock, paper, scissors. He's like, these guys are showing me some stuff. And then I heard the notion that Joe Flacco and Jalen Hurts will play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets to start. If they open that up to a real competition, Joe Flacco is going to beat Hurts out because I think he can just play quarterback better. And he'll know how to win a job if it's a true open competition. He'll understand the offense. He'll be able to make enough throws, assuming his body will let him. Then you have a guy that grew up outside of Philly, starting in Philly. Of course, he's 95 years old and isn't that good. But
yeah, and he was a star at Delaware.
I just don't believe in Jalen Hurts. I would take any of these 5 kids over Jalen Hurts.
The former.
I think you mean Blue Hens.
Blue Hen, not a Mud Hen. Blue Hen.
Yeah, not the Toledo Mud Hens.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to do this right now. There's a story out from Joel Corey, the former agent on CBS Sports, about which players are eligible for 5th-year options that the teams have to decide by May because it's some dumb rule.
What's the list?
Well, so it's that whole 2018 class. Baker, got to pick it up. Maybe they work out a new deal. Saquon. Baker will make 18.58 in his 5th year. Saquon will make 7.2. Darnold is going to make 18.58. Denzel Ward, 13.2. He'll get a new deal. Bradley Chubb will likely get a new deal with the Broncos before the season starts. Quentin Nelson, 13.754. He'll definitely get a new deal. The reason you get the new deal done at some point during the year, if not even before camp, is because you want the flexibility with the signing bonus, and the salary cap. Josh Allen of the Bills, $23 million. Roquan, they'll pick his up. McGlinchey, all these guys are getting picked up. Like this isn't one of those where. How about this stat? This is courtesy of John Clayton, the professor. Wrote this in the Washington Post a couple years ago. Since 2011 or whenever they did the 5th-year options, less than the numbers 75% of players signed a second contract with the team that drafted him. Only 25% signed a long-term deal with the team that drafted him.
All those names sound like guys that are going to...
Yes, change that trend.
Yeah. That's...
Josh Rosen with the Niners currently, his 5th-year option ended when the Dolphins released him.
You got to help explain something to me because I'm a little confused and maybe it will be obvious. Why is it that Josh Allen will be getting 23 and Baker's only getting 18?
I think it has to do... Let me look. This will probably tell me. It has to do with the way his contract was structured, I'm sure.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if it was based on performance or, which I just made that part up. I mean, but he has been better. I mean, Allen's year last year is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and so they'll probably sign him to the extension anyway. Before they get to the 5th year, they just have to let the league know that they're picking it up by May.
Yep.
It seems silly to me.
But you know something with the other two, Darnold and Mayfield, you might just pick up the option and that's it. No extension talks. They want to see how the year goes.
Yeah, the thing is that then you can't cut them unless it's protected against injury. I guess if they're injured, you can waive them, and then you don't owe them as much. But as long as they're healthy, you then you owe them the $18 million. But with Darnold this year, you're only paying him like 7 or whatever. So you might, maybe that number's even lower. You might just bite the bullet and say we need 2 years with him. Like we made this move, and no one likes next year's draft class as of now. Of course, a year ago, How many people would have told you Zach Wilson was going to go number 2 and Mac Jones
Yeah,
could
really.
go as high as 3?
Mac Jones a month ago was supposed to go in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Yeah.
Now
Vita
he might
Vea,
go
Mika
3.
Fitzpatrick. This is a really good draft for guys I think are going to re-sign. Mika Fitzpatrick, I know he got traded. Vita Vea, Deron Payne with Washington. I don't know. Marcus Davenport in New Orleans. Colton Miller. I think, didn't he already just get a new deal? Oh, they already gave him the extension. Yeah, so I'm just naming the picks. Tremaine Edmonds still eligible. Derwin James is going to get it. He's actually going to make $3 million more for a guy that is awesome but never plays. Jair Alexander, he's probably going to get a new deal. This is a really good. This seems like a good draft. 2018. As I'm reading, all these guys are still with their teams for the most part. Isaiah Wynn, $10 million. DJ Moore, the Panthers. Hayden Hurst. Calvin Ridley's going to get some sort of deal. Rashad Penny's probably going to get cut. Terrell Edmonds. Taven Bryan, I don't know with the Jags, what they think there. Hughes with the Vikes.
Yeah, there's no like
$4.5 million to pick up Sony Michel's 5th-year option. You doing it?
No way. But overall, and
Lamar. Hey, how about this? Lamar, would you pay him $23 million?
Yes.
On his 5th year?
Yep.
They
might get a deal done with him too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a first-round draft class. That's overall like not many busts.
You know what? Lamar's deal is going to look almost exactly like Dak's. It's definitely going to be a 4-year deal. And the reason why players want the 4-year deal if they're Dak because they want to keep cashing in and Russell Wilson. The team wants to give Lamar a 4-year deal in case he falls off a cliff. That make sense?
Yep.
Is this game taking extra long? I'm not complaining. I don't have anywhere to go. But.
A lot of incomplete passes.
Yeah, it's mostly Brady's fault. He's going to cut into our Ross Tucker viewing.
Oh, touchdown. Nice play. Scotty Miller. Gronk.
He's fired up.
Eric Winalda is here. He's addressing what we were talking about yesterday. Hello, boys.
Okay.
Well, so much for Super League.
No kidding. Well, did he not know? We already knew it was gone by the time. Come on, you knew that it was going away, right? I think. Maybe it was just crumbling, and then it officially went away.
Yeah. Did you accept Eric Winalda? Did you accept John Henry's apology? Do you accept his apology?
That's still not going to get over trading Mookie Betts. That's not going to make up for that. That's way worse. And I'm definitely not a Red Sox fan, but that is insane.
Rob Gronkowski in the free public showdown, 47% owned, about 6%, just under 6% in the captain. Here in the chat, Eero says, is CMC still #1 fantasy pick next season? Yes, I say yes. We were having this talk here in the chat recently. And by recently, I mean whenever, last week or two. I forget why it came up or how it came up. What were we doing? We were ranking. What was the conversation? We were ranking like the top. Oh, it was something about yeah, right, exactly. It was about Saquon. Why Saquon? Why was it about Saquon? Saquon was maybe because it was a Giants sim. BK, that might have been you and I. We were discussing. Maybe it wasn't. I think it was us. Yeah. How you're still going to take Christian McCaffrey
in fantasy? Yeah.
In fantasy, like if he's at 1, 2, or at worst 3.
Yeah. The conversation it's two different conversations. Fantasy, I think you have to rely on McCaffrey's production. If I'm drafting a team, I'm probably drafting Saquon because of his physical upside.
Sure. Yeah, I think there's no question you're still taking him. If you don't take him, I think you'll feel too guilty about it. Plus, the injury was just kind of a one-off thing. It's not like there's a track record. M. Roach says, Miami getting rid of Minka Fitzpatrick really pissed me off. Dumb trade.
It was a dumb trade, although they got him first round.
Will they get a first?
Yeah.
He's been a good player for them. I mean, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's been all pro 2 years in a row. So.
Yep. Good move for Pittsburgh. Because didn't Pittsburgh when did Pittsburgh get Joe Hayden?
The day after Cleveland cut him, I think 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, they didn't trade for him?
No, they cut him. Cleveland cut him, and Pittsburgh signed him the next day.
Huh. NBA news, if you guys want it. Is the center in Toronto? Is it Boucher?
Yeah, Chris Boucher.
Yeah, Boucher will not return tonight. Knee injury. Denny Avita, who I guess has not been good for the Wizards. He will not return tonight. And Derek Jones Jr. has been ruled out for the Blazers game against the Nuggets.
Oh, all right. Nuggets looking for win number 4 in a row minus Jamal Murray. They just signed Austin Rivers yesterday.
I saw that.
Austin Rivers, this is his 9th year in the league. Guess how many teams is this for him?
5.
Close. This is his 6th team.
Wow, 6!
The fact that he was sitting out there and his dad didn't want to bring him into Philly.
Let me guess. I think I can guess a lot of them.
Okay.
Knicks.
Yep, that was most recent.
Clippers. Right?
Sorry. Dog just pulled the cord out. So
Knicks and Clippers, I heard.
Knicks, Clippers. Lost my train of thought. Knicks, Clippers, Rockets. Knicks, Clippers, Rockets, Wizards.
Maybe. Let me double check that. Here, I'm pulling it up right now.
I think he played for the Wizards for a
He's
couple.
only 28 years old because again he came into the league after 1 year at Duke. Yeah, Wizards. You're doing them all in reverse chronological order, actually.
And then where did he start his career? Touchdown, Alvin Kamara.
Oh no, I guess you already did Clippers.
Oh, I don't remember. Crap.
He was there from 2012 to 2015, the 10th overall pick in the 2012 draft.
Oh, God. Charlotte?
Kind of, but not really.
The Pelicans.
There's a similarity, yes. New Orleans, Hornets, and Pelicans.
Yes.
So not technically Charlotte, but I give you almost bonus
All right.
points.
Thank you.
You earned it. So Austin Rivers' career average 9 points and 2.2 assists. His best year, 17-18, playing for his dad with the Clips, 15 points, 2.3 assists. So you lose Jamal Murray. Monte Morris is hurt right now. Like I was watching, they did not play Aaron Gordon down the stretch of that double OT game the other night.
Yeah.
They did play Facu Campazzo the whole time. And he's trying to stay in front of John Morant. It wasn't going great, but they somehow snuck out a win after being down 12 in the fourth quarter.
All right, guys, we're only, guys and gals, we're only 18 likes away from 250. Smash that like button. Rick Lewis says, been a bit. What's up, Glash? Hi, Rick. Thanks for checking in. Captain Blood, yes, I'm just a messenger.
Rick Lewis is the color analyst here and a radio legend in Denver. So it's not the same Rick Lewis, but whenever you say Rick Lewis, that's obviously what pops in my head.
See you guys on Twitch, too. About close to 50 of you guys watching on Twitch. Percy, Delt Fish, Wes, CJ71. Thanks for being here, everybody.
Rojo getting going here on this final drive. 4-minute offense. Can Tampa pick up a couple first downs is the question.
Jordan Warren, playing off the conversation about McCaffrey, says, so let's say CMC and Saquon are gone. Who's the best pick if you're third or fourth?
We're taking quarterbacks out because that changes. You know, we don't know how your draft is going to score. Let's not scored. How your scoring works.
Yep.
It's probably Dalvin, right? It's got to be.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be Dalvin. Look, Zeke with Dak
Alvin.
back and a healthy old line, but I'm leaning Dalvin just because that offense leans on him more.
Dalvin or Alvin with no Breeze.
Alvin,
maybe
yeah.
there's more reliance on Alvin.
Why wouldn't there be? And then there was one other one. Oh, Henry. Right, but
Aaron Jones.
I think without Arthur Smith, that offense, I'm a little nervous. Not that Arthur Smith looked great with Mariota, but then the 24 games plus playoffs that he's had with Ryan Tannehill.
See, are we sure those Saquons go in top 3?
No, absolutely not.
Like I think you could get McCaffrey, Dalvin, and Alvin in the top 3. Like that might be the top 3.
You could certainly justify Zeke. Yeah, we put him at 7. But I
remember that list.
Did we do that fantasy, or were we just talking? Yeah, I guess it was fantasy.
I think we were doing a giant sim, and we were discussing from a fantasy standpoint. Yes, ranking them from a fantasy perspective, and you have to worry about the injuries.
And right, you don't really know what his role is in that offense because he got hurt in the second game.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously you know it's a featured role, but Jason Garrett. Well, I guess that's the way you look at it. How Jason Garrett used Zeke Elliott. Well, if he's going to use him the exact same way, where Zeke came into the league and ran for 1,600 or 1,800 yards as a rookie, and then did the same thing a year later.
Straight Cash says Saints are going to suck. Alvin has a $15 million vulture quarterback. I like how we're not calling the quarterback like a vulture quarterback. Jameis is making $15 million?
No.
Taysom Hill?
Taysom is vulturing Kamara's touchdowns.
Even so, what's his name? I mean, Jameis got something. Maybe not. What did Jameis get for a contract?
1 year, $10 million or something, right?
Okay.
Am I making that up? I may be making that up.
No, I think you're right. He's not going to get all of it. I mean, he could, but
he'll get all of the
$12 million. 1 year, $12 million.
Okay, he'll get all of it.
Worth up to $12 million. Henry's up there for straight cash. How did I forget Henry? Says Jordan.
It's 32 degrees, kind of snowing, kind of rainy. Not heavy snow, but it's just been gross the last couple of days. Say for a couple hours yesterday. And so my softball game tonight that was supposed to be in 90 minutes is canceled. They canceled the games at 11 this morning, 2 days in a row. And a buddy of mine goes, bummer, but understandable. And I was like, it's been gross out. Who wants to play softball in 32-degree weather with a little bit of mist? Like the Rockies and Astros played today, but it was daytime, and they're major leaguers, and the field's got a drain system.
Mo in the chat, tied for 3rd in our free contest. Brady's bracket boat parade canceled due to rain, even though they did not win the bracket final. Midwest Heather's in 1st. 49er Quest is in 2nd. Mo needs Gronk to keep it going. Here's the concern from Jay Duncan about Kamara. Opposing defenses really pack the box if they trot Hill out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if it's Jameis, though, I mean, maybe you feel a little differently.
Yeah. What's funny, though, when Teddy Bridgewater was in there last year for 5 games, and I know they're not the same player at all. Jameis take way more chances and let it rip.
Yeah.
But I'm saying non-Drew Brees quarterbacks that aren't Taysom Hill. 7 touchdowns against 2 picks in 5 games.
Saints can win this thing. No timeouts, though. Will Lutz's field goal would do it. Deep shot. Oh, we had him. Traquan Smith was wide open. Wow. Forget the field goal. Wow. Sorry, Piercy, excuse me. Piercy 222 about Boucher. Yep, Boucher for the Raptors out for the rest of the game. If you're just joining us.
That's the kid from Oregon, right? Is he the one that had that crazy backstory where like he was just playing pickup ball and was like an immigrant? It was a great Sports Illustrated story. I think he was taking the bus. He was born in St. Lucia. They moved to Montreal when he was 5.
Yeah, you're right. Uh-huh.
Nicknamed the Slim Duck. Yeah, he was homeless. He's 16. And like playing pickup ball. And then somehow made his way to Oregon. I think probably via junior college. Yeah, New Mexico Junior College, then Northwest College, then Oregon. That's cool for a kid that grew up in Canada. Although he grew up in Quebec. Playing Toronto. I mean Tampa, but also Toronto.
Jared Cook has hit the bonus, if you guys are wondering. He might be our player of the game tonight.
Yeah, going to have to be. He scored.
Breeze. Ooh.
Right?
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
That's a first down.
Plenty of time here.
Plenty of time, and there he is again, Jared Cook.
Jared Cook's definitely a player of the game. Right? He scored too, didn't he?
No, he was about to.
Oh, right. He tackled the one.
Get tackled at the one.
Let's see if I'm in first place. I'm not. I'm in 76.
Drew Brees, as we all know, does not have the greatest arm, but did just enough there from the 36. Brees to Kamara. Cannot elude pressure. You maybe have time for one more play. You got to kick the field goal.
Play.
Kick the field goal.
I think you just kick it now. And
You gotta.
Hope Will Lutz has enough leg to bang in a 48-yarder.
This is interesting.
Which he does.
They cannot take a timeout. They've got to kick it.
Will Lutz on the field.
No, you have to kick it. Wow.
Virtual Sean Payton does not know what he's doing.
You got to go to the end zone.
No, he's throwing it to the middle of the field. Oh, it would have been there, and he could have stepped out with 2 seconds.
Wait, so now they can kick it.
Now you got to kick it. Now you have to kick it. 48 yards. Come on. I mean, I don't care who wins, obviously. Midwest Heather in first place, though. She's
The
got
Not
Cooking
My Kid
Captain
award.
spot.
Who should get Not My Kid?
Oh, well, let's see if this field goal goes through.
Maybe my guy, Sanders.
Rojo wasn't very good for me. Got me 0.
Oh, Sanders had one catch for 24 yards. It's Sanders.
All right. Emmanuel Sanders will earn it unless he somehow is involved in this final play. He's in the huddle.
4 seconds.
That's where Madden gets it wrong. We should let them know, like, the huddle before the kick, you're not going to have all of your skill players.
Lutz for the win.
Plenty of leg in the rain.
4-3. Yes, he got it.
And just like that, Bruce Arians can't believe it. Just like the regular season in St. Louis, the Saints owned Tampa.
Wynn says field goal. Tom's microwave dropping a lot of LOLs. Love that. Speaking of Tom's microwave, Freeze Pops is here at 10. We'll be on the call for Minnesota and the football team in the snow. So we gave Jared Cook the Krusty Koff player of the game. The Not My Kid award goes to Emmanuel Sanders. Midwest Heather right now first place. So thanks to Jim and the rest of the ops team. BK, have a great rest of your night.
Thanks. I'm back tomorrow night for Madden After Dark. So, but I'm going to make a lineup for the game coming up with you and Tommy. See if I can get first place, get a low redemption after finishing.
Okay. Try to roster. Who could I tell you to roster? Heineke? Madison, the backup running back in Minnesota.
Okay.
All right.
Is Bradford still on the Vikes? I can probably get good value there.
Coming up next here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Pat Mayo and Joe Idon. That sounds better. Idon. Never heard of Joe. Seems like a nice guy, though. Discuss their favorite 2021 Zurich Classic DraftKings picks and their favorite value plays for the week. Mayo previews the course, debates the best roster construction for the week, explains which players are best suited for DFS cash games and which should be deployed in guaranteed prize pool tournaments.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings 2021 Zurich Classic of Nolans. DraftKings picks and preview, different format than we're used to, but there are DraftKings contests this week for the first time ever at the Zurich Classic. You want to play in the PME Listeners League? The link is in the description of the video and a podcast. There are very few spots left, so if you are interested in playing DraftKings contests this week, you might as well play in the best tournament on DraftKings. Also, smash the like button to the episode in the comment section. Give me your favorite sleeper team below $7,000. Remember to subscribe to both Mayo Media Network on YouTube or the podcast under the Pat Mayo Experience, wherever you download your podcast. And join the newsletter. That's where I'll be putting out my bets this week. As there's no live show on Wednesday, where I kind of finalize everything. And check out the European Tour pick show. Sky coming off a big winner. He has 1,000-to-1 pick this week, which I've already bet. So I'm looking forward to losing money along with Tom and Sky on the European pick show. But honest to God, the European field is probably a bit more fun this week than the actual Zurich Classic field. Although I do want to give a special shout out to Moose. FantasyNational.com. You know, I always talk about FantasyNational.com. Moose puts in a lot of work behind the scenes. And this week, really everything up. Just with the new format, trying to calculate everything. So if you go to FantasyNational.com/Mayo right now, you'll get yourself your 20% off. But he has rigged the simulator that, because on DraftKings this week, you can only take one player from each team and you get the total points of that team. I don't know why that's the case, but Actually, I do know why that's the case. That just makes it much easier to track and doesn't overload their systems. But here's the note from Moose. He said the favorites, when you favorite players for the DK Zurich, it's going to be a little bit different this week. In order to make the lineup generator and ownership projections work, we are only keeping the first player listed in the DraftKings pairings as your favorite, even if you have selected both players. So essentially, when you look at the ownership projections, let's say you took Patrick Cantlay and Xander Schauffele, only Xander shows up in the ownership projections, but it puts both of those guys together, if that makes any sense. And when you generate your lineups, you're just going to generate one of those players through your lineups, and that way the system doesn't get confused. That way when you upload your lineups, it won't get confused. But strangely enough, this could be a very valuable week for a product like Fantasy National, just because it's so confusing, and Moose has made this really easy. I don't know how many hours he put into this, and I was like, it's probably not worth it, but you want to make the product as good as possible? That's what Moose is doing. So shout out Moose, shout out Fantasy National /Mayo to get yourself the 20% off. Joining me, first time on the show, the co-creator of the DFS Open. You can catch him on Mondays on the Preferred Lines podcast and Wednesdays on the Power Hour with Rick Gaiman live on the Twitter machines. It is Joe Iadoni at TorPix. What's going on?
What up, Pat? Great to be here. Great to see you. Excited to be a debutante on the Pat Mayo Experience, and we've got an interesting week to say the least for it. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited for it, but definitely threw some new wrinkles into the equation this week with DraftKings.
I find that I actually do better in these types of weeks than overall, because I think that there is a strategy gap, and I'm pretty good at coming to the conclusion of what's the proper strategy, like right away when I first see something and I'm reading the rules. That's an innate gift that I have. But then the longer you put that out over time, and then other people can learn the strategy too. Just my picks are so bad that everyone else's picks are better, then I end up losing in the long run. But I feel like this sort of week is actually where I can capitalize. So I want to talk through some of the strategy with you and how we should approach some of these teams. Like, I even spoke with this with Feinberg in terms of the betting odds, but like, are the favorites really the favorites in a tournament like this?
So I was interested in that as well. I kind of think that, we've seen the favorites coming into the week actually struggle. I think was it 2 years ago, it was Reed and Cantlay together that came in as the big favorites. They missed the cut. So in a week like this, I think it brings inherently in a lot of new variables and options in terms of, there's a luck factor involved, and you've got to make your birdies at the right time. If you both birdie the same hole on Thursday and Saturday, it really does you no good. So I think that it's a tournament that we can kind of look to isolate, at least my strategy, sort of that mid-tier range. And you can maybe brush past the guys at the very top, but there are some intriguing names up there for sure.
So let's go to the very top of the board right now. Xander and Cantlay are the prohibitive favorites in this tournament, along with Rahm and Palmer. So they're 10-7. Rahm and Palmer are 11-7 and 11-5. Morikawa and Wolf are 11-3. Smith and Leishman 11-1. That's your $11,000 range on DraftKings this week. Very rarely do you see for anything above $11,000 as it pertains to DraftKings golf. Just looking at the very early ownership projections, and you can find these up on fantasynational.com right now. I would guess that the Cam Smith Leishman team is the one that people are avoiding. The Morikawa Wolf team would be probably the second lowest owned after that. And then Rahm's team and Xander's team are going to be super chalk. I would just be fine fading those guys.
Yeah, I agree. Interesting that you say the Cam Smith Leishman team is the lowest owned, because they're probably my favorite team of the bunch. Team Aussie, you've got the former champ and Cam Smith. Obviously, both guys coming in decent form. Leishman with a surprising performance at the Masters. Both of them just top 10 at Augusta National. They seem to me to kind of have somewhat of a complementary skill set and similar in the fact that they're just both great scramblers and can get a hot putter. And I think that if I was going to play anyone above in this 11K range, I'd probably take the little bit of discount with the upside of a Leishman and Cam Smith.
The biggest thing to look for, and I don't know exactly how to find this, but can you find guys that are good at alternate shot? That's where this tournament is won and lost. Everyone's going to go out and make their, if you shoot -3 in the best ball as a team, you weren't going to win anyway at that point. You're going to have to shoot at least 7 under, 8 under both of those days, average 8 under for both the best ball days. And that's still going to put you behind the 8 ball because there's going to be other teams that are better, but you can really make it up with good alternate shot rounds. That's what we saw Rahm and Palmer do together. And I don't think that's super predictive in any sort of way to try, like you could say both good scramblers. Well, that actually makes a lot of intuitive sense to me that they would be good at alternate shot because if they get into the shit, which they're constantly in the shit, that they can get themselves out of it. So that's a bonus. The problem with that team is they both have the same glaring deficiency, which is they're both horrible off the tee. And looking into the historic stats solo-wise, when we used to have strokes gain metrics from TPC Louisiana, it does seem like off the tee doesn't really mean all that much here.
Yeah, I think that especially when you switch to the team format, right? Because really in the 2 days where it's best ball, you got to have one guy in the fairway. And if they make a birdie on that hole, it can totally wipe out the other guy's double bogey that he hit it into the swamp. So it's interesting. But like you mentioned just a couple minutes ago, the alt shot is key, right? That's basically where Rahm and Palmer won this thing 2 years ago now when they shot a 65 in the alt shot, which is ridiculous because there were other teams up there, that ended up finishing in the top 5 that shot like 74 in the alt shot. So that's where you make up the ground. That's where I think a little bit of luck and timing is involved in this thing. And you definitely want guys who, if one guy is particularly bad off the tee, you want to make sure that the other guy is able to scramble and get himself up and down and make pars, because in this type of format, you can't make any bogeys. I mean, it's going to be north of minus 20 under par. So you start making bogeys and you can cross them off the list.
Would you target teams that likely have a higher eagle rate in reaching these greens in 2 than maybe some of the other teams? Because we've seen Bubba actually have some success at this tournament. He hasn't won, obviously, but he's the sort of player that, he's going to give it a go every single time. He's won this event as a solo player. It was a decade ago, but does this qualify as a Bubba track?
I think it could be. That's a very interesting team to me. And I know it's right down in the next range, but I kind of wonder how this team came about. They're both really good off the tee. They both have a great sort of Pete Dye track record over at the match play. We saw what Scotty just did, and Bubba has won that event before. So, Bubba's played this event a couple times with JB Holmes and ended up top 5ing here. So I think Scotty Scheffler is a big upgrade for him in the teammate category. But yeah, to sort of answer your question, the eagle rate thing is, eagles for me are, just tough to sort of predict, and you can kind of look at it. But I think that for me, I'm more focused on birdie rates. And there are 4 par 5s out here. All should be relatively reachable for most of the field. So there will be eagle opportunities, but you really got to put together a lot of birdies. And if you have a couple of eagle opportunities, you get a guy that can cash one of those in. Great.
So the historic eagle rates from pre-2017, when this turned into a team event, the second hole has a 1.4% eagle rate, 2.1% for hole number 7, 0.7% for number 11. So that one's going to be a bit tough to get to. And then 1% for number 18. So now maybe not the greatest eagle type course, very easy holes, mind you, the 4 easiest holes on the course. Actually, no, number 8, it's not a drivable par 4, although it might they might set it up to be drivable. One of these days, it's only 372 yards. It has like a 25% birdie rate, also a very easy hole. But I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the type of player that I want here, because when you go back and look at the historic results, like Brian Stewart is one here. Okay, that doesn't. Do we just say that anytime that there's a Pete Dye course, almost any skill set of player can win?
I think that's a fair point. He sets it up so uniquely, and like you mentioned, the par 5s, while they may be reachable, they're protected, a lot of them, by water and sort of trouble. So if you go for it, there's certainly a risk reward factor there. It usually has a drivable par 4, like you said, but we see a lot of times, even on 18 there, I can remember the closing hole, where guys will just end up sort of bailing out a little bit short left there and trying to get up and down and potentially chip one in, like we saw Kisner do a couple of years ago. So I think it definitely tests you mentally on a Pete Dye track, and I think that's where we can a lot of times see a lot more of the field come into play. This is a little bit longer than some of the other Pete Dye courses, but I still think that there's a ton of different skill sets that could be in play this week should things set up properly for them.
Yeah, it's not as long as it seems, though, because most Pete Dye courses, by and large, are like par 70s or par 71s. ones. And this one, you get the extra par 5 or extra 2 par 5s on. And then if you just go take a quick gander at the par 3s at this course, those are fucking devastating. 221, 207, 216, 215. Like, those are the hardest holes on the course. Maybe that's something to look into. Par 3s over 200 yards or proximity over 200 yards. And I'm just going to take a quick guess that Morikawa is the guy who rates out the best in that.
You know what? I actually ran a model on Fantasy National with that stat sort of included, so over 200 yards. Now, I went back
Leishman
36 rounds. I don't know what your sort of go-to, amount of rounds is. I usually typically default to 36. And Bryce Garnett actually rated out number 1 for me in that category. So, yeah, it's definitely an interesting stat to look at, because if you can make birdies on these par 3s, you're going to pick up a lot of strokes on the field, just given the nature that they're so long and some of the more difficult holes out there.
Well, I can do this. I'll just sort by rolling report. I usually just I have my default set to 24 rounds because I feel like that does encapsulate enough of the short term, but not just like the last 2 times that we saw someone. And maybe that's a very interesting question, though. Like, because, I mean, you've banked, a 6-figure cash on DraftKings and you're running these models. Is 36 usually your go-to, or do you put it down? Because I remember when Ruby won, I think it was Houston when he hit Ortiz and won all the money that week, or maybe it was Wyndham, whatever it was. He had shrunk everything down to like the last 8 rounds, like the super, super recent form. And that's where he found some of these guys who ended up popping. Like, I think that there's a good argument for short, for long, and trying to mix the two together, but maybe just picking one and going with it is the move.
Yeah, that's generally my strategy. I stick to right around 36. Sometimes for things like putting, I will extend that out a little bit because I feel like that can showcase a little bit more long-term form in terms of, you can sort of luck sack your way into a couple of good putting tournaments, but generally the good putters over time, you'll see that pop a little bit more. Some things like, approach numbers, sometimes I will go a little bit shorter and go down to 24 because I do feel like just naturally, just playing golf myself, I feel like iron play tends to come and go, and you kind of get in a wave and get in a groove where you can get hot for, say, 4, 5, 6 straight tournaments, and then it can leave you a little bit. So it depends on the stat category, but my default generally has been 36 rounds when I'm using Fantasy National.
So looking at it right now, yes, Bryce Garnett, number 1 over the past 50 rounds when I do the rolling report. So he probably popped up as number 1 for you in the past 36 as well. So the past 100 rounds, he's 4th. In the last 4 rounds, he's 2nd. So he is just very good at holes from that range. Would not have expected that. Lonto, Wyndham Clark, Harold Varner III, and Mark Anderson. Mr. Anderson are the top 5 when you sort by last 50 rounds. And I just like to take the rolling report, look at it, be like, take someone. Actually, Leishman's like the best guy across the board over every range. Him and Garnett, whether it's short term, whether it's long term, they're both great. But then you see someone like Seamus Power, for example. So someone who's had a lot of success with David Hearn at this tournament, that he's 102nd over the past 4 rounds. So that's a tournament worth of stats. It could have been 1 hole that was of that length. So that's tough to parse. But the farther you go back in time, the better he is at holes from this distance. So he's 102nd over the past 4, 125th over the past 8, 98th over the past 12, past 24, 14th, past 50, 16th, past 100 rounds, 5th. So his long-term numbers on holes from this length really rate out well. Now, this does include putting, so maybe he was just riding a hot putter for 3 months, and that's how it all ended up. That's why it's tough to use some of these numbers that also include putting into it. Like, if we could just kind of parse it out, and ShotLink doesn't have this, so we can't get access to it, but what if we just looked at off the tee play on par 3s of this range and just looked at pure proximity, or, opportunities gained, that kind of thing. I think that's a stat that I would like to see them kind of delve out a little bit more. We just don't have the access to those numbers to be able to do it. It would be like proximity on second shots on par 5s while going for the green. I'd be very interested in that sort of number, because I know some guys just don't go for it all that often, but some guys go for it all the time. Are they successful and generate actual, like, instead of using eagle rate, which could be a chip in from the middle of the fairway, you know what I mean? How many eagle opportunities within like 25 feet do they actually generate? Or drivable par 4s, how close do they actually put it to the hole? Because in my mind, like, Morikawa is the best guy on the planet at short par 4s. Just every time that I see him win tournaments, it's because he steps up with a driver and just puts it to like 10 feet on a par 4. It's like, holy shit. All right, that works out. But there are certain holes in a lot of these stats that we look at. But I do think that this is a decent one to kind of parse out to see who's actually good on holes from this length, and whether that's something that's, just recent, is new, or used to be good and is now bad, and to see if there's anyone just kind of across the board who's great. And it does seem like Leishman, Lonto, Garnett, Varner's been really bad like recently, but long term he's really good. And Brian Stewart, weirdly enough, is one of the guys who's up there too.
Interesting. Yeah, I think you made a good point in, it would be nice to look at these, particularly these drivable par fours and the par threes, and kind of look at proximity there, because what's sort of unique about them versus proximity coming in on a par five is you're all coming from the same tee box, right? So everyone starts with the same baseline. The starting point of the race is all equal. Versus coming in on those par fives, you don't know if they're on the right side of the fairway, if they're coming from the rough, if they're coming from the left side, where there's a little bit more room to shape something in there. So everything, while the data is great and it's useful, it's a little bit skewed in that everyone's coming from a different spot. Like you mentioned on the par threes and the drivable par fours, that would definitely be an interesting stat that I would be very interested in, and seeing who's giving themselves the most opportunities when they all start from an equal spot.
Another guy who ranks up really highly in these past 100 rounds from this length is Scott Stallings, the guy who was the co-leader with Rahm and Palmer, and his partner was Trey Mullinax that year. So that's probably what did. I think they shot 77 in the alternate shot versus the 65. So when you look at it, it's like, oh yeah, they didn't finish well at all, but they were actually the co-leaders going into the final round. So that's kind of intriguing as well. Tyler Duncan is another player who's really good from that range. Lebioda is really good from that range. I believe he has a top 5 at this event with his partner in the past. So maybe this is kind of the key to start narrowing in on. Maybe this stat in particular means a lot more than maybe I gave it some credit for. But let's talk about the 10K guys on DraftKings. So after that first little run, you have Bubba and Scheffler, who we talked about. They're at 10-9. Then you have Finau and Champ at 10-7, Horschel and Burns at 10-5, Hatton and Willett 10-3, and Kirk and the Todd father at 10-1. I really wish Chris Kirk was paired up with someone not Brendan Todd.
I like that team a lot, to be honest with you, Pat. They're two guys, Todd, while he's seemingly fallen off from his form, maybe through the fall and maybe a year ago, he still made 10 of the last 11 cuts. So he's still performing reasonably well. These are two guys who were so close. They were 4-year roommates in college together. And I don't know about you, but I would have struggled to be rooming with the same guy for 4 straight years. So they're obviously very close in that aspect. They won a national championship at Georgia together. I know that Brendan Todd was sort of instrumental in helping Chris Kirk through some of his personal struggles. So they're very close. And I feel like, sometimes I weigh too much into this kind of stuff, Pat, and trying to read too much of the mental approach. But I do feel like in this sort of an event, these are two guys that maybe have been looking forward to playing this together. They've been talking to each other the last couple of weeks, excited to play in the team event with each other. They're so close. And Chris Kirk is playing absolutely fantastic right now. They both seem to set up really well. And when I sort of sorted this thing out on who's the best putting team, right? Combined strokes gained putting stats, this was the team that popped up number 1 for me. So I do have some interest in the Georgia Bulldogs down here at the bottom of this range.
I can see it. I just worry that Todd's approach play has been, even though he's been making cuts, it's all because he's hitting fairways and he's putting really well, which could really come in handy with the way that Chris Kirk is hitting his irons. But in alternate shot, if Kirk gets him in the right spot, is Todd going to be able to convert on that? And if Todd can't convert on that, now we're relying on Chris Kirk to get it up and down. And then the problems start to manifest just a little bit. But I do like your angle of these guys know each other. They've played together. They're comfortable together. I think there's a lot to that. It's the reason that I bet on Kisner and Scott Brown every single year at this event.
Yeah.
And they've yet to win, but they've come 2nd, 5th, and 15th in the 3 years that it's run. And those guys aren't great.
No, I know. Yeah. But like you said, they've had a run. They're comfortable with each other. They play at the home club together all the time. So this is a comfortable format with them. I think in this, the team that's really going to I think, swing a lot of lineups here, and the obvious one to look at is Horschel and Burns. I think are probably going to be the most popular this week. I haven't seen the ownership yet. Maybe you can dive a little bit more into that, but what are your thoughts kind of on that team right there in the middle of the 10K range?
I wrote them up. They were the first team that I wrote up after Kisner and Brown in my column that just kind of jumped out to me. It's like, oh, this team makes a lot of sense to me. And then it turned out I was not alone on that sentiment, that everyone likes this team. I would expect them to be the most popular team on DraftKings this week, although the ownership projections don't show that right now. They show Rahm and Palmer as the most popular team at the moment. And then like Chris Kirk and Todd are projected a bit higher, so is the Max Homa team. But I think that once lineups are actually submitted, Billy Ho just won. He's won this event in teams and solo. There's going to be the whole narrative with Sam Burns being an LSU guy. I mean, David Toms was an LSU guy, and he won this event. So I think it makes a lot of logical sense. I think they pair up really well. But let's not overlook the fact that Burns had a pretty good heritage. That's fine, but he was pretty bad for a while.
Pretty bad for a while. He really lost it off the tee there. I think it was at API. When before that, he was coming in so hot, was the trendy pick of the week. The thing about this team, and actually when I went to kind of build a couple of lineups, is that 10-5 price point is interesting because you really can't take anyone from the top and then go down to Horschel and Burns. It makes it really tough to sort of build a lineup unless you want to go with two teams way down in the bottom of the 6K range, which we'll get to. But if you want to take them, I feel like it's really got to, almost be the starting point of your roster, which you're giving up a lot of leverage, I think, when you skip, the top 6 teams right in front of them at that point. So it's an interesting, dilemma with the price point with them.
Well, can you sell me on why Burns and Horschel are a better play than like Hatton and Willett or Finau and Champ?
I just think for them, Finau and Champ, I'm kind of crossing off for me. I feel like their skill sets are so alike, and they're going to drive the ball as far as anybody in the field, but they both sort of struggle at that approach range. They're both not very good putters either. So for me, Horschel, obviously, we know how red hot he can get with the putter. Burns is typically, he hasn't shown this lately, but had a little bit of bounce back at the Heritage, but he's typically a great Bermuda grass putter as well. So I just feel like the combination of the form for the both of them would lend itself to be the most popular team here. I love Tyrrell Hatton. I wish Danny was coming in playing a little bit better. I've seen some inklings of form out of him. So it could be an interesting lineup there and maybe a way to actually get some leverage if a lot of people end up gravitating toward the Horschel Burns build.
Well, Burns, too, coming in this week, he had the 3 really horrendous tournaments in a row at API, the Players, and Valero. And the 39th at Heritage just kind of masked a little bit. He had a nice weekend after making the cut, but he gained off the tee for the first time since Pebble. He gained on approach for the 3rd consecutive event, but he gained over 3 strokes on approach, and he had been struggling a little bit, not gaining a bunch there. Gained around the greens and lost 3.5 strokes putting, which is becoming the new norm for him, which is really strange. Because like you mentioned, on Bermuda grass especially, he's been such a good putter. And even earlier in the year, like he gained over 10 strokes putting in Phoenix. In 3 rounds at Pebble Beach in that weighted event, over 6 strokes putting. Like we see these giant peak performances, but he's lost 4 in a row. Maybe Billy can make up for that, but do we feel like Horschel may have peaked at this point? Maybe he's just kind of, it's usually like, before, when he would win this event, it was slow build. Oh, Billy's getting a little bit better. And boom, he wins at Zurich. Now it's kind of going the other way, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And it's hard to really, for me, it's kind of hard to quantify that match play victory. Yes, it's a WGC win. It's a ridiculous field that he ended up coming out on top of, but a lot of things in terms of the path to get there just have to go your way. And it's not like he won a stroke play event against the best players in the world. So I'm willing to kind of overlook that a little bit. But like you mentioned, had that performance, had, Luxacked his way into a couple of long hole outs last week at the Heritage. So for me, this team is a fade, and it's mostly just because of ownership, and I have a trouble building with them. And I like some of the teams starting a little bit differently up top.
Anyone else in the 10Ks you think we should talk about? I don't mind the similar skill set of Finau and Champ, by the way, because it just takes one of them to run hot with the putter, and you're looking pretty good.
You're right. Interesting. That's a very interesting team. I think that did they play the QBE together?
They did. They came 5th of 12 teams. But that's all best ball, though.
That's all best ball. Exactly. I think that Champ, obviously had a great performance sort of at Augusta where he played well in the November Masters as well. But I just look sort of at more of the macro look at his form, and it just hasn't been good. There's a lot of water and swamplands out here that you don't have at Augusta National if you miss the fairway. So if he gets them into a little bit of trouble off the tee, particularly in the alt shot, that could ultimately be their demise. The one team, that we mentioned a little bit that I sneakily really like is Bubba and Scheffler. So I'm kind of thinking about starting there. I just feel like it's the type of team that's going to make you a ton of birdies if both of them are aggressive. Both of them are coming in with relatively good stat form. Both of them are coming in with good Pete Dye form. And I just feel like it's a very interesting team to me. And I feel like the upside is there for someone like them.
So I think you've sold me on Leishman and Cam Smith. I think that's where I'm going to go, maybe up top. The one team we didn't really discuss whatsoever is the Wolf and Morikawa team. Now, I don't want to Morikawa basically took me outside, planted a big kiss on my lips, and then kicked me in the nuts for 20 straight minutes on Sunday at the Heritage. That wasn't great. But he was still excellent tee to green the entire week. Like, I thought that he was going to come back and win that tournament. And the fact that he didn't win a PGA tournament leaves a sour taste in my mouth. And I know it does for a lot of people too. But that's not to say that he didn't have a good week. He did. It's Wolf that really concerns me, but he DQ'd the Masters after signing the wrong scorecard. He actually looked like okay for a little bit at the match play, and we haven't seen that much of him. He seems broken off the tee, though, which is not a great thing.
He seems totally broken off the tee. He seems to have lost a lot of confidence, and I think that you can kind of see it on his face, right? He just doesn't seem to be enjoying himself as much as he once did out there. You had the DQ at the Masters, which is embarrassing. He had the incident at the concession where that was kind of embarrassing, where he was kind of pouting around and kicked it off the side of the toe of his putter the one time. And his partners had some choice words to say about playing with him after that. So I just think that he's not in a great place mentally. More so, the off the tee game has completely lost it with the driver. This isn't the course you want to be at when you have no confidence over the ball on the driver. Both of these guys, they have no course experience here, and I just think Morikawa, maybe a little bit of burnout coming off the Masters, coming off a good performance last week. And I talked actually last night with Travis Fulton on his show, and he said that he feels like Morikawa is a little bit yippy at this point with the putter, and he can kind of see it in a lot of his form. I don't dive too much into that sort of analysis, but when a guy like that tells you that he sees something that looks very awkward in his putting stroke and seems like he's really searching, it's worrisome for me. And at the third price team on the board, I'm willing to kind of pass them up.
See, I don't necessarily buy that at all. Like, Morikawa is not a good putter. Like, we accept that with everyone else, but we don't accept it with him. It was like when everyone wanted to fade him at concession. I ended up betting him that week, just like, hey, maybe he'll putt well. And he did putt well. Yeah. Like, but you can't use him. He's going through a new putting stroke. It's like, well, he sucks anyway. What's the difference?
And we see the upside when he does putt well, or even when he putts level to the field and par. He has a win rate about as good in the last year and a half as anybody on tour. So, certainly I think that you put this back maybe 4, 5, 6 months ago, and this would have been an extremely popular and fun team to have. But just the fall off that Matt Wolf's going on, and I'm a huge Wolf fan myself. It just seems to be, I want, if I'm going to pay that price up there, I want to see something out of both players that I can buy into.
Well, this is not going to be encouraging. Matthew Wolff in the first round at the Masters, because he DQ'd, I can't find the strokes gained data on that. Shout out Nelson for putting all this stuff together, because obviously I saved it so I can have it for next year to go reference. Matt Wolff, round 1 at the Masters, minus 2.3 strokes gained off the tee, minus 2.55 strokes gained on approach. He gained almost 3 around the greens and putted well, and that kind of saved his first round when he wasn't completely out of it, but the ball striking was just putrid. So I'm with you on a fade on that. Let's move to the 9K level right now. This is a tough one. So you have Homa and Gooch, who I do like this week, actually. Hovland and Ventura, I like. Grayson Werner, I like. Rosen Stenson, probably get a pass for me. Louis and Charles probably get a pass. Steele and Bradley. Imagine if one of these guys finds their putter. They're going to be unstoppable, but that's very unlikely to happen. But similar skill sets on that team, which I do like. Then you have Peters and Tom Lewis, Sungjae and Ben An, Damon and Alonto Griffin. That's the entire 9K range. Like, I don't think you would be crazy to just pick 3 teams from the 9Ks and start your teams that way.
Not at all. I think all these teams have potential to win this thing. You mentioned Homa and Gooch at the top. Gooch is coming in playing really well. We know more about sort of Max Homa's form, but they are very close as well. I know that Homa mentioned after his win at Riviera, and he actually credited playing with Taylor to sort of keeping him in a good mental space. And that was very big for him sort of mentally going through that final round where he was trying to kind of hold on and cash a victory there. They're very close. They're both playing good. They both make a lot of birdies. Moving down, I think that I'm with you on Rose and Stenson. Stenson has just fallen off. It's kind of crazy to see. And while they both had a good Masters performance, it doesn't surprise me a whole lot. We know the course history aspect and sort of how experience can play a pivotal role at Augusta. I would be looking more at the other tournaments they played sort of recently, and both of them haven't been great.
No, I'm just looking at Stenson's stats from the Masters. Like, he was bad ball striking. He lost, let's see here, on approaches and off the tee and around the green over the 4 rounds. He actually lost strokes in each of those categories and gained almost a stroke per round on the greens, which is a very atypical Stenson way to do anything.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I'll take a pass on them for this. But the rest of the ones are, I don't know, there's excellent cases to be made. Like, I know that Jeff bet Hovland and Ventura, the Norwegians, but it just seems crazy that you can get a guy like Hovland, who's one of the best players in this field, for essentially a discount price.
I would agree. And especially you look at sort of the pricing there correlated with the betting odds. I think that they have a great betting number this week at 45-1, given the upside of Hovland. I mean, I think Jeff mentioned it on your show, but you're never going to catch him really north of 35-1 anymore. You factor in Ventura, who has the ability to make birdies and string them together. It was one thing that we've kind of seen from him. So
yeah, I would say that, like, his putting can make up for a lot with Hovland. If Hovland just wants to go out and strike the shit out of the ball, that's awesome. Like, Ventura is all over the place, tee to green. Like, he's not good. But once you get on the greens, he is quite good.
I agree with you. I think that could be a very interesting team. We'd be kind of interested to see where the ownership comes on them. I'm looking down at 9,300, and Keegan Bradley and Brendan Steele are definitely going to be a team that I play a lot of lineups of. I think that they set up great together. I know that they're close friends. They travel together. They play practice rounds together. And Keegan is dialed in right now with 13 of the 14 clubs in his bag, right? It's the putter that always holds him back, but he's driving it so well. Both of these guys are going to be in a ton of fairways. They're going to hit a ton of close approach shots. And maybe, I don't know what you think about, Pat, but maybe this type of event frees him up a little bit on the greens. I don't know, because you can kind of, if Steele's in for par and Keegan's got a 10-footer for birdie, maybe mentally it's just a different approach of, let me go make this, and I don't have to worry about running it by. I don't have to worry about the comebacker. Maybe that kind of frees him up a little bit. I think that there's a lot of upside in that team.
I think that's a really good point, that you're playing off your partner. It'd be the alternate shot that would worry me with those guys in a way. Yeah. Especially if, when Keegan misses the 10-footer by 8 feet somehow, and then Steele's sitting there with like, oh my God, I have a par putt that's way longer than if I would have putted. But if they both put it in close, like, hey, let's both give this a go. And don't worry about how far you blow it past. Just, get your read, hit it like you want to. Don't worry about coming short. Like, put it 15 feet past if you have to. Let's just get it in and try to make as many birdies as possible. I can see that from them. Keegan hasn't lost strokes on approach since last year's PGA Championship in any event, which is insane.
Wow. That's going back about 10 months now, so that's wild.
So for me, though, I think my favorite team from this bunch is Varner and Grace, strangely enough. Varner's sneaky turning his season around. You're going to have your bad performances, your good performances, and maybe that we just saw, somewhere local to him. He's from North Carolina. Obviously, the heritage is in South Carolina, but he gained almost 6 strokes putting, but he gained over 5 strokes on approach too. Like the driving wasn't all that good, which is a very atypical thing to happen to Harold Varner. And just Grace at Pete Dye course is pretty good.
No doubt about it. Yeah, Grace coming in, obviously got the win down there, a little south of us here, but Varner playing good off last week. I think that they have the ability to make a lot of birdies, and that's really what you're looking for out of this range. And you got to hope to time things up well, and you just got to hope that everything works out in your way. Another one that kind of interested me a little bit was Peters and Tom Lewis, and that, we didn't really touch on this, but there's a lot, for this having the feel of kind of being an alternate field event, there's a lot at stake for a lot of guys here. $1 million payday for both players, full 2-year exemption in your PGA Tour card, which is huge for particularly like these two guys. Players Championship, PGA Championship, Tournament of Champions. So I think that there's a lot of motivation for some of these guys coming over who are looking to kind of secure a tour card and play well this week.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings 2021.
Hey, what's up? Madden After Dark in the snow. There's a disco light on. Washington football team hosting new man on the Minnesota Vikings. Freeze Pops, what's up? How are you?
Hey, man, what's up? I love Lizzo.
There you go. You picked up on the Lizzo reference.
Very good tune.
It's a good tune.
Great tune.
Yeah, the Vikings run out of the tunnel to that song?
Really?
No, I'm asking.
No, they should.
I agree.
I love the piano at the beginning of it, like doom 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 doom.
I think it'd be great if they did it, but it's on them. We gave them the idea. I am not playing a quarterback. It's 10.
Same.
So I'm not playing a quarterback. This is ridiculous. Even though the free roll is titled Haskins keeps his QB1 spot after bracket performance. That's the headline. Dwayne Haskins did just enough to keep his spot.
But no, I'm not playing a quarterback either. Both these QBs stink in Simland. I would say one of these two QBs is mediocre in real life. One of them also stinks in real life. He is now on the Pittsburgh Steelers. No, neither one of those guys going to be in my lineup. I have Dalvin Cook in the captain spot. I'm not going to be a chump, okay? I'm not going to get cute here. The offense runs through Dalvin Cook. He's going to be my captain. I got the Vikings defense in my lineup because I don't trust Dwayne Haskins.
Good idea.
I went with Inman. I went with McKissick. I went with the Sprinkler and Tajay Sharp. That's my lineup, kids.
Okay. So I put the Sprinkler in the captain spot.
Okay.
Got
That's
Dalvin
just
Cook.
doing that thing.
Yep.
I get it.
Sprinkler captained other football team members, McKissick, McLaurin, and then the Vikings, Cook, Rudolph, Jefferson. Spent every dime of my budget.
I had almost $2,000 left over.
Hey, sometimes that's the way to be.
Exactly.
So I can understand why that might work for you. This is Madden After Dark on Wild Weather Wednesday. Glash, Freeze Pops, Freak of Nature. Obi-Wan, it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Hi, Obi-Wan. Oh, there's the football team D, Daniil Hunter. I'm sorry, the Minnesota D. Getting to Haskins. Yes.
The other one.
The other one. Good call playing a defense. Really good call. Should have done that. I don't know. I guess I'm a sucker for like points. And I don't want to play defense. I want points.
Yeah, same.
Exactly what it is. But that might be the right strategy, and they're going to have to punt. On the first drive, just as we began the 8 o'clock sim, a 3-and-out. Fooligan, first time playing Fortnite, CJ71. Our buddy Kyle is here. Hi, BG and Tom. M. Roach put Inman in the captain spot. Freak of Nature. I haven't said this in a few sims. There's a good energy in the sim. Yep.
Yeah, I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Maybe it's just Wild Weather Wednesday and I'm not properly dressed, so it's just a chill. Or maybe it is a good energy. I guess we'll see.
So I'm going to read something that you put out on Twitter. Okay. You are not happy that O-linemen are not getting more of a say in number selection with the new rules. Why is that?
Okay, so they extended it to the 50s, basically, for O-linemen, and then the rest is just, whatever they want within the range that they already had access to. I mean, come on, these guys are out here in the trenches, risking their lives for these pampered quarterbacks and these diva running backs, okay? These guys are setting the tone. They're at the line of scrimmage every play, banging heads, banging bodies. If I'm in left guard and I want to wear number 16, then let the guy wear 16. If I'm a right tackle and I want to wear the number 7 because I liked Mike Vick back in the day, then guess what? let the guy wear number 7. If I'm a left guard and I want to wear 99 because I was a Warren Sapp fan, then guess what? He gets to wear 99. I mean, come on. O-linemen deserve it. They don't get enough credit as it is. Let's give them this. Let's let them wear cool numbers. End of rant.
No, it's my fault. I wanted you to shed some more light on how you feel, and
I'm sad about it. It's just, and the thing is, it's like, okay, they gave them the 50s. I bet if you asked like 80% of football fans if you thought an offensive lineman could wear a number in the 50s, they would have said yes, because in high school you see, centers wearing 50 all the time. I mean, 50 is like a common offensive lineman number at the high school and college level. So it's almost like okay, thanks. You gave us something we already kind of had, right? Like, I don't know. Like, if we're gonna let the running backs wear number 5 and we're gonna let corners be number 1, I want my centers to be able to wear, number 4 if they want.
Yeah. What is the actual reasoning behind that? I know I could probably read an article that is there really, because what, officials get confused or something?
It's something really lame like that. Like, guys, just open your eyes.
Yeah, I agree.
It's ridiculous. Let players wear any number they want.
Right, here it is right here. It's King Matt in the YouTube chat. It's easier for the ref to see if a guard or a tackle on offense for eligible receiver downfield.
Lame.
That's a tremendous catch by Justin Jefferson.
Nice grab by JJ, a guy who typically isn't all that dominant in these sims, even though he was fantastic in real life his rookie season. Yeah, look, make the officials work harder. Whatever. It's not that much harder for them.
They're still going to mess something up anyway,
yeah,
right? So,
come on.
Which is, I'm not trying to rag on them. They're human. They're going to mess stuff up anyway, so it's okay. I am willing for them to make and take that risk.
Same. Like, why is it that much harder for them to call an offensive lineman for holding or not call them for holding if they're wearing a single-digit number than calling a receiver or corner for OPI or DPI if they're wearing a single-digit number? It shouldn't be a double standard. Honestly, it's discrimination against fat people, and I will not stand for it.
Good.
I'm here for you, brothers. I'm here for you.
First and goal from the 9. Faking the jet sweep. Dalvin Cook barrels his way to the 5. We're 5 minutes into the first quarter. Football team got the ball first. What do you know, Dwayne Haskins? He could not complete any passes. So they had to punt.
Shocking.
AD says, hell nah. Is this the AD, Anthony Davis, the Brown? Hell nah. Don't make the officials work harder. Everyone will hate them even more. Well, at that point, they're already hated, so why does it matter? And that's a touchdown. Who we got?
81.
BC Johnson?
What?
Oh. So, I don't know if you know this. I found this out in the 8 o'clock. Chase Claypool has scored a touchdown today. O.J. Howard, gotta have him. Gotta have O.J. Howard.
Gotta have O.J. Howard in your lineup.
Dude, he's a fullback. He's a weapon in these two.
Consummate punt play. You can run the ball. You can catch the ball. It's O.J. Howard.
Gotta have O.J. Howard. He scored last time, and then Mike Davis, the RB2 in Carolina, scored.
Wow. So it's just been a vulture day.
Yeah, it's been a very vulture-y day. Mm-hmm. Emerson's baby gap shirt. I hope you don't take back your what's up to me after that play. PacFan28 says BS.
What's ownership on him?
Great question. Stand by.
Hey, you mentioned the Brow. Looks like he's going to return tomorrow after a lengthy absence for the Lakers. Also, speaking of NBA, Trae Young going down tonight with that ankle injury.
Ooh.
That is something to keep an eye on in the DFS world moving forward. No doubt.
Latavius Murray scored last sim. That's true, too. Well, the Hawks are like, I mean, Capella's played really well lately. Yeah, John Collins has been banged up. They've been kind of banged up altogether, that team.
Yeah.
And right, from a DFS standpoint, it's important because they're kind of contending, right? Aren't they in the playoffs?
No,
right
no,
now?
they're at least in the mix. I don't have the standings in front of me, but if Trae Young goes down for any significant period of time, they're done.
I want to shout out Jim and June from our Game Ops team. June is training under Jim's watch. Producer Michael's with us. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Freeze Pops, Glash. Vikings just scored a touchdown. BC Johnson with the score. Scotty Two Hotties here. Congo Cab played BC Johnson in the flex. Nice.
4.55% owned in the flex.
Okay, that's not terrible.
That's way higher than I thought it was going to be.
Same, yeah. Jordan Warren, what's up, Jordan? Thanks for coming back. Legend Boss. Who else is here? Chef Duke, Vid Always, Tom's Microwave.
Hey.
Rossi's Fat Cat won $1 earlier on Madden, but looks like the Mets are going to choke it away for me. For FUR. That's Inman on the grab to the 33. Haskins, 2 for 2.
The freak of nature. Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling. That's all he asked for. So that's
Herb Dog. Hugh Banks. Do you ever play Koff's last minute NBA?
No, I haven't played NBA in a few days because I had some friends visiting in town, so I was pretty busy with them, hanging out, showing them the sights, eating lots of red meat, drinking lots of Diet Cokes. Great hunt.
Okay, never mind.
Andrew asking a great question. How is the good old rental golf cart? It was fantastic. Had a great time. Drove all around the neighborhood. Fun stuff.
You rented it. Where were you?
So in the neighborhood I live in St. Louis, people golf cart. It's sort of like a normal mode of transportation. It's apparently legal that you can just golf cart around the neighborhood on the streets. Yeah.
Are you joking?
I swear to you.
That is freaking awesome.
So I rented a golf cart for a few days, and yeah, we took full advantage. It's fantastic.
So I've got some family down in Florida, in the villages. I love going down there riding on the golf cart. It's fun.
It's just so awesome. You get the fresh air in your face.
Yep, it's the highlight of the day. You get up, I'm gonna go over to Dunks. You know, you drive over this bridge. It's golf cart central bridge. Oh, that sounds awesome. I can't wait. We're going in June.
Oh, jealous.
Yeah. It's the highlight of the day.
It's my new thing now. When people are in town, I rent a golf cart. I did it last summer for my parents when they were here.
Oh, so you've done this more than once?
Yeah, this is the second time I've rented the golf cart. Yeah. It's a thing now for me.
Morgan!
Honestly, we've looked into buying one because it's so fun and we love this neighborhood. We don't see ourselves leaving Soulard anytime soon. So it's expensive, though. I mean, I just sold a car. I'm not going to then go buy a golf cart for more than I sold the car for. You know, it's just
like Cousin Eddie. Sell your house, get the RV. Sell my car, get a golf cart.
It just doesn't make financial sense. But if I saw one hanging around on like Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace for like $400, I'd think really long and hard about it, even if it was crappy.
Jimmy B is in the chat. Jimmy B, that is facts, but I'm not going to read it on the air. M. Roach, yeah, the village is like a city inside a city. It's crazy. Yeah, it's fun. Rossi's Fat Cat. Hey, Glash, why didn't you answer Koff's phone call earlier in the morning? Well, my parents were visiting. So I picked my parents over Adam Kaufman.
That makes sense. Glash, so the last time you and I were together, we were talking about how the sound Glash, your name, sounds like a thing from Batman. So Morgan picked this up at a dollar store. Pow! Little
Pow! Sox Nation.
Glass, 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 glass. Pow! Pow! Glass, glass, glass. Pow, pow! Pow!
That was nice of Morgan to do that.
Yeah, she saw it at the dollar store and couldn't help but think about the glass thing. Because she saw me put it up as my Twitter header and was a little confused.
Hugh Banks says, Tom, you are a cool sim caller. You need to be here more. Love your persona and demeanor.
I appreciate that, Hugh. I am here a lot. I just was off the last 4 days. So I'm sure you'll see me and hear me quite a bit moving forward.
I'm just going to be up front with about 300 people watching. I think I'm making a prediction.
Okay.
Now that things are opening up, I think there's going to be a lot of different combinations of sim broadcasters. I think people are going to be going places here this summer. So, vacations and whatnot. Like, I was in Florida. I didn't tell any of you because, I have to protect. Whoa, Adam Thielen, sir. See you later. Give me a call.
Feeling, that you're in love with me.
Please, do a snow angel. Do a snow angel, Adam. Pow!
Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
Might have to be the buzzword.
Pow!
Pow! I was in Florida last June for like 10 days. So I was there and, I worked a little bit while I was down there. This time, I ain't working. So
chill, bro.
Just letting you guys know.
Break out the Diet Cokes.
Yeah.
Throw on a bathing suit. Get some rays.
So, yeah. So,
nice.
I just get the hunch.
Everyone else will hold down the fort. It's fine.
We always seem to figure it out.
That's what we do.
Smash Lanta. Maybe we'll link up next time I'm there. That would be fun.
PGZ Man 666 asking, hey Tommy, how's wedding planning going? Good.
Yeah, when is that?
Basically, it's still a ways away. We are getting married in October of 22. Specifically 10/22/2022. And we've got all our vendors taken care of, and our space and the church and all the good stuff. We're doing it in downtown Providence. It's going to be a fun time. A few other little things to kind of dot the I's and cross the T's with, but generally speaking, we're in really good shape when it comes to that stuff. Next year will be all the fun stuff, picking out suits and bachelor parties and bridal showers and all that good stuff. So just a waiting game.
We'll get there. We'll be here for you.
Thanks, man.
I love how we'll go down this rabbit hole on like golf carts, and then the chat just comes with 2 or 3 lines of like a take or a story on it. It's just it's my favorite, like it's up there as like favorite things about doing this. It's just like, wow, here we are.
They just fixate on 1 or 2 things.
Yeah, it's just let's just dive in. Love it. Escape tank. My cart with hydraulics, 21-inch rims, scored me my wife.
Wow.
Nothing impresses the ladies like some real deal bling.
No, he's so true though. Like, if you're the dude rolling up to an establishment that serves ice cold Diet Cokes on a Saturday night in a baller golf cart, I mean, come on. You're probably, it's like a magnet,
Is it called
like,
the
oh my
escape
God,
tank?
That guy is just legendary right there.
Hey, what's up? Want to come in the escape tank? James says, where I live, registered golf carts can be used up to 4 miles from your house on roads with 35 miles per hour or less speed limits. Daylight, of course.
Wow, that's sick. Yeah, that was one negative of the golf cart is that they didn't have headlights. So once it got to a certain point in the day, you had to stop using the golf cart. I mean, you could use it in theory. It's just very dangerous.
Cassie loves the glash sound effect.
Glash. Wow.
M. Roach, Kirk Cousins just won every sim this week by himself. Cousins finally hit value. The chat is happy with Kirk Cousins. It's true. He's thrown 2 touchdowns. If you saw this score and you just popped in, you go, all right, where's Dalvin Cook's points?
True. You like that? Yeah, you like that.
Revenge sim, too. Former football team member.
True.
Got about 300 of you watching. Would love to get to 300 likes. If you have not, and you don't mind, please hit that like button. Hit subscribe on the YouTube page as well. If you're on Twitch, be sure to turn your notifications on. That is Irv Smith, the tight end too. Hi, Irv Smith Jr.
Irv.
Oh, Escape Tank. There's more. It's also painted like a parrot. It has a margarita blender on the dash.
Oh my God.
Can we get a picture of this, please?
Yeah, you got to tweet this at us. Tweet it at Glash or myself or both of us. I need to see this thing.
At Brendan Glasheen, at ya boy, B-O-I, ya, Y-A, Y-A-B-O-I-T-C fresh.
Tweet it or slide into my DMs. It's cool. They're always open. Here to party.
Pics or it's not real.
That sounds amazing. Mine was just like a generic white golf cart with that like ugly beige seats. Generic golf cart. But it got the job done, you know?
Yeah. Everyone's freaking out about their score.
Relax.
All right. June is new to our team. She is he or she is training. Is it a he or a she? I'm not even sure.
It is a she.
She
We spoke pregame.
Oh, pardon me. I wasn't there.
I said hello.
She said hi back.
She said hi.
That's good.
Yep.
I can feel
Good team
the
camaraderie.
chemistry.
Yes.
June is with Jim tonight.
So honestly, blame Jim.
Yeah. Train better, Jim.
Come on, Jim. Clash, how?
I'm just kidding, Jim. Kirk, way to get back up, but then get smushed.
Chase Young is saying, stay
that's
down,
like a kid on a snow day.
Stay down.
Oh, Kirk, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm back up. Bam! I'm all right. Oh, not okay.
Andrew saying that he probably has a cool vanity plate on his golf cart that says "Dumb Man."
I really hope the golf cart is called Escape Tank.
Glash, one thing about Missouri that is completely different than from where you and I are from in New England, vanity plates are very prevalent. Like, everyone has a vanity plate. They're only $15 to get a custom plate, so everyone does it. It's a fascinating thing. Yeah. So Morgan and I got one because it's $15. Whenever we consolidated cars, we got our initials because we were like, why not? It's $15. And there's a few other people that have pretty much the same car in our parking lot, so it helps differentiate.
Escape Tank just said it's not real, but now it's finna be.
Oh, that's really, really upsetting.
You coward! We got so excited, and now you're like, ooh, it's
I
not
know.
real.
I know. I was anxiously checking my DMs, waiting for a pick.
So wait a minute. Do you even
I was
have a
singing
wife?
Beach Boys in my head. Yeah. What else is a lie?
I mean, let me read the initial comment. My cart with hydraulics and 21-inch rims scored me my wife. Wait a minute. So, give us the real story.
I know. I don't believe anything you ever say ever again, Escape Tank. You've lost my trust. You're gonna have to earn it back.
Jeff Duke says, damn, this is the best I've seen Sim Kirk perform in a minute.
Kirky. Hey, Kirky.
I would love the Vikings to take quarterback at 11, or wherever they're drafting, 13, 14.
If one of those dudes is hanging there and they don't take it, I think it's negligence. How about that?
Yeah.
Negligence.
Brody and Tony are both saying to to train people on earlier sims, not the last game. Well, it would still be the same problem. If they were trained in sim number 2 of 6 on the day, they would still not have everything up to date.
Glass, they want the mistakes made on the sims that they don't watch, is what they're saying.
Oh, I see.
They don't want them to, have their time slot messed up. I get that. Whenever I'm driving somewhere and there's construction being done on the road.
I don't get that.
No, Clash, listen, just
I don't get it.
Out here. When you're driving somewhere and there's construction being done on the road, when you need to go somewhere, you're like, oh, why couldn't they do this at another time of day?
Good point.
All
right.
It's the same concept. It doesn't. It's not a rational thought, but it's a natural thought.
But you know what happens when that construction's over and the road is nice and paved?
Opens up, baby.
We're like, wow, look what they did with the road. It looks great.
You're hitting the road 35 miles an hour in your golf cart. Get in, touchdown.
Yeah.
Cookie.
Come on, June. Come on, Jim. I don't know, June. I don't know, Jim. Who scored?
I don't know, Jim.
I don't know. Let's give him 7,000 points for that catch.
I miss Romo. Real life Romo. I miss football.
What I was saying there was, when that road comes out great, when we get more ops team members that can be on our team, it makes the family stronger.
Amen.
That was good, though. You had that ready to go, the construction example. That was good.
It just came to me. Because I know I am so guilty of it every single time. Especially when I would drive to work at like 3 a.m. for the morning show. That's always when they do construction. And in my head, I'd be like, oh, why can't they do this at like 11 or 12? Ridiculous. But then, of course, it makes total sense. They're doing it in the middle of the night because I'm the only person on the road.
Yeah. Cassie says it could be 50,000 as long as my money is right and tight.
Get it right. Get it right. Get it tight.
Brody says, when is there ever 300 people watching at 12? There were 450 people on the noon sim today. I was checking in with Koff and ZT.
I've never done a sim with ZT.
Really?
ZT or Reed. Those are the two I'm missing.
ZT is more of he's early slate guy, but he'll write up the night slate stuff.
Actually, that just reminded me, Glass. So the last sim I did 4 or 5 days ago with Rossi, it was a few days after the story about Kevin James being cast in a Netflix project as Sean Payton. Did you see that story?
No.
So there's going to be a Netflix either movie or show, I forget, about Bountygate, and it's a production company that's producing it is Adam Sandler's, and he's casting Kevin James as Sean Payton.
Happy Madison?
I think it's Happy Madison, yeah, or whatever his Netflix production company is.
So, no disrespect. Oh, you know what? No disrespect to Kevin James. He's going to have to lose a little weight.
Yeah, so people were kind of freaking out on the internet about it. Like, this is ridiculous. Kevin James looks nothing like Sean Payton. So it got me thinking, and I was asking Rossi this, like, who do you think would play each member of our cast on DraftKings if there were to be a Dream Stream movie or, TV series?
Oh, yep.
So I got all the actors ready here. I'll run them by you, and you can tell me what you think. We'll go quick hitters here. I'll give you the name, who would play them, and you give me your reaction. Okay.
All right.
And then maybe we can run through our own list later.
Okay.
Okay. He has For Emerson, Chris Evans.
Okay.
For you, he had Charlie Day. Kind of perfect.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Okay. For Koff, Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
All right, you didn't like that one.
We're not trying. Were we just trying to please people, or?
Well, you're not when you hear this next one.
I love Ozark. Make me Paul Rudd.
For Ducey, he had Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh.
Well, I don't know about that. For LaMarco, we actually had Kevin James, but someone in the Sim fam said that LaMarco would play himself, and I love that. I think that actually has to be the answer. For Christian, he had Keanu Reeves, which is perfect. For me, I thought this was an interesting one. He had Owen Wilson. I like it. I mean, it's flattering. I'll take it. For himself, he had Jack Black, which I thought was perfect. For Reed, he had George Clooney. For ZT,
That's
he
disrespectful to George Clooney.
For ZT, he had former NFL tight end Tony Gonzalez.
What?
For BK, he had Dennis from It's Always Sunny. And we both decided to not look up that actor's name because it's just Dennis from Always Sunny. For Bry Guy, he had Brock Lesnar. For Moose, he had Dana Carvey. For Babysitter Billy, he had Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Tara Lynn, he had Scarlett Johansson. And for Jesse, he had Reese Witherspoon.
All right. I like it.
Okay, so general thoughts? Any of those stand out as being really bad or off or...
Well,
is there any actor or actress that you'd prefer for certain people?
Chris Evans, Emerson, really? Why does he get Chris Evans?
So you want to switch places with Emerson here. You want Chris Evans. He would get Charlie Day.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can make that happen?
Talk to the casting department.
Okay.
I think he did a good job, honestly. Got some good star power in there. Oh, yeah. I mean, we spent a whole half on it.
It's good. Some of those were good. You can't unsee Rossi as Jack Black. Ashley Edwards. So say it ain't so, Glash. I'm currently holding on to first in Koff's contest. Yes. Very good. Awesome. Kirk Cousins. What a first half. 215 yards and 3 touchdown passes.
Amazing.
Wow. Dalvin Cook only 44 rushing yards, but he did catch a touchdown.
Kirk Cousins trending towards the wooden nickel right now. No question.
To be clear, Ashley is talking about NBA, not your Madden lineups, which Jim and June are now updating. If your scores are not right, they are on it. Just like when you all start out with Madden, you're not very good at making lineups, right? Well, it's kind of similar. It's a learning process. So thank you for your patience. Dalvin Cook's 1 catch is for a touchdown. BC Johnson on the board. Wide out 4 with a 5-yard score. Thielen, 94 yards thanks to a, what was it? How long was that touchdown? 80 yards or something? 70-something yards?
Rossi's Fat Gat saying that Glash, Koff said your TikToks stink so bad they're going to start putting your channel on the TikToks in need of Tic Tacs page. Wow. If that is not the most dad joke I've ever heard in my life, I mean, I may need to pop a Tic Tac in for that joke.
You know something, though? As it turns out, one of my latest TikToks it hit 10,000 views. My first 10K video. I was pumped.
You know what I say to that? Pow! Oh! Didn't mean to hit the screen.
Captain Blood says Emerson equals Zac Efron.
Wow.
I like
That's
that
a huge compliment. Come on.
M. Roach says, LOL, Acklash. It is not similar. Literally, you just spreadsheet the stats. Yeah, but these are manually updated, so the entries of them. I mean, honestly, I'm at the point now where I don't care when you all complain about it because June is learning.
And also, like, the people in the chat have no idea what they're talking about. I mean, let's be real here.
Yeah.
They're not behind the scenes. They've never done stats for a Madden.
Tony says, in the way your colleagues used to make fun of you all the time, I at the beginning, stand up for yourself. Yeah, Tony, we've all come pretty close together with these sims. While some of us don't call sims together, we've just, we still weirdly work with each other. Because you can get in that
it's
chat
all one
at any
cohesive
time.
show. PJ Z-Man saying Tara Lynn should be played by the chick that played opposite Kevin James in the hookup movie with the Fresh Prince. So that's Hitch. Who was with Will Smith and Hitch? I'm blanking on her name. Let's see.
Scotty Too Hotty, if the stats need updating for you to know how your lineup is doing, you are not doing well. No, I get it. In these paid contests, you guys are invested. I understand. Jim is with June. 2 members of the ops team here. Jim is mentoring June.
Eva Mendes.
We fully support our ops team. Who for Eva Mendes?
Tara Lynn.
Okay. What was the first one? What was the first submission?
Scarlett Johansson. I think actually Eva Mendes works better.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
So
I think Rossi just panicked and picked a female actress. He didn't put a lot of thought into that.
Have we got in touch? It's Eva Mendes, right?
Yeah, I just said that.
You said did you say Eve?
No, I said Eva.
Oh, okay. We should get in touch with all of these actors and actresses and see what they think.
Send them the picture and just say thoughts.
I would love if they ever did a movie about us. We're not.
They
that
will.
Cool, though.
They're not going to.
Yeah, we're really not cool.
No,
we're not compelling enough.
That would be the worst movie ever.
Yeah, like who's gonna watch that?
It's just a bunch of people yelling at each other on Zoom about fake football games.
Yeah. Well, it was a good idea while it lasted. Durr Storm is in first place in the free public showdown contest. Olipop 93. There it is. Olipop 93, first place in the Haskins keeps his QB1 spot after bracket performance. Let's see what the build looks like. Thielen in the captain spot. Cook, Cousins, McLaurin, Inman, and Dan Bailey. Roland says Burt Reynolds for Koff.
Burt Reynolds? No, I don't see that at all. I thought Paul Rudd was actually pretty good for Koff. Not gonna lie. They have similar features. Put your bias aside.
Yeah, I know.
You're just upset that you got Charlie Day. I think Charlie Day's a handsome fella.
Oh, it wasn't a, I mean, well. Yeah, he's pretty good.
You really wanted Chris Evans for yourself.
Chris Evans is the man.
Yeah, he is. He's a good-looking dude.
Yeah.
Captain America.
Because I'm sexy and chubby, man. Like, picture Rossi saying that.
Michael also bring up a good point. We said the guy from Modern Family looks like Koff.
I didn't even know Burt Reynolds is dead. I apologize. I'm not trying to say Koff should be dead.
He passed away last year, I think.
He could still act as Burt. Well, Burt Reynolds would not be able to be Kaufman. No.
Phil Dunphy's. Who played Phil Dunphy?
On the ground. Big hole. Go! Can we get a 97-yard touchdown? No! McKissick tripped up. Oh.
Ty Burrell. Ty Burrell is the name we're looking for, folks. Ty Burrell. Jimmy the Bow saying, I'm thinking more Danny DeVito for Goff. No, I don't see that. Maybe for Rossi. Because remember, Rossi is 3 feet tall.
Got 4.5 minutes left here in the third, 21-3. Kirk Cousins has thrown 3 touchdowns. Dalvin Cook has one. BC Johnson has one. And Adam Thielen has one.
People giving Goff a lot of credit here. They said Burt Reynolds. Now they're giving someone in here giving him Ryan Reynolds.
No.
Jesus. I'm okay with Paul Rudd, but Burt Reynolds and Ryan Reynolds are different category of handsomeness. Rossi's Fat Cat saying Chuck Norris versus Burt Reynolds versus David Hasselhoff. Okay, we'll do this. Buy, stream, trash those 3. Go.
Reynolds, Hasselhoff, and who's the other one?
Chuck Norris.
I'm buying Reynolds.
Okay.
Or Reynolds, excuse me. Yeah.
Burt Reynolds.
Hasselhoff, stream Norris, trash Hasselhoff.
Okay, I think I'm buying Chuck Norris because I used to love Chuck Norris facts as a kid. I am streaming Burt Reynolds and I am trashing David Hasselhoff. No disrespect to the Hoff. It's just a tough threesome. Chef Duke saying Carolyn more of a Rachel Bielsen type. Okay.
Matthew in the chat, who hit the kick for Washington. The kicker one is Dustin Hopkins. So if you're wondering why it might not be updated, they will get to it. Thanks for the patience. Seriously. Tater Hater is here. Hi, Tater Hater. Glash, I am 15th in your contest, 21st in Coughs with the same lineup. Is Coughs more elite? Long story short, Freeze Pops, I made Cough does last minute NBA.
Yeah.
So I made a contest today in the DK SimFam Friends League to troll Kaufman, and I titled it Plenty of Time NBA, just to troll Cough.
How many people went in for both?
75. Both. They both filled.
Amazing.
My goal was maybe people will think this is Cough's NBA contest.
Yes.
Because he normally puts it out at like 11 a.m. to give people enough time to fill it.
Which makes it not last minute.
I tuned in to the noon sim hoping like someone would bring it up and be like, hey, like, I thought that was yours, but it was actually Glash. And like there was actually a good amount of people that did it. So it made me laugh.
That's good stuff. I appreciate a good troll job like that.
Yeah.
I wish I had seen it. I would have joined.
Sorry, dude.
I was busy today.
Get involved, dude. It's only $1, and I think first place you win like $13.
I mean, I've done Cough's last minute NBA a few times. I won. Well, I didn't win. I came in like 4th or 5th or something. So I placed in the money for one of them. But yeah, they're fun. Roland Catet saying, I'm going contrarian in this DFS movie. Michael B. Jordan is going to play Freeze Pops. Okay. Michael B. Jordan. I'll take it.
Jenny from the league. Cough is totally Andre from the league. Have you seen the league?
The league is awesome.
That's
yes,
great.
That's amazing.
I like that.
We also have a good one in here from Damac Lion. Glash Cough should be played by Michael Cera, playing Michael Cera in This Is the End. For those that have seen This Is the End, Michael Cera is a hilarious disaster in that movie.
That's good, too. Cameron Diaz for Terrell Lynn?
I don't see that one.
I don't see it either. Rye says, Glash looks like good old Boston Bruins jersey wearing Happy Gilmore.
He does have a little Adam Sandler in him. Similar eyes to Sandler.
Oh, thank you. Kyle, how are your Rays doing? Are they hot? Are the Yankees still losing?
They were
losing
the last time
overall.
Oh yeah, and they have a terrible record. They're like 4 or 5 games under 500. It's awesome.
So how about the Yankees being back, but the New York Knicks, they won again. They've won 8 in a row.
Don't sleep on the Knicks, or are they peaking at the wrong time here, Cough. Oh my God, sorry, we're talking so much about.
Oh my God. Back-to-back nights this has happened to me. Unreal. Is it really that similar?
No, we were just talking a lot about him, okay? We do a lot of Sims together.
Wow. M. Roach says Tom Carroll is Rosie O'Donnell. That's kind of funny. I'm sorry.
You know what? I'll take it. I actually don't mind Rosie.
Ooh. Sarah, listen to this one. Glash is Harry Styles.
No way.
Tastes like strawberries
on a summer evening. No, you look nothing like him.
Fine.
Charlie Day is the perfect casting.
So, last night with Ducey called me. Yeah, so what I did was I went and sat up against the wall, and I went and sat in timeout. I put myself in timeout for being called that.
Listen, it's a situation where, like, Koff and I do a lot of Sims together. We were talking a lot about Koff and who would be casted as him. It was an NBA topic that came up. He's, the NBA guy. A lot of factors went into me accidentally calling you Koff there, and I apologize.
No, that's all right.
Priv saying no. She says no for Harry Styles.
Yeah. Whatever.
Love you.
Talk about the sim.
Talk about the sim.
Retease, did you know? Glash is Pee Wee Herman.
That actually I could see.
The Rays are going for their 6th straight win, says Kyle.
Good stuff, Kyle. What's up, dude? Pow!
Pow! Sox Nation.
Yeah, so what's this thing I see between you and Matt McCarthy going on with the Sox?
Oh. Well, real quick.
Just Boston Inside Radio thing?
Yeah, so real quick. Andrew Scarcella, Hopkins and Bailey stats are the opposite of what they should be. Yeah, guys, again, we just got some new people training on ops. Jim's here. June is training under Jim's watch. So if something doesn't look right, it'll get corrected. It will always get updated. So thanks for your patience. Just want to give you guys some perspective in terms of what's going on there. If you're just joining us.
Sarah's saying that you look like Ryan Merriman. I just looked him up. Yeah, that's a perfect cast job.
Yeah, man. Great Disney Channel movie actor.
You do look exactly like him. That's good. That's a great call by Priv.
So you got to go back and listen to Matt McCarthy on Easter Sunday. Did you hear about this?
No, I just saw you guys going back and forth about like whatever their record has been since something happened, and it related to the Sox.
He went off. Like he was ready to kick the Red Sox out of the Boston.
He's been like becoming Mr. Hot Take guy over the last like year and a half or so. He's like really rounding into like baby Felger.
Yeah, I know.
And like I love the guy, and I think it's funny because I know him to not be like that, and I seeing it become a thing, and I worry for him. If you're not ready to go down that path, it can be dangerous.
I think he's kind of there. He might be a little too late.
They're calling him like McTake or something instead of McCarthy. Yeah, McTakey.
Yeah,
that's not a place you want to be if you can't handle it. You know, like I don't know if he's going to be able to take the heat on that.
Oh, I think he can handle it. I hope he's accepted. I think he has. He's accepted.
But then you're there. Like you can't come back. You know, he is still a fanboy at heart. We need to remember that he is the host of the Hardcore Baseball podcast about the